Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 80, Letters and Borgin and Burkes. The happy, chaotic days at the Burrow quickly came to an end. As the final days of the holiday approached, Harry felt a growing reluctance to leave. Outside, the Weasley twins were taking turns soaring through the sky on Harry's Nimbus 2000, their joyful shouts drifting through the open window. Life here is like a dream, Harry sighed contentedly. Except that Mr. Weasley pulls me aside every day to ask about Muggle things. Aiden, sitting listlessly on a brand new sofa, let out a massive yawn. If you like it, come more often. Auntie is quite fond of you, anyway. But I have to go back to the Dursleys. They're my guardians, Harry said. Then, a flash of inspiration hit him. Unless. Aiden, you could adopt me. Aiden rolled his eyes. Do you hear yourself? You actually expect a minor to adopt another minor? Ding. The host already has one at home. Temporarily, Aiden shot back at the system. Oliver is only staying with me temporarily. Besides, you of all people know what's going on with Potter. How could I possibly bring him to my house? You could always ask Hermione to adopt you, Aiden suggested aloud. Hermione? Why? Ron asked, completely baffled. Aiden just smiled and didn't answer. Suddenly, a loud hooting sound came from outside, followed by a dull thud as an old, balding owl crashed directly into the windowpane. It's Errol, Ron sighed. He's always doing that. Aiden lazily hooked a finger, and the letters tied to Errol's leg flew into his hand. It's the Hogwarts acceptance letters, he announced after opening one. They sent Harry's here, too. He distributed the letters. The twins, having had their fill of flying, came back inside and flopped down to read theirs. Must be Dumbledore's doing, Arthur commented over his teacup. He's always so resourceful. Aiden unfolded the book list. In addition to the standard texts, it was filled with the works of a certain celebrity author. Breaking up with a banshee, holidays with hags, 7 books in total, Aiden complained. Is this Gilderoy Lockhart fellow trying to sell books or teach a class? Those books are going to be very expensive, Percy noted grimly. It's all right, Molly said, her jaw set with determination. We'll find a way. Then I'll buy them, Aiden said, raising his hand with a smile. Aiden, you don't have to, Molly began, but Aiden cut her off. It's okay, Aunt Molly. I'm not short on money. He shot Arthur a meaningful look. Ahem, indeed, Arthur coughed, playing along. I've heard a new line of defensive alchemy products recently launched in Diagon Alley has been receiving rave reviews. He and Aiden shared a secret smile. Molly gave Arthur a light punch on the arm, a look of understanding dawning on her face, and she said no more. Well then, Molly announced, we should head to Diagon Alley to buy all these things. She herded the family toward the fireplace. Come on, Harry. Just say the place name clearly and sprinkle the powder. She enthusiastically handed him a pot of Flue powder. But Mom, Ron interrupted, Harry's never used the Flue network before. That makes sense, Molly said without missing a beat. You give him a demonstration first. Ron grabbed a handful of powder, stepped into the fireplace, and shouted, Diagon Alley. In a roar of green flames, he was gone. See? It's very simple, Molly encouraged. Your turn, Harry. Harry tried to keep her advice in mind. He took a small pinch of powder and stepped into the grate. The flames felt strangely warm, like a gentle breeze. He opened his mouth to speak and immediately got a mouthful of hot ash. Nocturn Alley, he coughed. The world dissolved into a sickening green vortex, and he was spun away at an incredible speed. Oh, my goodness, he's gone to Nocturn Alley. Molly shrieked. Aiden, Arthur said, his voice calm and steady. You're skilled with spatial magic. Can you track his whereabouts? I'll try. Aiden took out his staff, connected his magic to the sprawling Flue network, and began to follow the trace. Let's see, he passed the Ministry of Magic, the Leaky Cauldron. Madame Malkin's, found it. Borgin and Burkes. I'll go on ahead. With a soft flash, Aiden vanished. In the grimy depths of Nocturn Alley, Harry stumbled out of a fireplace and into a dark, dusty shop. Looking out the window, he saw 2 people he least wanted to see, Draco Malfoy and his father. Harry quickly ducked into a large, black cabinet, leaving a small crack to peer through. Draco was looking around the shop with interest, reaching out to touch the various cursed artifacts. Don't touch anything, Draco, Lucius Malfoy said sharply, tapping a nearby sculpture with his silver-headed cane. Yes, father, Draco replied, his eyes darting around. I just thought you were going to buy me a gift. I promised to buy you a racing broom to get on the team, and I have not forgotten, Lucius said, his voice a low drawl as he walked deeper into the shop. What's the point of being on the team? Potter made it last year, Draco complained. Everyone is always praising him. All he has is a stupid scar on his forehead and that broken-down old broom. Draco, Lucius said, his voice dangerously soft. I have told you before, even if you dislike Harry Potter, you must at least pretend that you do not. To show your hand so openly shows a lack of cunning. Of course, he added, a hint of approval in his tone, joining that dueling association of his was a good move. Ah, Mr. Malfoy, a hunched, greasy-haired man said, emerging from the back. Welcome to my shop. We've just received a new batch of goods I believe you will find most interesting. I'm not here to buy today, Borgin, Lucius interrupted smoothly. I'm here to sell. He gestured vaguely at the items in the shop. That damn Weasley has pushed a new Muggle Protection Act through the Ministry. These are just a few poisonous items that might bring us trouble. At that moment, the air shimmered, and a young wizard in a large, pointed hat appeared in the shop. Well, well, Aiden's voice drawled, loud enough for everyone to hear. The stench of stinginess mixed with malice, one can smell a Borgin from 10 kilometers away. This, according to the notes of a Prewett ancestor, was the traditional greeting for any member of the Borgin family. Somewhere, in the Prewett family cemetery, rows of ancient skeletons gave a collective thumbs up. You damn Prewett! Borgin shrieked, his composure shattering instantly. Why aren't you all dead yet? Oh, good morning, Uncle Lucius, Aiden said, giving a polite nod to the elder Malfoy while pointedly ignoring Borgin. Fancy seeing you in a shop filled with so much poison and so many curses. Aiden, Lucius replied smoothly. I have some business to attend to. Why don't you keep Draco company for a while? He gave his son a subtle look. Humph. Little brats should stick to their milk, Borgin sneered. How could a Prewett possibly understand the importance of these treasures? Yes, they're so important they've landed you in a hovel in Nocturn Alley, Aiden retorted with a roll of his eyes. Damn you. If it weren't for you Prewetts, Borgin began, about to lunge over the counter. Lucius quickly stopped him. Ahem. Mr. Borgin, our business is more important. He gave Draco another meaningful look, and Draco quickly pulled Aiden away from the counter. Sparkles 300 gems equals one bonus chapter. Sparkles 500 gems equals another bonus chapter. Get access to advanced chapters at my Patreon. patreon.com/meowthal. Chapter 81, Nocturn Alley and an alchemy shop. How are you here? Draco asked, his surprise evident. Took a wrong turn with the Flue, Aiden said, feigning awkwardness. An uncomfortable silence fell between them, both boys lost in their own thoughts. Draco was wondering why this irritating Prewett wasn't leaving, and Aiden was wondering what was taking Lucius so long. Meanwhile, at the counter, Borgin was presenting an item. Oh, look at this. Unparalleled quality, he said, holding up a small, black diary. That is a special item, and it is not for sale, Lucius said coolly, taking the diary and putting it away. By the way, I have another batch of items at my home. I will require you to come and collect them. Of course, Mr. Malfoy. Of course, Borgin bowed. Lucius offered no reply and turned to leave. It is always a pleasure doing business with you, Mr. Malfoy, Borgin's oily voice called after him. All right, Aiden, Lucius said with a curt nod. Draco and I will be leaving. He gestured, and his son followed him out of the shop. Aiden turned back toward the counter and saw Borgin grabbing Harry by the collar of his robes. Looking for something else? Borgin sneered. Aiden stepped forward and pulled Harry away, placing himself between them. He smiled at Borgin, a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Perhaps he was just lost, drawn in by the malevolent aura of this place. Then, ignoring Borgin's sputtered curses, Aiden grabbed Harry and pulled him out of the shop. They burst out onto the grimy street, only to be stopped by a hunched figure. Where are you two going in such a hurry, my pretty little things? An ancient witch stood before them, holding a tray filled with what looked disturbingly like human fingernails. She squinted at them and grinned, revealing a row of mossy green teeth. Other shadowy figures began to emerge from the alleyways, surrounding them. Get out of our way, Aiden hissed, his heterochromatic dragon eyes scanning the crowd. The sheer draconic intimidation in his gaze made the surrounding wizards flinch and take a step back. Harry, too, took a nervous step backward, and Aiden took his hand. If you'd gotten lost here alone, kid, Aiden thought, tomorrow's Daily Prophet would have a front-page story about the invincible savior meeting a very sticky end in Nocturn Alley. Ding. Or perhaps, shocking. The Weasley family actually did this. Aiden pulled Harry close, slipping them both into the crowd's conscious blind spot, and they moved carefully toward the alley's exit. A huge figure was blocking their path. Hagrid! Harry shouted, his relief shattering Aiden's concealment charm. Harry! Aiden! What are you two doing down here? Hagrid boomed, striding toward them. His immense size was more than enough to make the lingering wizards scatter. Oh, it was awful, Hagrid. We got lost, Harry said dejectedly. Look at ya, all covered in soot, Hagrid said, brushing some grime from Harry's shoulder. Aiden snapped his fingers. Scour jiffy. The soot on Harry's clothes vanished instantly. As they stepped out of Nocturn Alley and back into the bright bustle of Diagon Alley, Hermione saw them and ran over, her parents trailing behind her. Harry. Hagrid. Aiden. There you are, she said, then her eyes immediately fixed on his glasses. Oh, for goodness sake, Harry, why are they always broken? Oculus reparo. She took out her wand and mended them with a practiced flick. Hello, Mr. and Mrs. Granger, Aiden greeted them politely. Hello, you must be Aiden, Mrs. Granger said with a gentle smile. Hermione has told us so much about you. At that moment, the rest of the Weasley family descended upon them. Oh, Harry, I finally found you. Molly cried, pulling him into a tight hug. I was so worried. Great, everyone is finally together, Arthur announced. He looked at Hermione's parents. And you are? We're Hermione's parents, Mr. Granger introduced himself. Oh, splendid. Arthur beamed. Muggles, are you? We must have a good drink later. He excitedly shook Mr. Granger's hand, and the two hit it off immediately. Well, Mr. Granger suggested, we were just about to take Hermione to Gringotts to exchange some money. Shall we meet at the Leaky Cauldron later? No need for all that trouble, Aiden offered. I can exchange it for you directly, at the official rate, with no limit. It just so happens I need some pounds, and arguing with those goblins is always such a hassle. Oh, that's wonderful news. Mr. Granger joked. In that case, I'll have to exchange a bit more. The large group made its way to a brightly lit shop on the main thoroughfare. Prewett's Alchemy Miracles, Arthur read the sign, impressed. You just put your name on it so boldly. Why not? Aiden replied with a shrug. The Borgin family does the same. Besides, who would target an alchemist for no reason, except for a madman? Inside, the shop was packed with customers. Oh, it's run by goblins, Mr. Granger noted with interest. Molly led the group through the crowd with ease, as if she had been coming here since she was a child. Aiden looked over the counter and saw a familiar face. Griphook. Aren't you supposed to be at Gringotts? Ahem, Mr. Prewett, the goblin stammered. I am merely here to help. But his flimsy excuse couldn't fool a hypnotist. Forget it, I'll just see for myself, Aiden said, his eyes glowing faintly. Gringotts, contract, Prewett. Good heavens, you goblins actually treat Gringotts as your private property, he said aloud, revealing the secret. No wonder. We signed an operating contract with the Goblin Nation, and you just come here to work after your shifts there. Under Aiden's mental probe, Griphook looked utterly defeated. Oh, Mr. Prewett, what are you doing? Mr. Granger asked, confused. Dad, that's legilimency, Hermione explained. It's a type of mind-reading magic. Her parents both took a subtle step back. Don't worry, Mr. Granger, Aiden said, his eyes curving into a beautiful smile. Under normal circumstances, I only use this magic on my enemies. Oh, and in business, of course. Commercial activities are bound to involve a little deception, so it's harmless to use it then. Come on, we've wasted enough time, Arthur called out. Griphook, give the day's proceeds to Uncle Arthur, Aiden ordered. The goblin retrieved a heavy box. Arthur opened it a crack, and the brilliant golden light that shone out made him gasp. He immediately snapped it shut, looking around cautiously. They'll definitely have to go to Gringotts later, Aiden thought with a smirk. His pockets suddenly much heavier, Arthur's posture seemed to straighten. Children, he announced grandly. Go and buy your respective school supplies. He took out a handful of galleons and distributed them, and Percy led the younger wizards away. Now, with the children gone, it was time for the adults to begin their own activities. Arthur enthusiastically pulled Mr. Granger toward the Leaky Cauldron. Hey, Tom. Arthur called to the barman. A round of butterbeers for us. Then he turned to Mr. Granger, his eyes wide with curiosity. Mr. Granger, can you tell me that thing you call a telephone, can it truly allow you to communicate across thousands of miles? Of course, Mr. Granger replied. And communication technology is much more advanced now than it used to be. And what about your life as a dentist? I'm very curious about that, too. The two men chatted enthusiastically while Molly and Mrs. Granger exchanged looks of fond helplessness. Sparkle's 300 gems equals 1 bonus chapter. Sparkle's 500 gems equals another bonus chapter. Get access to advanced chapters at my Patreon. patreon.com/meowthel. Chapter 82, A Wand and a Partnership. Out in the bustling crowds of Diagon Alley, Percy took charge. All right, he ordered crisply. Everyone in the same year, group up to get your things. We'll be more efficient that way. With that, the young wizards dispersed. Harry, Hermione, Ron, and Aiden made their way to Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. Last year's robes are already too short, Hermione lamented. I'll have to buy new ones again. Harry and Ron nodded in agreement, but Ron paused to size up Aiden. Aha. Aiden, you haven't grown at all, he declared, confidently placing a hand flat on top of his own head to compare. Well, it is true that young wizards at this age. Aiden's thoughts were interrupted by the system. Ding. Do you recall the discussion regarding life levels and the visionary pathway? So, my growth is slowing down. Ding. Why else do you think your ancestors pursued dragonification? Aiden shot Ron a dark look and clicked his tongue. TSK, keep it up and I'll make sure you stop growing altogether. He pushed open the door to Madame Malkin's. 2 young witches were already waiting inside. Aiden, one of them called out, waving. He looked closer and saw it was Arcisi. Oh, Arcisi, long time no see, Aiden greeted her. Indeed, she said, her tone full of mock resentment. It feels like a very long time since my treatment ended. Ahem, well, let me introduce you, Aiden said, pulling his friends forward. This is Harry Potter, my cousin Ron Weasley, and this is Hermione Granger. Hello, Arcisi said, her voice formal. I am Arcisi. Arcisi Greengrass. She emphasized her last name, her gaze lingering on Hermione with a hint of wariness. Hello, the 3 of them replied. Oh, and this is my sister, Daphne Greengrass, Arcisi added. Sister, this is... No need for introductions, Daphne interrupted, her voice cool and aloof. I recognize them. The Savior, a Weasley, and a Muggle witch. The way she said Muggle was dripping with disdain. She then turned to her sister. All right, Arcisi, you've been clamoring to find Aiden every day. Now that he's here, let him take you shopping. I finished buying my things, I'll wait for you at Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor. I wasn't looking for him, Arcisi said coquettishly. I was looking for his cat. I'm telling you, Daphne, his cat can talk. Daphne simply rolled her eyes. Why don't you say his cat can do backflips while you're at it? With permission granted, Arcisi ran to Aiden's side. And so, the team of 4 became a team of 5. All right, Ron, you take Harry and Hermione to buy the rest of your things, Aiden instructed. I'll go shopping with Arcisi. We'll meet you all at Flourish and Blots later. Humph, Ron scoffed, giving Aiden a look of pure contempt. Aiden pretended not to notice and led Arcisi out of the shop. Aiden, where's your cat? Arcisi asked immediately. Why didn't you bring her? I left her at home, Aiden replied. I was afraid she'd say something she shouldn't if I brought her out. He paused, then attempted some small talk. So, how have you been? Just SOSO, Arcisi said, pouting. And I did write many letters to you, but someone didn't even bother to reply. I was busy, Aiden pleaded. As an apology, how about I treat you to ice cream after we're done shopping? Then it's a deal, she said, her mood instantly brightening. She put her hands behind her back and leaned in to look at him with a smile. Next, Aiden took Arcisi to buy a new cauldron, crystal phials, a telescope, and brass scales. Finally, they arrived at Ollivander's. The moment they stepped inside, the old wand maker rushed forward and grabbed Aiden, his eyes gleaming with frantic enthusiasm. Mr. Prewett. You've finally come. Let me tell you, this new type of... All right, Mr. Ollivander, Aiden chuckled, gently extracting himself. We can talk about the new wands later. Could you first help this young lady find a wand? He stepped aside, making way for Arcisi. Ah, a Greengrass, Ollivander observed, his pale eyes studying her. Your family's honey-colored eyes are very recognizable. Let me think, your father's was ebony and dragon heartstring, 10 inches. Yes, Mr. Ollivander, Arcisi said, impressed. Your memory is as good as ever. Well then, let's begin, the old man said. Remember. It is the wand that chooses the wizard, Aiden and Arcisi finished in unison, exchanging a smile. Good, good, Ollivander said, pulling a box from a high shelf. Try this one. Vinewood and dragon heartstring. All the clever little witches are fond of this model these days. He presented it to her like a seasoned salesman. Arcisi picked up the wand and gave it a wave. A burst of uncontrolled flame erupted from the tip. Aiden's staff appeared in his hand in an instant, a hexagonal crystal barrier manifesting around the flames just in time to prevent a major incident. "Oh, what a beautiful staff," Ollivander murmured with infatuation, before quickly shaking his head. "Oh, no, no, that wand is not for you, miss." He snatched it back and offered another. "Try this one. Black walnut and unicorn hair." Bang. A nearby shelf exploded. "This one. Red oak and dragon nerve." Clatter. All the surrounding wand boxes tumbled to the floor. "How about?" Bang. 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 "Miss Greengrass," Ollivander sighed, looking utterly exhausted. "To be honest, I have never seen such a picky little witch in all my years." He straightened up, his professional pride returning. "However, for the sake of the Ollivander family's century-old reputation, I swear I will find you a suitable wand today." "It doesn't really matter if there isn't one," Arcisi said with a shrug. "I'll just ask Aiden to make me a staff later. At most, I'll pay him a bit more money." Mr. Ollivander shot Aiden a deeply accusing look. "Ahem, let's try again," Aiden advised quickly. "A wand is still very important. To craft a staff, I need your short wand spellcasting data. I can't collect that if you don't have one." "All right," Arcisi sighed, and reluctantly continued testing wands. After what felt like an eternity of chaos, she finally picked up a wand that sent a shower of warm, golden sparks into the air. "Applewood and phoenix feather," Mr. Ollivander marveled. "A rare combination indeed. I believe we can expect great things from me, right?" Arcisi interrupted with a grin. "You've said all my lines." Mr. Ollivander seemed to think, giving Aiden another look of deep betrayal. "What's left for me to say?" Aiden quickly turned his head, pretending to study a crack in the wall. Arcisi pulled out her purse and counted out 7 galleons, handing them to the wandmaker. As she did, Ollivander grabbed Aiden's arm. "Mr. Prewett," he said urgently. "Now can we talk about our business? The alchemically modified staves you mentioned in your letter." He produced a large roll of parchment covered in Aiden's notes. "It's about Perthrow, intrinsic magic, Mr. Ollivander," Aiden began, his voice taking on a persuasive, almost hypnotic quality. "Just imagine, if we could put the entire spellcasting process into our minds, wouldn't the efficiency of casting in reality be multiplied?" He was painting a grand picture for the old man who had dedicated his life to the art of wand-making. Indeed," Ollivander conceded. "But how do you ensure that a less skilled wizard can construct spells properly in the distorted illusion without going mad?" "Training, Mr. Ollivander," Aiden explained. "I have constructed a stable location within the illusion where wizards can enter and practice. At the same time, by using the intrinsic power of Nothas, a wizard can generate their own anchor, allowing them to enjoy the benefits of mental acceleration even after they leave my field of influence." The two of them began discussing the possibilities excitedly, while Arcisi leaned against a shelf and yawned. In the end, they reached an agreement. Aiden would teach the new magic, and any wizard who needed a compatible focus could come to Mr. Ollivander to purchase a specially crafted staff. "And the price?" Aiden asked. "If we keep the design simple, I can use wood for the body, which would be extremely low cost. And since wood has a limited lifespan, it might even provide a steady source of repeat business for my shop," Ollivander mused. "So, based on the costs of mass production, my price will be 3 galleons." "That is indeed an acceptable price," Aiden said. "Then I wish us a happy cooperation." They smiled and shook hands. Then, Aiden led a very bored Arcisi out of the wand shop. Sparkle's 300 gems equals 1 bonus chapter. Sparkle's 500 gems equals another bonus chapter. Get access to advanced chapters at my Patreon. patreon.com/meowthal. Chapter 83, Chapter 83, Superstars and Secrets. After buying the wand, Aiden and Arcisi strolled along the winding cobblestone alley. The galleons in Aiden's pocket seemed to jump with excitement, eager to be spent. He obliged, buying 2 extra-large strawberry and peanut butter sundaes from Florian Fortescue's. The two walked happily down the alley, admiring the dazzling window displays while enjoying their ice cream. When they arrived at Flourish and Blots, however, they found a massive crowd surrounding the entrance, all desperately trying to squeeze inside. A large banner hanging in the front window explained the chaos. Gilderoy Lockhart will be signing copies of his autobiography, Magical Me, today. Inside the bookstore, Molly had already secured a prime spot for her family near the fancy, decorated stage. "Auntie," Aiden called out, making his way toward her. "Oh, Aiden, come quickly," she said, her hands clasped together under her chin like a starstruck schoolgirl. "This is the front row. You'll be able to see Gilderoy Lockhart up close." "Ladies and gentlemen," a short, bustling wizard suddenly shouted. "Let us give a warm welcome to Mr. Gilderoy Lockhart." An elegant and impossibly handsome wizard emerged to thunderous applause. He flashed a brilliant smile, revealing a perfect set of gleaming white teeth. Molly blushed and fanned her face. All around them, other witches were doing the same. Lockhart was a true heartthrob. Very fancy, isn't he? A familiar voice whispered as a hand clasped Aiden's shoulder. He looked back and saw Edmund Lestrange. Well, Aiden raised an eyebrow. To what do we owe the honor? I wouldn't have expected our noble Master Lestrange to attend a book signing. I'm here to prevent our esteemed Master Prewett from becoming today's headline, Edmund replied with a wry smile. He cast a subtle disillusionment charm, and the two of them faded from view. Auntie, I'm just stepping out for a moment with a classmate, Aiden said to Molly, but she was completely captivated by the superstar on stage and didn't even notice her nephew vanishing into thin air. Aiden followed Edmund outside the crowded shop. All right, Aiden, tell me the truth, Edmund said, his playful expression replaced by a serious one. What happened to Oliver? What have you found out? Aiden countered. It's too abnormal, Edmund said, his voice low. He invited me to Kingsport for the holiday, and then the next thing I hear is that the entire town is gone because of a dark magic ritual, and Oliver has completely disappeared. In our last letter, he mentioned he had invited you. I even wrote to Ethan, but he knew nothing about it. Anything concerning Oliver might touch upon a contract, Aiden said, meeting his friend's gaze. Ask your questions, and I'll see what I can answer. Okay. First, was the dark magic ritual real? Yes. Was the person who hosted it someone we know? Yes. And was it related to Oliver? Yes. By Merlin's beard, Edmund breathed, the pieces clicking together. It was his father, wasn't it? He looked at Aiden, his eyes wide with horror. Then what was the object of the ritual? Does your family have any records about us and the other faction? Aiden asked, changing the subject slightly. You mean the mind and soul factions? Edmund replied, showing he was remarkably well informed. So you've read about them. Do you know about the silencers? Are you saying? Before Edmund could finish his sentence, a crackle of magical energy filled the air. A bolt of raw power, like lightning, shot down from the sky and struck Aiden squarely on the forehead. TSK, Aiden grimaced, opening his mouth as a puff of green smoke escaped. The crowd nearby gasped. Someone was struck by lightning. Are those two children all right? It looked like one of them was hit. Aiden took out his staff and cast a quick cleaning charm on himself, then pulled the stunned Edmund into his conscious blind spot. With a wave of his other hand, he hypnotized the onlookers, making them forget what they had just seen. Well, that triggered the contract, Aiden said, rubbing his forehead. Fortunately, it wasn't too serious. It seems you being an insider softened the blow. Crazy, Edmund muttered, tugging at his hair. Utterly insane. How could anyone be so mad as to contact? He trailed off, shaking his head. Then Oliver, is he still alive? He's alive, Aiden confirmed with a shrug. Temporarily staying at my house. Dumbledore will probably find an adoptive family for him. Gods, it's all so unpredictable, Edmund sighed. Hey, you're a bit young to be talking about how unpredictable life is, Aiden teased. All right, I'm going to go buy my things, Edmund said, recovering his composure. And be careful. Lockhart is a complete fraud. Don't get too close to him. How do you all seem to know that? Aiden asked, genuinely curious. Edmund looked at him, completely aghast. Aiden, my father is going to be so disappointed in you. Don't you remember our family's telecommunications business? Or the fact that we handle the annual financial analysis for the Daily Prophet? Didn't I send you the detailed report? The memory of a massive, unread pile of letters back at the Prewett residence flashed through Aiden's mind. No, you never told me, Aiden said quickly, a faint blush creeping up his neck. And I was staying with family. The letters were sent to my house, so I never saw them. Right, Edmund said, clearly not believing him. Well, it doesn't matter. You know now. I'll let you know if any new information comes up after school starts. He waved and walked away. Oh, I didn't expect your summer holiday to be so colorful, a familiar voice said from beside him. Aiden jumped. Arcisi, why are you here? He yelped, shocked. Weren't you wrapping me in that strange power of yours? She asked, tilting her head with an innocent smile. Ding. It is speculated that she may possess an extraordinary adaptability to the visionary pathway. Okay, Aiden sighed, defeated. You're amazing. Arcisi just smiled, took his hand, and pulled him back into the chaotic bookstore. Inside, Lockhart was making his way through the crowd, his eyes scanning for one person in particular. Oh, look who it is, he boomed, his voice echoing through the shop. Harry Potter. He grabbed the bewildered Harry and pulled him into a one-armed hug. A bigger smile, Harry. Together, you and I are front-page news. A short wizard with a large black camera pushed his way forward. Make way. This is for the Daily Prophet. In his haste, he shoved Ron, who stumbled and fell. Aiden subconsciously stepped forward to help his cousin, his movement pulling him out of his conscious blind spot. Arcisi, now visible as well, was immediately grabbed by Daphne, who had been searching for her. Arcisi shot Aiden a quick look that clearly said, "Good luck," and was whisked away. Ho ho. And look what I've found. Lockhart's smile grew even wider when he saw Aiden. What a wonderful day. Aiden just stood there. Lockhart dragged Harry over to him. Look, everyone. The famous magical prodigy, and my own dear junior who was also awarded the Order of Merlin, Mr. Aiden Prewett. He reached out and draped an arm around Aiden's shoulders. Come on, let's get a photo, the three of us together. Aiden didn't move, allowing Lockhart to pull him into the photo. This man is bold, Aiden thought wryly. No one has ever dared to pull a member of the visionary pathway into their orbit like this. As Lockhart beamed for the camera, Aiden subtly used his hypnosis power on him. A bizarre, twitching expression crossed Lockhart's face, but he was so lost in his own narcissism that he didn't feel a thing. That strange, contorted expression, combined with his gleaming white teeth, would soon make him the most talked-about man in the wizarding world. In the near future, that photo would be frozen on the front page of the Daily Prophet. Why does the picture look like this? Lockhart would roar at the small photographer. I asked you again and again, the wizard would reply, utterly depressed. You said this one was good. No, a painful, echoing roar would come from a dark alleyway, startling a flock of birds into the night sky. Sparkle's 300 gems equals 1 bonus chapter. Sparkle's 500 gems equals another bonus chapter. Get access to advanced chapters at my Patreon. patreon.com/meowthal. Chapter 84, Gifts, Brawls, and an Adoption. Back at the book signing, after the chaotic photo session, Lockhart generously gifted both Aiden and Harry a complete, signed set of his autobiography. Molly immediately snatched the stack of books from Harry's hands. Oh, Harry, dear, I'll hold these for you, she gushed. Maybe I can even get his signature again. All right, kids, you go wait outside for me. With that, she plunged back into the adoring crowd. Aiden stood there, holding his own set of books, completely ignored. So love fades, does it? He thought dryly. Ron, meanwhile, shot Aiden a look of pure, smug satisfaction. Finally, his expression seemed to say, you get what you deserve. Aiden, expressionless, simply tossed his entire stack of books to Ron. They're all yours. What? The sudden generosity stunned Ron. But what about you? I'll just borrow someone else's in class, Aiden said with a wave, and walked outside. The others followed, but Draco Malfoy caught up to them near the entrance. Having a blast, aren't you, Potter? He sneered. Famous Harry Potter can't even visit a bookstore without making the front page. Stay away from him, Ginny snapped, stepping forward and glaring at Malfoy. Oh, how lovely, Malfoy laughed cruelly. You've even got yourself a girlfriend. Aiden, who was now walking with his arms slung around Ron's shoulders, leaned in and whispered, so, he's jealous of Harry, isn't he? Although Aiden could clearly see the truth of the matter, he didn't elaborate. Ron looked at Aiden in absolute horror. Him. Aiden just raised a knowing eyebrow. Just then, the sharp tap of a cane on the stone floor drew everyone's attention. Now, Draco. Play nicely, Lucius Malfoy said, striding forward. The aura of a man accustomed to power radiated from him, sharp and invasive. Mr. Potter, he said, extending a hand. Lucius Malfoy. We finally meet. After a brief, cold handshake, Lucius's gaze swept over the others. Ah, and with that red hair, you must be a Weasley. And this girl, he glanced at Hermione, must be Miss Granger, from the Muggle world. Potter, Aiden, both of you come from extraordinary backgrounds. Do be careful about the company you keep, lest you lower your own standing. Arthur, followed closely by the Grangers, saw Lucius and hurried over. All right, kids, let's be on our way, he said, trying to steer them away. Well, if it isn't Arthur Weasley, Lucius drawled, refusing to be ignored. Not busy with your little raids, are you? I do hope the ministry is paying you overtime. Such a disgrace to the wizarding name, doing their dirty work like a common lackey. Is that so, Lucius? Arthur replied, his voice dangerously even. I'm afraid we have a fundamental disagreement on what constitutes a disgrace. As for being a lackey, I'd say you know far more about that than I do. Oh, really? Lucius's cold eyes flickered to the Granger couple. And what have we here? 2 muggles, without a drop of magic between them. Good heavens, who let these filthy, common creatures in? With a furious roar, Ginny's brand new, heavy cauldron flew through the air. With a loud clang of metal on bone, Lucius Malfoy demonstrated his unparalleled ability to fly backward, crashing into a towering bookshelf. Dozens of thick, heavy tomes rained down on his head. Arthur, his patience finally snapping, lunged at Lucius. "Hit him, Dad." "Go on, Dad," the twins yelled, cheering from the sidelines. "Stop it, Arthur. Stop it at once." Molly, who had just returned with her signed books, screamed, but the two men were locked in a furious brawl, completely ignoring her. "Aiden Prewett," Molly said, her voice dropping to an icy command. "Stop them." Aiden sighed, walked forward, and with seemingly little effort, lifted both fighting men off the ground, one in each hand. He held them out at his sides like two large, flailing, humanoid suitcases. He then cast a gentle soothing charm, and the two men gradually stopped struggling. "Gentlemen," Aiden said calmly. "It is undignified to fight in a public place." "Humph," they both grumbled. Lockhart, followed by the short photographer, rushed out of the store. "Oh. Did you get a picture of that marvelous brawl?" he asked eagerly. "Yes, sir." "Excellent. Remember to write to the Daily Prophet and tell them that the heads of two ancient and noble wizarding families came to blows over my new book," Lockhart said proudly, adjusting his bow tie. Lucius's face, which had taken a direct hit from the cauldron, was already swelling up on his right cheek. He had originally hoped to slip the cursed diary to Ginny to get revenge for the Muggle Protection Act, but Aiden had been standing in his way the entire time. Seeing that the situation had gone south, and not wanting to be caught with the hot potato, Lucius shoved the diary into Lockhart's hands. "Take your blasted book," he snarled. "Draco, we're leaving." His voice was muffled by his swollen cheek as he limped away, his son trailing behind him. After finally purchasing all their items, the group prepared to go home. At the entrance of the leaky cauldron, Arthur enthusiastically invited the Grangers for a ride in his charming treasure. "Won't this thing be discovered flying in the sky?" Mr. Granger asked curiously from inside the magically expanded car. "No," Aiden replied calmly from the front seat. "I added some of my blood to the car's body." "Blood?" Mrs. Granger's face went pale, and she looked worriedly at Hermione. "Ahem, my nephew's techniques are rather special," Arthur explained quickly, completely forgetting about the Kingsport incident. "Wizards don't normally perform blood sacrifices." "And how is the inside of this car so much bigger than the outside?" Mr. Granger asked, his curiosity insatiable. "It's an undetectable extension charm, Dad," Hermione explained happily. "The Ministry prohibits its private use, but since Mr. Weasley works for the Ministry, he must have registered it properly." A cold sweat broke out on the foreheads of Arthur, Molly, and Aiden. After dropping the Grangers off at their home, Arthur drove the car back to the burrow. That night, as the family enjoyed dinner, a crisp cry echoed from the fireplace, and an old man in magnificent robes slowly stepped out of the green flames. "Did I come at a bad time?" Professor Dumbledore asked, his eyes twinkling. "Professor Dumbledore?" Arthur exclaimed. "Not at all. We were just about to eat. Would you like to join us? Then I shall gratefully accept." Dumbledore walked over, sat down in Aiden's seat, and casually helped himself to the fried egg Molly had just made for him. Aiden could only clench his fists in silent frustration and find another chair. "Aiden," Dumbledore said, already enjoying the egg. "There is something I need to discuss with you." "What is it?" "I have found a family willing to adopt Mr. Oliver." When is he leaving?" Aiden asked. "Oh, aren't you going to ask who it is?" "Although you, old man, sometimes get your mind addled by sweets," Aiden replied, "when it comes to knowing people, your judgment has never been wrong." "Ho ho, thank you for your trust." Dumbledore quickly finished his plate. "Well then, I shall see you all at Hogwarts." Amidst a chorus of goodbyes, Dumbledore vanished back into the flames. After dinner, the family sat lazily in the living room. Aiden took out the ring wands he had made and distributed them to the Weasley family. "Uncle, Aunt," he said. "Do you remember the magic I gave you?" "I remember," Arthur said seriously. "Now, with these rings, you can begin to practice. You two can study it on your own. As for the others, I'll pull them into the dueling association when we get back to school." "Excellent," Arthur said. "We'll leave it in your hands, then." "Please, we're family," Aiden said with a wave of his hand, and went upstairs. Sparkle's 300 gems equals 1 bonus chapter. Sparkle's 500 gems equals another bonus chapter. Get access to advanced chapters at my Patreon. patreon.com/meowthal. Chapter 85, Departure, Speed, and Loopholes. The morning of their departure was utter chaos. A magical alarm clock shrieked, and the house stirred to life. Molly was in a frenzy, running around looking for spare socks and quills. Arthur, while helping Ginny carry her trunk through the garden, tripped over a stray chicken and nearly broke his neck. The rest of them were half-dressed and still bleary-eyed, with Aiden and Harry, both holding half-eaten pieces of toast, repeatedly bumping into each other on the crowded staircase. Ha, Aiden yawned, stretching languidly. Aunt, just let me sleep a little longer. I can just apparate to Hogsmeade later. His heterochromatic pupils were hazy, and his dazed expression made him look like a large, sleepy cat. No, Molly said firmly, flicking his forehead. You will go to school on the train like everyone else. Now, get moving. Thanks to Aiden's liberal use of the undetectable extension charm on their luggage, the family managed to arrive at King's Cross Station at 10:49. Come on, Percy, you and Aiden go first, Molly directed. Percy grabbed the still half-asleep Aiden and pulled him through the barrier between platforms 9 and 10. Molly then followed, dragging Arthur and Ginny with her, and the twins went in right after. Unfortunately, Harry and Ron, who were at the very back, ran full tilt into the solid brick wall. The crash of their trolleys attracted confused stares from nearby muggles. Why can't we get through? Harry whispered, rubbing his shoulder. I don't know, Ron replied, equally bewildered. The station clock struck 11 with a loud chime. The Hogwarts Express had officially departed without them. What do we do? Harry asked desperately. Maybe we should wait next to the car. The car. Ron's eyes lit up. The two of them ran back to the car park. Fortunately, the vehicle was still under the influence of the bloodbound confusion charm Aiden had placed on it, and its subsequent flight through London went completely unnoticed by the muggles below. On the Hogwarts Express, Percy found an empty carriage and unceremoniously deposited Aiden inside. You can rest here, he said briskly. I have matters to discuss with the Ravenclaw prefect. Seeing that Aiden was barely conscious, Percy left without another word. In a daze, Aiden felt something tickling his nose. He slowly opened his eyes and saw a familiar, smiling face. Don't make trouble, Arcisi, he mumbled, his voice thick with sleep. Arcisi, who was holding a long quill, just smiled, her eyes crinkling at the corners. She gently helped Aiden lie down so that his head was resting on her lap, then softly covered his eyes with her palm, shielding them from the light. Sunlight streamed through the window, the gold and silver light weaving a beautiful, tranquil picture. The rhythmic clatter of the wheels on the track and the occasional distant whistle of the train filled the air with a peaceful harmony. Unfortunately, that peace was soon shattered. Aiden, do you have? Hermione burst into the carriage, then stopped short, stunned by the scene. She took 2 steps back, but the worry for her friends overcame her awkwardness, and she rushed in. Aiden, Ron, and Harry are gone, she said anxiously. I've searched every single carriage, and I can't find them anywhere. Finally shaking free from his drowsy state, Aiden's eyes shot open as he remembered his cousin and friend. Oh no, he groaned, slapping his forehead. Staying up late always causes problems. Just then, he felt the faint thrum of the runes he'd carved into the Ford Anglia approaching from outside. He looked out the window and saw the excited faces of Ron and Harry peering in from the flying car. Ron even raised his head proudly toward Hermione, a smug look on his face. Look, Hermione, his expression seemed to say. We're resourceful, aren't we? Even from 100 meters away and through a pane of glass, Aiden could feel the smugness radiating off Ron. Well, he thought with a sigh, those 2 unlucky fools are going to get what they deserve. Ron stepped on the accelerator, and the Ford Anglia shot past the Hogwarts Express, disappearing into the clouds. They. Hermione was so angry she couldn't even form a sentence. Think of the bright side, Hermione, Aiden said soothingly. At least they won't be late. After a few moments, Hermione managed to calm down and ran out of the carriage, presumably to report the incident to the prefects. Is it really okay to ignore them? Arcisi asked. Mr. Weasley might be held accountable by the Ministry of Magic. I wouldn't have expected Miss Greengrass to have such a firm grasp of the law, Aiden smiled. Arcisi gave him a light pat. Aiden dropped his playful expression. Then you have to admire my uncle, he said mysteriously. The loopholes he left are very well hidden. Even if this is exposed, they would be difficult to close. Tell me more, Arcisi said, leaning in with a gossipy look. Simply put, Aiden began, the law prohibits the abuse of Muggle items, which my uncle framed as a prohibition on wizard ownership. However, since the Hogwarts Express itself is a long-standing magical modification of a Muggle item, a supplementary clause was inserted allowing for the use of magically modified transport. He paused, taking a sip from a bottle of lemonade. Not only that, but the word ownership itself is a huge loophole. If you want to use a Muggle item, you can legally separate its ownership from its right to use via contract. That way, when facing ministry accountability, you can use the contract as evidence to prove you never actually possessed the Muggle item in question. Arcisi listened carefully, writing it all down. Aiden didn't think much of it at the time, but her notes would give him a big surprise in the future. Time passed with the steady rhythm of the train. Miles ahead, Ron and Harry, driving the flying car, arrived at Hogwarts first. The car, having been fully upgraded by Aiden and Arthur, should have been nearly indestructible. But Ron, high on adrenaline and eager to show off, couldn't help himself. "Welcome home," he said to Harry. "Watch this, I'll show you a real stunt." He stepped on the clutch, grabbed the gearshift, and prepared to show Harry a downshift brake. An accident was inevitable. When designing the car, Aiden had not considered that someone would be foolish enough to use the gearshift for braking. Therefore, every single gear was engraved with a powerful acceleration rune. Ron gently moved the gear lever, preparing for a handsome maneuver, but instead got much more than he bargained for. The Ford Anglia lurched forward with incredible speed, accelerating directly into the Whomping Willow. The violent impact snapped Ron's wand in two. The ancient tree, furious at the assault, began to whip the car with its powerful branches. The protective runes on the car's chassis flared to life, and the branches that struck it shattered on impact. Enraged, the Whomping Willow's entire canopy began to tremble. With a mighty heave of its trunk, it threw the Ford Anglia to the ground. "Oh no, my wand's broken," Ron cried, holding up the two halves of the Weasley family heirloom. "I didn't think things could get any worse." At that moment, the car's doors flew open, and both boys were violently ejected. All their luggage was then spat out of the trunk after them. The Ford Anglia started up on its own, revved its engine, and disappeared into the darkness of the Forbidden Forest. Sparkle's 300 gems equals one bonus chapter. Sparkle's 500 gems equals another bonus chapter. Get access to advanced chapters at my Patreon. patreon.com/meowthel. Chapter 86, Arrival and the Sorting. Moonlight spilled down like quiet water, and the stars in the night sky seemed to shine all the brighter against its soft glow. A gentle evening breeze brushed across their cheeks, bringing a welcome hint of coolness. On this beautiful, tranquil night, the Hogwarts Express slowly pulled into Hogsmeade Station. Arcisi, wearing an exquisite new wizarding robe, stepped down from the train. Her golden hair was as radiant as sunlight, falling smoothly to her shoulders and fluttering gently in the wind. Her honey-colored eyes sparkled with an intelligent warmth that made it impossible not to look at her twice. First years over here." Hagrid's booming voice called out, gathering the new students. "Okay, Aiden, I'm going to go gather with them," Arcisi said. "I'll see you in the common room later." Before Aiden could even say goodbye, she had run off to join the crowd. Aiden followed the path to a clearing near the station where a line of horseless carriages waited for the returning students. Except, they weren't horseless. Aiden, having witnessed death, could see the creatures that pulled them, Thestrals. These fascinating beasts had the heads of dragons, their bones stark and majestic. Their skeletal bodies were like those of great horses, but taller and stronger, possessing a strange, solemn beauty. Aiden gently stroked one's neck, and the creature affectionately nudged his hand in return. At that moment, Hermione and Neville walked over. "What are you touching, Aiden?" Hermione asked, looking at the empty space with curiosity. "I think they're Thestrals," Neville explained quietly. "My gran told me only people who have witnessed death can see them." The word death made Hermione frown, but she said nothing. From her and Neville's perspective, the carriage simply began to move on its own, rising smoothly into the air. The flight was steady, but for some reason, Aiden felt inexplicably uncomfortable riding in the strange carriage. Before long, the carriage landed smoothly before the great oak doors of Hogwarts. Passing through the entrance hall, which was piled high with student luggage, Aiden let Lotta out of her carrier. She had been cooped up on the train for far too long. In the Great Hall, students gathered in excited groups, chattering about their summer holidays. "Aiden," Ethan Diggory called out, waving him over. Aiden walked over and sat down next to his friends. "Oliver, have you settled in?" he asked casually, not wanting to press too hard and bring up painful memories. "Oh, yes," Oliver replied, his voice quiet. "Thank you for taking me in. Mr. Diggory has been very kind to me. You don't have to worry." After speaking, he fell silent again. Ethan frantically winked at Aiden, trying to ask what had happened. Edmund, who already knew the story, shot Ethan a look that told him to be quiet. In this strange, somber atmosphere, the four of them waited for the start-of-term feast to begin. As the doors of the Great Hall opened, Professor McGonagall led the nervous first-years in. "I've become a veteran without even realizing it," Aiden thought with a sigh, watching the new students. "Attention," Professor McGonagall announced, holding up a long scroll. "When I call your name, please come forward to be sorted. April Anderson. Hufflepuff. Arcisi Greengrass." Arcisi walked up to the stool and put on the hat. "Oh, another Greengrass," an old, raspy voice said from the hat. "Let's have a look, quite adventurous. How about we try Gryffindor?" "No, absolutely not," Arcisi whispered frantically. "My father would kill me." "All right then," the hat grumbled. "There's only one place for you. Slytherin." The Slytherin table erupted in applause. Arcisi ran over to sit next to Daphne, making a playful face at Aiden as she went. Aiden smiled back, tucking a stray strand of white hair behind his ear. For a moment, his simple, elegant gesture seemed to dazzle Arcisi, and she shyly lowered her head. "What's wrong?" Daphne asked, noticing her sister's strange behavior. "Ah, nothing," Arcisi said quickly. "I'm just so excited to be in Slytherin." "It's okay, take your time to adjust," Daphne said comfortingly. "You'll find this is the best house." The sorting continued. Luna Lovegood. Ravenclaw. Enthusiastic applause came from the Ravenclaw table. Aiden looked over, curious to see the girl who was the subject of so many whispered conversations. The moment his gaze fell upon her, he was hit by a blinding flash of light, not physical light, but the light of pure, unfiltered emotion and thought. From his perspective, she was a shining disco ball of chaotic, brilliant energy. "Hiss, such a high speed of thought transformation," he muttered. Luna came to the long table, and as she passed Aiden, she paused and asked in a dreamy voice, "Senior, were you just looking at my rack spurts?" "What spurts?" Aiden asked, playing dumb. He used his visionary ability to perfectly project an image of genuine confusion. "Oh, that's a shame," Luna said, and skipped away to her seat. This child has an incredibly high perception, Aiden thought, amazed. She can sense my observation even from this far away. Ding. It is speculated that this girl may be able to observe the sea of consciousness to a certain extent. And the host is also just a child. Do not pretend to be old. "Hey, system," Aiden shot back. "You're usually silent, but when you do speak, it's always to contradict me, isn't it?" Ding. Heh. With Colin Creevey being sorted into Gryffindor, the feast officially began. After the usual reading of the school rules, food appeared on the tables. Aiden, who had been hungry all day, didn't hesitate. The other Ravenclaws watched in awe as he put on a one-man show of draconic eating. Thanks to the improvements in his physical fitness, his body now showed some extraordinary tendencies. He chewed and swallowed chicken bones whole and devoured entire steaks in just 2 bites. Amazing. Fierce. He looks so cute, but he eats like a monster. Whispers broke out among the surrounding students. "Aiden, how long has it been since you last ate?" Edmund complained. "All day," Aiden replied, his mouth full. "Haven't eaten since this morning." "Didn't they sell snacks on the train?" Ethan asked. "No time," Aiden explained. "I stayed up late last night making props and overslept." After the main course, desserts appeared. "Burp, I'm full," Aiden announced with a satisfied burp, losing all interest in the puddings and tarts. Finally, Dumbledore stood up. "And now," he boomed, "let us all sing the Hogwarts school song. Everyone may use their favorite tune." Aiden's face broke into a brilliant smile that, combined with his delicate features, dazzled many of the students around him. He reached into his robe and produced a single, elegant monocle, which he placed over his right eye. This was the result of his late-night work, a monocle engraved with the runes Algiz, Gibo, and Ensuz. It could serve as an amplifier for his abilities, expanding their range, while also providing functions for recording, communication, and, most importantly, sensory deprivation. Just before the cacophony of mismatched tunes reached his ears, Aiden activated the monocle, successfully blocking his hearing. "Awesome," he thought with immense satisfaction. "I finally escaped a disaster. I started planning this last year, and all my hard work has paid off." When he saw that everyone around him had stopped singing, he removed the block. The feast had ended, and everyone began to slowly disperse. Just as Aiden was preparing to head back to his dormitory, Dumbledore's voice called out his name. "Sparkle's 300 gems equals 1 bonus chapter. Sparkle's 500 gems equals another bonus chapter. Get access to advanced chapters at my Patreon. patreon.com/meowthel. Chapter 87, Chapter 87, Penalties and Hearings. Dumbledore, followed by a stern-faced Professor McGonagall, led Aiden to Snape's office in the dungeons. "You were nearly seen by muggles." Snape's roar could be heard through the thick oak door. "Do you have any idea what the consequences would be if our world were exposed?" Aiden entered to see Snape towering over a miserable-looking Harry and Ron. "I assure you," Snape snarled, "if you were Slytherin students, you would be on the train home tonight." "I'm afraid they are not, Severus," Dumbledore said calmly, pushing the door fully open. "Professor McGonagall is, after all, in charge of Gryffindor." "Headmaster, these 2 children," Snape began to complain. "Professor," Aiden interrupted smoothly, "they violated school rules, certainly. But the car's performance was absolutely up to standard, and our world remains safe and sound, does it not?" "Ravenclaw will lose 10 points for interrupting a professor," Snape said instantly, his black eyes fixing on Aiden. Dumbledore and McGonagall had the grace to look embarrassed, but thankfully, the school year hadn't officially started yet. "And what are you doing here, Mr. Prewett?" Snape continued, his voice a low hiss. "Do you find my potions class too simple?" Ahem, Dumbledore interjected. That car was Mr. Prewett's creation. It now seems to be having a temper. We will require his assistance to bring it back. He spread his hands, indicating that only Aiden could handle the situation. Professor McGonagall, meanwhile, was looking at Aiden as if he were some kind of strange and dangerous creature. Snape stopped speaking, turned, and swept out of the office. Professor, are you going to expel us? Ron asked dejectedly. Not today, Mr. Weasley, she said, her lips pursed into a thin line. But she proceeded to give them a severe lecture, culminating in a full term of detention. Professor, Harry asked anxiously before they left, the term hadn't started yet when we drove the car. So, logically, Gryffindor shouldn't lose points because of us, right? Professor McGonagall gave him a stern look, but the corner of her mouth twitched slightly. All right, Mr. Prewett, Dumbledore said once they were gone. It's our turn. Professor McGonagall will accompany you into the Forbidden Forest to deal with that car. As for me, I have an urgent matter at the Ministry. He winked at Aiden and turned to leave. Let's go, Mr. Prewett, Professor McGonagall said, her serious expression back in place. But the moment they left the castle, her professionalism wavered. Mr. Prewett, she asked, her voice full of curiosity, may I ask how you managed to imbue that car with its own thoughts? Professor, Aiden replied, a little confused, can't you already give your transfigured creations independent thought? Yes, but the consciousness achieved through transfiguration is only temporary, she explained. Well, I'll explain it to you in detail when we catch the car, Aiden suggested. The two of them entered the dark forest, their discussion continuing. Inside a small clearing, the Ford Anglia was in a frenzy, violently ramming itself into a large tree. The Algi's rune carved on its body glowed faintly, its protective magic preventing the car from taking any damage. When the car saw Aiden appear, it stopped its frantic dashing and grew quiet. Aiden raised his right hand, and his long staff materialized. A fine wand, Aiden, Professor McGonagall praised. Thank you, Professor. Immobilis. With the release of the spell, the Ford Anglia froze in place. Professor, let me show you something. Aiden gently touched the car's body with his staff, and a shimmering image appeared on its surface, a memory of Arthur laughing and playing with his children. Those are Mr. Weasley's memories. Yes, Professor. In my research with my uncle, we found that when a memory is extracted, the original is not lost. So we stored happy memories in the car's body and infused it with magic to nurture it. Eventually, the car developed its own consciousness. So our thoughts are an accumulation of memories. Professor McGonagall fell into contemplation. Then Professor, Aiden asked, how is it possible to give creations thought during transfiguration? Ah, of course. We naturally mobilize the power of the mind during the process of transfiguration, she explained. Transfiguration is closer to the mind than any other magic. The ability to change freely is itself a reflection of the human mind's power. Indeed, Aiden said. Thank you for the lesson. All right, Professor McGonagall said, reinforcing the spell binding the car. Let's leave it here for now. Someone will come to collect it tomorrow. The two of them then left the Forbidden Forest. The next day, Dumbledore took Aiden to a familiar old place, the Wizengamot. This was both the Ministry of Magic's council and its court. Unlike the last time Aiden had been there, the ancient masters were not invited. The council was composed of ministry officials, and unfortunately for some, the incompetent Minister Fudge did not have the ability to control everyone. Cornelius Fudge sat in the center seat, surrounded by the council. Arthur was already seated in the middle, giving Aiden an awkward smile. Molly glared at them both from the audience, while Lucius Malfoy sat nearby, a smug smirk on his face. After Aiden took his seat, Fudge banged his gavel. All right, he began, we are gathered here today for the hearing regarding the misuse of Muggle artifacts by Mr. Arthur Weasley and Mr. Aiden Prewett. Dolores Umbridge, in a sickly sweet pink cardigan, handed Fudge a cup of water. Then, in a syrupy tone, she spoke. Well then, let the hearing begin. She turned her toad-like face to Arthur. First, Mr. Weasley, do you admit to misusing Muggle artifacts? She shot a cloying smile toward Lucius. I do not, Arthur said calmly. Have you forgotten that since the Hogwarts Express is also considered a Muggle artifact, we excluded magically modified Muggle vehicles from the list when the law was drafted? So, strictly speaking, my car is not a Muggle artifact. Oh. So that means you deliberately left a loophole in the legislation. Umbridge pressed. How could that be? I was only responsible for submitting the draft. Wasn't it the ministry itself that reviewed and approved it? I believe it even bears Minister Fudge's signature. Arthur had subtly dragged the minister into the line of fire. Ahem, Assistant Minister Umbridge, Fudge said quickly, his eyes darting away. Please do not mention irrelevant matters in court. Of course, Minister. Your will. Seeing that Arthur was a tougher nut to crack than she'd expected, Umbridge set her sights on Aiden. "Oh, look at this handsome little face. You must be the rising star of the wizarding world, Mr. Aiden Prewett." A hint of malice flashed in her eyes before being replaced by her sweet smile. But it was too late, a Sequence 6 hypnotist had already seen it. "Mr. Prewett," she purred, "there are rumors that you were also involved in the modification of this car. May I ask if you violated the ban on underage spellcasting?" "Of course not, madam," Aiden replied with a harmless expression, raising his wand. "If you don't believe me, you are welcome to check my wand. The maximum traceback period for the prior incantato is 3 months, is it not? Are you certain? If you lie, you will be severely punished, and I will personally apply to have the ministry seize the Prewett estate." TSK, this woman, Aiden thought, his patience wearing thin. He gave her a subtle, passing glance, and an invisible force brushed over her mind. "First, we will torture him thoroughly with instruments," Umbridge suddenly announced to the stunned courtroom, her voice still sickeningly sweet. "Then, we will seize his property. The Prewett assets, oh, how tempting." The chamber fell into a shocked silence as she exposed the darkness of her own heart. Aiden immediately put on a pitiful, terrified expression and, using his ability, amplified the sympathy of those around him. "Uncle," he cried, his voice trembling as he turned to Arthur. "I'm so scared. She wants to torture me and confiscate my home. Will I have to beg on the streets?" Arthur, catching on instantly, pulled the boy into a protective hug. "No, child, of course not," he said, his voice full of righteous indignation as he looked around at the council. "We will continue to raise you. We will protect you." A murmur went through the room. "Oh, that poor boy. There's no need to target an orphan like that. The Weasleys are already struggling, and Malfoy still won't let them be." In an instant, the tide of public opinion had turned. A reporter from the Daily Prophet furiously scribbled notes, capturing the entire scene. The council members began to shift uncomfortably in their seats. Sparkle's 300 gems equals 1 bonus chapter. Sparkle's 500 gems equals another bonus chapter. Get access to advanced chapters at my Patreon. patreon.com/meowthel. Chapter 88, Results and a Howler. Fudge, sensing the tide of the hearing turning against him, banged his gavel in a desperate attempt to regain control. "Now, Assistant Minister Umbridge," he said, forcing a chuckle. "You've been working far too hard lately. You must be exhausted. Why don't you let me take over from here?" He dismissed his fuming assistant and walked down from the dais, his large belly preceding him. "Mr. Weasley," he began, trying to fix Arthur with an intimidating stare. "Please do not beat around the bush. I ask you, was this car already modified when it came into your possession?" "No, Minister Fudge," Arthur replied calmly. Then, Fudge pounced, sensing a kill. "Can I assume that you did, at one point, possess a Muggle artifact? That from the time you acquired this car until the modifications were complete, you were illegally in possession of said artifact?" "Oh, of course not, Minister," Arthur said, reaching into his robes. "Please allow me to present this contract. It clearly states that I only paid a Muggle to rent this car. It never belonged to me." He raised his eyebrows triumphantly at Fudge, who was completely caught off guard. "Liar." Fudge roared, his face turning puce. "That's a fake. We wizards could forge 10,000 copies of that at any time. I demand that this contract be inspected." His plan was simple: once he had the contract, he would have a trainee accidentally destroy it. Aiden, unable to stomach the nauseating atmosphere any longer, decided to end the farce. A slow, dangerous smile curved his lips as he took out his monocle and placed it over his eye. A glint of light from the lens caught Fudge's gaze. The minister's eyes went glassy for a fraction of a second, and Aiden activated the monocle's recording function. The next moment, Fudge's innermost thoughts came spilling from his mouth. "Damn Weasley," he snarled, his voice his own but the words utterly involuntary. "Damn Prewett. Can't you just spit out the money obediently so I can be done with you?" Aiden's hand brushed over the frame, ending the recording. Fudge's confession was the final straw. The jury had turned completely against him. Seeing his chance, Aiden tugged at Arthur's sleeve. Arthur immediately understood and stepped forward. "Gentlemen of the council," he said, his voice ringing with conviction. "If you still possess a shred of justice, I ask you to give me a fair judgment." A roar went up from the council members. "Not guilty. Not guilty." Someone even took off his hat and threw it at Fudge, who could only flee the chamber in a panic. And just like that, the absurd hearing came to an end. That afternoon, Aiden, having just returned to school, trudged to his herbology class. Professor Sprout walked in, fuming. It took her a long moment to compose herself. "All right, class, let's not waste any more time," she said finally. "Today, I will be teaching you how to repot mandrakes." She began distributing thick, fluffy earmuffs to the students. I wonder who could have made the good-tempered Professor Sprout so angry, Ethan whispered. I think I know, Edmund leaned over and muttered. I heard from some of the older Slytherins that Lockhart went to help her treat the Whomping Willow this morning. Ahem. Aiden, who had been engrossed in the gossip, looked up to find Professor Sprout staring directly at him. His friends quickly lowered their heads and fell silent. After class, Aiden was on his way to the room of requirement when a shadow fell over him, blocking his path. Oliver. What's wrong? Aiden asked, a little surprised. Aiden, are you going to practice magic? Oliver asked, his voice quiet but intense. Can you take me with you? Of course. Let's go. The two of them went to the room of requirement together. So this is where you used to practice, Oliver said, looking around the vast, empty space. Seeing the once vibrant boy so silent and withdrawn filled Aiden with a complicated mix of emotions. So, Aiden began, you want to improve your combat skills? Yes. Oliver drew his wand and fired a spell. A jet of red light shot toward Aiden, who calmly summoned his long staff. A hexagonal crystal barrier appeared before him, and the spell dissipated harmlessly against it. Come on, Aiden. Oliver shouted, his voice raw. I want to see the real gap between us. As you wish. Aiden moved his staff, and 4 beams of pure energy flew out, cutting through the air and surrounding Oliver from all sides. Oliver managed to block one of them, but the other 3 struck him, knocking him to the ground. Seeing that he had no intention of getting up, Aiden walked over. Aiden, Oliver said, staring up at the stone ceiling. You mentioned the legendary resurrection stone. Ah, Aiden thought with a sigh. This is the knot in his heart. Are you sure you want to go looking for those things? Aiden asked, his voice serious. Yes, Oliver replied firmly. And what if the resurrection stone can't grant your wish? Will you follow your father's path? Absolutely not, Oliver said, his jaw tight. I will not use such despicable methods to achieve my goals. Okay, Aiden said, making a decision. I can tell you that according to my family's records, the last of the Peveril line integrated into the wizarding families of Britain. So the Deathly Hallows are most likely still circulating somewhere on this land. Thank you. Aiden shared a few more carefully selected pieces of information with Oliver, then turned and left the room of requirement. Ding. Is it truly right to give him false hope? People need to have goals in life, Aiden thought back, clenching the gem on his staff. Even if they're fake, at least they keep them from getting lost. Didn't you see his magic mutating in the deep realm? He took a deep breath. If one day, it really comes to the point where there's no other choice, then let me. Let you what? Edmund asked, stepping out from a nearby corner. Let me pay the compensation, Aiden said, smoothly changing the subject. You know I was summoned to a hearing. Minister Fudge threatened me to my face, wanted me to spit out my galleons. He paused. By the way, did you send out that recording I gave you? Of course, Edmund replied, looking around cautiously. That kind of stereoscopic imaging technology is a huge revolution. Are you sure you want to hand it over to my family to manage? I am, Aiden said. But if one day I need it, your family needs to help me with all its strength. I don't care, Edmund said with a casual wave of his hand. My old man has already agreed, so there's no problem. The two of them walked toward the Great Hall, where lunch was being served. Ron was sitting at the Gryffindor table, trying to mend his broken wand with spellotape. Didn't Aiden give you a ring wand? Harry asked. Why are you still using that? That thing requires special training, Ron said dejectedly. I haven't even read one of the books Aiden gave me. Suddenly, an owl flew in and crash-landed in a bowl full of cereal. It's Errol, Ron sighed, untying a scarlet letter from the owl's leg. Hey, look. Seamus Finnegan shouted, always eager for a bit of drama. Ron got a howler. Ron's hands trembled as he opened the letter. A giant, disembodied mouth appeared before him and began to scream. Stole the car. I wouldn't be surprised if they expelled you. If I catch you, you'll be in so much trouble. I suppose you never thought about how worried your father and I would be when we found the car gone. Molly's voice, amplified 100 times, howled through the hall. Plates and spoons rattled on the tables, and the sound bouncing off the stone walls was deafening. An utter disgrace to the family. Your father is facing an inquiry at work because of this, and it's all your fault. If you put another toe out of line, we'll bring you straight home. Ron looked like he was about to faint. A few students laughed, and soon the whole hall was buzzing with whispers. Hermione closed her copy of Voyages with Vampires and looked down at Ron with a stern expression. Well, I hope you didn't expect anything less, Ron. You. Don't say I deserved it, Ron mumbled, his face the color of a tomato. And just like that, the first day of school ended in Ron's deafening, humiliated silence. Sparkle's 300 gems equals 1 bonus chapter. Sparkle's 500 gems equals another bonus chapter. Get access to advanced chapters at my Patreon. patreon.com/meowthal. Chapter 89, Chapter 89, A Week of Disasters. The Daily Prophet was updated, and the three-dimensional projection technology from the hearing ensured that Minister Fudge's disgrace was spread far and wide. The Lestrange family, having received their benefits, amplified the scandal, using their influence to pepper the report with flowery, damning language that subtly painted Fudge's actions as a targeted attack against ancient wizarding families. As a result, many previously neutral families stopped watching from the sidelines and began to band together, shattering Fudge's plan to win over the purebloods. The minister was now deeply caught in a public opinion crisis, dealing a heavy blow to his already low approval rating and leaving him far too busy to bother anyone else. But the turmoil of the outside world could not affect life within the castle walls. "Let's just say, that man is a disaster," Professor Flitwick said, shaking a tiny fist as if punching an invisible, handsome face. "It seems you've also suffered greatly, Professor," Aiden said with a raised eyebrow. Professor Flitwick just shook his fist again. "All right, I didn't call you here for that today. I am planning to open the Dueling Association to the older students, and I wanted to get your opinion." "That's fine," Aiden agreed. "Letting wizards of different ages join will broaden the scope of exchange. But Professor, I have one request: students with poor character cannot be selected." He looked at Flitwick seriously. Of course. Professor Flitwick then held out his hand expectantly. "What's wrong?" Aiden asked, confused. "The invitation letters," Professor Flitwick said simply. "Don't you have them?" "I don't have enough," the charms master replied, rolling his eyes. "You need that many?" Aiden asked, surprised, as he took out a thick stack of invitations and handed them over. "Hee, you'll see at the next event," Professor Flitwick said mysteriously. As they entered their second year, the difficulty of Transfiguration class increased. By the time Aiden arrived, most of the empty seats were already taken. He scanned the room and saw that Edmund, Ethan, and Oliver hadn't saved him a spot. "Humph, you three brats," he thought, glaring at them. So, Aiden walked generously over to the Gryffindor section and squeezed in next to Ron. "Hey, Aiden," Ron hissed. "This is the seat I saved for Dean." "Oh, please, take pity on your unwanted younger brother, my dear brother," Aiden said, blinking his eyes and feigning a shy, pitiful expression. Harry, sitting nearby, burst out laughing. Just then, Dean Thomas walked in, saw there was no seat for him, and shot Ron a look that clearly said, "You are so dead. Why is it always me who gets hurt?" Ron thought miserably. Professor McGonagall strode into the classroom. "Welcome back to your second year. For today's lesson, we will be reviewing past knowledge." She produced a box of live beetles and instructed the students to transfigure them into buttons. Ron took out his wand, which was still held together with spellotape, and cast the spell. With a fizz and a pop, the beetle was not transfigured but rather crushed into a fine, grey dust. Aiden just stared. "Didn't I give you a new wand?" he whispered. I haven't read the book you gave me yet," Ron mumbled, his face turning red. "Ah," Aiden said, a smile spreading across his face that made Ron tremble. "When the Dueling Association starts its activities, I'll teach you personally. Be prepared, my dear brother." Professor McGonagall noticed their situation and walked over, looking down at the pile of beetle dust. "Mr. Weasley," she said with a sigh, "I suggest you acquire a new wand." She then vanished the remains with a flick of her own. After an entire summer holiday, most of the students' spellcasting skills had regressed, and many were unable to perform a complete transfiguration. Professor McGonagall was not angry, she simply assigned the class a 6-inch essay on the topic. Wednesday arrived quickly, and the second-year Ravenclaws finally had to face defense against the dark arts. Having already heard about the chaos Lockhart had caused on Monday, they had given up all hope for the class. As the lesson began, a flamboyant peacock of a man strode into the room with an elegant gait. "Hello there, young wizards," he said, pointing to a large poster of himself and winking. "I am Gilderoy Lockhart, Order of Merlin, 3rd class, honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League, and 5-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award. I will be bringing you an unparalleled defense against the dark arts education." He flashed his sparkling white teeth. "All right, for our first lesson, let's have a little quiz." Lockhart handed out the test papers. Aiden took one and read the first few questions. What is Gilderoy Lockhart's favorite color? What is Gilderoy Lockhart's secret ambition? What, in your opinion, is Gilderoy Lockhart's greatest achievement to date? The entire test, 3 full sheets of parchment, was filled with similar questions. Aiden rolled his eyes, used his psychological invisibility to become unnoticeable, and took out a different book to read. After the quiz, Lockhart collected the papers, looking very pleased. "Oh, not bad at all. There are still many of you who have read my books." He beamed. All right, now it's time for the practical portion. Come, let me show you a truly dangerous dark creature, a grindillo. He once again showed off his teeth. But don't you worry. We are on land, where a water dweller like this cannot exert much of its combat power. But Professor, Ethan, ever the diligent student, raised his hand. Isn't this a third-year topic? Third year, are you? Lockhart looked confused for a moment. Oh, ahem, I mean, learning future knowledge in advance is beneficial to your growth. So, let's begin. He dramatically whipped the dust cover off a cage, revealing a sickly green creature with small, pointed horns. It was making faces at the class and constantly extending and retracting its long, slender claws. Now, I'll teach you how to deal with it. Lockhart declared, throwing open the cage door. At that moment, a faint red light emanating from the creature caught Aiden's attention. That's killing intent, he realized with a jolt. This grindillo isn't fully dehydrated. It's conserving its strength. Lockhart was careless. Aiden started to raise his hand, but it was too late. The grindillo leaped from its cage and sank its teeth deep into Lockhart's thigh. Blood splattered across the floorboards. The entire class was stunned into silence for a second, and then Lockhart fainted dead away. Screams and chaos erupted. Quiet. Aiden's voice boomed, amplified by a touch of magic. He stood up and released a wave of pure deterrence. The panicked students froze in place. He then cast a quick, silent spell at the grindillo, and the creature was instantly overwhelmed by a wave of chaotic thoughts, fainting on the spot. Edmund, Ethan, go and inform Professor Flitwick, Aiden ordered calmly. Oliver, come with me and help me get Professor Lockhart to the hospital wing. He then turned to the rest of the silent, staring class. Everyone else, class is dismissed. Aiden's voice was like heavenly music. What child wouldn't want to leave class early? In an instant, the classroom was empty. Sparkle's 300 gems equals 1 bonus chapter. Sparkle's 500 gems equals another bonus chapter. Get access to advanced chapters at my Patreon. patreon.com/meowthel. Chapter 90, The Dueling Association, Year 2. Aiden and Oliver dragged the unconscious Lockhart all the way to the hospital wing. Madame Pomfrey took one look at him and tooted disapprovingly. Good heavens, what happened this time? Did he attempt to teach you a powerful dark curse? He was bitten by a grindillo, Aiden said with a shrug. What? She exclaimed, puzzled. Aren't those creatures aquatic? Did some naughty little wizard fish one out of the Black Lake? Perhaps, Aiden replied, nodding toward Lockhart, that naughty little wizard was him. Oh, for goodness sake, Madame Pomfrey sighed. All right, I'll inform the deputy headmistress. Off you go now, out, out. She shooed them away and got to work. Time passed, and soon it was Thursday evening. Aiden crawled into his bed, pulled the covers up to his chin, and prepared to travel to the dueling chamber. He closed his eyes, and his consciousness was instantly transported to the familiar, pure white space. The room was already crowded with students. Oh, Aiden, you've arrived. Professor Flitwick called out cheerfully. Yes, Professor, Aiden replied, looking around at the large gathering, noticing many familiar faces from different houses. So many people have joined. Of course. Professor Flitwick beamed. This shows my reputation is still quite useful. Just then, a man and a woman wearing green-trimmed robes stepped forward. Gemma Farley. Terence Higgs. They extended their hands, and Aiden shook each one in turn. I hope, Aiden said with a raised eyebrow, we won't have a repeat of our duel in the Slytherin common room. Of course not, they replied in unison. All right, children, gather around. Professor Flitwick clapped his hands, his voice echoing clearly in the mental space. Tonight, I will teach you one of the most important points in a duel, defense. He demonstrated a basic shield charm, but with his own masterful touch. Circles of silver light erupted from the tip of his wand, spinning and spreading to form an impenetrable, shimmering barrier. Do you see this halo? This is your first line of defense and the starting point of your counterattack. You must learn to find your opponent's weaknesses while protecting yourself. He looked at the students, a mischievous smile on his face. Now, I shall need a volunteer to assist me. He looked directly at Aiden and raised an eyebrow. It's a pity this isn't the real world, Aiden thought. Otherwise, I'd let the good professor experience what a magical Gatling gun feels like today. He was about to get up when the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding. My poor host, have you not realized that your staff can be brought into this space? Huh. Ding. You clearly used the long staff in the deep realm. The system is very disappointed in your lack of observation. But wasn't that because my physical body was present? Aiden asked, confused. Ding. Is your staff stored in your physical body? Do you not feel it? Aiden immediately scanned himself with his abilities and finally located the staff, hiding in the blind spot of his own consciousness. Wait, this thing has its own psychological invisibility. Ding. It is a creation of your blood and scales. Why is that strange? Aiden, what are you doing? Professor Flitwick's voice cut through his thoughts. Are you scared? He teased. This time, it was Aiden's turn to smirk. Professor, he said, are you ready? Come along, then. Flitwick struck a classic dueling pose. The long staff instantly appeared in Aiden's hand. 3 beams of pure energy shot toward Professor Flitwick at incredible speed. Crack! With a crisp sound that echoed through the white room, Professor Flitwick's defensive shield shattered. That's it, the professor said, staring in absolute shock. Yes, Professor, Aiden said proudly. This is what I mentioned in my letter. Using accelerated thought to construct runes and form powerful magic. You said there were 2 other types. Let me see them at once. Flitwick shouted, his academic excitement overriding his surprise. Aiden flew effortlessly into the air. Flitwick shot a spell at him, but a barrier made of multiple hexagonal crystals materialized and blocked it easily. Remarkable. Flitwick marveled. I thought your new magic was still just in the conceptual stage. So what are you going to do now? Publish another paper. No, Professor. I plan to promote these techniques in the school first. This kind of magic, so different from standard spellcasting, might be met with resistance. Aiden glanced at the other students. So, these 3 arts will be the exclusive benefit of our association. As the president, I have to offer something special to attract new members, don't I? He winked at the professor. A buzz of excitement went through the crowd. Amazing. I want to learn how to fly. I want the attack magic. That beam was so cool. Well then, Professor Flitwick joked, I will hand this class over to Professor Aiden. All right, everyone, Aiden began, drawing a huge Nothas rune in the air with his staff. For beginners, the first thing you need to master is this rune. Pay attention to maintaining your inner balance as you draw it. Nothas can help you tap into your inner strength. After the demonstration, he had the students begin practicing. Professor, could you please give them some guidance? After all, with Flitwick's decades of experience, a simple rune would be child's play for him. The professor readily agreed and began weaving his way through the students, offering advice. And now, Aiden said, walking toward Ron with a chillingly sweet smile, it's time for some extra practice, my dear brother. Wait, what are you doing? Don't come over here. Ron yelped, backing away. A thick fog suddenly rose, enveloping the area where the 2 of them stood. Pained screams could be heard from within from time to time. Before long, the mist cleared, revealing Ron lying flat on the ground, groaning. Your fundamentals are solid enough, Aiden said, patting him on the shoulder. Now, finish reading the book I gave you as soon as possible. Otherwise, I'll be writing a letter to my aunt. Finally, as the young wizards were all able to skillfully draw the rune, the time for the meeting was nearly up. Professor Flitwick dismissed the students, telling them to return at the same time next week. Ron's consciousness returned to the real world. He sat up in bed and saw Neville shivering under his covers. What's wrong, Neville? Ron asked, gently patting his friend's shaking form. Oh, it's you, Ron, Neville whispered, poking his head out carefully. It's really terrible. What's so scary? It's Harry, Neville explained, his eyes wide with fear. Every time you all fall asleep on Thursdays, he starts talking in his sleep. He gestures wildly and speaks in this strange, hoarse voice, saying things I don't understand. Oh, that, Ron said with a casual wave of his hand. It's okay. We just used magic to go to a dueling association meeting. I guess Harry's just dueling with someone in his sleep. He didn't think much of it, but his simple explanation seemed to comfort his friend. Oh, I see. Neville, reassured, lay back down and quickly fell asleep. Sparkle's 300 gems equals 1 bonus chapter. Sparkle's 500 gems equals another bonus chapter. Get access to advanced chapters at my Patreon. patreon.com/meowthal. Chapter 91, Bullying, Training, and Photographs. Time flew by, and one afternoon, Aiden was on his way to the room of requirement as usual. As he stepped onto the 8th floor corridor, he saw a familiar figure sitting on a windowsill, looking out at the bright blue sky. Aiden could clearly read a faint aura of sadness clinging to her. Arcisi, what's wrong? He asked, walking over. You seem very sad. Oh, Aiden, she said, managing a forced smile. It's nothing. I just wanted to look at the sky. Tell me what's bothering you, he insisted gently. Your expression is too obvious, your worries are written all over your face. He waved a hand in front of her eyes. Arcisi hugged her legs tightly and spoke, her voice small. It seems I don't get along very well with my roommates. The blue hue of melancholy around her intensified. They bullied you, Aiden stated simply. Hey. How did you know, she pouted, turning her head away. Are you reading my mind? So, why not tell me about them? Aiden took a book from his robes, transfigured it into a comfortable chair with a flick of his wand, and sat down beside her, his beautiful heterochromatic eyes fixed on her. Oh, it's just the usual things, she sighed. Pure-blood arrogance, looking down on everyone else. I was excluded because I spoke up for a half-blood wizard. And what do you think? Are you eager to join them now? Aiden asked with a small smile. How could I, she glared, her cheeks puffing out like a hamster hiding nuts. I was bullied by them before. How could I possibly bully others now? Good, Aiden said, standing up. Come with me. He led her to the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy being clubbed by trolls. Walking back and forth 3 times while concentrating, he summoned the hidden door to the room of requirement. Inside, the room had transformed into a huge, empty dueling hall. Wow, RCC exclaimed. I had no idea a place like this was hidden in the school. This is a secret room left by Rowena Ravenclaw, Aiden explained. If you think of the room you need, you can get here by walking back and forth 3 times outside the tapestry. As he spoke, he drew his black walnut wand and pointed it at her. Come on, my lady. Since you cannot integrate into Slytherin with your ideals, why not conquer it with your strength? RCC drew her own wand, a new fire in her eyes. I couldn't ask for more. She raised her wand. Densajo. A jet of light shot toward Aiden. Too slow. He took a single, casual step to the left, and the spell flew harmlessly past him. Densajo. 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 RCC continued to attack, but Aiden dodged each spell with ease. Why is it always that one spell? He asked, a little confused. Because it's the only one I know, she gasped, putting her hands on her hips and panting heavily. The continuous spellcasting had drained her energy. I didn't think that through, Aiden said, slapping his forehead. All right, I have a rough idea of your level now. He pulled a piece of parchment from his pocket and began to write on it with his wand. Let's see. The Compendium of Spell Theory, 101 Practical Combat Tips, the Standard Book of Spells, and so on. After finishing, he handed the long list to RCC, along with a thick book he pulled from his pocket. You have to finish reading all of these within a month, he said with a wink. If you can do it, I'll have a surprise for you. So many. In just 1 month. Are you serious? RCC stared at the list, dumbfounded. Of course, Aiden smiled. And each one requires a 1-inch review. I can't do it, she said, giving up completely. Just kill me now. Oh. So you're admitting that a little witch from the Greengrass family isn't as good as other little witches? Aiden used a bit of reverse psychology, subtly amplifying her competitive spirit with his power. Humph. Who said that? RCC snatched the book and the list from his hands. It's just a few books and some reviews. I'll write them. She clutched her new assignments and began her month-long journey of intense study. Aiden walked out of the room of requirement feeling refreshed. Hey, it feels so good to bully a newbie, he mused. No wonder some masters always like to go fishing in the low-level games. On the other side of the castle, Harry had recently acquired a new problem, a fan. That day, Harry was eating at the Gryffindor table as usual when a bright flash illuminated his face. Hi, Harry. I'm Colin Creevey. I'm in Gryffindor, too. A small, freckled boy was standing in front of him, holding an old-fashioned camera. Hi, nice to meet you, Harry replied. Oh, look, could you ask your friend to take a picture of us together? I want to send it to my dad. My family are all muggles, and I had no idea magic could do so many things until I came to Hogwarts. Ron took the camera, and Harry and Colin stood together. But as expected, an accident was about to happen. Oh, look what I've found, a booming voice declared. A young wizard wants a photo with a celebrity, but how could such an occasion be complete without me? Gilderoy Lockhart appeared, dressed in flamboyant robes and flashing his shiny teeth. I am, after all, the recipient of the Order of Merlin, 3rd class, an honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League, and a 5-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award. He gave Ron a wink, and Ron made a gagging face at Hermione. Oh, well, we must save time. I still have to reply to my fan mail later, Lockhart said, throwing his arms around Harry and Colin. The photo was taken just as Colin looked up in a daze. All right, let me give you an autograph. Lockhart took the photo and signed his enormous name right across it, completely obscuring Harry and Colin's faces. Oh, and by the way, Harry, he said conspiratorially. As someone who's been there, let me give you some advice, don't become famous too early. There will be plenty of opportunities to sign autographs when you're older. And with that, Lockhart and his gleaming teeth disappeared. Oh, what a waste, Colin said, looking dejectedly at the ruined photo. I've wasted a whole roll of film. It's okay, you can take another one, Hermione suggested. What's all this? Doing something interesting, a pleasant voice asked from behind them. Aiden. Ron recognized him at once. A Muggle camera. Aiden observed. How about trying one from the Wizarding World? The Wizarding World has cameras? Colin asked, his eyes wide with curiosity. Of course. Aiden took out a smooth, crystalline stone and handed it to him. Cool. Colin exclaimed. How do you use this thing? Ron asked. You should learn about it, Aiden said, pushing up his monocle. The Weasley family has a stake in this technology. He turned to Colin. Would you like me to take a photo of you and Harry? Yes, please. Aiden directed the two of them to stand still and pointed the crystal at them. A soft light flashed, and an image of the two boys appeared within the stone. Now, Aiden said, handing the crystal to Colin, try injecting a little magic into it. Colin did as he was told, and a fluorescent light projected into the air above the crystal. It was a perfect, three-dimensional image of him and Harry, and it could even move. Awesome. Colin exclaimed again, completely mesmerized. Sparkle's 300 gems equals one bonus chapter. Sparkle's 500 gems equals another bonus chapter. Get access to advanced chapters at my Patreon. patreon.com/meowthel. Chapter 92, An Offer and an Oath. After sending Colin on his way, Ron, full of questions, turned to Aiden. Aiden just glanced at him. All right, my uncle is involved in the development of that crystal stone. The profits will be split equally between the Weasley and Lestrange families. Why split it with the Lestranges? Ron asked, confused. And you're not taking a share? I exchanged my share for their family's promise of future support, as well as to cover the operating costs, Aiden said, rolling his eyes. Or would you prefer the Weasley family handle all the business logistics? He didn't wait for an answer, turning and leaving a still puzzled Ron behind. For the next month, Arcisi practically lived in the Hogwarts library, stubbornly working her way through the impossible reading list Aiden had given her. One afternoon, she found him in the corridor and slapped a thick stack of parchment reviews onto his chest. Aiden just gave her a sly smile. I didn't expect you to actually finish them all. Aiden Prewett, she grumbled, giving him a light punch on the arm. To be fair, Aiden said, holding up his hands in surrender, I based that plan on Ron's standards. He likes to slack off, so I usually give him a massive list for an entire term and just let him dawdle through it at his own pace. He spread his hands. All right, now that you've finished, you've accumulated a solid theoretical foundation for various charms. The next step is practical combat. He took out an invitation and handed it to her. What is this? She asked. An invitation to the Dueling Association, Aiden said mysteriously. The activities are held every Thursday. Remember to go to bed early that day. Before she could ask any more questions, he led her to the room of requirement. Now, show me your progress. The two of them took out their wands and faced each other. Arcisi made the first move. Petrificus Totalis. Protego, Aiden said calmly, deflecting the spell. Not bad. The power output and precision have both improved. There's more where that came from, she retorted, then threw out another charm. Stupefy. A jet of red light flew toward him. As Aiden raised his wand to block it, Arcisi flicked her own wand, and the spell curved sharply in midair, bypassing his intended shield. Unfortunately for her, Aiden could read her every thought. As Arcisi's face broke into a triumphant grin, a small, hexagonal crystal barrier materialized on Aiden's body, neatly absorbing the stun spell. Ah, what a pity, she said, a little disappointed. Even that didn't hit you. That was very good, Aiden said, walking over to her. You've made great progress. Humph, she pouted. A pity I couldn't give you a proper smackdown. Now, where's the gift you promised? She held out her hand expectantly. Aiden tapped his wand twice, turning it into two chairs, and gestured for her to sit. Not so fast. Let me ask you a question first. Arcisi, if I wanted to change this era, would you be willing to help me? His heterochromatic eyes deepened, a light flickering within them that made it difficult to look away. Oh, she replied, her own gaze unwavering. Then let me also ask you, are you asking Arcisi, or are you asking Arcisi Greengrass? Aiden already knew the answer. The corners of his mouth turned up in a genuine, handsome smile. Of course, I am asking the kind and brilliant Miss Arcisi. Humph. Then do you even need to ask? Are you planning to become the next Dark Lord, or a new White Lord? You're my savior, I will support you in any way I can. Come on, tell me your grand plan. Let's see how a weak little woman like me can help. She sat down gracefully, ready to listen. RCC, he began, ever since I was a child, my only goal has been to exhaust the mysteries of magic and explore the peaks of the mind. For me now, that is almost an inevitability. As long as I keep going, I will get there. Hearing his casual arrogance, RCC rolled her eyes. Aiden ignored her and continued. However, as I came into contact with more people and things, I began to reflect on the fact that the wizarding world seems to be drifting further and further away from ordinary people. We are all human beings, RCC. It's just that we wizards have special talents. But why should people with talent have to hide? So, you plan to follow Grindelwald's example and rule over the muggles? She raised an eyebrow. No, Aiden said, his expression serious. What I need is the coexistence of wizards and ordinary people. Oh. That is truly a remarkable ideal, she said. So tell me your path to coexistence. I don't have one yet. So you're just trying to trick me with an empty promise, she challenged, her voice rising. That's why I need to explore, he countered. I need to make many attempts, to seek a resonance that everyone can accept, from all different groups and perspectives. Using that as a foundation, I will provide a window for dialogue and communication between the two sides, then slowly expand that window, and finally achieve true integration. So, come and help me, RCC. He held out his hand to her. Why me? She asked, lowering her head. I mean, you obviously have more candidates. There's no need to choose a rich girl with no advantages. Because you think so, too, Aiden said, his eyes seeming to radiate light. I knew it from the first moment I saw you. Because you also agree that wizards can coexist with ordinary people, instead of being two hostile races. You are the first peer I have met who thinks about the state of our world, RCC. Come and help me. For the greater good. He held out his hand again. Aiden Prewett, are you a dark wizard? She asked, looking up. You actually used legilimency on me the first time we met. She raised her foot and kicked him playfully in the calf. There was a loud bang. Ouch, she cried, squatting down and clutching her own leg. So, will you join? Aiden smiled. Humph, RCC grumbled, but she stretched out her hand. Their hands clasped tightly together. In that moment, an organization hidden beneath the torrent of the times was established, and an unknown hypnotist was happy to see his role-playing progress increase. So, what's the plan? RCC asked, already thinking about logistics the moment she joined. Organization, outline, manpower, funding, territory. You truly are a Slytherin, Aiden said with a thumbs up. But that's not the first step. This is. He pulled a small glass bottle from his pocket. Here. Drink it. What is this? She asked, looking at him suspiciously. Are you trying to trick me into drinking something weird? Aiden just looked at her with a sincere, trusting expression. Ah, having a boss like you is really going to be tiring, she sighed. She took the bottle and downed its contents in one go. Crack. The glass bottle slipped from her fingers and shattered on the floor. RCC fell from her chair, a wave of agony enveloping her. Having never experienced such pain, she could only curl up on the ground, her body trembling. Aiden Prewett, she gasped, her thoughts so blurred she could barely form a coherent sentence. What is this? Finally, the transformation ended. RCC slowly climbed to her feet. The ability is already in your mind, isn't it? Aiden's voice seemed to reach her, his meaning instantly clear. This is truly amazing, she breathed. She tried to analyze his actions and micro-expressions, but found nothing. What you just took was a potion, Aiden explained, helping her back into her chair. From this day forward, you are a beyonder of the visionary pathway. Sequence 9, Spectator. He continued, you will have an outstanding spirit and keen powers of observation. You will be able to observe the actors of society like a bystander. From their expressions, their gestures, their verbal tics, and their smallest actions, you can glimpse their true thoughts. You can then subtly influence and secretly guide them, allowing things to develop in the direction you desire. No wonder you could read my mind so easily, she murmured. I thought you were just a master of legilimency. And Lada, the sequence you mentioned, it refers to this, doesn't it? Of course. I am a beyonder as well. By the way, remember your acting rules, you are a spectator. Remain an observer, and do not empathize with the people in the play. That suits me well, she said, a flicker of her usual confidence returning. After all, Slytherin is full of intrigue. And such childish struggles, are they truly worthy of a student of Slytherin? She put on an indifferent expression, but Aiden knew she was already using her new ability. All right, I'll go back first, Aiden said. Be careful. With your new ability, you might just thrive in Slytherin. He stood up and walked toward the door. There's one last thing, my dear boss, a voice came from behind him. What are we going to name our organization? The Twilight Hermit Society. Sparkle's 300 gems equals one bonus chapter. Sparkle's 500 gems equals another bonus chapter. Get access to advanced chapters at my Patreon. patreon.com/meowthel. Chapter 93, Insults and Brawls. After gaining her new abilities, Arcee's situation in Slytherin began to change drastically. She successfully gathered a small group of like-minded girls, forming a faction to stand against the house's bullies. Meanwhile, on the Gryffindor side, Ollivander was having a terrible week. He had been trying to drill his team on a set of new, secret tactics, but a little first year with a camera was constantly sneaking around, taking pictures. Today, he'd finally caught the little tail. "All right, speak up," Wood demanded, grabbing Colin Creevey by the collar. "Are you a spy sent by Slytherin?" What? How could I be?" Colin stammered, terrified. "I'm a Gryffindor. And I'm Harry's friend. I would never betray him." "Oh," Wood said, immediately letting go of the boy. A Gryffindor student. He suddenly wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. This little interlude, however, caused the Gryffindor team to be late for their practice on the Quidditch pitch. When they arrived, they found the Slytherin team already there. "Where do you think you're going, Flint?" Wood called out, seeing his old rival, Marcus Flint. "To practice, of course," Flint said with a lazy shrug. "I booked the pitch for today," Wood said, his voice tight with anger. "Oh, don't get excited," Flint sneered. "We just saw that the pitch was empty and no one was using it, so we went and got an application." He tossed a piece of parchment signed by Snape to Wood. As the two teams began to face off, a crowd of students started to gather, including a certain wizard with heterochromatic eyes who was enjoying the show from a distance. "You've got a new seeker?" Wood asked, noticing the new face. Draco Malfoy stepped out from the team, a smug look on his face. "Is that a Nimbus 2001? Ron asked in astonishment. "The whole team has them." "A gift from Draco's father," Flint answered, a wicked smile spreading across his face. "You see, Weasley," Draco said proudly, "unlike your family, this amount of money is just pocket change for my father." "At least no one on the Gryffindor team had to buy their way in," Hermione retorted sharply. "They got on through pure talent." Malfoy's face twisted in fury. He strode forward until he was right in front of her. "No one asked your opinion, you filthy little mudblood. How dare you?" Ron's voice was a low growl. He moved to stand in front of Hermione, his hand closing over the ring Aiden had given him. A brilliant beam of white light erupted from the ring, slamming into Draco and sending him flying. "You actually used magic?" Flint roared, shocked, raising his wand at Ron. The other Slytherin players immediately did the same. The twins and the rest of the Gryffindor team rushed to Ron's side, their own wands raised in defiance. The next moment, Draco scrambled up from the ground, his wand in his hand. "Weasley, you'll pay for that," he shrieked, firing a spell that became the opening shot of the war. "Draco, don't." Flint tried to stop him, but it was too late. Seeing the Slytherins attack, the Gryffindors retaliated instantly. The air filled with jets of colored light as spells flew in every direction. In a brief lull, Draco turned to a burly senior Slytherin. "Help me teach that Weasley a lesson," he hissed. "I'll give you a pile of galleons. And you'll have the friendship of the Malfoy family." The older student, dazzled by the offer, raised his wand. "Diffindo," he yelled, sending a cutting curse straight at Ron's arm. Ron, who was caught up in recklessly firing beams of light from his ring, didn't notice the danger. Just as the spell was about to hit him, a figure appeared behind him. A barrier composed of multiple hexagonal crystals materialized, and the curse shattered against it. Aiden glanced at Ron, his expression unreadable. Ron's hair immediately stood on end. "Go back and practice more," Aiden said quietly. "No objections, right?" "No," Ron muttered, lowering his head. Aiden's sudden appearance brought the battle to a halt. "Aiden Prewett," Flint challenged, "this is between Gryffindor and Slytherin. What's a Ravenclaw doing interfering?" "Oh, my dear Flint, long time no see," Aiden replied, his voice dangerously calm. "But I hope you understand. This is a personal grudge now." He snapped his fingers. The very grass on the pitch twisted and grew, forming thick vines that shot up and wrapped around the student who had attacked Ron, hoisting him into the air. More vines grew, thick and broad, and began to whip the suspended student relentlessly. The field fell completely silent, the only sound the pained screams of the boy. "What is going on here?" Professor Snape's voice cut through the air as he strode onto the pitch. With a precise flick of his wand, he cast a severing charm that cut the vines, and the Slytherin student fell to the ground in a heap. "Aiden Prewett," Snape hissed, walking toward him. "It's you again." He reached out to grab Aiden by the collar. but the hand he extended was caught in an iron grip. Aiden's clear, heterochromatic eyes met Snape's, his vertical pupils glowing with a sharp, piercing light. It was like staring into the eyes of a predator. Faced with such an intense gaze, Snape instinctively looked away. "Professor," Aiden said, his voice low and steady, "we all have our bottom lines, do we not? Like a dragon, there are always some scales that cannot be touched." He looked around at the gathered students, and all who met his eyes quickly lowered their heads. Magic mixed with a draconic aura, creating an almost physical deterrent that seemed to subtly distort the air around him. "Professor, I consider myself an easygoing person," Aiden continued, his voice resonating with a huge pulse of mental energy that made several of the younger students faint. "But why do people insist on seeing the side of me that is not?" The atmosphere between them grew increasingly tense. "All right, that's enough. Calm down, you two," an old, powerful voice appeared. Gentle magic washed over the field, smoothing the distorted space and blowing away the immense mental pressure like a soft breeze. It was Dumbledore, with a panting, breathless Harry at his side. "All right, you two," Dumbledore said, his eyes grave. "Let's talk in my office. Mr. Flint, please take that young man to the hospital wing. Remember to inform Madame Pomfrey to prescribe plenty of calming drafts. He has suffered a severe mental shock." With that, Dumbledore took Aiden and Snape by the arm and disappeared from sight. "Cool," Ron said excitedly. "Did you see Aiden's magic just now? If it wasn't for someone showing off in a brawl, none of this would have happened," Hermione sniffed, rolling her eyes. "But Malfoy insulted you first," Ron cried, feeling wronged. "Come on," Harry suggested, catching his breath. "Let's go to Hagrid's." Inside Hagrid's hut, Hermione finally asked the question that had been bothering her. "What exactly did Malfoy call me?" "It's a foul word," Hagrid explained gently. "A real nasty insult for someone who's Muggle-born." "Oh," she whispered, her eyes welling up with tears. "How could he?" "Oh, there, Hagrid said, taking her small hand in his massive one and comforting her. "It's all nonsense, that is. Nowadays, nearly every wizard has some Muggle blood. And there hasn't been a single spell invented that Hermione Granger can't learn. Don't you ever forget that." Hagrid's simple, honest words comforted her, and through her tears, she gradually began to smile. Sparkle's 300 gems equals one bonus chapter. Sparkle's 500 gems equals another bonus chapter. Get access to advanced chapters at my Patreon. patreon.com/meowthel. Chapter 94, A Deal in the Dark. Inside Professor Dumbledore's office, he beckoned for Aiden and Snape to sit. "Oh, Aiden," the headmaster began, his eyes twinkling as he skillfully changed the subject, "after a summer apart, you seem to have invented something quite remarkable." "Yes, Professor," Aiden replied modestly. "A copy of the magic and the wand designs has been sent to you. Do you have any comments?" "Well," Dumbledore mused, "in terms of the magic itself, it would normally take an ordinary wizard a long period of accumulation to even knock on the door of the mind. As for the wands, that is a minor issue. Wizards who reach such a level rarely worry about the cost of a few galleons." He suddenly leaned forward, his old but still firm gaze fixed on Aiden. "But you have other methods, do you not?" "Yes, Professor," Aiden confirmed. "The intrinsic power of the Noth's rune, combined with the dueling association, allows a wizard to carve their own anchor into the distorted illusion. This bypasses the need for mental accumulation and allows them to access it ahead of schedule." "A fine method indeed," Dumbledore said with a smile. "Have you considered staying at Hogwarts to teach in the future? I could create a special course just for you." After a few more pleasantries, seeing that the tension between his two companions had dissipated, Dumbledore returned to the matter at hand. "So," he asked calmly, "what could have possibly caused a professor to nearly duel with a student on school grounds?" Snape complained first. "This boy flouts school rules and openly uses magic to attack his classmates. I suggest he be confined to my office for the entire school year." "Professor," Aiden said, leisurely taking a sip of tea, "we can all perform legilimency here, so let's not waste time with these empty theatrics. Do you need me to show you my memories?" "Humph," Snape grunted, crossing his arms over his chest. "Now, Severus," Dumbledore said gently, winking at Aiden from a corner Snape couldn't see. "We all know that young wizards are bound to get a little hot-headed, especially when it's for family. What we need to do now is quell this brawl as quickly as possible. Confining the initial ringleader should be enough. And what of our talented Mr. Prewett?" Snape sneered, glancing at Aiden. Let me think," Dumbledore said, stroking his long beard. "Let Mr. Prewett come to my office for detention and assist me with my affairs." Snape gave a final cold snort and swept out of the office. "Aiden, I apologize on your behalf for Severus," Dumbledore began. "You know, the Slytherins are more It's all right, Professor, I know, Aiden said, standing up. If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving. Leave. Go where? Dumbledore's eyes twinkled again. You still have to serve your detention here with me, do you not? Aiden just stared. So it starts today. And this isn't really detention at all, is it? You're just too lazy to deal with school matters yourself. Aiden rolled his eyes. Now, look at what you're saying, Dumbledore chuckled. I'm just letting you get familiar with school affairs. This old man would never harm you. By the time Aiden finished his detention and left the office, it was almost curfew. On the other side of the castle, Harry, Hermione, and Ron had been playing at Hagrid's and had completely forgotten the time. Hurry, Harry, it's almost curfew. Ron whispered, taking the lead as they dashed through the corridors. But it was too late, the curfew bell began to ring. Oh, this is terrible, Hermione said dejectedly. We're out after hours. It's okay, Harry shrugged. It's not the first time, anyway. Meow. Mrs. Norris's cry echoed from behind them, her red eyes glowing in the dark. Run! Harry shouted. The noise attracted the attention of Argus Filch, who came running. A tense chase scene began. Peeves. Go help them, a ghostly figure suddenly appeared. It was nearly headless Nick. Humph, all right, the poltergeist cackled. But you have to cover for me the next time I play a prank. Agreed, Sir Nick replied readily. Peeves swooped down, pelting Filch with water balloons. Silly Filch, come and catch me, he sang. You damned Peeves. Filch cursed, changing direction to chase after him. Oh, Sir Nick, thank you for your help, Hermione said gratefully. It's nothing, the ghost replied with a flourish. It's my duty to provide some insignificant assistance to the younger generation of Gryffindor. Oh, and by the way, might I invite you all to my Death Day party on Halloween? A glimmer of cunning appeared in Sir Nick's spectral eyes. His help, it seemed, was not without a price. Of course, we'll be there, Harry agreed, feeling that Sir Nick was a truly righteous ghost. Meanwhile, on the 6th floor, Aiden was walking through the corridor when he saw Filch chasing Peeves toward him. Frowning, he used his psychological invisibility to hide in the blind spot of their consciousness. He passed by them, unnoticed. Peeves, cackling madly, was evading Filch's grasp while throwing water balloons. As luck would have it, one stray water balloon sailed past its intended target and hit Aiden squarely. The magical splash of the prank item was enough to drag him out of his invisible state. The three of them, Aiden, Filch, and Peeves, froze. An awkward silence fell. Aha! Filch crowed, his eyes lighting up. Look what I've found. A little wizard wandering around at night. He immediately stepped forward to grab Aiden. Mr. Filch, Aiden explained calmly, I have just been released from detention in the headmaster's office. If you have any objections, you can take them up with him. Filch stared at him for a long moment, then, muttering curses under his breath, began to walk away. Suddenly, an owl flew in through a nearby window and dropped a letter. Filch was momentarily distracted, and the letter flew directly into Aiden's hands. Aiden's gossipy nature got the better of him, and he glanced at the envelope. It was an advertisement for a course called Quickspell. Oh, Aiden mused aloud. It seems even the wizarding world has training institutions that make money off remedial education. Give that to me. Filch snarled, snatching the letter. And don't you tell anyone, he threatened, staring at Aiden with pure malice. Aiden's eyes curved into beautiful crescents, his heterochromatic pupils dazzling in the dim light. So, Mr. Argus Filch, he said, his voice soft and low, you seem to be very keen on using magic. Aiden's words struck Filch's oldest and deepest wound. The caretaker became flustered, a mixture of anger and embarrassment on his face. Yes. So what if I am? What's wrong with wanting to use magic? Why was I born into this world, only to have the door to its wonders slammed in my face? Why? Filch's pained roar did not deter Aiden. He continued, his voice smooth and pleasant, like a devil tempting Adam with the forbidden fruit. Well then, why not let me study it? Study, what? Filch's eyes became a little unfocused. You. Sparkle's 300 gems equals 1 bonus chapter. Sparkle's 500 gems equals another bonus chapter. Get access to advanced chapters at my Patreon. patreon.com/meowthel. Chapter 95, Chapter 95, An Experiment with Filch. You want to study me? Filch's voice was shaky. You're a dark wizard. Of course not, Mr. Argus Filch, Aiden's voice was smooth and laced with temptation. I am just an ordinary student with a few unique talents. Don't you want to try the feeling of casting a spell, just like a real wizard? Filch stared into Aiden's eyes. The light emanating from the heterochromatic pupils seemed to want to devour him whole. Of course I do, he stammered. It's my lifelong dream. Please, as long as you can let me cast a spell, I am willing to give you everything. His mental defenses crumbled. The hypnosis took root. From that moment on, Aiden had gained a loyal subordinate. Then come to the tapestry of the trolls on the 8th floor on Saturday night, Aiden instructed. We will meet there. His figure seemed to fade into the air, leaving only his clear voice echoing in the empty corridor. The next day, Harry went to Lockhart's office for his usual detention. Harry, the professor beamed, showing off his sparkling teeth. Think about it. Is there anything better than helping me reply to my fan mail? You must remember, fame is not a reliable friend. Fame comes from the actions of the famous. Come to me. Suddenly, a hoarse, muffled voice whispered in Harry's mind. What? Harry asked aloud. What's wrong? Lockhart looked at him, confused. Oh, look at me, how careless. It's already been 4 hours. No wonder you're hearing things. Happy times always pass so quickly. That's enough for today. You go back and rest. He waved his hand, dismissing Harry. Harry left Lockhart's office, but as he walked down the corridor, he could still hear the faint, hissing sound. He followed it, turning a corner so quickly that he crashed right into Ron. Oh, watch where you're going, Harry. Ron complained, sitting on the floor and rubbing his head. Did you hear anything? Harry asked urgently. Hear what? Ron and Hermione, who had just caught up, asked in unison. A voice, Harry said, his eyes wide. It was shouting about killing someone. He started running again, chasing the sound. Finally, at the end of a long corridor, he saw a familiar figure with silver-white hair. Aiden. Harry called out. Aiden heard him and turned around. Oh, Harry. Are you here to watch the spiders move, too? He pointed to the floor. Following his finger, Harry saw a long, thick line of spiders marching purposefully toward a window, fleeing the castle. Ugh, that's disgusting, Ron shuddered. Why aren't you afraid of them? George and Fred used to scare you with spiders all the time when you were little. Aiden just smiled faintly. Perhaps I've learned to hide my fear. He turned his head away and walked off without another word. Don't you think Aiden has been acting a little weird lately? Ron asked, watching him go. Maybe it's just the pressure of his studies, Hermione suggested. Time, as always, flowed by like water. In the blink of an eye, Saturday had arrived. That night, Aiden went to the 8th floor as arranged. Oh, dear Mr. Prewett, Filch said, bowing deeply. I have been waiting for a long time. Let's go. Aiden paced before the tapestry 3 times, and the door to the room of requirement appeared. He led Filch inside. The room had transformed into a clean, sterile laboratory, filled with strange magical instruments and a single bed in the center. Lie down, Filch, Aiden ordered gently as he fiddled with the instruments. Don't be afraid. This is just a routine examination. Filch lay down nervously, his tension radiating from him in palpable waves. Tell me about your past, Mr. Filch, Aiden said, his pleasant voice imbued with the power of a hypnotist. Filch's vision began to blur. Sir, he began, his voice thick with emotion, as you know, I was born into a wizarding family. My parents had such high hopes for me. But as I grew up, they became more and more anxious, because I never showed any sign of magic. By the time I turned 11, everything beautiful in my life had been shattered. My family fell apart, and I was kicked out. Tears streamed from Filch's eyes. Fortunately, Dumbledore, who was just the Transfiguration professor back then, convinced the headmaster to let me become the castle caretaker. I've worked here ever since. Oh, that sounds like a past that is difficult to recall, Aiden said softly. I am sorry for making you remember such sad things. The instruments were now ready. Now then, let us begin. A silver light emanated from Aiden's hand as his long staff materialized. Magic flowed from him into the instruments, and the alchemical matrix he designed activated. Instantly, his vision split into 3 distinct perspectives. Let's see, he murmured to himself. The physical body seems similar enough to ours. His magic began to penetrate Filch's body, breaking through the boundary between reality and illusion and entering the realm of the mind. Oh, this is interesting. This is the first time I've observed the soul of an ordinary person from this perspective. Ding. Do not play around too much, lest you develop a host of messy dark arts. Ignoring the system's complaint, Aiden continued his observation. The soul structure of a non-magical person is different from ours. It's so strange. Ding. Perhaps the soul structure of a wizard is the truly strange one. After all, what normal creature's mind takes precedence over its soul? That makes sense. So the question is, how do I get him to cast a spell? Aiden stroked his chin, falling deep into thought. Mr. Prewett, Filch's voice, almost a plea, cut through his concentration. What are the results? Is there still hope for me? Wait a moment, Aiden said. Let me think. He took out a piece of parchment and began to scribble down equations and diagrams. System, come out and have a chat. Ding. Ask. The system already knew what sort of bad idea was brewing. I want to know, can I directly modify his soul? Ding. Are you insane? That is proper dark arts. And do you think creating magic that touches the soul comes without a price? Think about your future. If I can't modify the soul, then I propose a new hypothesis: enhance the mental power of an ordinary person until their mind is large enough to reach the threshold of controlling magic. Ding. There is a certain feasibility to this approach, but be absolutely certain you do not touch the soul. System, I've noticed you seem to care a great deal about the soul. Ding. Because the soul is the energy source of the distorted illusion. If that domain is privately tampered with by creatures not of this world, what do you think the result will be? Will I be attacked by the distorted illusion itself? Ding. You're not completely stupid. Aiden understood. He took out a notebook and carefully wrote down the conversation and his new theory. So, is the general plan to make ordinary creatures evolve into magical ones thus established? Ding. The feasibility is very low. But you can try. Sparkle's 300 gems equals 1 bonus chapter. Sparkle's 500 gems equals another bonus chapter. Get access to advanced chapters at my Patreon. patreon.com/meowthel. Chapter 96, Chapter 96, Petrification and a Dark Legend. Alright, Mr. Filch, Aiden said, his analysis complete. I have some preliminary findings. Mr. Filch swallowed nervously, awaiting his final judgment. I can offer you a potential path forward, Aiden continued, his gaze solemn, his heterochromatic eyes seeming to look straight into the old man's soul. But you will be the first of your kind. The success rate may be very low. But in Mr. Filch's eyes, Aiden's face was not that of a researcher but of an angel sent from heaven to save him from his suffering. Oh, Mr. Prewett, I am willing, he choked out, his eyes bloodshot with desperation. I am willing to give anything. All right, Aiden instructed. From now on, I need you to learn to meditate as much as possible. At the same time, you must try your best to keep your emotional state stable. Once I have developed a method that can enhance the mental priority of an ordinary person, we will begin the experiment. As you command, Mr. Filch bowed deeply. With that, Aiden and Mr. Filch left the room of requirement. Soon, Halloween arrived. Harry, Hermione, and Ron were invited to attend Sir Nick's 500th Death Day party. The dungeons were decorated in shades of black and grey, and the tables were laden with maggot-ridden, rotting food. Oh, this is truly awful, Ron exclaimed, looking at a platter of moldy haggis. Perhaps only this rotten food can allow the ghosts to have sensations, Hermione reasoned. Meanwhile, Aiden was attending the school's official Halloween feast in the Great Hall. This is truly the best Halloween feast ever. Edmund shouted over the noise. The tables were groaning under the weight of delicious food, and in the middle of the Great Hall, a large troop of enchanted skeletons was singing and dancing joyfully. Headmaster Dumbledore actually invited a skeleton dance troupe, Aiden marveled. Those who didn't come are probably regretting it immensely. He looked over at the empty seats at the Gryffindor table, raised a glass of iced lemonade, and drank it down. Finally, the feast concluded with the skeleton dance troupe taking a final, clattering bow, and the students began to happily leave the hall. Around a corner in a second-floor corridor, Harry, Ron, and Hermione stumbled upon a terrifying sight. Scrawled on the wall in what looked like blood were the words. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air, beware. It's blood, Ron whispered, his face pale. And look, Harry said, pointing. It's Mrs. Norris. He stepped forward and gently took down the stiff, petrified form of Filch's cat, which was hanging by its tail from a torch bracket. Just then, the students leaving the feast began to pour into the corridor. Everyone froze, staring at Harry holding the petrified cat. Colin Creevey instinctively raised his camera to take a picture of his idol, but Aiden, who had just arrived, quickly grabbed the camera and held it down. Enemies of the air, beware, Draco Malfoy sneered, his eyes fixed on Hermione. You'll be next, mudbloods. Aiden shot him a single, cold glance, and the Slytherins who had been snickering behind Malfoy were instantly silenced, as if choked. What are you all doing here? Move aside. Mr. Filch's voice rasped as he pushed his way through the crowd. Potter, what are you? He stopped short, his eyes falling on the stiff cat in Harry's hands. Mrs. Norris? No, who did this to you? His face crumpled, and then he looked up at Harry, his eyes red with fury. It was you. I'll make you pay for this. I'll kill you. He charged at Harry, his hands outstretched like claws. Mr. Filch, calm down, Aiden said, his voice imbued with a subtle, calming power. All right, Argus, let's find a quieter place, Dumbledore said, appearing suddenly. He quickly dismissed the surrounding students. Ah, I knew it. A shame I wasn't there, Gilderoy Lockhart announced, striding forward. How about we go to my office? The surrounding professors all shot him looks of pure contempt, but they followed him nonetheless. Ah, the petrification curse, Lockhart said, puffing out his chest once they were inside his office. Perhaps I happen to know how to reverse it. However, Dumbledore said softly, I still don't know how she was petrified. It was him. Potter. Filch shrieked, trying to lunge at Harry again. Tell me your opinion, Aiden, Dumbledore said, quietly diverting everyone's attention. This is a powerful piece of dark magic, Aiden said, his voice clear and analytical. He mixed a subtle hypnotic suggestion into his words, making them seem all the more convincing. And in my opinion, Mr. Potter's magical skill has not yet reached this level. Oh, I don't see it that way, Snape drawled, stepping out from the shadows. While we were all enjoying the feast, Mr. Potter and his friends were not present. He approached Harry slowly. Perhaps we should strip him of his status as a Quidditch player so he can have more time to reflect. Oh, you needn't worry about that, Head of House Snape, Professor McGonagall replied, deliberately emphasizing his title. All right, Argus, Dumbledore said, ending the argument. We will take care of Mrs. Norris. Pomona has planted a new batch of mandrakes, and once they mature, we can lift the petrification. The next day, rumors that Harry Potter had attacked Mrs. Norris grew wings and flew throughout the entire castle. That afternoon, during History of Magic, just as Professor Binns was closing his textbook, Hermione raised her hand. Professor, could you tell us about the Chamber of Secrets? The other students, who had been noisily packing their bags, quieted down, eager to hear the story. Oh, the Chamber of Secrets, the ghostly professor droned. A familiar term. It seems it was also opened 50 years ago. He looked around at the students, the light reflecting off his glasses and obscuring his eyes. He began to narrate, his low voice seeming to pierce through time itself. Hogwarts was founded by 4 of the greatest wizards of the age, Godric Gryffindor, Helga Hufflepuff, Rowena Ravenclaw, and Salazar Slytherin. 3 of the founders believed in accepting all students with magical ability, but Salazar Slytherin wished to be more selective. He believed that only those from pure wizarding families were worthy of learning magic. He could not convince the others, so he decided to leave the school. According to legend, before he left, he built a secret chamber within the castle. He sealed it, to be opened only when his true heir returned to the school. This heir would then be able to unleash the horror within and purge the school of all those whom Slytherin believed were unworthy to study magic. As Professor Binns said the last sentence, he suddenly gestured wildly and raised his voice to a ghostly shriek, startling all the students. "Ha!" he cackled, seeing their shocked faces. But of course, the Chamber of Secrets is just a legend. No one has ever truly found it. And with that, he laughed loudly and drifted out of the classroom, leaving a group of stunned students staring at each other. "This old man is quite interesting," a voice said from behind Harry and Ron, making them jump. "Oh, my dear brother," Ron complained, clutching his chest. "Did you know that scaring people like that can give them a heart attack?" "No, I just happened to be passing by the door," Aiden said innocently. "I felt like there was a story to be heard, so I slipped in. I clearly walked right in front of you and sat down openly." A certain hypnotist, who had used psychological invisibility, insisted that he had, in fact, walked in openly. End of chapter. Of my fanfics. www.patreon.com/meowful. Plus 300 power stones equals plus 1 bonus chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 97, a rogue bludger and a broken bone. The next day, Aiden was walking out of the library when he ran into Harry and Ron, who were rushing to the Quidditch pitch. "Aiden, are you coming to watch me play?" Harry invited enthusiastically. "We're playing against Slytherin today." "Forget it," Ron added quickly. "Aiden doesn't like Quidditch." "No," Aiden said, giving Ron a mysterious smile. "I plan to go and watch." Ron swallowed hard, a sudden feeling of dread washing over him. "You're not planning to take care of Harry, are you?" he asked cautiously. "What? Why would you think that?" Aiden asked, genuinely confused. "Because Harry is Gryffindor's best seeker," Ron reasoned, crossing his arms defensively. "Maybe you'd make a move for Ravenclaw's sake." "If I wanted to harm him," Aiden replied, rolling his eyes, "I could have just supported Professor Snape's point of view the other night. Why would I do it now?" He made a gun gesture with his fingers and playfully shot Ron. Harry, watching the two of them, was getting anxious. "Come on, let's hurry up, or I'm going to be late." They quickly arrived at the Quidditch pitch, and Harry went to the preparation area to wait. Aiden took the opportunity to hide himself in a blind spot of consciousness and began to wander through the stands. Aiden, let's go find a seat. Ron looked back and found that Aiden was gone, a look of utter confusion on his face. With a blast from the whistle, the Quidditch game began. It was an intense clash from the start. The Slytherin team had specifically chosen students with large, bulky builds, and when attacking, they would use their bodies to directly collide with the Gryffindor chasers. "Oh, look at these trolls!" Lee Jordan yelled angrily from the commentary box. "They only know how to use their bodies to hit people." "Watch out, Scarhead," Draco taunted as he flew past Harry. Just then, the golden snitch appeared, hovering to Harry's left. He immediately gave chase. Seeing Harry pursuing him, Draco panicked and began to flee, but in doing so, he also caught sight of the snitch. The desire for victory overcame his fear, and he turned to chase it as well. The snitch swooped upward, and Harry executed a perfect tail whip maneuver, dodging Draco and closing in on his prize. At the same time, in the shadows beneath the stands, a small hand snapped its fingers. A bludger on the field was suddenly taken over by a strange, powerful magic and began to rocket toward Harry like a guided missile. Ron took out his wand to try and knock the bludger down, but Hermione stopped him. The small hand went to snap its fingers a second time, but it was caught by a firm, fair hand. Dobby the house elf glanced back and saw a pair of gorgeous, heterochromatic eyes staring at him. "Hello, Mr. Dobby," Aiden said, a dangerous smile on his face. "We meet again." "A kind wizard," Dobby squeaked. He called Dobby Mr. "No. Bad Dobby, bad Dobby." He began to bang his head against a nearby stone pillar. "All right, stop," Aiden's voice was low and ethereal, the power of a hypnotist mixed into the sound. Dobby shuddered and froze. "I won't bother with the details," Aiden said, reaching out and grabbing the house elf. "Let me examine your mind." He didn't give Dobby a chance to resist. The hypnotist's ability began to work, his magic reaching into Dobby's mind. This is incredible, Aiden thought. What appeared before his mind's eye was a huge Tawaz, sacrifice rune and an Iwaz, companionship rune, deeply engraved into Dobby's very consciousness. Control. Aiden could clearly read the meaning conveyed by the runes. Isn't this just thought imprinting? The ancient wizards were truly playing on another level. Upon closer inspection, he could see that the runes were already somewhat damaged. He can actually use his own will to resist the runes carved into his mind. Aiden was genuinely surprised. Ding. Perhaps this is the greatness of free will. All living things yearn for freedom. That's a real shame, Aiden thought, his voice devoid of emotion. I admire his will, but I can't ignore his actions. He was not in a good mood. So, he used his own power to repair the broken, controlling runes. Dobby's lively, expressive eyes immediately began to dull. Sigh, Aiden let out a long breath as he watched Dobby disapparate. Ding. You could think of the good side. At least you learned the method of thought imprinting from Dobby. It might add another brick to your path to becoming a Dark Lord. You shut up. After dealing with Dobby, Aiden returned to the stands. Harry was still desperately trying to avoid the rogue bludger. During the chase, Draco was accidentally hit by it and sent flying from his broom. He fell directly toward the section where Aiden was standing. Seeing the unlucky boy plummeting headfirst, Aiden reached out and caught him steadily. After a dizzying spin, Draco felt himself being held firmly. This feels familiar, he thought. He looked up and, as expected, saw those beautiful, heterochromatic eyes looking down at him. You're quite the picky one, young man, Aiden said playfully. If you had fallen on anyone else from this height, they wouldn't have been able to handle it. Seeing that he was being held in Aiden's arm like a sack of potatoes, Draco began to struggle. On the high platform, Lucius Malfoy breathed a quiet sigh of relief when he saw his son had been caught. Finally, the game ended with Harry catching the golden snitch. He fell to the sand of the pitch, his face contorted in pain. The bludger, however, was still laughing maniacally as it attacked him. Seeing Harry suffering, Hermione's protective instincts took over. She pulled out her wand, and a powerful blasting curse shattered the bludger into 1,000 pieces. Lockhart, seeing his chance to perform, immediately rushed forward and helped Harry up. Aiden couldn't stop himself from rolling his eyes at his clumsy fumbling. Poor child, let me see, Lockhart announced. I know best how to treat broken bones. He took out his wand, pointed it at Harry's broken arm, and declared, Brachia Memento. A flash of light, and Harry's arm went completely limp, like a rubber hose. Hermione touched the boneless arm, tears of heartache and fury welling in her eyes. You quack, she shrieked. At that moment, for the sake of her dear friend, Lockhart's idol halo was completely shattered. She stared at him with a stern expression that was eerily reminiscent of Professor McGonagall. All right, we'd better get him to the hospital wing, Aiden said, stepping forward. He picked up Harry and carried him off the field. End of chapter. Of my fanfics. www.patreon.com/meowthal. Plus 300 power stones equals plus 1 bonus chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 98, A Night of Oaths and Revelations. Inside the hospital wing, Madame Pomfrey was administering a foul-smelling bone regrowing potion to Harry, grumbling as she worked. Which idiot took out his bones? Originally, I just needed to set them, but now he has to regrow the entire lot. Perhaps it was that mischievous young wizard from last time, Aiden joked from the doorway. All right, Mr. Prewett, that's enough from you. It's time for you to leave, Madame Pomfrey said, shooing him away. Aiden took out a worn notebook and handed it to her. Madam, this is the notebook I borrowed from you. It was of great help to me, and now I am returning it to its rightful owner. Madame Pomfrey took the notebook, her stern gaze softening considerably. Child, you are a talented wizard, she said quietly. Perhaps you should consider becoming a healer in the future. Thank you for your appreciation, madam, Aiden replied with a respectful bow. If the chance arises, I will. He then turned and exited the ward. Later that night, Harry lay alone in his bed, listening to the rustling sounds of the empty hospital wing. Kill. Kill him. The disembodied, hissing voice returned. Harry sat up quickly, his eyes darting around the dark room. Who's there? Hello. Ah. Harry recoiled, pressing himself against his headboard. A small figure flipped over and sat nimbly at the foot of his bed. Dobby. Harry Potter should have listened to Dobby, the house elf squeaked. You should have gone home when you missed the train. It was you. Harry glared at him. You almost got Ron and me expelled. Dobby is very sad about that, the elf said, his large eyes welling up with tears. And even sadder after making the bludger chase Harry. Dobby even had to iron his own hands. He held up his bandaged hands as proof. The bludger was you, too. Harry stood up, his anger boiling over. Are you trying to kill me? No, no. Dobby cried, retreating under Harry's furious questioning. Dobby is very grateful to Harry Potter. If it weren't for Harry Potter, other house elves would be living lives worse than pigs and dogs. Although Dobby's life is also worse than pigs and dogs now. His voice trailed off. Listen, Harry Potter cannot stay at Hogwarts. Something terrible is about to happen here. History is about to repeat itself. And Harry Potter must be extremely careful of Aiden Prewett. He gives Dobby a very terrifying feeling, like what the old tales of my people say about the one who once defeated. Dobby suddenly snapped his head around, his eyes wide with terror. A pair of heterochromatic eyes was staring intently at him from the deepest shadows of the room. Harry followed his gaze and fell back onto the bed in fear. Two sharp snaps echoed through the room simultaneously. Dobby, as if he had run into a steel wall, was knocked to the floor. How is that possible? He stammered, flustered. Dobby's magic should not be restricted by Hogwarts. The owner of the eyes walked out from the shadows. It was Aiden. You were able to escape my control again, Aiden said quietly, a strange, familiar feeling surging in his heart. Is there something special about you? He looked at Dobby, and something clicked into place. System, he thought, you knew about this all along, didn't you? Ding. The system hoped the host would discover it proactively. This will help the host further understand the nature of prophecy. The collective unconscious see, so the house elves yearning for freedom has formed a consensus. This is no longer something I can stop alone. In the real world, Dobby and Harry watched as Aiden fell into a moment of deep contemplation. He then sat on Harry's sickbed and, with a wave of his hand, used an Accio charm to pull Dobby over. Dobby, right. Aiden began. Although this might sound hypocritical, I must first apologize for what happened this afternoon. He took off his hat and placed it over his heart, revealing the pair of small, elegant dragon horns on his head. Cool. Harry exclaimed, his fear momentarily forgotten. Aiden, you actually grew horns. No wonder you've been wearing a hat lately. His good hand twitched, eager to touch them. I guarantee you, Aiden said without looking at him, if you extend your hand, it will suffer the same fate as its companion. His light threat was enough to make Harry stop. All right, Dobby, Aiden said, his expression turning serious. Let's talk about our problem. Dobby swallowed hard. Dobby has no problem, he shrieked. Fearing he would wake the entire castle, Aiden pulled the three of them into a conscious blind spot and cast a silencing charm around them. Harry. Dobby. Listen carefully. Your next decision will affect the future of two races. Please, both of you, listen quietly until I am finished. Okay, they both said, subdued. First, let's be clear about one thing. House elves were the losers in an ancient war between wizards and magical creatures. The ancient wizards, choosing not to exterminate a sentient race, used certain means to enslave the entire house elf species. I have no comment on the actions of our predecessors, but the current situation is that house elves are enslaved by wizards. Harry glanced furtively at Dobby, then listened intently. At the same time, Aiden continued, as living beings, they naturally possess an instinct to yearn for freedom. The collective will of a magical species can affect the sea of consciousness. When that yearning gathers in the sea of consciousness, it forms a prophecy. The most crucial thing is that a prophecy will constantly urge the magic of the world to make its contents a reality. And now, the first house elf to fulfill that prophecy has appeared. Aiden looked deeply at Dobby. Harry and the house elf both began to understand. So what do you mean by the future of two races? Harry asked. Will the house elves, upon regaining their freedom, seek revenge against the wizards who enslaved them? Or should we, as wizards, worry about the rise of a brand new, powerful race of magical beings? Aiden stared intently at Dobby, waiting for his answer. In the eyes of a hypnotist, all lies would be exposed. No. Dobby said, his eyes firm and honest. Dobby just wants to be free. Dobby doesn't want to enslave anyone. Harry, inspired by his conviction, was about to speak up for him, but Aiden held up a hand. Okay. Then I extend an invitation to you. Join my organization, abide by its rules, and help me avoid the outbreak of war. A hint of cunning appeared in his eyes. Okay. Dobby will join. The young house elf, lacking experience in dealing with cunning wizards, sold himself without a second thought. Good. Swear after me. A temporary organizational structure formed in Aiden's mind. Outsider not belonging to this world, great master of the sea of consciousness, grey-white dragon controlling minds, I swear to you that I am willing to abide by the oath, not to proactively provoke war, and to strive tirelessly to maintain peace among all magical creatures. As Dobby repeated the words, a strange, ethereal light appeared on the surface of their bodies before fading away. Oh, it's wonderful. Dobby can actually join a secret society with wizards. Dobby cheered excitedly. Aiden, what is this society? I want to join, too. Harry raised his hand eagerly. Ahem, Aiden coughed to cover his embarrassment as an image of a certain blonde-haired girl flashed through his mind. This branch is tentatively for magical creatures to join. The one you can participate in is still being prepared. Dear Mr. Prewett, no, leader, Dobby asked expectantly. Can Dobby know the name of our society? Aiden's eyes darted away. He pursed his lips and said, the Society for the Protection of Curly-Haired Baboons. Huh. Harry and Dobby asked in unison. End of chapter. Of my fanfics. www.patreon.com/meowful. Plus 300 power stones equals plus 1 bonus chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 99, The Chamber of Secrets. After Dobby completed his oath, Aiden completely erased the contract binding the house elf to the Malfoy family. You can even do that? Harry said, his voice full of surprise. In the realm of the mind, I am far beyond ordinary people, Aiden replied with a touch of modesty. All right, Dobby, here is your first task. You need to return to the Malfoy family, act as though nothing has changed, and provide us with information. Yes, sir, Dobby said with a deep bow and disappeared into the air. Harry watched them, a complicated expression on his face. For the first time, he felt truly powerless next to someone his own age. Just as he was about to ask something else, Aiden suddenly pushed him back onto the bed and pulled the blanket over him. A moment later, Aiden vanished into thin air just as a burst of noise came from outside the door. Two professors rushed in carrying a stiff, petrified body, with Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall following anxiously behind. The victim was Colin Creevey. He had clearly been on his way to visit Harry, as he still held a camera in one hand and a bunch of grapes in the other. I think he's been petrified, Pomfrey, Professor McGonagall said, helping to cover Colin with a blanket. Perhaps Mr. Creevey was about to take a picture of the attacker, Dumbledore mused. It's a good thing I went downstairs for a cup of hot chocolate, otherwise, I would never have found him. He took Colin's camera. As he touched it, a plume of thick, acrid smoke rose from the device. What's going on, Headmaster? Professor McGonagall asked, her voice full of worry. Perhaps, Dumbledore murmured, his gaze distant, we should tell everyone the truth. Hogwarts is no longer safe. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Hearing these words, Harry, hidden beneath his blankets, felt his expression grow even more solemn. After leaving the hospital wing, Dumbledore began to patrol the corridors, searching for any trace of the attacker. Perhaps you need the help of an old friend who is far away in the United States, Professor, a clear, youthful voice said from behind him. Dumbledore said, turning around and pushing up his half-moon glasses. Your skills are becoming more and more refined, Aiden. Well, the moonlight is just right, Aiden smiled. Shall we go for a walk together? An excellent student invites me for a stroll. How could I possibly refuse? Dumbledore replied with a gesture of invitation. Aiden led him all the way to the abandoned girls' restroom on the second floor. So, Dumbledore said, a glimmer of doubt in his eyes, you've brought an old man to wander around the girls' lavatory late at night. Perhaps you can only get the blessing of the master of this particular lavatory by coming at night, Aiden joked. He took out his wand, put it to his mouth like a trumpet, and blew hard while spinning it. Golden powder flew from the tip, blanketing the room. The dust coalesced, forming the giant, shimmering outline of a snake. It slowly crawled across the floor and slithered toward one of the drainpipes before disappearing. Seeing the revealed image, Dumbledore recognized the creature's path instantly. A wonderful spell, he said with a smile. 20 points to Ravenclaw. He seemed relieved to finally know what they were up against. That's Newt's spell, isn't it? It seems you have a deep friendship with him for him to teach you his specialty. I begged him for a long time, Aiden admitted. I never expected Mr. Scamander to be such a unique person, specifically improving his spells just to catch magical beasts. He watched the last of the golden dust sink into the drainpipe. All right, Professor. Now it's time to deal with it. Aiden swapped his short wand for his long, silver staff. Dumbledore said, his eyes twinkling. Now that we know what lies within the Chamber of Secrets, I have a plan. Aiden understood perfectly. The two of them exchanged a knowing smile. For some reason, Harry, far away in the hospital wing, felt a sudden chill run down his spine. Dumbledore summoned Fawkes, and in a brilliant flash of fire, the two of them appeared in the Chamber of Secrets. The chamber was vast and simple, decorated with stone pillars carved with coiling serpents. At the far end stood a colossal statue of Salazar Slytherin himself. Our founder Salazar certainly did a thorough job with security, Aiden commented, having spotted at least 20 alchemical traps on their way in. However, the old man still overlooked one thing. He never imagined one of his descendants would bring a phoenix to bypass them all. The mechanism that trapped the basilisk was violently dismantled by Dumbledore, and the enormous serpent crawled out from the mouth of its creator's statue. Does our old Slytherin founder have some strange hobbies? Aiden asked, getting goosebumps at the sight. Aiden, it is not good to criticize one's predecessors, Dumbledore said calmly as he waved his wand, levitating the entire basilisk into the air. Now, what should we do with this fellow? It truly gives an old man a headache. He said this while staring pointedly at Aiden. Seriously? Can you be a little more serious? Aiden sighed. Where did that powerful, reliable headmaster from when we first met go? Perhaps reality and ideals always drift further and further apart, Dumbledore blinked innocently. Ignoring his antics, Aiden turned his attention back to the task at hand. My suggestion is to complete the Iwaz rune. The creation of the basilisk itself is closely related to this rune. Herpo the Foul used his consciousness to weaken its power, leaving only the aspect of death and removing the cycle of life. It's a common problem among dark wizards, they purely pursue extreme destruction. Well then, this arduous task will be handed over to our master alchemist, Prewett. Dumbledore waved his hand and prepared to leave. Hey! Aiden said, putting his hands on his hips. Are you just going to dump this troublesome matter on me? Be careful, or I'll sue you for abusing child labor. Wizards have no laws protecting minors, Dumbledore's voice called from a distance as he vanished in another flash of flame. Left alone in the Chamber of Secrets, Aiden began his work. Well now, he said, looking directly into the basilisk's large, captivating eyes. Let's have a look. You're dead, the basilisk thought gleefully. But nothing happened. The deadly magic entered Aiden's body through his eyes and was instantly and completely digested. His body stiffened for a fraction of a second, then returned to normal. Aiden's heterochromatic eyes began to emanate a powerful draconic might, and the basilisk quickly lowered its head, not daring to meet his gaze. So you're a snake after all, Aiden mused, stroking his chin as his right hand continued to skin the creature. Dragon and snake, is there really a mystical connection? Just as he was about to take out his wand to modify the runes in the basilisk's mind, an idea flashed through his head. System, can I? Ding. Yes. Aiden began to work, completing the Iwaz rune on the basilisk's soul. He changed its fatal gaze into a petrifying one. At the same time, thanks to the rune's inherent connection to death and rebirth, any damage caused by the petrification would now slowly transform into healing magic, allowing its victims to achieve a state of drug-free self-recovery. Afterward, Aiden also carved the Iwaz companionship rune into the Great Serpent's mind. It's done, he said, a smug smile on his lips as he admired his work. No need for long-term enslavement. Temporary control is sufficient. He cleared his throat. Come, repeat after me, outsider not of this world, great master of the sea of consciousness, grey-white dragon who controls the mind. I swear to you that I am willing to abide by my oath, not to initiate a war, and to work tirelessly to maintain peace among all magical creatures. Hiss, hiss, hisses. As Aiden and the basilisk completed their oath, the power of the mind flowed through the great serpent's body, and its ancient, malevolent eyes became lively and intelligent for the first time in 1,000 years. End of chapter. Of my fanfics. www.patreon.com/meowthal. Plus 300 power stones equals plus 1 bonus chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 100, A Plan and an Oath. Harry, who was about to grow moldy in the hospital wing, was at last allowed to leave. As soon as he was discharged, he immediately found Ron and Hermione. Ron, Hermione, Colin has been petrified, Harry said anxiously. Perhaps we need to find out who the heir of Slytherin is, Hermione suggested, having apparently forgotten the disastrous lesson of the previous year. Malfoy, Ron said, a sudden realization dawning on him. It has to be him. He was shouting that word so loudly on Halloween. He snapped his fingers. Maybe Crabbe and Goyle know something. We can trick them into talking. But they're not that stupid, Hermione countered, frowning in thought. Maybe there are other ways, but I have to remind you, this would be very difficult and would violate at least 50 school rules. Maybe we can ask the almighty Aiden. Ron's mind began to churn again. So the trio began to search the castle for Aiden. Aiden, who had been busy all night, was hiding on the rooftop to catch up on his sleep. The sun was shining brightly, and a gentle breeze caressed his cheeks as if a playful fairy were offering him a gift. The quiet rooftop was the perfect place to sleep. If it weren't for being at school, Aiden would have even spread his wings to let his scales bask in the sun. But this peace was soon broken. With a bang, the door to the rooftop was thrown open. After some searching, the three of them had finally learned of Aiden's whereabouts from Oliver and rushed over. Because he sensed Ron's familiar mental fluctuations, the still drowsy Aiden didn't immediately leave. The trio burst onto the rooftop and saw a figure who looked like an elf, surrounded by the gentle breeze. Aiden. Hermione began, about to wake him, when she saw the silver-white dragon horns on his head. For a moment, the Gryffindor witch couldn't resist the impulse and reached out to touch one. Harry, seeing his chance, did the same. The silver-white horn was small and cute, and it felt cool and sharp to the touch. Realizing his horns were being touched, Aiden finally opened his eyes. His hazy, heterochromatic gaze was full of laziness. It's you three, he stretched. What's the matter? Aiden, your head. Hermione was still a little confused, having forgotten her original purpose for a moment. Oh, this, Aiden glanced casually at Ron. Let Ron explain it to you. Ron knew that look all too well, and the hair on his arms stood on end. Ahem, it's a Prewett family trait, he said quickly. You know, wizards always have some strange talents, right? Never mind that, we have something serious to ask Aiden, don't we? He hastily changed the subject, snapping Harry back to reality. Yes, Aiden, Harry said, his eyes full of pleading. We think Malfoy is the heir of Slytherin. We want to get information from Crabbe and Goyle, and Hermione said there's a difficult way to do it. Can you help us? That's right, Hermione added, clenching her fists as if she were about to throw a punch. We plan to use Polyjuice Potion to sneak into the Slytherin common room and get information from Malfoy. Then, we can prove he's the heir and get him expelled. A good idea, Aiden said, trying his best to suppress the amused smile that was forming on his lips. Tell me, what difficulties have you encountered? We don't have the recipe for Polyjuice Potion, Hermione explained, and we don't know where to get the restricted ingredients. Aiden reached into his pocket and took out a book, handing it to Hermione. Most Patenti potions, he said, a sly look in his eyes. You would have had to find this in the restricted section. As for the materials, you'll have to figure that out on your own. Look, Ron whispered to Harry. Aiden's pockets really do have everything. That would be wonderful, Harry murmured, falling into a strange fantasy. The three of them took the book and hurried away, leaving Aiden alone on the rooftop. It's really tiring being their savior, Professor, Aiden said to the empty air. Perhaps it is not just my savior you are, but the entire British wizarding world's, a voice replied. Dumbledore's figure slowly emerged from the air. That's a heavy enough burden, Aiden said, his eyes devoid of emotion, a self-control unique to those on the visionary pathway. Why put it on the children? And what about you, child? Dumbledore's eyes held a trace of heartache. Who has put such a burden on you? No one, Professor, Aiden said quietly. No one. Aiden said goodbye to Dumbledore and came down from the rooftop, only to run into Arcisi leading her group of sisters. Aiden just stared. Since gaining the abilities of a spectator, Arcisi had quickly woven an intelligence network within Hogwarts. With its help, Aiden could now obtain more in-depth information than even Dumbledore. After all, simple monitoring could not reveal the secrets hidden in people's hearts. Okay, girls, I have something to do, RCC said, dismissing her followers. Let's talk next time. A moment later, she walked over to Aiden. Oh, my dear Master Prewett, she teased, her face full of amusement. Have you finally remembered your poor, forgotten partner? All right, RCC, Aiden said, not indulging her mischief. I have something important to discuss with you. You asked me before how we could ensure the loyalty of new members joining our organization. He took out a note and handed it to her. Once you have selected a suitable member, have them recite this prayer. RCC took the note and carefully read its contents. Outsider who does not belong to this world, the great master of the sea of consciousness, the mind dragon who controls thought, I voluntarily join the Twilight Hermit Society, adhere to the truth, and strive unremittingly for the coexistence of wizards and ordinary people. As she recited the oath, a grand, powerful force swept over her, and she could feel herself being marked by an unspeakable, powerful entity. What was that? RCC's voice trembled slightly. Aiden smiled, and for a moment he seemed almost illusory. The mind dragon. He changed the subject, releasing a wave of comfort to soothe her. Now, with this guarantee, you can begin to expand the number of people in the Twilight Hermit Society. Okay, she said, her composure returning. Do you have any requirements for the personnel? Let me think, Aiden said. Character, strength, and a genuine belief in our philosophy. Seems a bit picky, RCC frowned. You need to appreciate the risks we're taking, Aiden shrugged, his expression sobering. Recruiting anyone who sees this as a game isn't just foolish, it's murder. We'd be signing their death warrant, and likely our own. All right, she agreed. I'll look for suitable candidates. By the way, Aiden winked, the next Dueling Association event is about to begin. You can observe some of the people there and try to recruit them. Dueling Association event. Who? Where? RCC was about to ask, but when she looked up, Aiden had already vanished from her sight. Aiden Prewett, she gritted her teeth, her voice echoing down the empty corridor. End of chapter. Of my fanfics. www.patreon.com/meowful. Plus 300 power stones equals plus 1 bonus chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 101, Chapter 101, The Dueling Club Proposal. The quiet moments at Hogwarts never seemed to last long. On Tuesday, Aiden emerged from the room of requirement as usual, only to find a silver phoenix waiting for him outside the door. The Patronus's shimmering eyes seemed to reflect his own heterochromatic ones, and for a moment, they both fell silent. Then, the phoenix opened its beak, and instead of a clear, bird-like cry, an aged voice emerged. Aiden, if you would be so kind as to come to my office. Oh, and perhaps employ a bit of discretion upon your arrival. The password is sherbet lemon. With that, the Patronus dissipated, giving Aiden no chance to ask questions. He made his way to the stone gargoyle guarding the headmaster's office, spoke the password, and slipped into a conscious blind spot. He ascended the spiral staircase and entered the office, completely unseen. Inside, Gilderoy Lockhart was passionately expounding on the grand prospects of his newest idea. Aiden quietly walked to the sofa and sat down, sending a subtle pulse of his mental energy toward Dumbledore, who acknowledged his presence with a nearly imperceptible nod. And you see, Headmaster, Lockhart was saying, this world is full of danger, and our young wizards are simply too complacent. Their spellcasting level is hardly better than a Cornish pixie's. They need guidance. And perhaps the person who knows the most about dueling, me, should host a dueling club. He finished with a confident smile and a flash of his sparkling teeth. Dumbledore shot Aiden a look that screamed, help me. Aiden gave a subtle, encouraging nod, as if to say, you can handle this. Dumbledore's gaze became more urgent. Save me. Lockhart seemed to notice the headmaster's strange gaze and followed his line of sight to the sofa, but unfortunately, he saw nothing. Oh, what is it, Headmaster? He asked, confused. Snap. With a crisp snap of Aiden's fingers, Lockhart fell into a deep, instantaneous sleep. He swayed on his feet for a moment before tumbling down the short set of stairs, his handsome face making intimate contact with the stone floor. Humph, Aiden thought with a smirk. How dare he use the same adjective, handsome, as me? Ding. Yours is beautiful. Shut up. Oh, Aiden, Dumbledore said, though there was no distress in his voice. You were too harsh. Look at the poor boy, his head is swollen from the fall. Aiden walked over to the unconscious Lockhart and pulled a small, black notebook from his robes. Here, Aiden said, tossing it onto the desk. A souvenir from one of your most outstanding students. This is Tom's. Dumbledore murmured, carefully examining the diary. It seems we will need to find a way to destroy it. As he spoke, Aiden saw the old headmaster discreetly carve a few runes into the notebook's cover, which quickly merged with the dark magic of the object. "All right, stop playing," Aiden said, mercilessly exposing him. "My knowledge of alchemy came from you. You didn't really expect that little trick to fool me, did you? Besides, there are plenty of ways to destroy this thing. You can get the Sword of Gryffindor anytime you wish, can't you? And Fiendfire, don't tell me you haven't researched your old flame's signature spell." Aiden raised an eyebrow. Dumbledore dropped the pretense. "Don't be so harsh on an old man," he sighed. "And it's always good to give Harry a bit of exercise." Aiden burrowed into the sofa, curling up like a cat in its favorite nest. "All right, tell me, when did you realize there was something wrong with Lockhart?" "From the very beginning, Aiden," Dumbledore replied. "As the headmaster of this school, I have a few small privileges." "So, how do you plan to arrange the next challenge for your savior?" Aiden asked, propping his legs up on the coffee table. The casual gesture made the corner of Dumbledore's eye twitch. "I won't do anything," Dumbledore said, his half-moon eyes glinting. "On Tom's Horcrux, I have merely added a little guidance to make him focus his attention wholeheartedly on Harry and his friends." For a moment, he exuded an aura of pure, calculating coldness. "Huh. That's really too bad for them," Aiden commented, then stood up to leave. Dumbledore casually tossed the diary, and it flew back into Lockhart's robes. "Wait, Aiden," Dumbledore called out. "Is there something else?" Aiden turned his head, confused. "Ahem, well," Professor Dumbledore said awkwardly, pointing at the snoring figure on the floor. "Wake him up." Snap. Another snap of Aiden's fingers echoed through the office, and Lockhart woke from his deep sleep. "Ugh, I seem to have a bit of a headache," he groaned, holding his head. "And why can't I feel my face?" "I believe you must be exhausted, Professor Lockhart," Dumbledore said, his expression full of doubt. "So tired. Do you still have the energy to manage a dueling club?" "Oh, of course I have the energy, Headmaster. No one is more energetic than I am." "Perhaps. I still need an assistant." Lockhart's eyes darted around as he mentally reviewed the 4 heads of house. "Professor McGonagall. No, too skilled in transfiguration. Professor Flitwick. A dueling champion, definitely not. Professor Sprout. Bullying a lady would be most ungentlemanly. Ah, Snape. Perfect. A potions master who stays holed up in his dark dungeon all year. He must be weak and frail. He's the one." "Well, Headmaster," he announced, "there may be many students when the club opens. To ensure their safety, I hope to have Professor Snape serve as my assistant." In a corner where Lockhart couldn't see, the corner of Dumbledore's mouth twitched, threatening to break into a grin he was desperately trying to suppress. "Oh, of course you can. For the safety of the students," he said, then added, "Are you quite certain you want Severus to help you?" But Lockhart, having already completed his own flawless logical loop, didn't notice the subtle warning. "No problem, Headmaster. Just wait for my good news." He patted his chest proudly and walked out of the office. "Humph," a voice scoffed from a nearby portrait. As expected of the great Albus Dumbledore, always playing his games. It was Phineas Nigellus Black. The other portraits in the room immediately shushed him. Amidst the clamor of the former headmasters, Dumbledore took out the Elder Wand and tapped it in the air. A silver phoenix appeared. "Severus," Dumbledore said to the Patronus, "Gilderoy Lockhart is preparing to host a dueling club and may ask you to be his assistant. I hope you will watch over him and not let him teach the young wizards any unauthorized magic." The phoenix bowed its head and flew out of the office. Down in the dungeons, in Snape's private office, a silver phoenix flew in. Snape, receiving the message, showed a truly chilling smile. End of chapter. Of my fanfics. www.patreon.com/meowthal. Plus 300 power stones equals plus 1 bonus chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 102, The Dueling Club and Parseltongue. The quiet, peaceful days at Hogwarts always seemed to flee as mercilessly as fallen leaves in the wind. On Tuesday evening, the Great Hall had been cleared to make way for a long, golden dueling stage. Aiden arrived early, finding the vast hall still empty. After choosing a sturdy-looking beam high up in the rafters, he flew up, used a quick cleaning charm to clear the dust, and settled in. A dragon in human form had made the beam his perch. As time went by, students began to file into the hall, their excited chatter filling the space. Finally, at the appointed time, a foppish, flamboyant man strode in. "Everyone, gather round, gather round." Gilderoy Lockhart called out loudly. He dramatically threw off his cloak, tossing it into a crowd of adoring girls. Several of them instantly began fighting over it. In view of the dark events that have occurred these past few weeks, Lockhart announced, winking at the students and revealing his shiny teeth, Professor Dumbledore has specially authorized me to open this dueling club. Lockhart is amazing, isn't he? A boy next to Harry said excitedly. My name's Justin Finch-Fletchley, from Hufflepuff. The friendly boy held out his hand, and Harry shook it. Oh, hello, Harry began, but Justin interrupted him. I know who you are. You're Harry Potter. Even we wizards from Muggle families know all about you. On the stage, Lockhart, seeing that the atmosphere had been sufficiently stirred up, shouted, and now, let me introduce my assistant, Professor Snape. All eyes turned to see Snape striding into the hall, dressed in a formal, well-tailored dueling uniform. Oh, it seems Snape came prepared, Aiden thought, taking a sip from a glass of iced lemonade he'd conjured. He has bravely volunteered to give us a demonstration. Lockhart declared. Snape walked onto the dueling stage with steady, deliberate steps. As he walked, he suddenly glanced up at the rafters, and his eyes met Aiden's for a fraction of a second. Aiden was startled, thinking he'd been exposed, but Snape quickly looked away as if he'd seen nothing. I won't hurt you, my dear potions master, don't you be afraid, Lockhart said with a kind, condescending smile. Snape returned the smile, but his was a chilling, creepy thing. The two wizards walked to the center of the stage, raised their wands, and gave a formal dueling salute. Then they turned and walked to opposite ends of the platform. Snape deliberately waited for Lockhart to get into position before raising his wand. Expelliarmus, he said, his voice dripping with condescension. He deliberately slowed his casting, foregoing a silent spell. The powerful jet of red light slammed into Lockhart, sending his wand flying high into the air. The force of the spell blew him off his feet, and he landed heavily on the stage. The students erupted in laughter. An excellent idea, Professor Snape. Lockhart said, scrambling to his feet and chuckling. Obviously, if I hadn't wanted to clearly demonstrate the charm for the students, you wouldn't have even had a chance to hit me. He walked toward Snape. Perhaps we should first teach the students how to effectively resist malicious spells. This might be more effective, Professor. Snape just stared at Lockhart with the eyes of a dead man, and the words died in the vain man's throat. Oh, well, that's exactly what I was about to say. Lockhart awkwardly changed the subject. Now, let's choose two young wizards to demonstrate. You two, Potter and Weasley. Professor, Snape interjected smoothly. Weasley's wand is a menace. It is hardly suitable for this duel. Perhaps they need more evenly matched opponents. What do you think? After speaking, he shot another glare up at the rafters. He had definitely spotted Aiden. This puzzled Aiden, who couldn't figure out how he'd been exposed. But in fact, a careful observer would have noticed a single, conspicuously clean patch on the otherwise ancient and dusty beam. Now then, Snape continued, turning sharply and pointing at Draco. Please allow my own Slytherin student to participate. Draco, if you would. Draco climbed onto the dueling stage as instructed. The other students began to pair off as well. Harry and Draco walked to the center of the stage and, mimicking the professors, gave each other a dueling salute. Scared, Potter? Draco sneered. You wish, Malfoy, Harry shot back. No dark curses, Lockhart instructed. Only disarming. We don't want anyone to get hurt. Now, on the count of 3. 1, 2. Before he could finish, Draco took the lead. Tarantaligra. The charm hit Harry, and his legs began to twitch uncontrollably, as if dancing a mad jig. Snape showed a faint, knowing smile. Rictusempra. Harry countered with a tickling charm. It hit Draco square in the chest, and he burst out laughing. As he was laughing, he caught his godfather's murderous glare from the side of the stage. Draco immediately suppressed his laughter and cast another spell. Serpensortia. A long, black snake shot out from the tip of Draco's wand and slithered toward Harry. Stop. That's beyond the agreed-upon limits. Lockhart cried, rushing up and standing in front of Harry. Let me handle this. He tried to recall a banishing charm he'd recently read about. Alart Ascendare. The snake was thrown into the air, but instead of disappearing, it was instantly magnified dozens of times, transforming into a giant python. Oh, good job, Aiden, who was watching from his perch, exclaimed sarcastically. The enlarged snake, enraged, prepared to attack the students in the stands. Aiden released a wave of pure, draconic deterrence. Both serpents on the field, the snake and Snape, snapped their heads up toward the rafters, as if sensing a true dragon was coiled there. The moment the python's eyes met Aiden's, he cast a quick memory charm, planting the instruction not to harm anyone. The hypnotized snake shook its head, which Harry mistook for a signal to attack. He rushed forward, shielding Justin Finch-Fletchley behind him. Hiss, Sthee, Hate, Salith. In his desperation, Harry began speaking Parseltongue, trying to drive the giant snake away. But to the surrounding students, it looked like he was controlling it. The younger wizards began to scream in terror, and Snape looked at Harry with a complicated, unreadable expression. Hermione and Ron, realizing what was happening, quickly pulled Harry away, dragging him all the way back to the Gryffindor common room. "You're a Parselmouth!" Ron exclaimed. "Why didn't you tell us?" "I'm a what?" Harry asked, completely confused. "You can talk to snakes," Hermione said, glaring at him. "I know," Harry said, feeling that his friends were making a big fuss over nothing. "Wizards have lots of strange talents, don't they? Look at Aiden, he has horns." "But Parseltongue is generally considered the mark of a dark wizard," a calm voice said from behind them. Aiden stepped out of a conscious blind spot, startling the three of them. Salazar Slytherin himself was a famous Parselmouth. The story is quite well known. He raised an eyebrow at Harry. "Congratulations. In the eyes of everyone at Hogwarts, you are now the heir of Slytherin." End of chapter. Of my fanfics. www.patreon.com/meowthal. Plus 300 power stones equals plus 1 bonus chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 103, Chapter 103, A Desperate Plea and a Growing Army. Me. The heir of Slytherin? Harry asked, his voice full of disbelief. How could that be? That's just the way it is, Aiden said, patting him on the shoulder. Anyway, good luck to you, young man. And with that, he turned and walked out of the Gryffindor common room. He was walking down the corridor, preparing to return to his own dormitory to rest, when a large hand gripped his shoulder, attempting to slam him against the wall. The hand struggled for a long moment, unable to move him an inch. All right, Professor Snape, Aiden said without turning around. Just say what you want to say. Surely you don't need to pin someone against a wall to have a conversation, do you? Professor Snape's voice was a low, desperate rasp, his eyes bloodshot. What exactly is going on with him? Didn't you already know? Aiden replied calmly. Lockhart is just a piece of... Enough. Snape roared. You know who I'm talking about. He glared into Aiden's eyes, but the sharp, draconic light in them seemed to pierce his very mind, and the guilty man quickly averted his gaze. Did you sense something? Aiden asked, his eyes narrowing. That person, Snape whispered, he's also a Parselmouth. He rolled up his sleeve, revealing the faint but still present dark mark on his arm. You told me before about the secret to his immortality. I'm asking you now, that boy, is he one of them? His tone took a sharp turn, his voice filled with a desperate pleading, a hope for a negative answer. Yes, Aiden said, ruthlessly shattering that hope. He is. All the strength seemed to drain from Snape's body. In the end, he murmured, his voice hollow, I didn't protect anything. He turned and walked away, his shoulders slumped in dejection. Harry's nightmare began. In the days that followed, everywhere he went, students would point and whisper. Ernie Macmillan even started spreading rumors in Hufflepuff that Harry was the next Dark Lord, which, in a sense, wasn't entirely wrong. However, Aiden didn't have time to concern himself with Harry's minor troubles, because the second meeting of the Dueling Association was about to begin. On Thursday evening, Aiden went to bed early, and his mind traveled to the dueling room in the distorted illusion, following the anchor's call. Welcome, everyone. Professor Flitwick's cheerful voice echoed through the vast, white space. Today, we have even more new faces. The crowd was massive, far larger than the first meeting. Aiden looked around and saw the Weasley twins, Percy, Cho Chang, Cedric Diggory. All the famous wizards from the original story, he thought with a smirk. So, Professor Flitwick gossiped, sidling up to Aiden, how effective was the dueling club that Lockhart held. It was clear he knew Aiden had been observing on behalf of a certain headmaster. Terrible, Aiden complained. The only thing he did was show the students his unparalleled ability to fly backward. Oh, and he even tried to teach them hand-to-hand combat. Aiden, didn't you participate? Hermione asked, puzzled. How do you know so much? Humph, Aiden said, raising his head proudly. A well-kept secret. All right, children. Professor Flitwick clapped his hands, calling for attention. In order to deal with the potential dangers in the castle, I must teach you some defensive charms. He divided the students into groups, having the older students lead the younger ones in practicing basic spells like Lumos and the Stinging Jinx. Afterward, under Aiden's guidance, the new members began constructing the Nothas, rune in their minds. Arcisi completed the task almost instantly, a glittering floating around her as she shot Aiden a boastful look. Perhaps it's related to her having already stepped onto a sequence, Aiden thought, stroking his chin. Ding. It's innate. The level of control over one's own mental power is more related to raw talent. The amplification brought by a sequence still requires a foundation to build upon. So, it's like a base of 5 amplified by 200% versus a base of 1 amplified by 200%, right? Aiden raised an eyebrow. Doesn't that mean I'm a genius in the way of the mind? Ding. TSK. Next, Aiden gathered the students who had successfully constructed the rune. Professor Flitwick conjured a blackboard. Having studied them for a week, the charms master had thoroughly understood Aiden's 3 basic magics and was ready to teach. Now then, everyone, he began, you see, is the foundation for constructing these magical arrays. You need to fill this rune with a penetrating and destructive mental power. Follow me and do it once. Aiden, please keep an eye on things. Professor Flitwick began to guide the members through the first transformation of their mental power. Penetration, huh? Arcisi looked at the rune in her hand and completed the magic in an instant. However, her control was not yet up to par. The moment the magic gathered, it shot out from her hand in a wild beam of energy. Aiden, ever watchful, took out his long staff. A beam of his own shot out, catching up with Arcisi's and colliding with it in midair, cancelling both out. Oh, Miss Greengrass, do not be so impatient, Professor Flitwick advised gently. Yes, Professor, Arcisi said, lowering her head and admitting her mistake. Professor Flitwick's teaching level was, as expected, extremely high. By the end of his lesson, most of the young wizards had successfully completed the transformation of their mental power. All right, he continued, next is the second step, the convergence of magical power. He took out his wand and waved it in a graceful flower pattern. You see, magical power flows through the body, just as it does when we release it into the world. But you need to clearly feel how it passes through you. First, relax. Imagine yourself floating in a river, and carefully sense the direction of its flow. His gentle voice, combined with a subtle use of magic, had a powerful suggestive effect. Impressive, Professor, Aiden thought, chatting with the system. I've only used that trick in front of him a few times, and he's already reverse-engineered the principle. Ding. Individual named Phileas Flitwick. Race, half-goblin. Possesses powerful magic and extremely strong mind control abilities. Watching the head of Ravenclaw teach from a distance, a certain dragon began his journey of slacking off. Because the distorted illusion existed within the mind, it was far easier for Aiden to hide there. Professor Flitwick taught with all his heart. Finally, before the end of the meeting, the other young wizards were able to fire initial, tentative beams of light. However, there was still a long way to go before they could control them freely. As the event was about to come to a close, Aiden stood up and made an announcement. Everyone, the magic the association has shared with you cannot be leaked. There is a contract, so I hope you all remember that. At the same time, if you wish to use this magic in the real world, you will still need to go to Mr. Ollivander to have a special wand customized. A chorus of groans went through the crowd. Ah, we can't use it directly. That's so troublesome. I don't want to spend the money. Aiden just stared. It seems, he thought with a sigh, that worrying about them misusing this magic was completely unnecessary. And so, the second Dueling Association event for the new school year came to a close. End of chapter. Of my fanfics. www.patreon.com/meowthal. Plus 300 power stones equals plus 1 bonus chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 104, Chapter 104, A Heist and a Highlight. After some time, Hermione had finished reading Aiden's copy of Most Potenti Potions and now had a comprehensive and in-depth understanding of the Polyjuice Potion. Meanwhile, Harry was diligently playing the role of a vegetarian vampire in Lockhart's performative teaching class. After one particularly draining lesson, he dragged his tired body back toward the common room, only to be stopped by Hermione. Harry, look, she said, showing him the recipe. We still need bicorn horn and lacewing flies. I can't get those 2 materials. Wait, Ron said, a flash of inspiration on his face. I think I saw those 2 in Snape's private stores when I was in detention. So, how do we get them? Harry asked. Maybe, Ron said with a mysterious smile, we can create a little fun for him. That afternoon, Ron and Harry acquired a special item from the Weasley twins. Is this a firework? Hermione asked, looking at the dark, unassuming ball in her hand. Yep, Ron confirmed, laying out the plan. We'll create chaos in Snape's class, and you'll take the opportunity to sneak into his storeroom and steal the materials. During their next potions class, Goyle and Crabbe were carefully concocting a swelling solution. Ron accidentally dropped his spoon. As he bent down to pick it up, he took out the firework and, with a hard throw, sent the black ball flying in a perfect arc. It landed with a plop directly in Goyle and Crabbe's cauldron. With a deafening bang, the cauldron exploded. Professor Snape turned around just in time to be hit square in the face with a large wave of pink swelling solution. The surrounding students were also hit by the exploding potion and began to swell up alarmingly. Harry and Ron, having positioned themselves behind their cauldron, were not spared, but Hermione, who had ducked behind them, managed to escape the disaster. Taking advantage of the chaos as Snape rushed to treat the students, Hermione slipped into his private storage room and stole the needed ingredients. After class, Professor Snape was in his office grading homework when a knock came at the door. "Come in," he growled. A young wizard wearing a large, pointed hat walked in. A pair of different colored pupils was particularly striking in the dim, dungeon office. "Oh, Mr. Prewett is here to apologize for his unlucky relatives," Snape's voice was dripping with sarcasm. "No," Aiden replied coolly. "The headmaster just notified me to pay the fine." He took out a money bag and placed it on the desk. "Here. 20 galleons. Would you like to count it?" "Umph." Snape snorted coldly and swept the money into a drawer. "Well, if there's nothing else, I'll be going." Aiden was about to leave, but Snape stopped him. "That boy," Snape's voice was a low, intense hiss. "Are you training him like this just to send him to his death?" He stared at Aiden, his hand already gripping his wand beneath the desk. Aiden looked at the men before him. Although he was trying his best to use a clemency to shield his mind, Aiden, as a hypnotist, could still read the powerful, raw remorse radiating from him. The atmosphere in the room grew stiff. Aiden didn't know how to respond to the man's pain. "No," he said finally, his voice firm. His sharp eyes met Snape's, as piercing and direct as a physical blow. "This time, no one will die. I promise." Afterward, Aiden left Snape's office. Inside, the potions master stared at an old, faded photograph, his thoughts a mystery. In the second-floor girls' bathroom, Hermione, having successfully acquired the materials, began to brew the polyjuice potion. "Why are we brewing it here?" Harry asked, looking around the grimy, disused bathroom. "Because this is Moaning Myrtle's territory," Hermione explained while tossing ingredients into the cauldron. "Generally, no one ever comes in here." "Who's Myrtle?" Ron wondered. "Me," a ghostly figure suddenly flew out of a toilet stall. Who would remember Myrtle? Ugly, miserable, moping, moaning Myrtle. After this self-introduction, she let out a piercing shriek and flew back into the toilet with a splash. "She's a little sentimental," Hermione said with a shrug, "but it doesn't matter. We just need to borrow her bathroom for a month." "A month?" Harry exclaimed. "How many students will Malfoy have killed by then?" "I know," Hermione said grimly, "but this is the only way." Seeing that the potion was now brewing steadily, the three of them cleaned up their mess and left the bathroom. That night, on the 4th floor, Oliver finished his day of studying and prepared to return to the Ravenclaw common room. As he was walking alone down the corridor, a rubbing, slithering sound came from within the walls around him. Hiss, stee, hiss. The unique, chilling hiss of a great serpent echoed through the corridor, and Oliver instantly knew something was terribly wrong. He remembered Professor Flitwick's teachings from the dueling club, closed his eyes, and raised his wand high. Lumos Maxima. A brilliant, blinding light filled the entire corridor. The basilisk, stung by the sudden brightness, began to sway from side to side, crashing into a man in a black robe who had been lurking nearby. Hearing the commotion, Oliver turned and ran for his life. He fled down the corridor and all the way to the 2nd floor. As he rounded a corner, he collided with 3 other people. "Oh, you're Oliver, Aiden's roommate," Ron said, recognizing him. "What happened?" Harry asked, covering his nose, which had taken the brunt of the impact. "It's the monster from the Chamber of Secrets," Oliver panted. "Get ready to fight." The 4 of them drew their wands and prepared for battle. The glowing ring on Ron's hand was particularly eye-catching in the dim light. As the slithering sound grew closer, a huge snake's head protruded from a nearby pipe. The man in the black robe, following it, was clearly surprised to find so many people there and froze for a moment. "Hiss, saw, stee." He hissed at the snake. The basilisk immediately lunged, but not at the students. It lunged at him. He quickly turned and fled. Harry and the others fired spells at the retreating serpent, but the basilisk's hide was too thick, and their charms had little effect. "Let me do it," Ron shouted, waving his teammates out of the way. A beam of white light gathered in his hand. Zoltrak. The beam, wrapped in crackling black energy, shot out and slammed into the basilisk's body, melting a large chunk of its flesh and scales. The great snake roared in pain and quickly retreated back into the pipe. As the rubbing sound faded away, they knew the monster had escaped. The 4 of them collapsed to the floor, panting heavily. "Ha ha. I'm getting stronger," Ron said, holding up his ring and showing off to his friends. "That's Aiden's spell, right?" Oliver asked, looking at the ring with envy. "Did you get a custom wand?" "No," Ron said, rubbing his nose proudly. "Aiden gave it to me." "Oh, that's brilliant. I wonder if he accepts commissions," Oliver mused. Harry and Hermione looked at Ron's ring, a little tempted themselves. What is going on here? Professor McGonagall's stern voice came from behind them. Why aren't you in your dormitories? Do you know that it is past curfew and there is danger in the castle? She began to reprimand them. You, how dare you? I'm sorry, Professor, Oliver interrupted, but we just encountered the monster from the Chamber of Secrets. We passed by the air. Judging from his height, he's an adult man, and he was wearing a black robe. Oliver quickly explained all the information they had gathered. Looking at the devastated corridor, Professor McGonagall understood that they weren't lying. She immediately led them all to the hospital wing for examination. End of chapter. Of my fanfics. www.patreon.com/meowthal. Plus 300 power stones equals plus 1 bonus chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 105, Chapter 105, An Oath and a Promotion. The rumor that Harry Potter had single-handedly forced back the monster in the Chamber of Secrets spread throughout Hogwarts like wildfire. When Aiden came out of the room of requirement, Oliver was already waiting for him at the door. Aiden, there's something I wanted to ask you. It's about a wand, isn't it? Aiden interjected smoothly. Yes, Oliver said, his eyes full of urgency. I don't have much money right now, but I'm willing to sign a contract to work for you in the future to pay it back. No, mate, Aiden said, his beautiful heterochromatic eyes seeming to shine with a different kind of brilliance. Oliver felt himself becoming captivated by his gaze. I can help you customize a wand, but as a price, I hope you will join us. Okay, Oliver agreed, as if in a trance. Good, Aiden said. Then swear after me, outsider who does not belong to this world, great ruler of the Sea of Consciousness, grey-white dragon who controls the mind, I voluntarily join the Twilight Hermit Society, adhere to the truth, and strive to maintain peace. After the oath was completed, Oliver was officially a member. Aiden took a metal wand from his pocket and tossed it to him. That's it? Oliver asked, feeling a bit strange. Don't you need to measure my data? Or do some kind of wand chooses the wizard thing? I suspect there's a hidden meaning in your words, Aiden said, putting his hands together and feigning a cute expression. But, dear Oliver, we are roommates. I know your data like the back of my hand. Oliver swallowed hard. You haven't been secretly dissecting us at night, have you? How could I? Aiden's eyes curved into crescent moons. We are beloved friends, after all. After seeing Oliver off, Aiden went to the Great Hall. Inside, Ernie Macmillan was still vigorously telling anyone who would listen that the whole Chamber of Secrets affair was Harry's trick and that everyone should be careful not to become accomplices of the next Dark Lord. This guy is really keen on spreading rumors about Harry, Aiden thought, raising an eyebrow. He took out his monocle, put it on, and turned on the recording function, aiming it at Ernie. He planned to include the footage in a pensive stone when the truth was finally revealed, for the future reference of all Gryffindor students. Suddenly, a large face appeared in front of his lens. Aiden, when did you start wearing glasses? Ethan asked, a chicken leg dangling from his mouth. To allow me to see my life more clearly, Aiden replied, the corners of his mouth curling up. Oh, you sly dog, Edmund said, exposing him. Those are self-made glasses with a recording function. You wore them on the day of the hearing. Am I not recording life? Aiden blinked, then picked up a piece of roast meat from a nearby platter. Edmund and Ethan just smiled at each other and said nothing more. Aiden continued to record Ernie, who was still ranting at the Gryffindor table. Time passed quickly, and Christmas arrived in the blink of an eye. Snow began to fall, and the leaves of the Forbidden Forest were all gone, adding a stark, solemn beauty to Hogwarts. During the Christmas holiday, Aiden submitted a leave request to Professor Flitwick, preparing to go home. It was time. His role-playing as a normal student was coming to an end. Aiden apparat to Diagon Alley and went to J. Pippin's Potions, where the clerk, Vincent, was standing at the counter as usual. Hey, Vincent, Merry Christmas, Aiden waved. Oh, it's Aiden. Long time no see, Merry Christmas. Vincent showed a practiced, businesslike smile as his patron entered the shop. Come on, what are you buying today? An adult dragon's brain, a dragon's pituitary gland, none to blood, lizard spinal fluid, erumpent hide, whomping willow branches, belladonna, and dragon blood, Aiden rattled off the list. Well, not much different from last time, Vincent said, looking at the list and turning to gather the materials. Okay, that's everything. Can you check it? He placed the packed materials on the table. How much? Aiden raised an eyebrow. The experienced Vincent no longer dared to falsely inflate the price. Ahem, 42 galleons, he said quickly. See for yourself. I definitely didn't overcharge. Aiden paid the money happily, left Diagon Alley with the materials, and returned to the Prewett family's old house. That night, he took out the potion ingredients and began to extract their properties. System, assist. Ding. Heh. Material properties extracted and synthesized: mind dragon pituitary gland, black hunt great lizard spinal fluid, psychedelic belladonna fruit, adult mind dragon's brain, and mind dragon's blood. Aiden put the mind dragon's brain and blood into a glass bottle. Under the stimulation of his magic, the ingredients coalesced, forming the extraordinary characteristics of a dream walker. He added pure water, and a new potion was made. Ophelia, he summoned his messenger owl and tore a single feather from her tail. Ah. That hurts, you little monster, she shrieked before Aiden drove her out of the room. The last step, he thought. I need a powerful emotional anchor. He began to examine his memories but soon found that his past was too placid. From the moment he had advanced on the visionary pathway, his emotions had always remained stable, and he rarely experienced large fluctuations due to the outside world. Perhaps this is a hidden danger, buried because my path has been too smooth, Aiden mocked himself as he wandered through his memories. As he traced them back, he finally stopped in front of a single, shining scene. That is. Aiden's eyes became a little blurry. Ding. That is the scene of the host just arriving in this world. Experiencing the transformation of life and death, and the joy of regaining a new life. Does the host wish to watch it? Yes. Of course. Aiden plunged into the memory. He was returning from the cold silence of death to a bright, new world. He was breathing again. The pure, unadulterated joy of descending into the world once more surrounded him. In reality, Aiden drank the potion. The taste was peculiar, a little sour, a little sweet, a little bitter, a little psychedelic, and a little stimulating, like a wanton dream. In his confusion, he saw his previous self. His family and friends from his past life were sitting at a round dining table, and the only empty seat seemed to be reserved for him. They sent an invitation to him, but Aiden didn't go over. He just smiled and looked at them. Has my past life become nothing more than a play for me to watch, he thought. He waved gently to his family and said, goodbye. The next moment, the dream shattered. Aiden felt himself falling from the clouds, plummeting toward the earth. During the fall, he saw an endless, roiling sea, and in its depths, 6 different colored rays of light flickered ominously. With a loud thud, his head hit the ground. Aiden struggled to get up. Why do I have to fall to the ground every time I advance? He asked the system. Do you have any idea? Perhaps you have a deep connection with the floor. Wow, Aiden said with a disgusted expression. You didn't even say ding. How bland. Heh. End of chapter. Of my fanfics. www.patreon.com/meowful. Plus 300 power stones equals plus 1 bonus chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 106, Chapter 106, a promotion and a warning. After a few moments, Aiden reigned in his spirituality. Having become a dream walker, he could now glimpse the collective unconscious sea. From his perspective, his own dream was like a giant bubble growing from his personal island of consciousness. These bubbles were surrounded by a gray, ethereal haze, with the dreams of others faintly visible in the distance, each one connected to its own island. The outer edge of these islands was a layer of illusory seawater, the collective unconscious sea itself. Since it was already late and the people in the nearby village had fallen asleep, Aiden made his body ethereal and entered the dreamscape, shuttling through dream after dream. The dreams of ordinary people were bizarre and fantastical, and most would wake with no memory of what they had seen. However, in the morning, many would vaguely feel that their dreams the night before seemed to have been visited by a fairy. Having had his fun, Aiden returned to the Prewett family's old residence and, with a surge of magic, quickly locked onto Lotta's location. He found her curled up asleep, scooped her up, and held the purring cat in his arms. He stroked her head and took out a prepared potion. I've finished my advancement, he said with a mischievous smile. Now it's your turn. Lotta's eyes flew open. Are you going to persecute this poor kitty again? She protested playfully. Stop reading those messy books, Aiden said, tapping her lightly on the head. He fed her the potion, and as the wave of pain and confusion washed over her and then dissipated, Lotta successfully advanced. After her promotion, Lotta's fur became even smoother, and the leopard-like patterns on her body seemed to exude a mysterious charm. Have you completely turned into a magical creature? Aiden wondered aloud. Lotta, besides the potion's abilities, have you awakened any other new powers? Other abilities? Lotta tilted her head. I don't know. System, help me skin Lotta, Aiden said, raising the gemstone that hung around his neck. Heh. The system does not have that function. If it could, the system would have very much liked to roll its eyes at Aiden. Well, I suppose I'll just have to discover it slowly, Aiden said with a helpless sigh. He walked to a mirror and looked at his reflection, at the exquisite face that seemed to possess a pure and flawless beauty. Why do I feel like I'm getting better looking? Am I sure I'm not on some kind of beauty pathway? He chuckled wryly. Perhaps. With both Aiden and Lotta having completed their advancements, Aiden's Christmas holiday officially began. The next day, he got up early. Outside, heavy, goosefeather snow had turned the entire village of Bibbury into a winter wonderland. Aiden sent out his prepared gifts via Ophelia, who gave him a fierce glare before taking flight. With the rare holiday free time, Aiden decided to take a stroll around London. After some searching, he chose the Tower of London as his destination. He had heard that it housed the crown jewels and the royal armories, as well as legendary dungeons and towers from which one could admire the scenery of the River Thames. He put on a simple black down jacket, paired with dark blue jeans and clean white sneakers, exuding a clean and fresh aura. That outfit is very suitable for you, young Master Aiden, Sibby complimented. Haha, you still have the best taste. Aiden strolled through the streets of London, his dragon horns hidden by a confundus charm. His silver-white hair fluttered gently in the breeze, and his heterochromatic eyes were like two different gems inlaid in his face, one as deep as the midnight sky, the other as clear as the morning sun. He attracted many admiring glances from passers-by as he walked, a hot dog in one hand and a drink in the other, his modern vibe completely overshadowing the buttoned-up gentleman of England. The sights of the Tower of London didn't particularly attract him. After all, having lived in a castle for so long, visiting another one would always lead to comparisons. Hogwarts completely beats this place, he commented internally. But you're out here to play, the system retorted. Can't you just be a muggle for once? So, Aiden used his psychological invisibility to conceal himself, and the people around him simply ignored his presence. They are very powerful, aren't they? Muggles, I mean, a familiar voice said from behind him. Aiden turned, a big question mark appearing in his heart. Are you that free? Doesn't the Department of Mysteries need you? He asked, raising an eyebrow. It can't be said that way, the men replied. It's a rare thing to see a dragon on the streets of London. The visitor was the director of the Department of Mysteries. He was still wearing his unchanging platinum robes, but strangely, the people around him didn't seem to notice him at all. So, what brings the director here? Aiden asked. Actually, it's like this. In the previous Kingsport incident, we tracked down a mysterious organization. They seem to be fanatically worshipping those lingering fellows under the sea. The director put his hands together, made a heart shape, and looked at Aiden. At the same time, while investigating them, we also discovered the Prewett family's financial support. You suspect I'm involved with them? Aiden frowned. How could that be? The director laughed. I wouldn't be stupid enough to think that. If you were their behind-the-scenes financier, why would you personally go on stage and fight the Deep Realm King? He took out a bottle of cola from his sleeve and began to sip it through a straw. Wait, Aiden said, the pieces clicking into place. Most of the Prewett alchemy shops are run by goblins. You suspect? Yes, the director said, his eyes narrowing. I think their ambitions seem to be growing wildly like weeds again. So, you came to me too. Aiden looked at the director, trying to read his thoughts. Ah, you can't read me, the director said cheekily. Speaking of which, if you want to know the inside story so much, why don't you just join us? Aiden looked at the frivolous men in front of him and clenched his fists. Okay, I'll stop playing, the director said, his hippie smile vanishing, replaced by a serious expression. The dragon is going to be angry. If we find that the goblins have a problem, we may have to take direct action. I came to you today to let you know in advance, so as to avoid any conflict. All right, Aiden nodded. I will cooperate with you if necessary. Oh, right, there's one more thing, the director added. During our investigation, we found that this organization has a mole who has sneaked into Hogwarts. So please, be very careful. After saying that, he winked his left eye at Aiden and disappeared into the air like mist. After the director left, Aiden walked along the banks of the Thames, enjoying the river view in the setting sun. System, he thought, looking at the sunset that dyed the sky red, do you think Oliver's father might also be related to this organization? Are you going to tell him? This may create a vengeful ghost. But I can't hide it from him, can I? He has the right to know. I'll give him the choice and let him judge for himself what is right and what is wrong. With that, Aiden made up his mind. End of chapter. Of my fanfics. www.patreon.com/meowthal. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 107, Chapter 107, A Silent Gaze and a New Mandate. While Aiden was at home, busy with his promotion, the danger within the school did not stop. One day, Harry, unable to bear the constant, suspicious gazes of his classmates, walked out of the Hogwarts library and encountered Hagrid, who was holding a bundle of dead roosters. Hagrid, what are you doing? Harry asked. Hagrid held up a rooster by its feet. Dealing with these, he said grimly. This is the 5th one killed this term. Someone is killing them off, Harry said, the pieces clicking into place. We've seen the monster in the Chamber of Secrets, Hagrid. It's a basilisk. The crowing of a rooster is fatal to it. If we could set a trap. A brilliant idea, Harry, Hagrid sighed, but it's too late. The school's entire flock has already been killed off. All right, Harry said, dejected. I won't bother you anymore. Goodbye, Hagrid. He bid farewell to his friend and began the lonely walk back to the common room. Unfortunately, as he rounded a corner, he found Justin Finch-Fletchley and nearly headless Nick, both frozen in place, their bodies stiff and grey. Petrified. Harry rushed forward to check on them, but just then, Filch appeared from behind a suit of armor. Caught you, he rasped, his eyes gleaming with triumph. This time I'm going to make sure you can't stay in this school, Potter. Mark my words. He immediately turned and scurried away. A few moments later, he returned with Professor McGonagall. Professor, I swear I didn't do this, Harry pleaded, his eyes full of desperation. This is no longer something I can handle alone, Potter, Professor McGonagall said, her lips a thin, grim line. She pulled out her wand and conjured a stretcher. Ernie, she said to a nearby Hufflepuff, help me levitate Sir Nicholas to the hospital wing. Mr. Filch, you take Justin. After they had been taken away, Professor McGonagall turned to Harry. Come with me. She led him to the headmaster's office. Inside, the portraits of the former headmasters were dozing in their frames. While waiting, Harry saw the sorting hat on a nearby shelf. On impulse, he picked it up and placed it on his head. Ah, Harry Potter, the hat's raspy voice sounded in his mind. Hat, Harry thought, perhaps you didn't sort me into the right house. Yes, the hat replied. You were a particularly difficult case. But I still firmly believe that you would have achieved great things in Slytherin. After speaking, the hat fell silent. Next, Harry saw the perch where Fawkes usually sat. It was empty, save for a pile of smoldering ash. As he watched, a tiny, wrinkled head poked out, and the phoenix was reborn. Harry. Dumbledore's voice called from the top of the spiral staircase. Professor, your bird, Harry said anxiously. He was on fire. I couldn't help him. Oh, don't you worry about that, Harry, Dumbledore chuckled. That's Fawkes. He's a phoenix. He's looked dreadful for days, but it's nothing to worry about. Before Dumbledore's words had even landed, the newly reborn Fawkes let out an indignant chirp. Just then, the office door burst open, and an anxious Hagrid rushed in. Professor Dumbledore, I can testify for Harry. He didn't hurt anyone. Oh, don't worry, Hagrid, Dumbledore said, his eyes twinkling. No one has accused Harry of hurting anyone. Oh, right, well, Hagrid stammered, flustered. I'll go outside and wait for you. After Hagrid left, Dumbledore looked at Harry, his brilliant blue eyes peering through his half-moon spectacles, seeming to look straight into his very heart. Harry had always found the headmaster's gaze intense, but now he felt as though he had seen such sharp, piercing eyes somewhere before. Suddenly, an image of 2 different colored eyes flashed in his mind. As the memory surfaced, he felt a strange, invisible barrier form in his mind, and Dumbledore's gaze no longer felt so piercing. For a fraction of a second, it seemed to Harry that Dumbledore's blue eyes were no longer looking at him but at the heterochromatic eyes from his memory. There was a silent, unseen confrontation, and then the invisible presence awkwardly looked away. Dumbledore said, a thoughtful expression on his face. Is there anything else you need to tell me, Harry? No, Professor, Harry replied, and left the office. Inside, Dumbledore sat down at his desk. That child, he sighed to himself, he is becoming more and more formidable. Who, Harry Potter? Phineas Nigellus Black scoffed from his portrait. I don't see it. Is it Aiden Prewett? Headmaster Dippet asked. I think he's a good child. You think everyone is good, Black retorted. Wasn't Tom Riddle your favorite student back then? His comment drew the ire of the other portraits, and a cacophony of arguments broke out. I don't know how the boy did it, Dumbledore mused, recalling what he had just witnessed. He seems to have put a lock on Harry's mind. Albus, Headmaster Derwent advised kindly from his frame, have more faith in the young people. The future is theirs, after all. Afterward, the headmaster's office fell silent again. The next day, Harry was watching the snow fall in the courtyard. The Weasley twins passed by him, shouting for all to hear. Look. It's the heir of Slytherin. Be careful. He's an extremely evil wizard. Go away, George. Fred. Ron snapped, chasing his 2 older brothers away. Don't take it to heart, Harry, he said, returning. We know you're not the heir. We'll feel better in a few days, Hermione added, looking at Harry with concern. The polyjuice potion is almost finished brewing, and then we'll find out who the culprit is from Malfoy. Perhaps this time the culprit is our reliable defense against the dark arts professor again, Ron winked, trying to comfort his friend. That's impossible, Harry said with a weak smile. He's a Ravenclaw. The Christmas holiday was quickly over, and Aiden returned to Hogwarts. Wow, Aiden, Arcisi exclaimed when she saw him. I haven't seen you all holiday, and you seem even more captivating. That's not a word that's usually used for me, Aiden replied, looking helplessly at Arcisi, whose face was full of mischief. Lotta and I have both completed our promotions, he said calmly. What? How so fast? A cunning look flashed in Arcisi's eyes. Perhaps it's because his essence isn't human, a small, analytical voice thought in the back of her mind. That's why he's so fast. Because of my acting, I suppose, Aiden said, not giving her a chance to continue down that line of thought. What about you? How much longer do you need? By February, at the latest, she replied. Slytherin is a truly wonderful place, you know. Ever since I could analyze my housemates' thoughts from their every movement and expression. She spread her hands in an exaggerated gesture, the entire house has gone astray. The vast majority of them are only concerned with petty scheming and calculation, completely abandoning the importance of honor, ambition, and even self-preservation. Aren't there any commendable talents? Aiden asked. Yes, she said, crossing her arms, but most of them are not suitable for our organization. All right, you handle the personnel issues, Aiden said. There is one thing I need to tell you. I need you to keep an eye out for any students who seem particularly fanatical. He pushed up his monocle and, at the same time, took out an identical one from his pocket and handed it to Arcisi. Fanatical, she asked, taking the monocle and putting it on. Like us. Ahem, no, he clarified. I mean the kind of person who madly worships a certain god and often tries to recommend their god to others. All right then, she said. I'll gather information through those people later. And what's this for? She asked, pointing to the monocle on her eye. From now on, this will be our organization's token, he explained. It also has communication and recording functions. Let me show you. His finger slid lightly across the frame as he input a message, selected Arcisi as the recipient, and sent it. Small, glowing text began to appear on the inside of her lens. Cool, she breathed. She mimicked his actions and sent him a message in return. This thing is amazing. If we sold them, we could earn a fortune in galleons. Her eyes practically turned into the shape of the gold coins. Not wishing to indulge the money-loving young lady's fantasy any further, Aiden simply turned and left. End of chapter. Of my fanfics. www.patreon.com/meowthal. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 108, Chapter 108, The Alchemical Weaver. Wednesday, after another decent drama lesson from Lockhart, Aiden decided to start a new project to change his mood. Under his training, Oliver had become a qualified assistant, or, more accurately, a toolman, able to participate in Aiden's research and development and even carry out some small projects on his own. That afternoon, Aiden took Oliver to the room of requirement. I feel like this place has become your personal territory, Aiden, Oliver joked. It's better than having my own territory burned down, Aiden replied with a nonsensical remark that Oliver chose to ignore. The two of them arrived at the laboratory the room had prepared for them. So, Oliver asked, what did you suddenly call me here for? I had an idea, Aiden said, scratching his head. Oh, what kind of wild experiment is it this time? Oliver sighed, already beginning to list Aiden's past transgressions. Let's see, last time, you wanted to use the sun's magic to improve a wizard's physique. The time before that, you wanted to steal the power of the distorted illusion to forcibly separate Filch's mind and soul. And the time before that, you were planning to create a mind bomb that could destroy a city. He held his forehead. Aiden Prewett, are you planning to become the next Dark Lord? I have no desire to go to Azkaban for further study with you before I find the Resurrection Stone. Ahem, those are all just research, Aiden coughed, changing the subject. How can research be related to the Dark Lord? Anyway, don't worry about that today. I plan to make some clothing as a new benefit for our organization. He pushed his monocle up his nose. Oh. Isn't this monocle enough? Oliver asked, playing with the one in his pocket. The monocle is just one identifier, Aiden said. We need a uniform. Like the Hogwarts school uniforms. Oliver retorted. So when we go out, people will think we're a group of primary school students on a field trip. Hey, what's wrong with you? Aiden raised an eyebrow. You're a bit aggressive today, buddy. Even the most peaceful person in the world would become like me after being dragged along for your experiments, Oliver said wearily. Believe me, you should never reveal your more dangerous ideas in front of outsiders. Okay, Aiden waved his hand dismissively and pushed Oliver toward an experiment table. Today, we're just making a piece of clothing. There won't be any danger. So, where are the clothes? Oliver asked. Wait, we'll weave them later. First, we need to process the materials. Aiden reached into his seemingly omnipotent pocket and took out a ball of thread. Oliver's last shred of patience snapped. Thread? Are you planning to hand knit a sweater for every single person in the organization to show your love for them? When you hand it over, you can tell them, this was personally knitted by our dear leader for you. Please cherish it. Oh, young man, have a little patience, Aiden said mysteriously. How about you listen to my idea first? Oliver just crossed his arms, his expression clearly saying, spit it out, then. Alright, we're going to work our magic on the thread itself. We'll engrave runes into each individual strand and then weave them into clothing. A wizard's battle has one major weakness: it's difficult to cast spells that affect a large area of enemies simultaneously. If alchemy can make each thread a separate protective entity, it would be the equivalent of wearing multiple protective items at once. In simple terms, durability, the system added helpfully in Aiden's mind. So, Oliver said, his voice laced with disbelief, you plan to engrave runes on countless threads, one by one, for an entire piece of clothing. He looked at his friend, suspecting that spending so much time with the headmaster had finally muddled his brain with sweets. Of course not, Aiden scoffed. That's why I'm going to introduce my second idea. Oliver, have you ever seen a Muggle assembly line? Of course, but don't tell me you're planning to start an industrial revolution in the wizarding world. Have you invented a steam engine? Oliver asked, full of doubt. No, but we don't need a steam engine, buddy. Wizards have magic, a natural, efficient, and pollution-free source of energy. What we need to do is design an engraving system. As for the power source, Aiden took out the glowing magic crystal he'd acquired from his experiments with Arcesi. I've already solved that. What is this? Oliver picked up the crystal and tapped it. A soft, golden light, like captured sunlight, slowly overflowed from it. A crystal of sun magic, Aiden said proudly, his hands on his hips. Alright, let's try it, Oliver said after a moment, a flicker of excitement in his eyes. The two of them joined hands and began to manufacture their runic engraving machine. Aiden took out a large piece of mithril he had left over, a metal stronger than steel but as light as a feather, emitting a charming light under the laboratory lamps. Mithril! Oliver exclaimed, his alchemist's desire for rare materials beginning to emerge. How did you get this? I heard Gryffindor's sword was made of this stuff. The goblins have been demanding it back for 1,000 years. Perhaps we should thank ancestral blessings, Aiden said playfully. He took out his wand and began to melt the mithril, adding it between the machine's engraving knife and its basic magic circuit to increase its magical load capacity. He then hollowed out the needle of the engraving machine, creating a tiny channel that would allow an alchemical preparation to flow through it and directly into the object being engraved. Well, it's done, Aiden said, wiping a smudge from his face. I'm going to call it Aiden 1. That's a terrible name, Oliver commented sharply. Okay, I'll be the bigger person, Aiden said, putting his hands together in a pleading gesture. Take this seriously, Oliver insisted. Don't let our greatest technological innovation start with a regrettable name. Alas, fine. Let's be a little more technical, then. How about the Jenny? Oliver glared, and Aiden instantly restrained himself. The Alchemical Weaver 1.0, is that okay? He asked, having racked his brain for a decent name. SOSO, Oliver sighed in relief. Okay, let's try out our treasure. Aiden threw the ball of thread into the machine's input and placed the magic crystal into its energy slot. At the same time, he added the alchemical preparation to the ink storage box at the top. Why isn't there any reaction? Oliver asked, confused. Aiden said, his face a mask of dawning horror. I forgot to turn on the switch. Sigma, degree winky face. Oliver, unable to stand it any longer, stepped forward and pressed the start button himself. A low buzzing sound filled the room, and the thread began to be continuously rolled into the machine. The engraving needle sprang to life, carving tiny algais, lagus, and ingwas, runes onto each strand. Protection and intuition, Oliver said, picking up a thin thread and carefully examining the runes. Are you planning to create a protective suit that can be triggered automatically? Not only that, Aiden introduced proudly. Lagus also has the effect of a flow, which will allow the clothes to autonomously adapt to the wearer's body. And ingwas represents abundance, which will allow broken threads to grow back automatically. Make one, and let's try it, Oliver urged. Aiden took out his wand and, using one of Molly's family heirloom weaving spells, began to work. The threads spat out by the machine danced in the air, intertwining into cloth. The cloth then curled into the shape of clothing, the excess parts automatically breaking off while other threads shook themselves loose to sew the joints together. One of the must-learn spells for a housewife, Oliver said, raising an eyebrow. It seems Edmund was right. You are indeed very virtuous. Just take it, Aiden said, throwing the newly woven robe at Oliver. I make you clothes, and this is the thanks I get. You can't even shut your mouth. Oliver draped the robe over his body. The clothes quickly tightened, automatically adapting to his form and beginning to change. When the transformation was complete, a handsome, perfectly tailored suit appeared on Oliver. It seems the experiment was very successful, Oliver said, raising his hands and turning a few circles to admire his new outfit. End of chapter. Of my fanfics. www.patreon.com/meowthel. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 109, Chapter 109, Polyjuice and Perfidy. The Polyjuice potion in the second-floor girls' bathroom was finally nearing completion. To avoid disrupting the holidays of students who had gone home, the grand Christmas dinner was scheduled for the evening after everyone had returned to the castle. At the feast, Aiden was, as usual, wolfing down his food. My dear Aiden, Edmund couldn't help but complain, could you possibly eat with a shred of decorum? One might think the school was starving you. The huge contrast between his friend's elegant appearance and his ravenous eating was almost too much to bear. It's for efficiency, dear Edmund, Aiden replied after swallowing a massive bite of chicken. I need to save time. All that nonsense about elegant dining is just something you see in picture books to fool children. You're not suited for high society dinners, then, Ethan chimed in. Honestly, Oliver said, finding a way to save face for his friend, the high society people in the wizarding world right now aren't really the sort of people one should associate with anyway. Well done, Aiden thought, casting a grateful look at Oliver. Listening to the heated discussion at the Ravenclaw table, Harry glanced over at his friends. So, he whispered, our Polyjuice potion should be ready by now. Everything is prepared, Hermione confirmed. We just need to add a part of who we're turning into. But we also need to make sure Crabbe and Goyle don't show up while we're gathering information. As she spoke, she pulled out a small bottle and shook it. Inside were a few strands of Millicent Bulstrode's hair. So what do we do? Ron inquired. Well, I've prepared something for you. Hermione placed 2 chocolate cakes in front of Harry and Ron. These have a simple sleeping draft added to them. As long as you can find a way to get Crabbe and Goyle to eat them, the rest will be simple. The 2 boys left the Great Hall with the cakes and went to ambush their targets on their usual path. Hurry up, Harry, they're coming, Ron whispered, pulling out his broken, spell-taped wand. Whoa, Ron, let me do it, Harry said, stopping him. And why aren't you using the ring? He lightly tapped the cakes with his own wand, chanting the incantation to make them float in the air. This blasted thing, Ron grumbled, looking at the ring on his finger. Aiden never told me that using it for simple spells is actually harder than wandless casting. I'll never get the hang of it. His face was a mask of frustration. There wasn't time to comfort him, because Crabbe and Goyle were already lumbering over. Look, Crabbe. Chocolate cake. Someone just left it here, Goyle said eagerly, grabbing the cake floating in the air and stuffing it into his mouth. Crabbe followed his lead without a second thought. A moment later, the 2 of them collapsed into a deep, peaceful sleep. They really are that stupid, Ron scoffed. Harry and Ron dragged the 2 unconscious Slytherins into a nearby broom cupboard and pulled a few hairs from their heads. Ron, lacking experience, accidentally pulled out an entire tuft of hair, leaving a noticeable bald spot on Goyle's head. Hurry up, Ron, what are you waiting for? Harry urged. Coming. The 2 of them jogged all the way to the second-floor girls' bathroom, where Hermione was already waiting for them. All right, did you get the hair? She asked. We got it, Ron confirmed. What's that? He asked, pointing to a set of green-trimmed robes. Slytherin uniforms, Hermione replied. I stole them from the laundry room. The potion was finally ready. Hermione poured the thick, bubbling liquid into 3 separate cups. All right, she instructed, add the hair, and then just drink it. The 3 of them dropped the hairs into their respective cups. Cheers, they all said, clinking their glasses together before downing the potion. Oh, my goodness, that's disgusting, Ron choked and was the first to run into a toilet stall. The essence of Crabbe, it seemed, tasted like boiled, rotten cabbage. Hermione did the same, her transformation going wrong, and she hid in another stall. Harry, thankfully, was in the best condition. Goyle's Polyjuice potion had an earthy, unpleasant smell, but it wasn't enough to make him sick. He watched in the mirror as his features bubbled and reshaped themselves. Ron. Harry, who had completely transformed into Goyle, asked, looking at the Crabbe standing in front of him. It's me, Crabbe replied, his voice a low grunt. Hermione, did you succeed? Goyle asked. You two go on without me. Hermione's panicked voice came from inside the stall. I can't go. Are you all right? Crabbe asked. Just go. You're wasting time, she shouted. So, Crabbe and Goyle walked out of the bathroom. Unfortunately, they were almost immediately discovered by Percy, who was on patrol. Before he could deduct points, however, they were rescued by Draco, who had been looking for his two cronies. After a brief confrontation with Percy, Draco led them away. Arriving at the entrance to the Slytherin common room, Crabbe and Goyle were once again stopped, unable to remember the password. What are you two standing there for like idiots? Draco snapped. He spoke the password, and the stone door slid open, revealing the dungeon's common room. Inside, a certain dragon who had eaten too much and come out to digest was sitting on one of the sofas. The people around him seemed to be actively ignoring him, their eyes sliding right past his location. Draco went to sit next to him, but as he did, he seemed to shift strangely to the left, as if sliding off an invisible surface. This made Crabbe and Goyle feel very uneasy. Sit down, you two, Draco ordered. What are you standing around for? The two of them cautiously sat on the sofa opposite him. I really can't believe the Weasleys are purebloods, Draco began, now on his home turf and feeling relaxed enough to gossip. They're a disgrace to the wizarding world. Crabbe clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white. What's wrong with you, Crabbe? Draco asked, looking at his friend's ashen face. Goyle nudged him with his elbow and added, he has a stomachache. Then you'd best go to the hospital wing, Draco said with a look of understanding. And remember to give those petrified students a good few kicks for me. He then continued, I'm very curious as to why the Daily Prophet hasn't reported the attacks at the school. Dumbledore must have suppressed it. And that annoying Prewett, too. He gloated for a moment, but what he didn't know was that a pair of beautiful, heterochromatic eyes were staring at him from the sofa beside him. Feeling a sudden chill, Draco shivered and quickly changed the subject. And Dumbledore. No wonder my father says he's the biggest menace Hogwarts has ever had. You're wrong, Goyle couldn't help but say, unable to bear hearing Dumbledore insulted. Draco stood up, glared at him, and demanded, you think someone is more annoying than Dumbledore? Speak up. Is there, or isn't there? Goyle had a flash of inspiration. Harry Potter, he grunted. Draco's face broke into a satisfied smile. The saintly Potter. Well said. Do people actually still think he's the heir of Slytherin? He turned and walked toward a table, but a foot suddenly shot out and tripped him. Draco fell heavily to the ground. Not seeing anything, he just assumed he'd slipped. He struggled to get up, but every time he did, he was tripped again. Finally, he gave up. Help me up, he whined, asking his two lackeys for help. Goyle quickly stepped forward and helped Draco up, using the opportunity to start extracting information. Finally, he learned from Draco's own mouth that while the Chamber of Secrets had indeed been opened, Draco knew nothing about who the heir was. Just as the polyjuice potion was about to wear off, the two of them quickly fled from the Slytherin common room. Having had their fun, Aiden and Arcisi slipped out of the common room silently, their prank buried in the darkness of the mysterious, ancient castle. End of chapter. Of my fanfics. www.patreon.com/meowthal. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 110, A Night of Secrets. As the polyjuice potion wore off, Harry and Ron quickly reverted to their original forms. They jogged back to the second-floor girls' bathroom. Hermione, they called, knocking on her stall door. We have so much to tell you. Go away, a muffled, choked voice replied. Moaning Myrtle's ghostly head popped out from the stall door. You should go and see, she wailed. It's truly awful. Hermione, are you okay? Harry asked, preparing to push the door open. She might not be, a pleasant boy's voice said from behind them. Ah. Harry and Ron yelped, startled. They spun around to see two figures standing in the shadows. It was Aiden and Arcisi. Aiden. Arcisi. Harry asked, confused. I seem to have found someone in trouble, Aiden said with a calm smile, so I brought a helper along. He gestured to Arcisi, who was holding a large, dark cloak. She walked into Hermione's stall and wrapped it around her. Wait, Hermione's voice came from within the cloak, full of disbelief and accusation. Did you know all along that I would drink polyjuice potion with cat hair in it? I was the one who found out, Arcisi explained, giving Aiden, who was holding up his monocle and taking pictures, a swift kick. I saw you taking Millicent Bulstrode's hair at the feast. When I got back to the common room, I saw Millicent with her cat. I guessed you must have taken the cat's hair by mistake, so I notified Aiden. Ahem, Aiden coughed, hiding his monocle. Well, it's just a mistaken transformation. It's not a big problem. Madame Pomfrey can fix it. Let's take Hermione to the hospital wing. He took out his wand and cast a disillusionment charm on Hermione. Ron looked at Aiden expectantly. What about us? He asked. My dear brother, Aiden said with a deadpan expression, why do you need to be invisible? You don't have cat fur growing on your face. The group took Hermione to the hospital wing. Madame Pomfrey lifted the cloak and sighed heavily at the sight of a huge, furry cat head. Oh, you naughty young wizards, she reprimanded, her hands on her hips. Why can't you just listen to the warnings in the textbooks? You are already the 20th student I've treated for adding animal hair to a polyjuice potion since I started working here. Hermione lowered her head in shame. Seeing her like this, Madame Pomfrey didn't make things too difficult. She took out a bottle of potion and poured it down Hermione's throat. This is a recovery potion I developed for just such situations. The remaining polyjuice potion in your body will be ejected in the form of hairballs. You'll recover after. The scene was about to get rather unpleasant, so Aiden and Narcisse quickly left the hospital wing. As they were walking back to their dormitories, the curfew bell suddenly rang. Looks like we're going to break the rules, Aiden said with a raised eyebrow. Oh, a good opportunity to wander around this mysterious castle, Narcisse suggested with a grin. Aiden pulled her into a shared blind spot in their consciousness, and they began to wander aimlessly through the moonlit corridors of Hogwarts. But the peace was soon broken by the sight of a young wizard clutching a black notebook, hurrying down the hall. His anxious energy attracted the attention of the two invisible observers, who found something fun to watch and began to follow. The hurried wizard didn't notice them trailing behind him as he anxiously made his way to the second-floor girls' bathroom. The dim light illuminated his face. It was Ernie Macmillan. You're not my friend, Tom, Ernie whispered to the diary, his voice shaking. I can feel you controlling me. Why are you making me spread so many rumors about Harry? The diary trembled slightly in his hands, as if responding to him. In their conscious blind spot, two spectators were casually chatting. Oh, are Gryffindor's students so pitiful now that they have to be friends with a notebook? Narcisse whispered, thoroughly enjoying the drama. Such things are rare, Aiden replied. And did you see that notebook? What's wrong with it? She asked, confused. Isn't it just an old diary? No, Aiden said, his voice dropping. That is Lord Voldemort's secret to immortality. An evil, dark arts item. He told her the truth about Horcruxes. You mean? Lord Voldemort. Narcisse still couldn't say the name smoothly. A deep, instinctual fear seemed to rise up whenever she tried. Even you can't say his name directly? Aiden asked, a little curious. I feel a sudden fear when I try, she frowned. That's very interesting, Aiden mused, stroking his chin. If I can ever catch him, I'll have to study that particular charm. Inside the bathroom, Ernie's solo performance was coming to an end. No, he cried. I can't go on like this anymore. I want to break up with you, Tom. He raised the black diary and threw it hard onto the floor. Then he turned and ran out of the bathroom, leaving only the two invisible spectators behind. Aiden stepped forward and picked up the diary, opening it to take a look. It doesn't seem to be anything special, Narcisse commented. That's because you're still viewing it from a realistic perspective, Aiden replied. In his eyes, from the perspective of the Sea of Consciousness, the diary was not a book but a roiling island of flowing magma. Dark, sulphurous smoke rose from it instead of dream bubbles, and the tormented souls of the unjustly dead could be seen roaring within. It's still just a diary, Aiden said, closing the cover. Who in their right mind writes in a diary, he muttered to himself. Who would write their innermost thoughts in a diary, the system echoed in his mind. Can something be called an innermost thought if it's written down? Aiden smirked. Despicable. What's wrong with you? Narcisse asked, snapping him out of his internal conversation. Why are you suddenly laughing to yourself? No, it's nothing, Aiden said, placing the diary back on the floor. Let's just leave this here. Don't touch it. It's very dangerous. Okay, I know, she said, winking at him. Why are you as long-winded as my father? And besides, we're both educated. We don't believe in things that can control your mind. She cast a disillusionment charm on herself and left the bathroom. Professor, Aiden said to the empty room after Narcisse had gone. Come out. Good evening, Mr. Prewett, a stern voice replied. Professor McGonagall walked out from behind one of the stalls. Aiden was stunned for a moment. Ahem, it's you, Professor McGonagall. I thought it was the headmaster. Well, you go ahead. I'm going back to bed. He prepared to turn and run. Stop, Mr. Prewett, she commanded. This time, as an exception, I will not deduct points. But you will tell me what this is. And why Albus told me to keep an eye on any student who might get it. She looked at him sternly, hoping to break through his defenses, but it was no use. Didn't the headmaster tell you? Aiden asked, genuinely curious. Him? He's mysterious all day long, pretending to be some kind of wise old sage. Do you know that I've been handling the actual school affairs for all these years, and also, oh, no, I've lost my composure. Let's talk about this notebook. She had just opened the floodgates of her frustration, but her good breeding made her instantly hold it back and bring the topic back on track. This, Aiden said simply, is one of Lord Voldemort's Horcruxes. You know who? Professor McGonagall was first shocked, then confused. A Horcrux. The name sounds vaguely familiar. It's an evil piece of magic, Aiden reminded her. It splits the soul through murder to achieve a form of resurrection. I remember, she breathed, her face pale with horror. Albus, how could he put such a dangerous thing in the school? She was about to pick up the diary and go to the headmaster's office to vent years of accumulated frustration. Wait, Mr. Prewett, she said, her sharp eyes fixing on him. How do you have such a detailed understanding of this? Well, Aiden said, pointing to his eyes, you know the Prewett family once fought against him. Professor McGonagall nodded slowly, accepting the explanation, and let Aiden leave. End of chapter. Of my fanfics. www.patreon.com/meowthal. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 111, A Horcrux and a Memory. Aiden hurriedly returned to his dormitory and, for once, spent a peaceful night. It was unknown what kind of storm had raged in the headmaster's office, but the next day, in the Great Hall, Aiden saw the black diary appear in Harry's hands. It seems their fate is truly a wonderful thing, Arcisi said, holding a plate and sitting down next to Aiden. In order not to attract too much attention, Aiden had to use psychological invisibility to shield them both. What are you doing here? Aiden joked. Aren't you afraid of being ostracized by your little sisters when you go back? You're my boss, she replied, taking a bite of her food. With you protecting me, why would I care about them? Besides, I don't know why, but every time you take me through a crowd without being noticed, the feeling is really captivating. She focused on finishing her breakfast, then added, so, tell me. How did that book get into the Savior's hands? Will the clash between the Savior and the Dark Lord be staged again this year? After you left last night, I met Professor McGonagall, Aiden explained, satisfying her curiosity. So I guess this particular item was gifted to Harry by his head of house. Having successfully caught up with the sequel, Arcisi happily left with her plate. That afternoon, after finishing herbology class, Aiden went to the room of requirement. Oliver was already there, practicing spells. Regarding Oliver's father, Aiden had thought for a long time. In the end, he decided to tell him what he knew and let Oliver judge the matter for himself. Oliver, stop for a moment, Aiden called out. I have something to tell you. In the middle of the dueling room, Oliver flung a shattering curse at a practice dummy, blasting it to pieces. What's wrong, Aiden? He asked, wiping the sweat from his brow and walking over. Before Christmas, I went home and received some news from the Department of Mysteries about your father. Hearing Aiden's words, Oliver's face darkened. His eyes grew solemn as he looked at his friend. The Department of Mysteries. They tracked down a group of people with the same worship as my father. Aiden glanced at Oliver. The red aura of anger on his body had already begun to flare at the edges. You think my father was bewitched by them? Oliver's voice was low and dangerous. No way. He's just an ordinary person. How could he have come into contact with the affairs of the magical world? Definitely, certainly. He clenched his fists, angry emotions scattering everywhere. I will kill them, he said through gritted teeth. Oliver, calm down, Aiden said, using a subtle touch of hypnosis to extinguish his friend's rising anger. We need to investigate. What if it's not them? It doesn't matter, Oliver said decisively. These people who sacrifice others to beg for the pity of demons shouldn't be allowed to live in this world. Cough, Aiden thought as the system popped up in his mind. Although it's very inappropriate to say this, he seems to have just cursed his own father. System, what are you doing? You've ruined the atmosphere, Aiden complained, pinching the gem on his neck. You think so too, right, Aiden? Oliver's red-rimmed eyes swept over him. Wow, even that sentence is just like his dad's, Aiden thought, his mind now completely led astray by the system. He could never go back. Cough, yes, that's right, he said with false righteousness. That's what I think, too. While Aiden was awkwardly dealing with Oliver, Harry, carrying the black diary he had picked up, went with Ron to visit Hermione. In the hospital wing, Hermione had almost finished coughing up hairballs, at least her face had returned to its human contours. This is the diary I found, Harry said, handing it to his friends. The owner's name is Tom Marvolo Riddle. Tom, in the book, was silent. I remember now. Ron exclaimed, the familiarity finally clicking into place. I've seen this name before. He received a special award for services to the school 50 years ago. Malfoy's father also said that the Chamber of Secrets was opened 50 years ago, Hermione added. Maybe you can find out the details from him. That's a great inference, Hermione, Harry said, but there's a small flaw. Nothing is written in the diary. He opened it to show her. It was indeed empty. That evening, Harry was sitting alone in the Gryffindor common room. He opened the diary, and a pair of beautiful, heterochromatic eyes appeared beside him, unseen. He tried writing in the diary. The ink he dripped onto the page was quickly absorbed. After flipping through a few pages, he found no ink stains, so he tried again. My name is Harry Potter. The diary absorbed the ink, and a line of text appeared in response. Hello, Harry Potter. My name is Tom Riddle. Harry asked about the Chamber of Secrets, and the diary told him he could witness what happened 50 years ago with his own eyes. The book emitted a brilliant white light, opening a passage to the island of consciousness within it and sucking Harry in. But what the diary didn't expect was that Aiden, who had just finished dealing with Oliver, had also accepted the invitation. As the light dissipated, Harry found himself at Hogwarts 50 years in the past, beginning to watch the memories that Tom Riddle had so carefully edited for him. And a dragon, muddying the waters, had been invited to Tom Riddle's island of consciousness. Let's see if Tom has been healthy these past few years, Aiden thought, taking out his wand and beginning to scan the internal structure of the Horcrux. He really is a genius. He actually improved upon the original Horcrux design. He used the souls of those he killed as nails to bind his own soul fragment to the item, letting the resentful souls tear each other apart. As magic flowed through the island of consciousness, Aiden gradually understood the truth of the Horcrux. System, give me some ideas. How can I dispel this thing without damaging the item, he asked. Are you planning to keep the Founder's Relic? Of course. We Prewetts love antiques the most, Aiden raised an eyebrow. The system provides a suggestion, use the Tuaz rune. Justice and sacrifice. Who would do it? I can't expect Tom to suddenly have a good conscience, can I? Aiden shook his head. No, but you can count on that suffering soul, Myrtle. But wouldn't that just be a one-time solution? I need a general. The system interrupted him. Denied. The sacrifice is replaceable. You don't need to find the soul's original mentality. You just need to write a dominating rune into it. Isn't making sacrifice become voluntary a bit too evil, system? Aiden couldn't help but say it aloud. Who's there? The entire island of consciousness shook. Tom Riddle had discovered the intruder, and his consciousness began to repel everyone staying on the island. Harry, who was watching the movie next door, had just reached the credits. He shouted Hagrid's name and was thrown backward. A flash of white light, and two boys appeared back in the Gryffindor common room. Aiden, what are you doing here? Harry asked, then shook his head. It's not the time to talk about these things now. He hurriedly ran up the stairs to the boys' dormitory. Aiden just shrugged and returned to the Ravenclaw Tower. Chapter complete. Advanced chapters of all my stories. Exclusive novels and fanfics. Flexed Biceps community goal, 500 Power Stones unlocks a bonus chapter. Thanks for reading and supporting the story. Chapter 112, a tacky holiday and a rooftop meeting. In the hospital wing, Madame Pomfrey watched Hermione drink the last of the recovery potion and then, with a weary sigh, told her she could leave. Hermione, having received her freedom, was like a small bird released from its cage, quickly disappearing from the ward. She found Ron in the courtyard, and just as she greeted him, Harry came running up from behind. Hermione. You've finally recovered. Harry said with a relieved smile. So, she asked immediately, did you get any information from the diary? Yes, Harry replied grimly. I found out that it was Hagrid who opened the Chamber of Secrets 50 years ago. Absolutely impossible, Hermione said at once, shaking her head in denial. In her eyes, Hagrid was kind and friendly, he would never release a monster to attack Muggle-born students. Actually, we don't even know who that Tom Riddle fellow is, Ron said nonchalantly. He sounds like a snitching little snake to me. That monster killed someone, Ron, Harry said, his voice sharp. What would we have done if it had been one of us? Listen, Hermione said seriously, taking charge. Hagrid is our friend. The only thing to do is go and ask him directly. Brilliant, Ron said, his voice dripping with sarcasm. That'll be a friendly conversation. Oh, Hagrid, can you tell us if you've recently released any giant, furry monsters in the school? Furry monsters, a deep voice boomed from behind them. You're not talking about me again, are you? Hagrid had appeared, seemingly out of nowhere. No, the three of them yelped in unison. All right, Hagrid said, eyeing them suspiciously. You lot go on and play. Professor Sprout's mandrakes are almost ready for harvesting. In the meantime, you three had better be good, all right. Just as they were talking, Neville came rushing over, out of breath. Harry. I don't know who did it, but you'd better come and take a look. The three of them followed Neville back to the Gryffindor common room. Harry's dormitory was a complete mess, his trunk had been overturned, his mattress slashed, and his belongings strewn everywhere. The black diary was gone. It must have been a Gryffindor student, Hermione speculated, looking at the chaotic room. Students from other houses can't get in. After the diary was stolen, nothing major seemed to happen, and time flowed by in a strange, tense calm. On Valentine's Day, everyone was enjoying dinner in the Great Hall. Aiden was eating in his usual, voracious way, aware of the many eyes that were always watching him. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the doors to the hall were thrown open. A wizard in gorgeous, flamingo-pink robes struck a pose he clearly thought was handsome and slid into the room. Good evening, young wizards of Hogwarts. Gilderoy Lockhart boomed. Today is a grand day. Enjoy it to the fullest. After speaking, he took out his wand and, with a flourish, summoned a swarm of surly-looking dwarves dressed as cupids, who began running through the hall. The dwarves shuttled among the students, delivering Valentine's Day cards. One of the dwarves, his arms piled high with cards, began searching for Aiden but found that he couldn't see him no matter where he looked. Sitting invisibly at his table, Aiden curled his lip in a smug smile. An invisibility charm combined with a dream walker's stealth, he thought. You still want to find me? Having nothing better to do, he looked up at the staff table. Every single one of the professors had a dark, thunderous expression, all of them clearly disgusted by this tacky, greasy affair. At the Gryffindor table, Harry received a singing Valentine's card from a very shy Ginny. The sharp-eyed Draco Malfoy immediately jeered from across the hall. Look. Scarhead received a confession from the Weasley's little daughter. Hearing Draco's taunt, Ginny burst into tears. Ron, his face red with anger, started to get up to punch him, but Harry pulled him back down. Just as Draco was preening, a fair, unseen hand reached out, uncorked a small glass bottle, and dripped a few clear drops into his goblet. It was a tongue-tying tincture, a new prank potion developed by the Weasley twins. Draco didn't notice. He raised his glass and toasted Harry provocatively before downing the drink in one gulp. How dare you, Werb, Gale. After drinking, he began to slur his words. His tongue quickly swelled up, lolling out of his mouth like a thick, pink snake. Crabbe and Goyle screamed when they saw their boss's enormous tongue and began trying to stuff it back into his mouth. For a time, the Slytherin table was utter chaos. Ginny, seeing Draco's miserable state, couldn't help but laugh through her tears. A pleasant voice came from beside her. Not angry anymore. She looked over and saw Aiden sitting next to her, though no one else seemed to notice him. He's not worth getting upset over, he said with a smile. Be confident. You are the little princess most loved by your brothers. Winking at her, Aiden then dissipated into thin air. That night, Aiden sat on a high tower, looking at the moon. Whoa, someone actually loves his sister that much, a blonde figure said, climbing up onto the roof. Didn't see that coming. What about you? Aiden asked without turning his head. Based on his perception, he already knew who the visitor was. What would you do if Astoria encountered the same thing? Maybe give the person a good punch, Arcisi said, waving a fist. The two of them lay down casually on the roof of the tower. By the way, how did you find me? Aiden asked. Simple, she replied, glancing at him. Draco offends someone, and a moment later he's mysteriously retaliated against. Starting from Miss Ginny's surroundings, only you could have done that so silently. No, Aiden said, a hint of amusement in his voice. I mean, how did you know I was on this tower? He deliberately let her finish her deep analysis without interrupting. Realizing she had misunderstood, Arcisi's face turned red. Humph, she said, turning her head away. I saw you from the bottom of the tower. I thought some fool was about to jump and came up to see if there was any inheritance to collect. All right, Aiden said, his tone turning serious. Now that you're here, there's something important I need you to do. Arcisi didn't respond, waiting for him to continue. I need you to find out who Gilderoy Lockhart has been in contact with since he entered the school, he instructed, pointing to the monocle on his eye. Use the tools to transmit the information, and try not to attract too much attention. That liar. What's so interesting about investigating him? She asked, confused. Did he swindle your family out of money? No, Aiden said, pointing to his own head. I suspect he has something to do with the Deep Realm. Arcisi immediately understood. Okay, she said, her expression hardening. I will try to pay attention. Don't go too deep, he warned, and prioritize your own safety above all else. If things get dangerous, just give up. As a spectator, you should know how to protect yourself, right? Of course, she said, rolling her eyes. Do I need you to tell me? Then she left the tower, and their quiet conversation on the roof was soon covered up by the howling of the wind. Chapter complete. Advanced chapters of all my stories. Exclusive novels and fanfics. Flexed Biceps community goal, 500 Power Stones unlocks a bonus chapter. Thanks for reading and supporting the story. Chapter 113, An Ambush and a Glimpse of Secrets. RCC had been busy gathering intelligence on Lockhart ever since receiving Aiden's orders. Meanwhile, the school's various affairs proceeded in an orderly manner, and the Gryffindor vs. Hufflepuff Quidditch match was about to begin. Harry, Ron, and Hermione left the Great Hall to fetch Harry's gear. Just as he stepped onto the grand marble staircase, he heard it again. This time, kill, let me tear, let me rip. Harry cried out, startling Ron and Hermione. That voice, he exclaimed. I heard it again just now. Didn't you? Ron shook his head, his eyes wide with confusion. Hermione put her hand to her forehead, a look of sudden, dawning realization on her face. Harry, I think I've just figured something out, she announced. I have to go to the library. And with that, she rushed up the stairs and disappeared. What did she figure out? Harry asked, feeling flustered. It's beyond me, Ron said, shaking his head. But why does she always have to go to the library? Because that's just Hermione's style, Ron shrugged. When in doubt, go to the library. Harry stood there hesitantly, hoping to hear the voice again, but a crowd was surging out of the Great Hall behind him, talking loudly as they headed toward the Quidditch pitch. You'd better hurry, Ron said. It's almost 11. The match is about to start. Harry quickly retrieved his broom and ran toward the pitch, but his heart remained in the castle, worried about the strange, hissing voice. The only comfort was that with everyone outside waiting to watch the match, the castle would be empty. The players walked onto the field to a roar of applause. Wood did a warm-up flight around the goalposts. Madam Hooch sent the quaffle flying, and the Hufflepuff players huddled together, using the last minute to discuss tactics. As Harry straddled his broom, he saw Professor McGonagall half-walking, half-running across the field with a giant, magically amplified megaphone. Match cancelled, her voice echoed across the stadium. Up in the stands, Aiden stood up and, using a connected rune, checked on the basilisk. Sure enough, the Great Serpent was wandering the castle corridors. Aiden, I found something, a message flashed across his monocle. It was from RCC. What? Aiden quickly replied. Gilderoy Lockhart actually brought an assistant into the school. He applied for free access for him under the pretext of needing material for a newspaper article. RCC's communication suddenly cut off. RCC. RCC. Aiden began to run toward the castle, trying to re-establish contact. He used his ability to quickly pinpoint the location of the other monocle. She was still moving, and at high speed, which made him breathe a small sigh of relief. Finally, Aiden intercepted her at a corner, pulling her into a shared blind spot in their consciousness. Phew, that was exciting, she panted, her usual composure completely gone. Footsteps were rapidly approaching down the corridor behind them. A short wizard wearing a large, purple turban appeared before them. Just as RCC was about to speak, Aiden reached out and covered her mouth. With just that slight fluctuation of energy, the wizard in front of them revealed a sinister smile. He took out a pair of dried eyeballs, lit them with his wand, and began to chant a strange spell. Offered to my glorious lord, please grant me eyes that can pierce through all illusion. A strange fluctuation came from some distant, unknown place, precisely attaching itself to the wizard's eyes. In his sight, everything around him turned into a collection of shimmering lines. He scanned the surroundings and finally found a set of lines that were different from the environment where Aiden and RCC stood. Although they were extremely blurry, their outlines could just be discerned. Haha. I found you, the wizard said, a twisted, sinister grin directed toward their location. RCC, you leave first, Aiden whispered. She nodded and quickly slipped away. Look at you, the wizard hissed. Such pure power of the mind. If I can use you, my lord will surely bestow more blessings upon me. Ha 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 ha. Believing his opponent was just an ordinary young wizard and that he was safely within the walls of Hogwarts, the careless man casually pulled out his wand and cast a petrification curse. Unfortunately for him, he had not picked a soft target. Aiden lightly raised his palm, and his long staff materialized. An offensive spell, faster than a bludger, struck the wizard, and the resulting explosion blew him backward. He displayed an unparalleled ability to fly through the air before crashing heavily onto the ground and rolling several times. Cough, cough, the wizard struggled to sit up, coughing up a mouthful of clotted blood. He began to mutter ancient verses, and a strange, ancient rhythm echoed through the corridor. It does not preach, it does not seek worship, it merely observes the birth and death of all things at the edge of the universe. Seeing him begin to cast another spell, Aiden strode forward, grabbed him by the neck, and lifted him into the air. Forcing the wizard to look him in the eyes, a subtle light flashed within Aiden's own, and then he delivered a fierce, physical stunner to the man's temple. The wizard fell unconscious, and Aiden's body began to blur as he sank into the man's dream. On the wizard's island of consciousness, the light of reason was obscured by a thick, swirling mist, and clear thought had been replaced by chaos. From time to time, the roar of monstrous beasts echoed from within the fog. Reason obscured, is it? Aiden sighed. I think I know whose follower he is. Ah, these people really are. He spread his wings and began to fly toward the dream bubbles that were floating upward. Entering one, Aiden began to look for the information he wanted. Just as he was sifting through the memories, the sound of a strange, clicking language attracted his attention, and he flew toward that dream. In the memory, the wizard passed through a dark tunnel and came to a house whose outline was unclear. He pushed open the door and walked in. Inside, a long table was surrounded by people in dark robes, their faces hidden, all sitting in silence. Corvin, you're late, the man sitting at the head of the table said. Sorry, speaker, the wizard, Corvin, apologized, lowering his head. I was held up by my duties for the newspaper. All right, the speaker continued. Now that everyone is here, let us begin this meeting. Today's topic is mainly about Counselor Claneri's sacrifice ritual. The speaker's narration seemed to drift further and further away, his voice becoming increasingly faint. Aiden Prewett. Just as Aiden was concentrating, trying to hear the speaker clearly, someone called his name from behind. He turned his head, and suddenly the surrounding scene rapidly turned white. A man in platinum robes stood before him. Why is it you again? Aiden looked at the director of the Department of Mysteries, his originally beautiful heterochromatic eyes turning into dead fish eyes. Careless little dragon, the director said, his eyes narrowing. Look where you've gotten yourself lost. The distorted illusion. Aiden looked around and understood his situation. So this person was just bait, he realized. It wasn't aimed at you, the director smiled. After all, both our factions touch upon the realm of consciousness, so naturally, we have some special protective measures. Then how did you know I would fall in here? Aiden asked, a little curious. Your mass is too large, the director explained with a shrug. Every time you approach the deep realm, you trigger an alarm, so here we are. You. Aiden looked behind the director and saw a large group of unspeakables taking pictures and waving. Aiden's face turned beet red. // omega // All right, I'm not going to waste any more time with you lot, he grumbled. I'm leaving. The shy dragon quickly fled the distorted illusion. Chapter complete. Advanced chapters of all my stories. Exclusive novels and fanfics. Flexed Biceps community goal, 500 Power Stones unlocks a bonus chapter. Thanks for reading and supporting the story. Chapter 114, The Educator's Burden. Back in reality, Corvin was still unconscious. Achio box, Aiden muttered. His suitcase flew into his hand, and he quickly packed the unconscious wizard inside. Just as he closed the lid, RCC arrived with Professor Snape in tow. What are you doing, Aiden Prewett? Snape began to berate him, but Aiden cut him off. Sorry, Professor, he said urgently. This matter is beyond our ability to handle. Come with me to the headmaster's office, and RCC, you come too. He winked at her, and she followed without hesitation. The group hurried to the headmaster's office, where Dumbledore was leisurely enjoying his beloved cockroach clusters. Seeing the group swarm in, he fumbled, and one of the candy insects fell onto the table and quickly scuttled away. Aiden showed a flicker of disgust but had more important things on his mind. Professor, he said, opening the suitcase and shaking Corvin out onto the floor. What do you think we should do with this guy? This is. Dumbledore was a little confused. It's related to the Silencer's affairs, Aiden said, hesitating for a moment and glancing at Snape. Understanding, Dumbledore nodded. It's all right. Severus is also in the know. RCC quietly glanced at her head of house, a newfound respect dawning on her. He was more deeply involved than she had ever imagined. Then, Miss Greengrass, you may go back first, Snape said to RCC, his voice its usual monotone. No need, Aiden explained. She is also aware of the situation and was a victim of this man's attack. Snape looked from RCC to Aiden and back again but said nothing more. Last month, Aiden began, I had a meeting with the director of the Department of Mysteries on the streets of London. He informed me that a group of lunatics had sent people to infiltrate Hogwarts. Yes, they sent me a notice as well, Dumbledore nodded, signaling for Aiden to continue. At the same time, Aiden went on, while your own plans were proceeding, I became suspicious of Lockhart. I asked RCC to monitor his interpersonal relationships and found that he was authorizing a certain person to enter Hogwarts as his assistant. He kicked the unconscious Corvin. Then, this guy was discovered by Arcisi and began chasing her. Humph, Snape crossed his arms. Our Mr. Prewett truly has extensive connections. In short, Aiden said, ignoring the jibe, what should we do with him now? I suspect they may have already reached some degree of cooperation with Tom. He looked at the unconscious Corvin, and remembering his embarrassment at being watched in the distorted illusion, the urge to take out his wand and hex him was strong. Yes, I know, Dumbledore said, unhurriedly popping another cockroach cluster into his mouth. I am personally monitoring Tom's side of things. It is likely there is no problem yet, they may not have had time to make contact. Then, may I ask where Professor Snape got such detailed information? Aiden turned the spearhead of the conversation back to the potions master. You know who was once funded by these people, Snape explained, a trace of pain flashing in his eyes before he quickly suppressed it. If it weren't for later disagreements, he might have become their current speaker. This person, Dumbledore said, looking at the unconscious Corvin and deciding his fate, my suggestion is to hand him over to the Department of Mysteries. On the other side of the castle, Professor McGonagall was leading Harry and Ron to the hospital wing. I'm warning you in advance, she said, her voice heavy as she walked ahead of them. This may be frightening. Inside the ward, Madame Pomfrey was taking care of a petrified Hermione. Seeing her lying stiff and still on the bed, Harry and Ron's faces fell. Hermione. Ron's voice was a hoarse whisper. We found her near the library, Professor McGonagall said, her own voice betraying a deep sadness that she tried to hide behind her usual stern demeanor. She was holding a mirror in her hand. Do you know what this means? We will find the murderer, Hermione, Harry said, his voice thick with emotion as he gently stroked Hermione's stiff fingers. I promise you. Afterward, Harry and Ron returned to the Gryffindor common room. The Weasley twins were mocking Percy, who looked as though he had seen a ghost. What's wrong? Ron asked, stepping forward. Aha. Percy's little girlfriend, Penelope Clearwater, has also been petrified, George said, hooking an arm around Ron's shoulder. Percy was frightened, Fred added, taking up the other side. Perhaps he thought the monster would give the head boy some face. Okay, you two, that's too much, Ron chided. Oh, is our lovely little Ronnykin scared, too, the twins said jokingly. Hermione has also been petrified, Ron said dejectedly. The twins' smiles vanished. At noon, Professor McGonagall came to the Gryffindor Tower to announce new regulations. She stood in the common room with a long roll of parchment. Attention, students, she announced, her voice ringing with authority. Due to recent events, we must implement new regulations. She handed the parchment to the distraught Percy and gently tapped his head in a rare gesture of comfort. Every student must return to their house common room before 6 o'clock every evening. Every student will be accompanied by a professor to and from class. There will be no exceptions. Speaking of this, she paused and glanced at Harry. I must tell you all that unless the murderer is found, we will have to close the school. After speaking, she turned and left, leaving the common room in a state of dull shock. For some time, the lives of the students were extremely depressing. Every day was a 2-point line between the common room and the classroom, and even meals had to be eaten in their respective houses. The Great Hall, now empty, was covered in a thin layer of dust. Aiden wandered through it, his magical senses scanning the empty space until he detected a high-energy presence. Does it really have to be such a big deal, Professor Dumbledore? He asked the empty air. Aiden, Dumbledore's voice replied from the stage. He was sitting in the headmaster's seat in the middle of the high platform. You need to know that an old man like me doesn't have much time left. Before that day comes, I must eliminate as many enemies as possible for this school. The candlelight reflected off his half-moon glasses, and for a moment, he looked like a tall, lonely watchman, staring out over his beloved homeland. Being a headmaster is truly a hard job, Aiden commented, pushing up his monocle. The reflection on the lens covered half of his eyes, making it impossible to guess what he was thinking. That's not necessarily true, Dumbledore replied, his expression softening. Watching the young people you teach walk toward the futures they love and watching every young soul embark on their own unique journey, there is nothing happier than this. The tall watchman disappeared, leaving only the kind educator in his place. Then you have to hold on for a while longer, Aiden said with a wave of his hand, his figure gradually fading into the air. Every time I see him, I think it's amazing, Dumbledore murmured to himself after Aiden was gone. Surely, this is where the joy of being an educator lies. Chapter complete. Advanced chapters of all my stories. Exclusive novels and fanfics. Flexed Biceps community goal, 500 Power Stones unlocks a bonus chapter. Thanks for reading and supporting the story. Chapter 115, Hagrid imprisoned. In Gryffindor Tower, Harry and Ron finally couldn't bear the oppressive dullness of the school. They resolved to confront Hagrid. I don't believe it's him, Harry insisted. But if he opened the Chamber of Secrets last time, he must know something. He's our key to the truth. But Professor McGonagall said we have to stay in the tower unless we have classes, Ron said, gesturing vaguely at the window. I think. Harry said, a more confident tone entering his voice, we still have an invisibility cloak we can use. Harry rummaged through his trunk until he found the cloak. When their roommates finally fell asleep, he and Ron got up, dressed quickly, and slipped out of the dormitory under the magical fabric. Traversing the dark, silent corridors of the castle was not a pleasant experience. Even Harry and Ron, who had done it many times, found Hogwarts unusually crowded. Professors, prefects, and ghosts patrolled vigilantly, searching for any potential danger. Although the invisibility cloak made them difficult to spot, it couldn't conceal their voices. Suddenly, Snape appeared from around a corner. Remembering Aiden's teachings, Harry quickly covered Ron's mouth and eyes. After a tense moment, Snape's footsteps faded away, and Harry released Ron. What are you doing? Ron complained, rubbing his eyes. You scared me to death. Aiden said that powerful wizards don't rely solely on sight, Harry explained. The last time I approached him under the invisibility cloak, he still found me. All right, let's just get to Hagrid's, Ron said, pulling Harry through the castle gates and toward the edge of the Forbidden Forest. They stopped outside Hagrid's hut. It was a rare clear night in England, and the stars shone with incredible brilliance. It's a nice night, isn't it? A clear, youthful voice suddenly sounded behind them. Ah. Harry yelped in surprise, while Ron instinctively pointed the glowing ring on his hand in the direction of the voice. Aiden. Ron exclaimed, then began to complain loudly. Why is it that every time? I'll pay attention next time, Aiden cooed, like a pigeon. I promise. Inside the hut, Hagrid, hearing the commotion, rushed out with a crossbow. The sharp arrowheads pointed at the three boys. Oh, Hagrid, what are you doing with that? Harry asked, startled by Hagrid's posture. Come in, I've just made tea, Hagrid said, inviting them inside. Inside the hut, Aiden rolled around on Hagrid's sofa, stretching contentedly, and reached out to scratch Fong behind the ears. Hagrid poured each of them a cup of boiling water, but without a tea bag. The scalding temperature was nothing to Aiden. He glanced at the visibly distracted Hagrid, picked up his cup, and drank it all. Drinking hot water is good for your health, Aiden said, his eyes on Harry and Ron, who were staring at him in wide-eyed amazement. Harry put down his cup. Hagrid, have you heard about Hermione? Oh, I've heard, Hagrid replied, his voice heavy. I'm very sorry. Listen, Hagrid, we need to ask you something, Harry said, his voice dropping. Do you know who opened the Chamber of Secrets? Hagrid was about to speak, but a loud knock on the door interrupted him. Quick. Hide under the invisibility cloak, and remember to be quiet, he urged the boys. No, I don't need to, Aiden said, shaking his head. I came for this anyway. Hagrid couldn't persuade Aiden and went to open the door. Standing outside were Dumbledore and Cornelius Fudge. Ron, hidden beneath the invisibility cloak, whispered to Harry, that's my dad's boss, the Minister for Magic, Cornelius Fudge. Oh, Aiden is here too, Dumbledore said, clearly aware of Aiden's purpose but deliberately sending him away. It's too late today, young wizard. Go back to sleep. Okay, you, Aiden thought, casting a threatening glare at Dumbledore, who pretended not to see it. Mr. Prewett, Fudge began, putting on his most charming smile. Young wizards should be resting early. Why, when I was at Hogwarts back then? He was a politician through and through. Despite the public humiliation Aiden had inflicted on him, he could still face him with a warm smile. Dear Minister, Aiden replied, after all, Hagrid is my friend. My presence as his defender during your ruling should comply with the requirements of the law, right? Aiden had found a perfectly legitimate excuse, and Fudge, unable to object, could only change the subject. Honestly, Hagrid, this task is very tricky. I had to come, Fudge said, wiping sweat from his brow, feigning helplessness. 3 Muggle-born students have been attacked, and the matter has grown too large. The Ministry of Magic must take action. But you know it wasn't me, Professor Dumbledore, Hagrid pleaded. Dumbledore remained calm as ever. I believe in Hagrid 100%. Absolute trust. Albus, you know, Hagrid's record is very unfavorable to him. We have to take him away, Fudge said, a smug smile spreading across his face. Take me too, Hagrid began, but Aiden subtly patted his arm, signaling him to be quiet. I'm afraid that won't work, Minister, Aiden said, casually sitting on the sofa and crossing his legs, revealing his charming figure. Azkaban is a place to detain convicted prisoners. Citing Article 12 of the Magical Law, no one can be defined as a criminal before being tried by the Wisengamot. Oh, perhaps this is a matter for us adults, Fudge began, but Aiden interrupted him before he could finish. Oh, are you planning to question the authority of the law, Minister? Perhaps your director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Amelia Bones, would have a different view. Damn Prewett, Fudge thought, his teeth almost grinding to dust, his fists clenched. Yet, the smile on his face became even more amiable. Dumbledore, meanwhile, continued to remain aloof, though a flicker of barely concealed amusement danced in his eyes. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door, and Lucius Malfoy walked in, his platinum hair gleaming. "Oh, you're already here, Fudge. What are you doing here?" Hagrid couldn't help but bellow. "Get out of my house. Believe me, I have no desire to step into this. Can this even be called a house?" Lucius said, looking around disdainfully, almost bumping into Harry and Ron, who were still hidden under the invisibility cloak. "I came here only because someone told me the headmaster was here." He turned and walked toward Dumbledore. "Then, what can I do for you?" Dumbledore still feigned an air of innocence. "The other governors and I believe that it is you who should leave," Lucius said, handing a roll of parchment to Dumbledore. "This is your suspension order, with the signatures of all the governors on it." He looked at Fudge, and the two exchanged triumphant smiles. "That's not necessarily true, Lord Malfoy," Aiden said, standing up. He took out the ring engraved with the Prewett family crest and put it on. "I bet there's no Prewett signature on it, is there?" He took the suspension order and spread it out. "It's useless," Lucius snatched the parchment back. 11 governors have already voted in favor." Dumbledore cast a look at Aiden that clearly said, "Save me." Aiden returned a helpless shrug. "You can't fire Dumbledore." Hagrid stepped forward, agitated. "If he leaves, the Muggle-born students will be completely hopeless." "Oh, your own problem hasn't been dealt with yet," Fudge interjected, turning to Hagrid. "Since there's no way to send you to Azkaban, the Ministry of Magic will detain you first." "No objections, Mr. Prewett." He still looked at Aiden with an amiable smile, but his tone was far from friendly. "Okay," Aiden replied. "But I demand that the detainee receive normal treatment guarantees. The right to rest and the right to food must be normal, and there must be no torture to extract a confession. Otherwise, the major and minor media in the wizarding world would be very much looking forward to a major news scoop from the Ministry of Magic, wouldn't they?" Aiden's beautiful eyes curved, shining like two mischievous gems. "You, Fudge choked on his words, turned, and stormed out of Hagrid's hut. Chapter complete. Advanced chapters of all my stories. Exclusive novels and fanfics. Flexed Biceps community goal, 500 Power Stones unlocks a bonus chapter. Thanks for reading and supporting the story. Chapter 116, An Exile and a Promise. Fudge came with great interest and returned disappointed. Inside Hagrid's hut, Lucius was still waiting for Professor Dumbledore's answer. "If the Board of Governors wishes me to leave," Dumbledore said calmly, "then of course I will." He took the suspension order and walked toward Lucius. Harry and Ron, still hidden under the invisibility cloak, had to scramble out of his way. "However," he added, his blue eyes looking past Lucius's shoulder at the two boys hiding behind him, "as long as someone at Hogwarts is loyal to me, they will definitely receive help." Lucius, frightened by his words, looked around nervously, searching the shadows. Seeing no ambush from the Order of the Phoenix, he regained his confidence. "That's very touching," he sneered. "Please." And with that, Lucius walked out. Two Aurors walked in through the open door, preparing to take Hagrid away. Before leaving, Hagrid shouted, "If anyone needs to find something, all they have to do is follow the spiders." After saying that, he was led away by the Aurors. "Oh, Aiden," Hagrid suddenly turned around, the force of his movement throwing the two Aurors holding him to the ground. "Remember to help me feed Fong." The adults all left, leaving only 3 people in the hut. Harry and Ron took off the invisibility cloak. "Oh, Aiden, what should we do?" Ron asked anxiously. "Dumbledore has left. There will be attacks every day now." "Don't worry," Aiden said, lazily sitting back down on the sofa and stroking Fong's head. "The headmaster has worked at Hogwarts for many years. He must have made full preparations before leaving." He turned to the other two. "You guys will have to take care of this little guy for a while." "What?" Ron exclaimed. "Didn't Hagrid just give him to you?" "I can't," Aiden said, a gleam of light flashing in his heterochromatic eyes. "I need to prepare evidence to exonerate Hagrid. And I also need to personally guide public opinion to encircle and suppress the Ministry of Magic." Ron, who knew him well, recognized this as Aiden's expression of genuine anger. After that, Aiden left Hagrid's hut. The next day, Aiden woke up, picked up Lotta, and said, "Help me watch Harry Potter." The cat gave him a look of human-like understanding. Then, he went to Professor Flitwick's office. But interestingly, Dumbledore was already waiting for him there. "Albus, is this really all right?" Professor Flitwick was saying, his voice full of hesitation. Aiden, you're here, Dumbledore smiled when he saw him. Humph, Aiden replied. You still have the leisure to chat here. Aren't you afraid that your beloved school will turn into a snake pit? Isn't Minerva still guarding it? Dumbledore winked at Aiden. Nothing will happen. And you came here to ask Phileas for a leave of absence, did you not? Aiden, Professor Flitwick said, looking from side to side nervously. Do you really want to leave school at a time like this? That's an adult's business, why bother? He clearly knew what Aiden was planning. Professor, Aiden said, pointing to the school badge on his robes, the enemy has already come to tear down our door. We can't just stand by and watch. We have to let them know that we are not so easily trifled with. Professor Flitwick understood. He waved his hand and approved Aiden's leave application. Dumbledore left the school with Aiden. So, where are we going first? Aiden asked. Well, Dumbledore said, feigning innocence, let's visit an old friend. Fawkes appeared, and in a flash of fire, the two of them were transported outside the Lestrange family manor. Lestrange. Aiden raised an eyebrow. You're really good at using your connections. There's no other way, Dumbledore replied, his old face completely shameless. It's quite lucky that my students have such useful connections. They walked into the manor, and Edmund's father, the current head of the Lestrange family, Overy Lestrange, came out to greet them. Aiden, long time no see, he welcomed them warmly. Oh, and Professor Dumbledore. Are you here for a home visit? All right, Uncle, Aiden said, cutting straight to the chase. With the relationship between our two families, there's no need to be so roundabout. What is going on with the suspension order? Alas, Overy sighed, it was Lucius. He came to my door and forced us. He said that if we didn't agree to sign the headmaster's suspension order, he would curse our entire family. We were all afraid that he still possessed that person's things. He threatened you, and you believed him. Aiden felt a little strange. After all, he is a Death Eater. What if, and besides? Overy's words were interrupted by Aiden. Besides, Dumbledore is a good person, and he won't do anything to you, right? Aiden's words were hurtful, but they revealed the truth. Should good people be held at one point? One point. Overy was a little curious. A Muggle term, Dumbledore explained. Oh, a very vivid one, Overy said, lowering his head in shame. I'm also very sorry, Aiden. For the sake of my family, we couldn't afford to gamble. Uncle, it's useless to say this now, Aiden said, staring at him, his heterochromatic dragon pupils very oppressive. What if I can prove that Malfoy's threats are all bluffs? Then we will immediately withdraw the suspension order, Overy said, his curiosity piqued. But how will you prove it? Aiden took out his short wand, held it to his temple, and slowly extracted a trace of silvery white memory. High-level legilimens have our own ways of proving the truth, do we not? He placed the memory into a small bottle and handed it to Overy. Then, Dumbledore, cooperating perfectly, waved his hand, and a pensieve appeared on the table. Please, Uncle, Aiden gestured. Overy poured the memory into the pensieve and was instantly transported to Borgin and Burkes. Through Aiden's perspective, he witnessed Lucius selling all his dark arts items. After a flash of white light, he returned to the Lestrange family's reception room. Okay, Overy said immediately. I will withdraw your suspension order. I am very sorry, Professor Dumbledore. It's all right, Dumbledore said, standing up. Then we won't bother you any longer. Fawkes flew in through the window, and in another flash of fire, the two of them disappeared. Then, Dumbledore took Aiden to visit all the other governors of Hogwarts one by one. With Dumbledore's appearance and Aiden's memory as evidence, the remaining 9 governors also withdrew their suspension orders. When Dumbledore brought Aiden back to Hogwarts, he had 10 letters of withdrawal in his hand. So, Aiden said, looking at Dumbledore, you can now go back to being the headmaster. Do you have any remarks? Well, Dumbledore winked, it feels really good to be a headmaster again. Then are you going back to take charge? Aiden asked, taking out his wand and preparing to apparate to attend to his own business. Before he could, Dumbledore's voice came through the elongated space. No. I'm going to hand it over to Harry. Chapter complete. Advanced chapters of all my stories. Exclusive novels and fanfics. Flexed Biceps community goal, 500 Power Stones unlocks a bonus chapter. Thanks for reading and supporting the story. Chapter 117, Nocturn Alley and a New Army. Saying goodbye to Dumbledore, Aiden apparate directly into Nocturn Alley. The alley was a chaotic tapestry of dark wizards in black robes of all shapes and sizes, some merely loitering, others collapsed on the roadside. A figure as pure and beautiful as Aiden stepping into such a place instantly drew the attention of every wizard present. Greed, resentment, malice, and tyranny spread through the air as the inhabitants of Nocturn Alley quickly surrounded him. Unfortunately for them, they were not encircling a defenseless rabbit. On the contrary, the dragon at the center of the storm was already poised to strike. Bedlam. The power of Bedlam, an ability from his Dreamwalker sequence, impacted the mind bodies of the surrounding wizards. The malice they carried was detonated within themselves by Aiden's hand. The dark wizards began to collapse row by row, the effect spreading outward from the center like a ripple. Oh, a great harvest. Aiden took out a box with an undetectable extension charm and began collecting the unconscious forms, tossing them in one by one. As he worked, he deliberately raised his nose and sniffed the air. This poor and sour smell, it's someone from the Borgin family, isn't it? Aiden's beautiful eyes looked over, and a wizard with greasy hair and wearing a tattered robe walked out from the shadows. Humph, Borgin sneered, a mocking expression on his face. Is someone from the Prewett family joining the ranks of the dark wizards? Your ancestors must be weeping, boy. Perfect, Aiden said. Since you've shown your face, join them. Aiden stomped on the ground with force, creating a shallow pit, and his figure instantly blurred from the spot. Borgin felt only a flicker of motion before his eyes. The next second, a pair of dazzling heterochromatic pupils appeared before him. Borgin saw the person in front of him raising a fist, and the protective alchemical items on his body unfolded. Several layers of shields appeared around him. Borgin originally intended to elegantly take out his wand, but in the blink of an eye, a crisp cracking sound rang out, and all the protective tools on Borgin's hands and neck exploded. A white fist was already close at hand, and Borgin could no longer react except for his pupils constricting in terror. With a bang, a large bump swelled on Borgin's head, and his last thought before falling into a baby-like sleep was, so strong. Aiden looked at the unconscious Borgin, patted the dust off his clothes, walked over, picked him up, and stuffed him into the box. After packing up all the dark wizards, Aiden picked up the box and said, Professor, how long are you planning to watch? Well, good children shouldn't run outside of school to fight. Accompanied by an aged voice, Dumbledore emerged from the void. We have to make some arrangements, otherwise, we'll just watch him organize his forces. Aiden raised an eyebrow. Well, anyway, the old man is just a headmaster and can't control students running outside of school. Dumbledore walked out with a licorice wand in his mouth. Aiden picked up the box and walked into Borgin's alchemical shop. He waved his wand, and the shop's door closed tightly, the curtains of the display window lowering. Then, Aiden switched his short wand for his long staff. The crystal stone at its tip emitted light, and the space around the shop began to twist and slowly expand. After setting up a huge and wide venue in the expanded space, Aiden dumped the wizards from the box. There were about 35 wizards in the impromptu arena. Some with strong willpower had already begun to wake up, but with the intervention of the Dreamwalker's powerful mind control ability, the wizards present were all quickly subdued and controlled. Ahem. Aiden cleared his throat. Repeat after me. Repeat after me. The chorus of 35 voices echoed back. Aiden. An outsider not belonging to this world. Aiden recited the oath, and the surrounding wizards followed him, the atmosphere in the shop resembling a bizarre ritual site. An outsider not belonging to this world, the great master of the Sea of Consciousness, the grey-white dragon who controls the mind, I voluntarily join the secret assembly, adhere to the truth, and strive tirelessly for the coexistence of wizards and ordinary people. The 35 voices repeated in unison. Finally, let's implant an activation command for them, Aiden thought. He spoke aloud, when someone says the command to you, you need to unconditionally help that person. The command is, Daydream Dragon, ... Daydream Dragon. 35 voices repeated the command. Heh, voluntarily. The system sent a message of ironic consolation. Humph, you're just jealous, Aiden thought, reaching out and scratching the gem hanging on his neck. Don't forget who is processing your oaths for you and who is diligently helping you transform the oath-takers into anchors. The system said proudly. All right, it's all my fault. Aiden began to coax his system. By the way, are you really planning to let these people maintain peace? The system asked. How is that possible? Aiden scoffed. Expecting a group of dark wizards to maintain peace is impossible. The only purpose of me acting in advance is to ensure that the forces organized after that guy is resurrected are under my control. Aiden waved his wand, released the collective hypnosis, and then skillfully hid himself in a conscious blind spot. The awakened dark wizards seemed very confused as to why they had fallen in this strange place. Some sharp-eyed people recognized it as Borgin's shop. Damn Borgin. Do you want to be our enemy? Let us out quickly, or you'll be sorry. Borgin also woke up from the crowd, and he hurriedly went to open the shop's door. After the wizard squeezed out, Borgin looked at his now empty shop and felt a nagging sense that he had missed something important. Outside Nocturn Alley, Aiden was scouting around. The Dark Wizards and Nocturn Alley had formed a unique symbiotic system. Nocturn Alley provided a place for the Dark Wizards to live, and the Dark Wizards, in turn, would stand up to resist the Ministry's purges when Nocturn Alley came under threat. As a result, more and more Dark Wizards settled there, and it became a lawless zone. Then, as a gray area beyond the reach of the law, it naturally attracted gray businesses, which revitalized the local economy. Perhaps I can go back and write a socio-ecological investigation report on Nocturn Alley. Aiden thought, stroking his chin. And then add bricks and tiles to your Dark Lord's road, right? The system rolled its eyes, which Aiden, of course, couldn't see. Crossing the intersection of Nocturn Alley, Aiden returned to Diagon Alley. Although both were alleys, the atmosphere was starkly different. Walking into the leaky cauldron, Aiden saw Hagrid drinking butterbeer, with two Aurors following him like shadows. Aiden, what are you doing here? Hagrid asked, surprised. Came out to exonerate you. Aiden winked at Hagrid. Oh, you don't have to do all this for me, Aiden, Hagrid said, his eyes a little downcast. All right, since you're already out, lower your head. Aiden took out his wand and commanded. Want to give him a buff? The system complained. Running errands, Aiden mentally glared at the system. Then, Aiden extracted a strand of memory from Hagrid's head, dating back 50 years. It recorded that the animals Hagrid cultivated 50 years ago were acromantulas and that he knew nothing about Myrtle. After putting the extracted memory in a glass bottle, Aiden left the leaky cauldron. Chapter complete. Advanced chapters of all my stories. Exclusive novels and fanfics. Flexed Biceps community goal, 500 Power Stones unlocks a bonus chapter. Thanks for reading and supporting the story. Chapter 118, Chapter 118, The Ministry's Game. Leaving the leaky cauldron, Aiden arrived at Whitehall in London. He stepped into a familiar red telephone booth, picked up the receiver, and dialed 62,442. With a clunk, a pass dropped out of the coin return slot, and then the old telephone booth began its descent, sinking deep into the earth. He emerged into the expansive main hall of the Ministry of Magic, where a figure was already waiting. Haha, Dragon, you've come to play with me again. The director of the Department of Mysteries greeted him with a wide smile. Sigh, why do you always call me Dragon? Aiden sighed, a familiar complaint. Can't I? The director feigned innocence, though Aiden could clearly sense the mischievous glint in his eyes beneath the hood of his platinum robes. Whatever, Aiden said, pushing past him. I don't have time for pleasantries today, I'm here on business. He inserted his visitor card into the ticket machine and stepped into the bustling hall. A long queue had already formed at the visitor's desk, and it seemed Aiden wouldn't be seen anytime soon. Heh, the director chuckled, falling in step beside him. You'll need me to lead the way. That visitor card only allows you to make an appointment in the lobby. And, Dragon, if you insist on going through the proper channels, you'll probably have to wait until next week. He gave Aiden a suggestive wink. Why don't you just join us? Then you could come and keep us company every day. No way, Aiden said, rolling his eyes. I'll just go up myself. Fine, you killjoy dragon, the director conceded. I'll take you up. Wouldn't do for you to start a fight with these insects later. Although they're incompetent, their absence would only amplify the chaos. He led Aiden to a secure elevator, swiped his own card, and the lift slowly ascended. How did you know where I wanted to go? Aiden asked, genuinely curious. Of course I knew, the director explained. Because our dragon's friend has been caught, and we've been keeping a close eye on the situation. You. Aiden suddenly felt a shiver crawl down his spine. Oh, Dragon, you probably don't realize, the director said, his lips curving into a mysterious smile, but you have quite a few admirers in the Department of Mysteries. You people are chasing stars. Aiden felt a flicker of incredulity. Wait, I'm not a celebrity. But you are connected to our work, and you are, aesthetically pleasing, the director deadpanned. Many of the young ladies in the department are clamoring for me to bring Dragon back for a visit. Aiden wanted to ask more, but with a soft click, the elevator reached the second floor, the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. We're here, the director announced. You go ahead, I should return to my duties. He didn't give Aiden a chance to ask more questions, operating the elevator to send himself back down. On the second floor, a witch strode up to Aiden and extended her hand. Hello, she said, her voice crisp and authoritative. I'm Amelia Bones, Director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Hello, Director Bones, Aiden greeted, shaking her hand. I'm Aiden Prewett. The witch scrutinized him carefully. Besides being good-looking, she stated, there's nothing particularly special about you. How did you get that old man from the Department of Mysteries to personally escort you up here? It seemed the rumors of her efficiency and decisive nature were quite accurate. Perhaps we have a common enemy. Aiden ventured tentatively. Amelia Bones looked puzzled. Never mind, Lady Bones said, getting straight to the point. Let's not waste time. Tell me the purpose of your visit. Lady, Aiden explained, I need to access the trial records of Rubius Hagrid from 50 years ago. A case that has already been concluded, Lady Bones mused, looking up at Aiden. Tell me, why should I grant you access to the records of this particular case? Lady, Aiden began, his voice earnest, Magical Law, Article 2, the task of the law is to ensure the accurate and timely ascertainment of the facts of the crime, the correct application of the law, the punishment of criminals, and the protection of innocent people from criminal prosecution. Article 6, the Department of Magical Law Enforcement must base its criminal proceedings on facts and adhere to the law. All wizards are equal in the application of the law, and no privileges are allowed before the law. Aiden recited the articles with conviction, his dragon eyes, piercing and direct, fixed on Director Bones. So, you mean to say that your friend was wronged? Bones instantly grasped Aiden's implication. How about I show you his memories? Aiden then summoned the pensieve he had borrowed from Dumbledore with his wand. He took out the glass bottle containing Hagrid's memories, poured them into the pensieve, and the device began to replay the events of 50 years ago. After Director Bones had reviewed Hagrid's memories, she fell into deep thought. This is indeed an oversight by the previous director, she stated, her voice tight. We convicted an innocent person and subjected him to injustice. Director Bones immediately called her subordinates and led Aiden into the archives, where they began searching through the records from 50 years ago. Oh, Merlin, whom I can no longer see, Lady Bones gasped, her eyes widening in horror as she opened Hagrid's file. They actually. This woman, who had dedicated her life to fighting for law as a belief, suffered a profound blow. Oh, what did the previous generation of fools do, she muttered, her voice trembling. Torture to extract confessions, fabricate evidence, tamper with testimony. These idiotic bureaucrats didn't even bother to erase their corrections to the testimony cleanly. Looking at the farcical records before her, Lady Bones seemed to have had her resolve shattered, slumping into her chair. Allow me to offer you a suggestion, Aiden's voice purred, his draconic influence subtle but pervasive. Tell me, Lady Bones said, her keen political sense already feeling the undercurrents behind this case. First of all, Aiden began, the imprisonment of a wizard who has not been convicted was done by Minister Fudge. And the trial of the innocent wizard Hagrid was an oversight by the previous director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. So, my suggestion is that you, lady, do nothing at all. Aiden's eyes curved into crescents, his heterochromatic pupils shining like twin jewels. Do nothing. Lady Bones stood up, issuing a stern rebuke. You mean to tell me to sit idly by while an innocent person suffers injustice? No, lady, Aiden said, waving a dismissive hand. Minister Fudge's 7-year term is still a very long way off. It's unwise to confront him head-on at this time. What we need to do is bide our time. And specifically for the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, we only need to publicly declare that a 50-year-old scroll has been lost. Aiden subtly shifted his pronouns, drawing her into his plan. The Dream Walker's ability, combined with his words, made his arguments utterly irresistible. What effect can a single scroll have? Lady Bones was puzzled. This mysteriously lost scroll, Aiden explained, will be accidentally picked up by a professional. Someone will then analyze the past actions of the Ministry of Magic from it, and then somehow inadvertently leak it to various media outlets. The wizard's simple sense of justice will drive them to criticize the Ministry of Magic. And at that opportune time, the righteous Department of Magical Law Enforcement will respond to the wizard's demands and come forward to investigate this case. Everything is so logical, isn't it? Aiden lightly touched his fingers together, observing Lady Bones through the gaps in his palm. Humph, Lady Bones scoffed, though a small smile played on her lips. Are you really a Ravenclaw, you little devil? She seemed to agree to his cunning plan. Perhaps the Sorting Hat believes I no longer need to draw nourishment from Slytherin, Aiden winked at her. Then, pleasant cooperation. He extended his hand. Pleasant cooperation, Lady Bones replied, shaking his hand firmly. Chapter complete. Advanced chapters of all my stories. Exclusive novels and fanfics. Flexed Biceps community goal, 500 Power Stones unlocks a bonus chapter. Thanks for reading and supporting the story. Chapter 119, An Escape from the Spider's Maw. After leaving the Ministry of Magic, Aiden went to Nocturn Alley again, where he selected 2 wizards with slightly cleaner identities. After paying their fines, he had them serve as managers of his shop, responsible for controlling the financial movements of the Prewett family's properties. Just as Aiden was running his errands, back at Hogwarts, Ron and Harry followed Hagrid's advice and ventured into the Forbidden Forest. That night, carrying oil lamps, they arrived at Hagrid's hut. Outside, a line of spiders marched purposefully toward the dark woods. My goodness, Ron's voice was sharp and hoarse. The spiders are going into the Forbidden Forest. Have you forgotten Hagrid's instructions? Harry replied, picking up his lamp. Follow the spiders. Why spiders? Ron complained. Why didn't he say, follow the butterflies? But he still followed. Inside the forbidden forest, Harry suddenly turned his head and saw a pair of vertical pupils staring at him from the shadows. Careful, Ron, something's coming, he yelled, tugging at Ron, and the two of them fell to the forest floor together. Ha ha ha, you two are really interesting, a crisp, female voice came from the branches above. A leopard print cat with strange patterns on its body leaped down from a tree. Lotta. Ron quickly recognized his brother's cat. Wait, how can you talk? He asked, his eyes wide with horror. Oh, Ronnie, you're no fun, a human-like, teasing expression appeared on Lotta's face. We've lived together for so many years. Does not opening my mouth really mean I can't talk? Okay, Ron, don't be afraid of her, Harry comforted him. She once helped me. But, she is, my mum said. Your mum said, don't trust anything that has magic unless you know where its brain is, Lotta finished Ron's sentence for him. Yes, that's it, Ron said, slapping his head. This is really hurting my feelings, Ronnie. We've lived together for so long. Lotta was still joking around, but Harry had lost patience. Okay, Ron, trust Aiden. He won't hurt you. Besides, we still need to find clues about the Chamber of Secrets, Harry said. Yes, the Chamber of Secrets, Ron agreed, his focus shifting. The two boys and one cat began to walk deeper into the forbidden forest. Harry, I really don't like this, Ron's voice was tearful. Can we go back? Come quickly. Harry pulled Ron along, following the spiders into a cave. On the way, a spider tried to pounce on Lotta, but she crushed it with a single, powerful swipe of her paw. Harry and Ron went deep into the cave and into the heart of the forbidden forest, where they stopped in front of a deep, dark pit. A huge, monstrous shape suddenly stirred within it. Who's there? A raspy voice boomed. Hagrid, is that you? A giant spider crawled out of the pit. We are Hagrid's friends, Harry said, taking 2 steps back from the huge creature. Are you Aragog? Yes, the spider replied. Hagrid has never brought anyone here before. Aragog's 8 eyes were covered with a thick, white haze, it was clear he had severe cataracts. Hagrid is in trouble, Harry said. They say he opened the Chamber of Secrets. Okay, there's no need to waste any more time, Lotta suddenly said, stepping forward. The reason you're dragging your feet like this is to wait for your children to surround us, right? The surrounding spiders had already blocked their retreat, and Lotta could easily read Aragog's undisguised malice. Oh, don't you want to know about the Chamber of Secrets? Aragog was still stalling for time. Lotta launched a wave of pure, draconic deterrence, and the surrounding spiders were forced back. Aragog, too, fell into a panic. Lotta then grabbed Harry's oil lamp and threw it in front of the giant spider, the fire illuminating its 8 white eyes. She rushed forward nimbly and slapped Aragog's head with her paw, instantly reading the knowledge she needed from its mind. Let's go, you two, Lotta called, jumping back and urging Ron and Harry to evacuate. But we haven't, Harry, ever courageous, was still thinking about getting information. Hurry up and get out of here. Lotta rolled her eyes. I've already got it. Go. Aragog's deep voice rumbled. I don't think so. My children will not harm Hagrid because of my orders, but if fresh meat is delivered to their door, I cannot stop them. The deterred spiders resumed their advance, surrounding them. Can I be scared now? Ron's terror had completely overwhelmed Harry's own. Harry took out his wand and stood back to back with Ron. Quickly, use the magic Aiden taught you. No, I'm too scared. Ron's voice was trembling. I can't enter the casting state. Ah, Ronnie, really, Lotta sighed. I'm going to complain to Aiden when I get back. She rolled her eyes and used her chaos ability on the surrounding spiders, disorienting them. I wish I could go back, Ron whimpered. There are too many of them. I'll open a path for you. Lotta shouted to the 2 of them. Then you run. The patterns on Lotta's body began to emit a faint light. If one looked closely, they could see the shape of the Kennas rune within them. Meow. A long, powerful cat howl echoed through the forest as the rune representing the flame of Kennas was activated. A wave of cyan fire swept around, centered on Lotta, and the spiders that were caught in the flames were quickly burned to ashes. The dry summer wood, coupled with the arson of a certain kitten, quickly ignited a forest fire. Lotta led Harry and Ron out, the flames automatically opening a passage for them. Before leaving, she deliberately controlled a jet of fire to ignite Aragog himself. Finally, carrying her 2 burdens, Lotta rushed to the edge of the forbidden forest. The fire, having lost her magical support, was instantly extinguished, leaving only ruins and broken walls in the Acromantula's habitat. Ron, having escaped the forbidden forest, leaned on one of Hagrid's giant pumpkins and vomited non-stop. Follow the spiders, follow the spiders. He moaned between retches. I'm going to be sick all over his most precious pumpkin patch. Lotta gave him a disdainful look. Harry, however, couldn't be bothered with Ron's nausea and hurriedly asked, "Okay, Lotta, tell us quickly. What did you find out?" "The big spider's mind is full of eating and reproduction," she explained, "but when he escaped from the castle 50 years ago, he sensed the aura of the Acromantula's natural nemesis, the basilisk. Also, 50 years ago, a girl lost her life in the presence of that nemesis." Lotta did not make things difficult for Harry and told him the truth. "I see," Harry breathed, the pieces falling into place. "I understand. The monster in the Chamber of Secrets is a basilisk." Chapter complete. Advanced chapters of all my stories. Exclusive novels and fanfics. Flexed Biceps community goal, 500 Power Stones unlocks a bonus chapter. Thanks for reading and supporting the story. Chapter 120, in action. Harry and Ron returned to the castle and went to visit Hermione again. Sitting on the edge of the bed, Harry looked at the petrified Hermione, his heart aching. "I really hope you get better, Hermione. We already know the monster in the Chamber of Secrets. We will avenge you, Hermione." Harry gently brushed Hermione's cold hand and suddenly found a crumpled ball of paper clasped within her fingers. Taking the note from Hermione's hand, Harry unfolded it. Ron, seeing the paper, frowned. "What is that?" Ron asked. This should be the reason why Hermione was attacked. She also discovered the monster in the Chamber of Secrets. Harry handed the torn page to Ron, which clearly recorded relevant information about the basilisk. Of the many terrifying monsters roaming our land, the most dangerous is the basilisk. The basilisk has a lifespan of hundreds of years, and anyone who looks into its eyes will die. Spiders will run away at the mere scent of it. Harry read the message aloud as they walked through the corridor. "That's it, Ron. This is the same as Lotta's information," Ron mused, puzzled. "But if they are right, then why hasn't anyone died?" Reflection, I understand. Harry realized. No one looked directly into the basilisk's eyes, so they were only petrified. But how could such a large green snake travel through the castle without being discovered? Ron pondered. Hermione left us a message, it's the pipes. Harry held up the torn page again. The word pipes was scrawled on the blank space on the back. Also, remember the memory that Lotta read from Aragog. Since the basilisk is real, then the memory is also correct. The girl who died 50 years ago under the aura of her natural enemy. Myrtle. So, the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets should be in the second-floor bathroom. Ron deduced, finishing Harry's thought. Yes, let's go find Professor McGonagall now. This time, the two of them had learned their lesson and did not rush into the bathroom rashly. Just as the two were on their way to Professor McGonagall's office, a voice suddenly spread throughout the campus. "All students, please return to your common rooms. All professors, please gather in the corridor on the second floor." After hearing this, Harry and Ron hurried to the second floor. All the Hogwarts professors had arrived, except for Gilderoy Lockhart. "Look, the heir of Slytherin has left a message again. Our fears are coming true. 2 students have been taken away and brought into the Chamber of Secrets." Professor McGonagall looked at everyone sadly, truly appearing heartbroken. "All students must be sent home immediately. I'm afraid Hogwarts will be permanently closed." At this moment, Lockhart walked over with elegant steps. "I'm sorry, I overslept. Did I miss anything?" Lockhart was sweating profusely, and the ends of his robe seemed to be wet with water. "A student has been taken away by a monster," Snape said, throwing the question to Lockhart, a rare, chilling smile playing on his lips. "Your chance to perform has finally come." "Perform?" Lockhart stammered. "Didn't you say last night that you always knew where the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets was?" The corners of Snape's mouth curled up, betraying his barely suppressed amusement. Beside the professors, an old man who likes sweets and a mischievous dragon hid in a conscious blind spot. "Well, your ability is really easy to use," Dumbledore said to Aiden. "Finally, this Lockhart. I don't know how long I've been waiting for this day," Aiden thought, feeling secretly refreshed listening to Snape constantly complimenting Lockhart. "So, what exactly did you recruit this guy for, besides his superb memory charm? What else can he do?" "He doesn't even teach the memory charm," curiosity appeared in Aiden's eyes. "Perhaps he can let the Hogwarts students know what kind of person to avoid becoming and what kind of path not to take. This is also a kind of education, isn't it?" Dumbledore winked at Aiden. Humph. Ignoring Dumbledore, Aiden continued to observe the unfolding drama. "Okay, then I'll have to trouble you to deal with that monster alone. After all, we've never seen you show off your skills." A rare smile appeared on Professor McGonagall's serious face. "Okay, no problem. Let me go back to my office to make some preparations." Lockhart showed his shiny teeth, seemingly hoping that this would make everyone forget about him. He turned and left. Watching Lockhart leave, Madame Pomfrey turned around and asked, Minerva, who was taken away? Ginny Weasley and Ernie Macmillan, Professor McGonagall said. Harry, who was eavesdropping at the corner, opened his mouth wide, and Ron's heart sank. Dumbledore, who was hiding in the blind spot of consciousness, glanced at Aiden and asked, Your sister has been taken away, aren't you worried? Hey, the way you put it, Aiden said stubbornly, didn't we go to the Chamber of Secrets together back then? And the basilisk is in our hands. What can a diary do to a young wizard? It's not my sister who will be tricked in the end. Aiden then turned and left. But in Dumbledore's eyes, he saw him rushing towards the abandoned girls' bathroom. Harry and Ron quickly went to Lockhart's office. Lockhart may be useless, but he is going to enter the Chamber of Secrets. We need to pass the information to him. The two walked through the classroom and entered Lockhart's office. Professor, we have news to tell you. Harry looked up and saw Lockhart packing his luggage. When Lockhart heard the sound, he closed the box. Everyone looked at each other, and the scene was at once very embarrassing. Are you leaving here? Harry raised his left eyebrow. Yes, I have some urgent matters, and I have to leave, I must leave immediately. Lockhart's head pointed to the left. What about my sister? Ron questioned, his voice laced with desperation. Well, about this matter, no one understands grief better than I do. Lockhart quickened his packing speed. You are a defense against the dark arts professor. You can't run away. Ron walked to the left side of the desk and blocked Lockhart. I must tell you, no one told me when I accepted this job. Lockhart moved to the right. Harry blocked him. You want to run away? Your books portray you as so great. Lockhart pushed Harry away. Books can be misleading. You wrote them. Harry waved his hand. My dear children, can you use your common sense? How would they sell well if I didn't let my book fans believe that I did it? Lockhart put down his luggage and spread his hands. Merlin, you always have to know something. Ron collapsed. That's right, I use my memory charm very well. Now that you've brought it up, I have to make you forget these things. Lockhart drew his wand and pointed it at Ron and Harry. Obliviate. When Lockhart was focused on chanting the spell, Harry flicked his wand. Expelliarmus. Lockhart's wand was instantly knocked away, and Ron also took out his broken wand and held it against Lockhart's neck. Chapter complete. Advanced chapters of all my stories. Exclusive novels and fanfics. Flexed Biceps community goal, 500 Power Stones unlocks a bonus chapter. Thanks for reading and supporting the story. Chapter 121, Deep Within the Chamber. Harry and Ron, still holding Lockhart between them, arrived at the second-floor girls' bathroom. Through their conversation with Moaning Myrtle, Harry finally identified the precise entrance to the Chamber of Secrets. Say something, Harry, in Parseltongue, Ron urged. Harry stared at the snake-shaped carving on the faucet for a long time. I can't, Ron, he said dejectedly. Parseltongue must be spoken to a real snake. This carving is too fake. Snap. A crisp snap of fingers sounded, and Harry suddenly felt an inexplicable connection to the carving, a sense that he could speak Parseltongue to it. The strange snap seemed to go unnoticed by anyone else. Hiss, Harry uttered the opening words in Parseltongue. The washbasin in the bathroom automatically folded inward, revealing a huge, dark passage. Lockhart, sticking his head out, glanced at the seemingly bottomless abyss and exhaled. Well done, Harry. Ha, I'm relieved. You shouldn't need me down here. He turned, attempting to escape, but Ron and Harry, standing behind him, swiftly blocked his path. Here, very, need, you, the two boys grunted, struggling with Lockhart. He clung desperately to the sides of the sink, unwilling to descend. Finally, Ron stepped forward and delivered a firm kick, sending Lockhart tumbling into the passage. After a short wait, Lockhart's muffled voice drifted up from below. It's really dirty down here. Hearing his complaint, Ron and Harry exchanged a glance and jumped in after him. As the trio disappeared into the Chamber of Secrets, two figures, one old and one young, materialized from the air above the gaping maw of the entrance. Speaking of which, Aiden, Professor Dumbledore praised, have you ever considered returning to Hogwarts to teach in the future? Your ability is perfect for catching young wizards who wander around at night. Look who it is, a ghostly voice chimed in. Our respectable Professor Dumbledore. Oh no, now I should call you Headmaster. Moaning Myrtle flew over, circling Dumbledore playfully. Myrtle, I am truly sorry about you, Dumbledore said, a flicker of guilt in his eyes. I never expected Tom to dare to do such a thing at such a young age. Okay, Headmaster, don't talk about that bad seed, Myrtle interrupted, putting her hands together, her eyes blurred. Everyone knows you are most wary of him, but he is so charming that everyone is fascinated by him. Then, with a scream, she drilled back into the toilet. The past is unbearable to look back on, Professor, Aiden said, raising his left eyebrow slightly. Which family doesn't have a few unlucky students? Dumbledore winked at Aiden. Aiden. The two stopped their banter and stepped into the passage of the Chamber of Secrets, moving with a leisurely gait, as if a grandfather and grandson were out for a casual stroll. The air beneath their feet seemed to have invisible steps, and the two figures vanished into the darkness. In the passage, Harry and Ron were startled by the numerous bones of small animals scattered all over the ground. Harry looked up at Ron and Lockhart. Remember, he warned, close your eyes when you hear any movement. Taking the lead, Harry walked forward. Ron pointed his wand at Lockhart, subtly nudging him forward with his head. Lockhart had no choice but to bite the bullet and follow. After navigating a rugged, winding cave, the three came to a circular iron gate adorned with 7 coiling snakes that served as its lock. Hiss, Harry said, skillfully speaking Parseltongue to the iron gate. One of the snake carvings slithered out from the door frame and circled the iron gate, then writhed and shrank back into place. With the sound of a retracting machine spring, the iron gate slowly opened. Salazar Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets lay exposed before them. The interior was lavishly decorated, yet it looked desolate due to its long-term closure and lack of maintenance. The walls were lined with towering snakehead sculptures. At the very end of the Chamber of Secrets stood a colossal sculpture of Salazar Slytherin himself, his long beard drooping to the hem of his robe, his ancient face resembling that of a wizened monkey. This is really the sculpture of founder Salazar Slytherin himself. Aiden, hidden in the blind spot of consciousness, murmured, posing a philosophical question to Dumbledore. Dumbledore pondered, at this moment, is it better to maintain the image of the old founder in the minds of the students or to acknowledge the old founder's own aesthetic? At the far end of the chamber, Ginny and Ernie lay motionless on the ground. Harry and Ron, ignoring everything else, rushed forward. Oh, Ginny. Ginny, you can't die, Harry pleaded, patting her. Wake up quickly, please. Ron watched his sister nervously, while Ernie, lying nearby, was completely overlooked. She's all right. A young student walked out of the shadows, wearing Slytherin robes. Tom Riddle. Harry asked, a little curious. Why are you here? He's the owner of the diary you mentioned. Ron said in disbelief. But he was from 50 years ago. She's fine, Tom said, approaching the others quickly. I ask you, I have already caught Aiden Prewett's sister, why hasn't he come? What does Aiden have to do with this again? Ron looked puzzled. Perhaps it's because that guy has been kicked out of school, Lockhart offered with a chuckle. Suddenly, he pulled his wand from his sleeve and fired a stupefy at Ron, who, caught off guard, fainted. You. Harry said, confused by Lockhart's betrayal. I told you I had something to leave, Lockhart grinned. It would have been fine to let me go, but then so many things had to happen. Tom, what's going on? Are you a ghost? Harry asked. It's a pity that Aiden Prewett didn't show up, Tom said with an evil smile. That's a rare and perfect body. Forget it, Lockhart interjected. I have already prepared 2 young bodies for you. Wouldn't it be good to directly use their vitality to reconstruct your own body? What do you know, you idiot? Tom roared at Lockhart, his face contorting in fury. Those are dragon people. Dragon people. Dumbledore, watching the entire spectacle from his perch atop a snakehead statue, turned his head to Aiden. It seems that your body is very attractive to dark wizards. Aiden, such a good show can't stop your mouth. In the vast chamber, Tom, thinking he had the upper hand, began his villainous act, engaging the protagonist in a monologue at the most critical moment. Forget it, Tom said, walking toward Harry. It's worth the trip to have the famous savior come all this way. It's not in vain that I showed you the memories of the stupid Hagrid. You really trust me so much, easily bringing so many sacrifices here. Harry stared at Tom with fierce green eyes, Dumbledore won't let you succeed. He has been monitoring me since I started school, Tom said, waving Harry's wand a few times. If I hadn't let that stupid Hagrid take the blame from me, I would have been kicked out of Hogwarts long ago. Chapter complete. Advanced chapters of all my stories. Exclusive novels and fanfics. Flexed Biceps community goal, 500 Power Stones unlocks a bonus chapter. Thanks for reading and supporting the story. Chapter 122, The Legendary Artist, Gilderoy Lockhart. But, thanks to the great dedication of my new friend, this allowed my plan to be successfully realized, Tom said, and Lockhart stepped forward with a bow. You, Harry exclaimed, pointing at Lockhart. Aren't you the school's defense against the dark arts professor? Dumbledore truly misjudged you. Aiden, hidden in the shadows, glanced at Dumbledore, who had already turned his back, feigning innocence. What does this have to do with me, child? Lockhart said, his smile dazzling, a stark contrast to the glorious, upright image he projected on his posters. I simply gave the diary to the person who needed it. Wasn't Ernie also enjoying it? Tom is a good teacher and helpful friend. He helped Ernie improve his strength, only at a small price. Who doesn't crave power and fame? Lockhart continued, waving his hands, his expression somewhat manic. Harry, you were born with everything. Everyone loves you. As for me, I could only struggle on the streets every day, barely maintaining food and clothing. From the day you appeared in the newspaper, I swore that I must achieve greater fame than you so that power and wealth would fall into my hands. You liar. Harry shouted. And you, Tom, who exactly are you? Me. Tom bent down to look at Harry, using his wand to lift Harry's hair, revealing the lightning-shaped scar. Then, Tom used his wand to write in the air, Tom M. Riddle. With a wave of the wand, the letters rearranged themselves into a line of smaller characters. The glowing letters in the air clearly displayed, I am Lord Voldemort. You are the heir of Slytherin. Harry's voice was barely a whisper. You are Lord Voldemort. Of course, Tom said, a smug expression on his face. You don't think I would still keep the surname of my filthy muggle father, do you? So I gave myself a new name, held a huge ceremony to gather consensus, completely erasing my unbearable past, which also made me the greatest wizard in the world. Albus Dumbledore is the greatest wizard in this world. Harry retorted, angered by Tom's words, and stepped forward to confront him. Him. Tom looked at Harry mockingly. A pathetic old man who was driven away by me with a mere piece of memory. No, he won't leave, Harry insisted. Because we still have people who are loyal to him. Harry took another step forward, almost bumping into Tom. All right, I'm no longer in the mood to chat with you. Kill him, Lockhart. Tom ordered in exasperation. Gladly at your service, my lord. Lockhart took out his wand, preparing to restore the unarmed Harry to his factory settings. Obliviate. Lockhart released the memory charm towards Harry. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind Harry. A hand with a ring stretched out from beside Harry, and multiple hexagonal crystal barriers materialized in front of the two. The memory charm slammed heavily on the barrier and was directly bounced back, the spell flying back along the trajectory it came from. No. Lockhart cried out as he was hit by his own memory charm and fell to the ground. Ron. Harry exclaimed in surprise, clearly seeing the person behind him. Always, Ron replied with a smile to Harry. A guy who does more harm than good. Tom watched Lockhart's defeat, drew his wand, and prepared to enter the battle himself. Enough, let me meet you. Tom pointed Harry's wand at Ron. Stupefy. A bolt of magic shot toward the two. A barrier appeared in front of Ron, blocking the incoming spell. We have to make a quick decision. Using this kind of magic consumes too much, Ron said while protecting Harry. What should I do? My wand is in his hands, Harry asked. I'll create an opportunity for you. You go up and snatch the wand back, Ron offered as a battle plan. Okay. Harry nodded. After discussing, the two separated and fled. Ron raised his hand, gathering an attack spell, a white beam of light wrapped in black magic. Tom saw this incoming beam of light, did not dare to resist it head-on, and chose to dodge. The beam of light collided with the ground, producing a violent explosion, raising huge clouds of dust. Lord Voldemort's vision was blocked by the smoke and dust, and for a moment he lost track of Harry and Ron's location. Seeing this scene, Tom also understood the tactics of the two, so he waved his wand. Obscuro. Large swaths of white mist began to emerge inside the Chamber of Secrets, and everyone lost sight for a moment. Ron and Harry did not dare to speak, afraid of revealing their location, so several people had to play a game of blind man's bluff in the smoke. Still too young, Aiden, who was hiding in a conscious blind spot, sighed. Not bad, by the way, you guys actually trained Mr. Weasley so well. Can you send Harry over for special training during the holidays this year? Dumbledore asked. Isn't Harry going back to the Dursleys to maintain the protective magic on him? Aiden asked in confusion. How do you also know? Forget it. Maintaining the magic doesn't require living there for a long time, the point is to make his home still recognize him, Dumbledore explained. You write a letter yourself to communicate with Aunt Molly. Anyway, as long as she agrees, I have plenty of time, Aiden said, spreading his hands. In the fog, Ron's intuition, which had been specially trained for a whole summer, finally came into play. He decided to bet his few remaining physical strengths on the next spell. He stretched out his right hand and gathered magic in front of his left. Zoltrak. The huge beam of light roared and pierced through the mist. Tom was directly in the path of the beam of light. Tom's pupils reflected the incoming beam of light. He only had time to raise his wand and cast the last spell. Protego. The attack magic and the shield charm collided, and the explosion echoed in the Chamber of Secrets. Fortunately, Mr. Slytherin's selection of materials for the chamber was meticulous enough, and it did not cause a huge collapse. The powerful attack magic dispelled the mist. The smoke and dust dissipated. Tom was gone. Only a straight track was left on the ground, which had been plowed out by Ron's attack magic. Cool. Harry limped over. Lockhart also woke up, giggling, he, who are you? Ron picked up a piece of rubble on the ground and gave Lockhart a stupefy. Aiden didn't lie to me, Ron said, scratching his nose modestly, his ears red with embarrassment. He said that if you encounter a situation where you lose sight, you can solve the problem by bombing it hard. Let's go, let's take Ginny back, Ron said, waving his hand and walking toward the end of the chamber. Harry quickly followed Ron. Walking to the end of the Chamber of Secrets again, Harry accelerated forward and helped Ginny up. Hey, that's my sister, Ron said, shaking his head. He could only turn to walk toward Ernie. This guy spreads rumors about you in school every day, and I didn't expect us to have to save him, Ron muttered dissatisfiedly, reaching out to help Ernie up. Chapter complete. Advanced chapters of all my stories. Exclusive novels and fanfics. Flexed Biceps community goal, 500 Power Stones unlocks a bonus chapter. Thanks for reading and supporting the story. Chapter 123, Chapter 123, The Turning Point. Just as Ron was about to help Ernie to his feet, Ernie suddenly drew his wand. Stupefy. The jet of red light slammed into Ron, but instead of knocking him out completely, it seemed to be absorbed by the ring on his finger, though the force was still enough to send him staggering back. Ernie then quickly snatched the ring from Ron's hand and threw it into the shadows. It drew a beautiful arc in the air before bouncing off the head of a peeping dragon. The dragon with beautiful, heterochromatic eyes. Ernie stood up and pointed his wand at Harry, who raised his own in response. Didn't expect this, did you, Potter? Ernie revealed a wicked smile. You're Tom. Harry immediately understood. I didn't expect that Weasley to be so powerful, to be able to withstand a stunner and still be on his feet, Tom sneered. But now, no one can save you, Harry Potter. He raised his wand at Harry, slowly retreating toward the colossal Slytherin statue. He opened his mouth and spoke in Parseltongue. Hiss, saw, hate, sthee. Speak to me, Slytherin, greatest of the four founders. As the password was spoken, the Slytherin statue's mouth ground open, and a giant snake crawled out. Hiss, SSA. Kill him, Ernie ordered the basilisk. Your Parseltongue won't save you, Potter, he gloated. It only listens to my commands. The basilisk slithered toward Harry, who gripped his wand tightly, throwing several stunning spells at it. Without exception, none of them had any effect. Because the scene was so tense, neither of them noticed that the basilisk that crawled out was actually blindfolded, its deadly gaze concealed. Chirp along, beautiful phoenix cry echoed through the chamber, and Fawkes flew in, carrying the tattered sorting hat. He dropped the hat, and Harry reached out to catch it. Ha! Is this the help Dumbledore sent you? Ernie mocked. A broken bird and a broken hat. Up on one of the stone serpent carvings, Dumbledore offered Aiden a lemon drop. Take it easy, old man, Aiden said meaningfully, popping one into his mouth. Don't break the school's precious relics. No, they're all very strong, Dumbledore smiled, grabbing a Bertie Bott's every flavor bean and chewing thoughtfully. Chilly. Harry put the hat on his head. Suddenly, a heavy sword hilt dropped out and hit him square on the head, almost knocking him unconscious. The long, silver sword slid out, and Harry picked it up, ready to confront the basilisk. The great snake opened its mouth, ready to bite, and Harry waved the sword of Gryffindor, driving it back and preventing it from striking. Seeing his pet in a close fight, Ernie shook his wand and fired a disarming charm. Expelliarmus. Harry looked at the jet of red light flying toward him, drew back the long sword, and sliced the spell clean in two. What? That's impossible. It's just a broken old sword. Ernie was dumbfounded, unable to believe that the Gryffindor relic he'd dismissed as trash possessed such great power. Harry began to circle the basilisk, making his way toward Ernie. Give it to me, Potter. Ernie yelled, pulling Ginny up and holding his wand to her temple. Give me the sword, and I'll let the girl go, how about it? But in a place he couldn't see, a pair of deep, pool-like, heterochromatic dragon eyes were already watching him. Don't even think about it, Harry said, his voice clear and steady. Even if I gave you the sword, you wouldn't let us go, would you? Oh, that's a pity, Ernie sneered, the tip of his wand beginning to glow with a sickly green light. Come on, Harry. Say goodbye to your little girlfriend. As he spoke, the dragon hiding in the dark suddenly felt a surge of immense power, not from him, but from the very stones of the castle around him. Aiden raised his head, his gaze penetrating the collective unconscious sea. A towering, ethereal castle slowly floated up from the depths, seawater sliding down its ancient spires. It seemed the continuous attacks on the young wizards had finally made the castle itself furious. Just as Ernie was about to cast the killing curse, the basilisk chasing Harry suddenly whipped its tail, sending him flying. Ernie smashed into the stalagmites on the ground and was embedded in the wall on the far side of the chamber. What? Harry was completely surprised by the basilisk's sudden defection. The great snake carefully picked up Ginny and placed her gently beside Harry. You betrayed me. Ernie yelled, climbing up from the rubble and glaring fiercely at the basilisk. How is this possible? The basilisk turned its head and opened its eyes. Its pupils were no longer the previous yellow-green, but a pair of strange, familiar, heterochromatic eyes. Seeing them, Harry was stunned at first, and then the joy on his face could no longer be concealed. Aiden Prewett, Ernie growled, looking at the basilisk and saying the name like a curse. I thought our second meeting would be in a relatively cleaner place. The basilisk didn't open its mouth, but the clear, calm voice of a young man echoed in everyone's minds. Do you think you've won by controlling the basilisk? Ernie glared. I am now in this boy's body. If you want to deal with me, you'll have to kill him first. I know you can't do it. The so-called good people are just hypocrites like you, Ernie sneered. In a few minutes, this boy will die, and then I will no longer be just a memory. Lord Voldemort will return, and you can only watch as I am resurrected from this child's bones. His wild laughter echoed through the Chamber of Secrets. He was certain he had won. Ernie, wake up. Harry cried, trying to wake his classmate, but it was no use. Just then, Harry stepped on something under his feet. He picked it up. It was the diary. He looked at the book, then at the long sword in his hand, still dripping with basilisk venom, and showed Ernie a triumphant smile. No. Ernie rushed forward immediately, firing another disarming charm at Harry. The spell was blocked by the basilisk's thick, scaly body, doing no more damage than a mosquito bite. The short distance of a few meters had become an insurmountable chasm. Harry raised the long sword and plunged it deep into the diary. Black, viscous blood flowed from the pages. Ugh, ah. Ernie began to emit a blinding white light as black mist rose from his body. No. No. Damn it. I curse you, Harry Potter. I curse you, Aiden Prewett. His last, fading voice echoed through the Chamber of Secrets before he collapsed, unconscious. Harry, weakened, supported Ginny and leaned against the basilisk. After the long fight, his robes were tattered, and his face was covered in cuts and bruises. Ugh. Ginny also began to wake from her coma. Where am I? Ginny, a tired voice attracted her attention. Harry. Go and tell the professors. It was Ernie. He's the heir of Slytherin. Ginny's memory was still stuck before the final confrontation. I already know, Harry said, lowering his head tiredly. It's over. Ginny looked around and saw the huge basilisk and the unconscious people scattered around the chamber. Harry, you're injured, she said, her voice full of worry. Ginny, listen to me carefully. Harry was interrupted before he could speak. Chirp, a long phoenix cry came again, and Fawkes flew to Harry's side. Fawkes, you're here. That's great. Go find the professors. Harry said. But Fawkes did not obey. He grabbed both Harry and Ginny and, in a flash of fire, flew away. After the two left, Aiden and Dumbledore finally revealed themselves. No, Professor, Aiden said, his voice full of exasperation. You asked Fawkes to send them away. What about these people? You have to give the hero and his beauty some time alone, the shameless old man said with a twinkle in his eye. And aren't we still here to watch over things? Achoo. What's wrong with me? Ron also began to wake up. He saw Aiden holding a long staff, which was emitting a gentle wave of energy that enveloped him. Besides your dear brother, who else would be here to patch you up? Aiden teased. Oh, Aiden, Ron said, still a little dazed. Where did Ginny go? She has already been sent away by the professor, Aiden explained. We'll send these people to the hospital wing. Remember to go to the headmaster's office after you visit. You're in a terrible situation this time. He raised an eyebrow at Ron, who, remembering what he'd done, turned pale. Aiden, is the reminiscing over? Can you come over and help? Dumbledore's voice came from behind. Alas, Aiden sighed. I'm really a hard worker. He took out his long staff and assisted Dumbledore in transferring the wounded. Chapter complete. Advanced chapters of all my stories. Exclusive novels and fanfics. Flexed Biceps community goal, 500 Power Stones unlocks a bonus chapter. Thanks for reading and supporting the story. Chapter 124, Chapter 124, The Headmaster's Office. After sending the injured students to the hospital wing, Aiden rubbed his sore shoulders as he walked out of the room. Being with those Gryffindors and rolling around in the sewers made the naturally clean dragon feel uncomfortable all over. So he decided to take a nice, long bath. He hid himself in a conscious blind spot and, without a shred of hesitation, invaded the prefect's private bathroom. Seeing that the room was empty, Aiden walked in with peace of mind. The interior of the bathroom was luxuriously decorated in a classical, magical style. In the center was a huge, circular pool, its water crystal clear, surrounded by delicate mosaic tiles. The walls were hung with ornate mirrors and various magical items. The water in the pool could be sourced from various magical faucets, each providing water of a different temperature and with different magical effects. Aiden waved his wand, and a torrent of bubbles spewed out of one of the faucets. After a simple rinse, Aiden stepped into the circular pool. Ooh! The warm water washed away the fatigue from his days of travel. The two translucent, white dragon horns on his head seemed to glow under the bathroom's enchanted lights. But this peace was soon broken. A silver phoenix, or rather, a phoenix head, emerged from the bubbles. Aiden, it began, its voice Dumbledore's, I'm sorry to disturb you while you're taking a bath, but please come to the headmaster's office as soon as possible. An old friend may be coming. The phoenix then dissipated, giving Aiden no chance to respond. Aiden sighed. His happy bath time, poof, was gone. Full of resentment, he casually flicked his hand, and the water droplets on his body gathered into the shape of a waterman, which came to the edge of the tub, did a somersault, and dove back in. After casually putting on his robe, Aiden walked out of the prefect's private bathroom. His freshly washed silver hair was as smooth and lustrous as silk under the sunlight, and the two dragon horns on his head were as sharp and pristine as ever. A breeze blew, and the air filled with the scent of aromatherapy. It was a beautiful sight, but the people around him were blind to it. Walking up the revolving staircase, Aiden waved at the stone gargoyle guarding the headmaster's office and rudely pushed open the door. He entered and heard the head of Gryffindor favoring her two beloved disciples. In the past few hours, Dumbledore was saying, pretending to be serious, you two have violated dozens of school rules, which is more than enough for the school to expel you. Yes, sir, Harry and Ron muttered, lowering their heads and preparing to be scolded. But, Dumbledore continued, looking at them over his half-moon glasses, a smile in his eyes, what you have done is also enough for you to receive Hogwarts Special Award for services to the school. He stood up and handed a letter to Ron. At the same time, because of this contribution award, you can get a reward of 200 points each. Now, Mr. Weasley, please send this letter to the Ministry of Magic. It's time for our gamekeeper to come back. Ron took the letter and turned to leave. As he stepped onto the staircase, Aiden entered the headmaster's office, releasing his invisibility. Ron saw him, and his eyes widened at the sight of his brother wandering around with dragon horns on his head. Aiden, where's your hat? He asked anxiously. You didn't walk all the way here like this, did you? It's okay, Aiden said calmly. They can't see me. He took out a letter and handed it to Ron. You're going to the Ministry of Magic, right? Please help me send this out. The address is the Lestrange family. Ron took the letter. When did you become so familiar with them? Stop talking nonsense and go, Aiden said. The sooner you send that letter, the sooner Hagrid will be released. Hearing Aiden's words, Ron couldn't be bothered with anything else and ran out quickly. In the office, Dumbledore had already started a new round of heart-to-heart talks with Harry. First of all, I want to thank you, Harry. You must have shown absolute loyalty to me to summon Fawkes to your side. Secondly, you seem to be troubled by something. Do you need my help? Professor, Harry began, I noticed that I seem to have some similar characteristics to Tom Riddle. You are both Parselmouths, right? Dumbledore's eyes narrowed. I guess it was when he gave you that scar that he also transferred a part of his magic to you. He turned his head and walked to his desk, not daring to look Harry in the eye. This was not his intention, but it is indeed a fact. So the Sorting Hat was right? Harry asked, looking at Dumbledore. Should I have gone to Slytherin? That's right, Harry, Dumbledore said, pointing to the Sorting Hat. You do have some of the characteristics that Lord Voldemort is proud of, resourceful, determined, and not very good at following the rules. But why did the Sorting Hat sort you into Gryffindor? Because that's what I asked for, Harry replied after a moment's thought. That's right, Harry, Dumbledore said, handing the sword to him. That's what makes you different from Lord Voldemort. It is our choices, Harry, that show what we truly are, far more than our abilities. If you still have doubts, then look at this sword. Only a true Gryffindor can pull it out. He winked his left eye at Harry. On the sofa, the lazy dragon stretched and yawned, indicating that he was about to fall asleep. Professor, Aiden suddenly said, I would like to remind you that your old friend is about to arrive. His voice made the two of them, who had been in a good atmosphere, instantly focus their attention on him. Aiden, when did you get here? Harry asked, then trailed off, seeing his horns. And who is the old friend? And you're? Oh, Dumbledore sighed, looking at his unreliable student. Aiden, I want to apologize to you. I shouldn't have disturbed you while you were taking a bath. Forgive this exhausted old man. The people who are coming next are not easy to deal with. The old fox had apologized, blocking Aiden's room to maneuver. Umph. The arrogant dragon on the sofa turned his head away. Harry, full of questions, had to turn his inquiring eyes back to Dumbledore. Dumbledore, unable to stand Harry's gaze, answered his unasked question. That's right. Actually, I'm still technically suspended. Although I have obtained the revocation orders from 10 of the school board members, I still have to face the final questioning from the last one. He sighed dramatically. This old man is really tired. It would be great if there was a considerate student who was also a school board member and happened to be strong enough to help me deal with it. He turned his gaze pointedly to Aiden. The dragon, humming on the sofa, ignored him, just raised a hand, and rubbed the air. I'll teach you the Patronus charm, Dumbledore said, throwing out the bait. And my own improvements to it. The dragon on the sofa immediately bit the bait. It is our students' bounden duty to solve problems for the headmaster, he said righteously. Harry, still in the office, had never witnessed such a scene before. He was so shocked by the world of adults that he couldn't speak. Chapter complete. Advanced chapters of all my stories. Exclusive novels and fanfics. Flexed Biceps community goal, 500 Power Stones unlocks a bonus chapter. Thanks for reading and supporting the story. Chapter 125, Chapter 125, Deterrence. While Harry was still in shock, a figure kicked open the door of the headmaster's office with crude force, and the background music in the office suddenly changed. Oh, I found the guarding stone statue below was broken, so I came in directly. I hope I'm not being impolite. The visitor was none other than Lucius Malfoy. Lucius was followed by a small creature with drooping ears. The headmaster's sharp gaze went to the sofa, but the dragon that had been curled up there, groaning, had vanished. Lucius followed Dumbledore's gaze, but there was nothing there. He revealed a contemptuous smile. Dobby, so this is your master? You are a house elf serving the house of Malfoy. Harry pretended to be very surprised. Dobby made a gurgling sound, and Lucius glared fiercely at him, saying, I'll settle the score with you later. Lucius drew his wand and walked to the desk. Don't block my way, Potter. So, you've indeed returned. Lucius looked at Dumbledore with an arrogant gaze. I believe your suspension hasn't ended yet, has it? When the other governors learned that Ginny Weasley had also been caught in the Chamber of Secrets, they hurriedly sent letters urging me to return to the school. Dumbledore sat steadily in the headmaster's seat and replied calmly. Ridiculous. Lucius turned his head away. Interestingly, Lucius, when I visited those governors, they told me that if they didn't agree to suspend me, you would curse their families. Dumbledore's sharp eyes peered over his half-moon spectacles. How dare you? Lucius narrowed his eyes. What are you saying? Dumbledore leaned forward, pretending to be senile. For me, the only and unchanging concern is the interests of this school and the safety of the students. And the culprit has already been caught, hasn't he? Lucius glanced at Harry. Yes, it was Lord Voldemort. He influenced the students in the school through this diary. Mr. Potter stopped him. I have already submitted the relevant memories to the Wizengamot, and I believe they will make a fair judgment. Dumbledore smiled, grateful that he had learned legilimency. Oh, is that so? I didn't expect it to be Mr. Potter again. Why not let him be the headmaster? Old Dumbledore, I'm starting to doubt whether you still have the ability to protect this school. Lucius narrowed his eyes and continued his offensive. There's no need to worry about that. We already have a younger guardian. Dumbledore turned his head, his gaze passing through Lucius and landing on the sofa to the side. Lucius once again revealed a contemptuous smile, thinking that Dumbledore was getting senile, and followed Dumbledore's gaze to the sofa. But this time, the sofa was not empty. A barefooted, handsome young man arched the back of the sofa, adjusting himself to a comfortable sleeping position. The sharp dragon horns on his head, like an arrow, pierced straight into Lucius's heart. Lucius, who had a heritage, also retrieved the teachings of his ancestors from the memories buried in his mind for many years. Pruitt's dragon person. Lucius murmured. He stared at the pair of sharp horns for a long time, unable to reorganize his words. After a while, Lucius mustered his courage and said, Oh, then we shall wait and see. Lucius turned his head, kicked Dobby, and hurried out without daring to look at the person on the sofa again. Professor Dumbledore, can I have this diary? Harry walked over, seeing Dobby being hurt. Of course. Dumbledore spread his hands, and Harry grabbed the notebook and left. Passing by Aiden, he said. Perhaps we no longer need Malfoy's information, so we need a reason for Dobby to leave the house of Malfoy openly. Of course. Aiden made a "be my guest" gesture to Harry. Harry grinned and chased after him. He's a good kid, isn't he? Dumbledore looked at Aiden. Yes, yes, he has the advantages of the two people who had the greatest impact on your life. Aiden rolled his eyes. He put on his shoes, jumped off the sofa, and walked out. Outside the door, on the 8th floor corridor, Harry quickly caught up with Lucius and handed him the diary. Mr. Malfoy, I think you dropped your diary. Diary? This isn't mine. Lucius's acting skills were superb. But didn't you personally slip it to Lockhart in Diagon Alley? Harry said. Lucius bent down, glared at Harry, and said word by word, then, perhaps you need to gather evidence. Then he tossed the diary in his hand to Dobby and turned to leave. Open it, Harry whispered to Dobby, who had taken the diary. Dobby opened the diary and was stunned to see the sock inside. Dobby. Lucius called out to his servant loudly. Master has freed Dobby. Dobby is free. Dobby held up the sock from the diary. What, I didn't. Lucius turned his head and saw the free Dobby and Harry, who had rolled up his trouser legs. You made me lose my servant. Lucius approached Harry while drawing his wand from his cane. Then, he heard the sound of cloth rustling, and a lithe dragon person with white scales spread his wings on the windowsill. What's wrong? Continue, I'm just passing by, you guys are busy, you guys are busy. Aiden's eyebrows drooped, seemingly sleepy. Lucius, under the eaves, froze. Helpless, he could only leave a harsh word. You like to meddle in other people's business just like your parents. Soon, you will end up like them. Lucius's words seemed to imply something else. Then he was enveloped by the Dreamwalker's shock and could no longer speak, fleeing in a hurry. Harry turned back to thank him, but a gust of wind brushed his cheek, and the dragon person on the windowsill had disappeared. Oh, thank you for everything you have done for Dobby. What can Dobby do to repay you? Dobby spoke, calling Harry's attention back. Promise me, Dobby, don't try to save me again. Harry looked at Dobby. The two smiled at each other. Aiden flew out of the window, cast a disillusionment charm on himself, and quietly landed on the Ravenclaw Tower. Walking down from the rooftop, he could still bypass the question of the door knocker. Entering the common room, it was still young wizard flipping through all kinds of books. Aiden quickly passed through the stairs and returned to his dormitory. His three roommates didn't know where they were enjoying themselves. Aiden couldn't care less and burrowed into his beloved little quilt, ready to properly reward himself with dreams for his busy days. Chapter complete. Advanced chapters of all my stories. Exclusive novels and fanfics. Flexed Biceps community goal, 500 Power Stones unlocks a bonus chapter. Thanks for reading and supporting the story. Chapter 126, Chapter 126, The Minister's Folly. When Aiden woke up, it was already afternoon. A silver phoenix was watching him quietly from the foot of his bed. Well, at least you didn't wake me up directly, Aiden sighed, dressing neatly before following the silent guide. They arrived at the hospital wing, where Dumbledore was coaxing Lockhart, who was now in a state of childlike wonder. Wow, you two are amazing. Is this magic? Lockhart babbled, reaching out to grab Dumbledore's wand. Hoo-hoo, you're much more pleasing to the eye than you used to be, Dumbledore chuckled, waving his wand as a flurry of enchanted snowflakes fluttered down from the air. Ignoring Madame Pomfrey's death glare, Dumbledore walked toward Aiden. I suspect you hired Gilderoy Lockhart purely for your own amusement, Aiden said, his handsome heterochromatic eyes turning flat and unimpressed. That's not true, Dumbledore winked. I was initially attracted by the magical experiences in his books. All right, Aiden said, too lazy to listen to Dumbledore's nonsense. What exactly did you call me here for? Dumbledore handed Aiden a copy of the Daily Prophet. The headline was blazoned across the front page, shocking, 50-year-old LD wrongful case surfaces. Hagrid's case has been overturned, Dumbledore said, popping a candy into his mouth and tilting the box toward Aiden. Lady Bones has suddenly displayed unparalleled political skill. Does our lovely Mr. Prewett have any clue about this? I provided a little insignificant help, Aiden said, his eyebrows curving into crescents as a joyful expression lit up his eyes. It redressed an injustice for Hagrid, and it gives the minister, who is always eyeing other people's property, something to do. Child, Dumbledore said, his tone turning serious for a rare moment. Don't get too close to power, even if your talent is unparalleled. People's hearts are too transparent to me, Headmaster, Aiden sighed. Moreover, it's not that I'm getting close to power. It's that they want to devour me. The two of them fell into a comfortable silence. Forget it, Dumbledore relented first. You will have your own sense of proportion. I just hope you don't wallow in it. Wallow. Become a clown. Aiden's voice held a note of mockery and malice that surprised Dumbledore. It was the first time he had felt such pure, unadulterated playfulness from him. It seems you've encountered some unpleasant things, Dumbledore joked. Do you want to confide in this old man? My discretion is very strict. Forget it, Aiden rolled his eyes. There's no need to pass on negative emotions because of those people. Life within the school was peaceful, but the Ministry of Magic outside the castle was turbulent. What? Fudge's voice was short and sharp inside the Minister for Magic's office. My approval rating has dropped again. What are you people at the Daily Prophet doing, letting this kind of news leak out? He turned to his undersecretary. Umbridge, get me Amelia Bones on the phone. Yes, Minister, Umbridge said with a toad-like smile. Click. As the phone connected, Fudge immediately roared into the microphone. Amelia Bones, what exactly do you want to do? What good does the downfall of the Ministry of Magic do you? Oh, dear Minister, Amelia Bones's calm voice came through the receiver. Is there a problem with our Department of Magical Law Enforcement acting in accordance with the law? What problem? Fudge continued to roar. I'm asking you, why would the details of Rubeus Hagrid's case be leaked like this? Besides your department, who else could reveal such detailed information? Upstairs, in her own office, Lady Bones moved the microphone a little further away and gently cleaned her ears. Minister, this is really not a problem with our department. We were previously invaded by a dark wizard, and a large batch of files was lost. I clearly submitted the report to you about this matter, and you even signed it, saying it would be dealt with later. Have you forgotten? Lady Bones gently shifted the responsibility while loudly instructing her assistant to bring out Fudge's signed approval, deliberately letting the sound reach Fudge through the microphone. Inside the minister's office, Fudge's face turned a deep shade of purple. He gasped for breath but didn't know who to vent his fury on. Since he had embraced the purebloods last year, he had been plagued by all sorts of troubles. He even began to wonder if abandoning Dumbledore had been the right thing to do. Fudge, with every accusation expertly deflected, was left sputtering. He had no choice but to swallow his pride and coax his director in a placating tone. All right, Amelia, it's my fault. I've been too busy these days. His attitude softened instantly. It's okay, Minister, she replied, her voice saccharine. We all understand your hardships. The Ministry of Magic still has to rely on your dedication, after all. Yes, it's all for the magical world, Fudge said numbly. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, he hung up the phone. In the Department of Magical Law Enforcement office, Lady Bones revealed a mocking expression. Afterward, she took out her monocle and sent a message to a mysterious figure. The next day, Aiden leisurely picked up his lemonade, ready to enjoy his breakfast. Kid, it's not good to drink beverages early in the morning, the system popped up. Even if I got up in the morning and chewed on rocks, I could digest them now, Aiden casually dismissed it. As the enchanted ceiling of the Great Hall brightened, Ophelia flew in with today's Daily Prophet. She landed on Aiden's shoulder and affectionately pecked his head. After feeding her some nuts, Aiden took the paper from her claws. Spreading it out, he saw the Ministry of Magic's response. Fudge had harshly criticized the inaction of the previous Minister for Magic and quickly cut ties with his team. At the same time, he had also fired a group of old employees to divert attention. However, his terrible actions did not win the public's favor. He further lost the support of the people within the ministry, making it increasingly difficult for his decrees to be implemented. This guy is a genius, Aiden said, shaking the newspaper and almost laughing out loud. Yes, Edmund said, picking up his pumpkin juice and taking a sip. I have never seen such wise measures. Are you serious? Ethan said shamelessly. The current Minister for Magic is at this level. It makes me feel like I could do it, too. It's not that simple, Aiden said, his eyes narrowing. Haven't you noticed that things have become increasingly turbulent in recent years? Fudge can be a paper pusher during peacetime, but he can't control the political situation during a period of turmoil. For example, Oliver added with a rare joke, a certain mischievous dragon is stepping on the accelerator of his already rapidly plummeting approval rating. Aiden just raised his eyebrows, said nothing, and drank his lemonade. Chapter complete. Advanced chapters of all my stories. Exclusive novels and fanfics. Flexed Biceps community goal, 500 Power Stones unlocks a bonus chapter. Thanks for reading and supporting the story. Chapter 127, Chapter 127, The Crown and the Consciousness. The storm outside the school could not reach inside after all. After the attack incidents came to an end, the students of Hogwarts threw themselves back into their daily lives. During herbology class, Ernie, who had recovered from his petrification, formally apologized to Harry, who generously forgave him. Ron, on the other hand, couldn't resist teasing Ernie for a while, calling him the Dark Lord's #1 lackey, and the two almost came to blows again. Aiden also began to re-immerse himself in Hogwarts school life. One day, Aiden emerged from the room of requirement, holding a delicate diadem in his hand. The dark magic clinging to it seemed to attempt to erode his palm, but the dragon scales on his hand firmly isolated the strange magic. After carefully packing the diadem in a protective box, Aiden headed to the headmaster's office. Passing through Dumbledore's beloved spiral staircase, Aiden entered the office. Dumbledore, seated at his desk, paused his work the moment he saw Aiden's arrival. "What's wrong, Aiden?" Dumbledore asked. "I have something to show you," Aiden said, clearing his throat. He opened the box, revealing the diadem inside. "This is..." The old headmaster immediately recognized the object in Aiden's hand. "Lady Rowena's relic." "Yes," Aiden confirmed, frowning. "But unfortunately, it has been tainted by a rather foolish fellow." "Tom, is it?" A flicker of understanding passed through Dumbledore's eyes. "Then, you must have come to me for a particular reason, I presume." "Professor, I would like to invite you to join an experiment," Aiden said, looking at Dumbledore seriously. "I want to try to destroy this Horcrux without damaging the object itself." "Is it for that child?" Dumbledore's eyes held a hint of anticipation. "Humph, it's for the Founder's relic," Aiden scoffed, rolling his eyes. "I've read the Academy's records. Lady Rowena's relic's true function is to accelerate thinking. Some people mistakenly believed this meant it bestowed wisdom." He tossed the diadem in his hand, and the gem, which was set in its center, visibly darkened further. "Yes, the legacy of our predecessors, their wisdom, is always worthy of study," Dumbledore said, looking elsewhere, lost in thought. "That's not the most important thing," Aiden continued. "Lady Rowena's real achievement was that the diadem's thought acceleration had no side effects whatsoever." "All right," Dumbledore said. "Where do you plan to conduct this research, and are you planning to have others join?" "There's already one," Aiden replied. "Do you have any candidates in mind?" "There is one," Dumbledore mused. "I believe he will do his best." The two looked at each other, sharing the subtle smiles of shrewd capitalists. That afternoon, in front of the room of requirement, Oliver and Snape stood in awkward silence. To ease the tension, Oliver decided to greet Snape first. "Good afternoon, Professor Snape." "Humph," Snape grunted. "If someone hadn't played a prank on us, it would be that headmaster whose brain is covered in sugar and your roommate, whose horns are growing on his head, who would be pulling the strings behind this." Just then, a wooden door appeared behind the two of them. It opened to reveal a dark interior, and a delicate face peered out. "You're here," Aiden exclaimed, enthusiastically gesturing for them to come in, as if an old farmer inviting guests to share some melons. "Humph." Snape, ever bold and skilled, took the lead and walked in, with Oliver following closely behind. Stepping inside the room, they found a huge alchemy matrix at its center, with several crystals floating in the air. Around the crystals, multiple other matrices were unfolded, all connected by threads of seemingly solid magic. The very center of the main matrix held the uniquely shaped diadem, its central gem now completely black. "So," Snape quipped as soon as he entered, "are you planning to build a bomb to take out the entire school?" "This is Lady Rowena Ravenclaw's relic," Dumbledore explained, "but unfortunately, it was made into a Horcrux by Tom. Aiden and I are going to study it to see if there's a way to dispel Tom's soul without damaging the diadem itself." Snape's eyes, hearing this, lit up with an excited, almost fanatic gleam. "So, you called me here to participate in this research?" Oliver asked, a little puzzled. "No," Aiden joked, "I just think someone needs to move things." Oliver responded by lightly punching Aiden's shoulder. "What stage has your research reached?" Snape asked, his mind now fully focused on the diadem, with no time for banter. "Well," Aiden explained, spreading his hands, "Professor Dumbledore and I have built an analysis matrix and a protection matrix. Now we plan to try to interfere with different kinds of magic to slowly dissolve the soul fragment Tom left on it." "No," Snape immediately interjected, ever the master of dark arts. "Although dark arts uses the soul as a sacrifice, the anchor after the sacrifice does not remain on the item itself." "I have already gone in to explore," Aiden clarified. "The anchor is indeed left in the collective unconscious sea. But I think if I use my ability as a passage, we may be able to project different kinds of magic to the location of the anchor." "Then what kind of different magic did you choose?" Snape asked, his curiosity piqued. Aiden interlocked his fingers and showed a mysterious smile. "My magic." "Yours?" Oliver and Snape exclaimed at the same time. "How is that possible? What's special?" Snape stopped himself, immediately regretting his words, and quickly closed his mouth. Aiden, seeing Snape's embarrassment, decided to elaborate. "My magic has a strong guiding effect. When I sail in the sea of consciousness, the magic becomes light, but when I am in the real world, my magic is very heavy. I will sneak into Tom's island of consciousness and leave a beacon. You will be responsible for projecting my magic from the outside world into it. This will increase the mass of the anchor and allow it to sink into the distorted illusion." Snape took the hint. "It's not too late. Hurry up and start. I still have potions to brew." "Okay, let's get started," Dumbledore said. Aiden then took out a small bottle, cut his finger, and dripped a few drops of blood into it. The bright red blood was mixed with a trace of silver white. He injected his magic into it, then handed the bottle to Snape, who took it, giving Aiden a complicated look. Dumbledore and Oliver took control of the alchemy matrix, and a large amount of data flowed into their minds in an instant. Then Aiden began to dream travel. His entire body became ethereal, and he entered the sea of consciousness. The island of the Horcrux's consciousness was surging with magma, emitting a dazzling light, and a strange, sulphurous smell constantly assaulted his senses. The hot air gently licked his skin. Aiden searched inside, and finally found the soul nailed within the crater of the island. The 20-year-old Lord Voldemort was pinned there, fixed by the souls of his victims, used as nails. "It's truly sad, Tom," Aiden said, though there was no pity in his eyes. "No need to pretend to be sympathetic here," Lord Voldemort sneered, a smug look on his face. "You want to kill me, but you're too reluctant to destroy the diadem, aren't you?" "Not necessarily, Tom," Aiden replied, a strange smile on his face. The magma illuminated his heterochromatic pupils, making him look both beautiful and dangerous. "Prepare to join those wretched souls below." He took out his wand and left a profound mark on Tom's soul. In the outside world, the alchemy matrix maintained by Dumbledore and Oliver sent back a feedback signal. "Severus," Dumbledore said, "it's now." Snape quickly came to the designated node and poured Aiden's blood into it. The blood, carrying Aiden's magic, was injected into the Horcrux by the alchemy matrix. Above the island of consciousness, thick clouds suddenly gathered above the crater, and silver lightning crackled within them. After a while, a silver rain poured down from the clouds. The rain with the scorched earth, and the fragrance of the soil filled the air, dyeing the entire island of consciousness silver. At the same time, the island also began to slowly sink. "No." Lord Voldemort cried out, beginning to beg when he saw his situation rapidly deteriorating. "Aiden Prewett, let me go. I can give you everything I have. Eternal life. Yes, do you want to know how I improved the Horcrux? I can teach you everything." Aiden smiled, looking at his ugly, desperate state. "Then, goodbye, Tom." He transformed into a dream elf and disappeared from the island. "No. Come back. No." Lord Voldemort's voice echoed across the sinking island of consciousness, a desperate, fading curse. "I curse you, Aiden Prewett. I curse you." But unfortunately, there was no one left to hear him. Chapter complete. Advanced chapters of all my stories. Exclusive novels and fanfics. Flexed Biceps community goal, 500 Power Stones unlocks a bonus chapter. Thanks for reading and supporting the story. Chapter 128, Chapter 128, The Founder's Ghost. Translator's note. First, I would like to sincerely apologize for not uploading the chapters as scheduled, and second, for not informing you all beforehand about the delay. I understand that many of you look forward to regular updates, and I take full responsibility for failing to meet those expectations. I promise this will not happen again. Moving forward, even if I cannot upload for a day, I will make sure to inform you all about any delays in advance. Thank you for your patience and continued support. Returning to reality, Aiden turned his head just in time to see the alchemy matrix beginning to emit a dazzling, unstable light. Well, that doesn't look good, the thought had just flashed through his mind when he immediately threw up a powerful defensive shield, wrapping the entire matrix in layers of protective magic. Boom. A violent explosion rocked the room. Dumbledore instantly reacted, adding his own spell to strengthen Aiden's magical barrier. Under their combined efforts, the explosion was suppressed, though the force of it still sent a shockwave through the chamber. "Aiden, you didn't tell me this thing would explode." Oliver complained from the floor, where Snape had tackled him to protect him from the blast. Snape stood up, his hair disheveled, a look of pure annoyance on his face. "I hope the two geniuses who nearly gave themselves a brain explosion can properly handle the aftermath," he said venomously, then turned and stalked out of the room without another word. Aiden walked to the center of the ruins and picked up the blackened diadem. He wiped it clean, revealing that it was completely undamaged. The founders applied strange and powerful magic to their relics, making them nearly indestructible, Dumbledore sighed. "I believe this is also why Tom later chose these treasures as his Horcruxes." Oliver walked over, his eyes fixed on the diadem. "Is this Lady Rowena's relic? I heard it can give people wisdom." His covetous thoughts were an open book to Aiden, who simply took the diadem and placed it on Oliver's head. Empowered by the ancient artifact, Oliver entered a state of accelerated thinking. As he looked around the room, his understanding of every object, every magical trace, and all the knowledge he had ever learned about them appeared clearly in his mind, giving him a heady feeling of complete control. Looking at his friend's addicted expression, Aiden snatched the diadem from his head. "Hey, no. Let me experience it again." Oliver reached out to grab it. "If I let you experience it again, you will be completely lost to it," Aiden said, tucking the diadem safely into his pocket. Oliver and Dumbledore. "Let me ask in advance," Dumbledore said, breathing a small sigh of relief. You do know this is school property, right? Of course, headmaster, Aiden replied, using his abilities to put on a look of utmost sincerity. I'm just borrowing it for a while. Sigh. Dumbledore, seeing he would get nowhere, didn't say anything more and simply left the room of requirement. That night, back inside the room of requirement, Aiden and Oliver began to study the diadem. Looking closely at the relic, Aiden's gaze pierced through the boundary between reality and illusion, traveling to the collective unconscious sea. There, he saw a small, almost invisible rune engraved on the diadem. The Kenas rune. Did you see anything? Oliver asked. It's Kenas, Aiden replied. Knowledge, creativity, inspiration. Lady Rowena's technique is very unique. I don't know what method she used, but she seems to have reversed this rune. Reversed. A question mark appeared on Oliver's face. Under normal circumstances, Aiden explained, writing silver-white words in the air with his wand, our use of Kenas is sequential. We first gain knowledge, then use that knowledge for creativity, and finally, our creations provide inspiration to others. But Lady Rowena is different. I don't know what method she used, but she bypassed this process. Aiden waved his wand, and the silver words in the air rearranged themselves. She starts with inspiration, which then leads to creativity, and finally generates new knowledge. You mean? Oliver's eyes widened as he began to understand. Yes. The inspiration is not given to oneself, but to others. If the diadem can directly inspire others. Before Aiden could finish his sentence, a faint, ethereal light began to radiate from the room of requirement itself. The laboratory around them began to twist and warp, the wooden boards reassembling themselves with a series of creaking groans. Oliver and Aiden floated into the air as the room was completely reorganized around them. When the transformation was complete, an elegant, ancient study had appeared in place of the lab. The decoration was warm and soft. A book on the desk was still open, and wisps of smoke rose from an incense burner beside it. It means that someone left their own knowledge in this diadem, to inspire others. A gentle, female voice finished Aiden's sentence for him. It is an honor to meet you, Lady Rowena Ravenclaw, Aiden said, bowing deeply to the portrait behind the desk. He then kicked the still-stunned Oliver, who quickly mimicked the salute. How long has it been? The diadem floated up from Aiden's pocket and flew toward the portrait. The next moment, the figure of Lady Ravenclaw herself, shimmering and translucent, walked out of the painting. It has been thousands of years, my lady, Aiden said. That's truly wonderful, she said, her gaze seeming to penetrate the past. Our ideals have endured for 1,000 years. She turned her head and looked at Aiden. By the way, has Helena returned to Hogwarts? Barrow volunteered to look for her back then. I'm very sorry, my lady, Aiden said, lowering his eyes. It's a tragedy. He told her the story he knew, of the Grey Lady and the Bloody Baron. So, Helena is still wandering the academy, Lady Ravenclaw frowned slightly. Do you need us to help you invite her here? Aiden asked. She nodded lightly, and Aiden turned to wink at the dazed Oliver, who, realizing what was happening, immediately ran out to find her. Those familiar eyes, Lady Ravenclaw said, looking at Aiden for a long moment. You look a great deal like a student I once had. Perhaps it's a family ancestor, Aiden replied. Our lineage has made some progress in bloodline research. With that, he took off his hat, revealing the 2 small dragon horns on his head, which clearly piqued her interest. Has it developed to this extent, she mused. Salazar was more researched in this area back then. It's a pity I can't give you any advice, young man. It doesn't matter, my lady, Aiden said, deciding to reveal his true intentions. Speaking of which, may I ask about your current state? I am personally interested in this aspect of magic. A junior exploring the path of the mind. Lady Ravenclaw was stunned. Originally, she thought he would follow the path of his draconic ancestors, but she didn't expect him to have taken such a different approach. No wonder you came to Ravenclaw, she said, finally looking at him seriously and discovering the extremely well-hidden power of the mind within him. For the exploration of mind and soul. To think even I can be deceived, she said, her previous sternness melting into a slight smile. Such a person has appeared among our juniors again. Since you are also a traveler on the path of the mind, why not guess my current state? Since thousands of years have passed, Aiden began, your body and soul should no longer be here, and you would disdain to use such dirty methods as Horcruxes. The subtle flattery made Lady Ravenclaw's smile widen, and she continued to listen. And you are not a wizard who is nostalgic for the world. In all likelihood, your mind-body has traveled far through the distorted illusion. So what remains here is, a projection of your mind. Clap, clap, clap. Lady Ravenclaw clapped her translucent palms together. Yes, she confirmed. You have come into contact with the concept of an anchor, have you not? Do you know why I, Salazar, Helga, and Godric would specifically leave behind our secret chambers and items bearing our symbols. She picked up the book on the desk and handed it to Aiden. After existence, there will always be traces. The wizard's love for Hogwarts, plus our own reputations, and our relics. The three together constitute a stable anchor, allowing us to project our power back to the world we so deeply love, while avoiding the eyes and ears of those dirty things below. Lady Ravenclaw was about to say something more when suddenly, the door to the study was knocked open. Chapter complete. Advanced chapters of all my stories. Exclusive novels and fanfics. Flexed Biceps community goal, 500 Power Stones unlocks a bonus chapter. Thanks for reading and supporting the story. Chapter 129, Chapter 129, A Founder's Farewell. A frantic noise came from outside the door, and a ghostly figure rushed into the room of requirement. Mother. Mother. It was the Grey Lady, or as she should be called, Helena Ravenclaw. After 1,000 years, the estrangement in Helena's heart dissolved the moment she saw her mother. She threw herself into Lady Rowena's arms, sobbing uncontrollably. Still such a child, Helena, Lady Rowena said, her voice a gentle reprimand. You haven't grown at all. Though her words were stern, the kindness in her expression betrayed her true feelings. I've missed you so much, Helena sobbed, her voice muffled against her mother's spectral form. And I'm so sorry, I'm truly sorry. Silly girl, Lady Rowena said, gently stroking her daughter's back. Do you still think I would blame you now? You even became a ghost, what a silly girl. But it was I who tarnished the name of Ravenclaw, Helena cried, confiding the true feelings she had held for a millennium. I'm not as smart as you, and I always bring you criticism. All right, Lady Rowena's voice suddenly became sharp, imbued with an ancient power. Do I, Rowena Ravenclaw, need to live by the comments of others? Helena was so shocked she couldn't speak. The immense power of her mother's mind began to pull at the very fabric of the room, the walls and decorations starting to shimmer and twist as reality blurred. Aiden's eyes flashed. His long staff emerged from the void and struck the ground with a heavy thud. A wave of stabilizing energy pulsed outward, and the illusory walls and decorations solidified, the environmental shift ceasing. My lady, Aiden said gently, it seems you have made remarkable progress from afar, but this is Hogwarts, the school you founded. Please, leave something complete for future generations. It was my fault, Lady Rowena nodded slightly to Aiden, her composure returning. Listen to me, Helena, she said, turning back to her daughter. I have never blamed you. You are my daughter, Rowena Ravenclaw's greatest treasure. Stop tormenting yourself. Let yourself go, Helena. Helena fell silent. Seeing her daughter's unending grief, Lady Rowena sighed. Helena, your name comes from the ancient Greek, and its meaning is bright. Did you know that when you stepped into my life, colors began to appear in what was once a gray world focused only on magic? Lady Rowena's voice became distant, as if scenes from the past were being projected before everyone's eyes. Aiden understood. This was a manifestation of her immense mental power. She was projecting her memories onto her daughter, trying to enlighten her. His own eyes curved into a subtle smile, and strands of his own mental power began to entwine the room of requirement, forming a vast, invisible signal-receiving network to create the perfect environment for a projection. Lady Rowena gave Aiden a grateful look, while Helena became completely immersed in her mother's narration. Your name also symbolizes light and wisdom, Lady Rowena's voice was long and tinged with sadness. I hoped you could become a person who pursues light, wisdom, and the beautiful things in life. Her precious memories of her daughter transformed into shimmering bubbles and began to emerge around them. Helena, all mothers love their children. There is an ancient saying, a mother's love for her child is deep and plans far into their future. The scene in one of the bubbles changed, and a younger Lady Rowena was taking a small, young Helena's hand, leading her to Hogwarts for the first time. I brought you to this school because I hoped you could find happiness and knowledge here, and make friends. But who would have thought? Her voice faltered, and the image shifted to show a lonely Helena, isolated by her mother's fame. I never expected that my reputation would bring you such great pressure. They call me a witch of unparalleled wisdom, but I am just a useless mother who doesn't even understand her own daughter's feelings. Lady Rowena's spectral tears fell, and the scene rippled, showing her lying on her deathbed. I have never blamed you, the memory Rowena whispered. Let it go, my child. Leave with me, Helena. The memory faded, and the present Lady Rowena took her daughter's translucent hand, looking at her with solemnity. I love you, my daughter. Even if the long river of time has blown away my soul and rotted my body, my love for you has never gone far. She pulled her daughter into an embrace, but sadly, neither could feel warmth from the other. Mother, Helena's tears dripped down, and her pale, ghostly form began to slowly dissipate into shimmering light. Rowena smiled gently, then turned her gaze to Aiden. It seems we are about to leave, but we have not yet learned your names. Aiden Prewett, my lady, he said. And this is Oliver Graves. The two young men saluted her one last time. "I will remember," she said, her form beginning to fade. "Aiden, Oliver. I hope not to see you too early on the road to the distant." With a final flash of light, the mother and daughter dissipated completely. "Though it may be a bit of a mood killer at this moment," Oliver said, looking back at Aiden, "did we just send away our Ravenclaw's ghost? It's better than letting her linger in this world, suffering the torment of sadness and pain." Aiden shrugged. News of the Grey Lady's departure soon reached the Bloody Baron, who, a night later, also quietly departed. With that, a strange rumor spread through Hogwarts. A monster specializing in consuming ghosts had appeared in the school. The monster had eaten the ghosts of Ravenclaw and Slytherin, causing the Fat Friar and Sir Nick to tremble with fear and protest to Dumbledore multiple times. The helpless headmaster could only seek out a certain dragon, whom he found basking in the sun atop the astronomy tower. Choosing a suitable spot to sit, Dumbledore spoke. "Well, I have never admired Hogwarts from this position before. This truly is a treasured land." The sunbathing dragon rolled over, pointedly ignoring him. "Recently," Dumbledore continued with a smile, "two ghosts have disappeared from the academy. Could it be related to a certain young wizard who happened to obtain a certain diadem? Their mother came back to collect them in person," Aiden said, finally annoyed enough to respond. "Could you have stopped them? Think about the name of my house, Professor." "Ho ho, family," Dumbledore chuckled, having gotten the answer he wanted. "That's truly wonderful." He immediately abandoned Aiden and disappeared in a puff of smoke. That evening, at the banquet, Dumbledore publicly announced the departure of the two ghosts, explaining to the students that ghosts could find peace and move on if they let go of their obsessions. The news left the students of Hogwarts marveling. But soon, a new problem arose. Peeves, having lost the one being he feared, the Bloody Baron, became simply unstoppable. He played pranks all over the castle, greatly increasing Professor McGonagall's burden, and Dumbledore once again received a flood of complaints. Aiden, knowing this troublemaker had no good intentions for him, had already hidden himself deep in a conscious blind spot, letting Dumbledore enjoy a happy and chaotic campus life. Chapter complete. Advanced chapters of all my stories. Exclusive novels and fanfics. Flexed Biceps community goal, 500 Power Stones unlocks a bonus chapter. Thanks for reading and supporting the story. Chapter 130, The Guardian. After Dumbledore finished dealing with Peeves' latest rampage, Aiden began to show up around the castle again. He went to the headmaster's office, held out a small hand, and said, "Headmaster, the Patronus charm we agreed on before." "All right," Dumbledore said, handing an old notebook to Aiden. "Here are the materials. I believe with your ability, self-studying won't be difficult." "Let's give it a try," Aiden said, snatching the notebook and tucking it into his pocket. "You can leave if there's nothing else," Dumbledore said mysteriously. "Oh, and there will be a school board meeting in a while. Remember to attend." "All right, got it." Aiden, who already knew what Dumbledore was planning, didn't ask any further questions and turned to leave. Having obtained the materials, Aiden went to the Forbidden Forest. The weather, nearing the end of the school year, was starting to get hot again, but the cool breeze within the woods dispelled the oppressive dryness. Aiden found a quiet place to sit down and began to look through the notes Dumbledore had given him. The Patronus charm, usually in animal form, is used to ward off Dementors and other dark creatures. The Patronus charm has been used by some in ancient times, but its specific inventor and original form are unknown. This spell has long been associated with wizards who fight for noble causes and is considered an extremely complex and difficult charm to cast. "All right," Aiden said to himself. "Let's try it first." He closed the book, pulled out his wand, and tried to recall a happy memory. Happiness. Aiden then realized he didn't seem to have many very happy memories. The days spent with my auntie were quite relaxed and pleasant, he thought. Let's just try that. He pointed his wand toward the sky and shouted, "Expecto Patronum." A thick, white mist surged from the tip of his wand, quickly covering a small area of the Forbidden Forest. "This could be used as a fog charm," Aiden muttered, a black line appearing on his forehead. The forest, now covered in a dense, white mist, was a clear sign that his spell had failed. He opened the book again, wanting to check if he had missed anything. Sunlight scattered onto the pages through the leaves, and the breeze carried the scent of fresh grass. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Aiden's mind. Wait, since the Patronus charm requires happy memories, if I just simulate a happy emotion, wouldn't I be able to easily create a happy memory? He stood up and began to use his ability to make himself genuinely, deliriously happy. Strange laughter occasionally echoed from the Forbidden Forest, but since no one was there to hear it, the happy memories didn't become a part of his dark history. Such a tense, exciting, and pleasant memory was thus generated by Aiden. He pulled out his wand again and shouted, "Expecto Patronum." This time, the mist condensed, and a graceful, magnificent dragon appeared before him. The silver-white dragon was breathtakingly beautiful, its body covered in layers of delicate, shimmering scales that seemed to hold the colors of the entire rainbow. Its wings were wide and transparent, and when it flapped them, it seemed to trace paths of light in the air. The only parts that weren't silver-white were its eyes, which were like two deep, precious gems, one the color of amber, the other a clear, brilliant blue. Aiden's Patronus wandered freely around him, as agile as a fish in water. Withdrawing his magical support, the Patronus quickly dissipated into the air. Next, he took out Dumbledore's notes again and opened them. According to Dumbledore's records, the key to using a Patronus for communication was, surprisingly, to incorporate transfiguration. Aiden. This man is indeed a transfiguration professor, he thought. No wonder transfiguration is listed as a separate subject from charms. He closed the book and began to attempt to transfigure his Patronus. Expecto Patronum, he called, summoning the silver-white dragon. He then focused his will, attempting to transfigure it. Under the effect of his magic, the Patronus slowly decomposed, and then turned into a butterfly. Huh. Aiden's delicate face was a mask of pure confusion. Feeling that something was very wrong, he quickly ran back toward the headmaster's office. Inside, Dumbledore, who was about to feast on a pile of cockroach clusters, was startled by the door suddenly being kicked open. The plate in his hand fell to the ground, and the enchanted cockroaches scattered and fled. Dumbledore. A trace of heartache flashed in his eyes as he looked at the frantic young wizard. So, what has caused you to lose your composure like this, Aiden? Dumbledore's blue eyes held a hint of amusement. You knew already. Aiden raised an eyebrow. Knew what? Dumbledore asked, puzzled. I've been in my office all this time and haven't gone anywhere, have I? Aiden didn't care if he was pretending or being serious. Professor, he said, quickly telling him what had happened, I injected transfiguration into the Patronus according to your notes, and the Patronus changed. Did it turn into another animal? Dumbledore's eyes crinkled, and he laughed. You really did know, Aiden said through gritted teeth. Was it really necessary, he thought. All I did was not help him deal with the aftermath. Ahem, Dumbledore cleared his throat. Actually, the patronuses of people like us can be influenced by our own bloodline, resulting in peculiar changes. He took out his wand and cast the Patronus charm. A silver phoenix flew out. And when casting on the Patronus a second time, he explained, if we habitually follow normal casting methods, an overly strong mind will transform the Patronus beyond recognition. Pointing his wand at his phoenix, Dumbledore chanted a spell. Under the effect of his magic, the phoenix also turned into a sheep. The Patronus charm itself is a product of the mind, Dumbledore explained, waving his hand casually and dispelling the Patronus. If you transfigure it again, the final result is likely to become an animal that aligns with our inner selves. So, what should I do, Professor? Aiden asked. Of course, you should slow down the intensity of your transfiguration and control the desire to change within your heart, Dumbledore instructed. And don't let young wizards who are just starting transfiguration know about this method, or it will greatly increase the difficulty for them to learn. Expecto Patronum. Aiden summoned his Patronus again. The silver dragon circled the office. It really is a dragon, Dumbledore exclaimed. You Prewetts are truly favored by them. Transfigure, and also control the desire to transfigure, Aiden thought. The light on his Patronus brightened for a moment, and then the silver dragon spoke, its voice Aiden's own. Headmaster, can you hear me? Not bad, Dumbledore praised. You've mastered it so quickly. Returning the book to Dumbledore, Aiden, who had learned enough, bid farewell and left the office. Chapter complete. Advanced chapters of all my stories. Exclusive novels and fanfics. Flexed Biceps community goal, 500 Power Stones unlocks a bonus chapter. Thanks for reading and supporting the story. Chapter 131, The Board Meeting. Having mastered the corporeal Patronus charm and its use for messaging, Aiden arrived at the room of requirement. He selected a room where he could practice spells. Opening the door, he placed his belongings on a table and walked to the center of the room, holding his short wand. The Patronus transforming into a butterfly had given him some inspiration. Expecto Patronum, Aiden summoned his Patronus again. The silvery white dragon floated freely in the air. Using transfiguration, he infused a piece of information into the Patronus, and it spoke in Aiden's voice, Test. Well, excellent quality, the system chimed in after a long silence. Worthy of being my cub. Are you also going to become a quality control system now? Aiden rolled his eyes. Then, keeping the Patronus in a sleepwalking state, he activated his dream walking ability and rushed toward it. After a disorienting spin, Aiden successfully entered his Patronus's island of consciousness. It was a pure white island, with many silvery white sprites playing on it. Indeed, he murmured to himself, because the essence of transfiguration is so close to the heart, it can, to a certain extent, grant consciousness to matter during the transformation process. The principle of Patronus charm messaging is to grant the Patronus consciousness through incomplete transformation, thereby achieving the purpose of transmitting information. Aiden strolled around the island, carefully comparing the differences between his Patronus's island and those of others. The island is more illusory, he noted, and unlike the islands of consciousness of normal creatures, it is not immersed in the sea of consciousness. Zooming out his perspective, he could see that the Patronus's island of consciousness was a slightly illusory, pure white island floating above the vast sea of consciousness. Returning to the real world, Aiden found that his Patronus's eyes were now slightly more lively. Then, with a wave of his wand, the Patronus began to transform into a swarm of butterflies. A large group of silvery white butterflies flew around the room, a truly spectacular sight. Wait, Aiden's mind began to churn again. If I can sneak into the Patronus's island of consciousness, can I develop a means of transportation exclusive to me, based on the Patronus charm? He collected all the butterflies and transformed them back into the form of a dragon. He infiltrated the Patronus's sea of consciousness, controlling it to fly outwards. Aiden sat in the Patronus's island of consciousness, using the external images displayed by the bubbles to determine and guide its movement. Soon, the Patronus came into contact with a wall, passing straight through without any obstruction. Unstoppable love. Aiden smiled. The mischievous dragon flew around the corridors of Hogwarts, attracting the attention of a group of students. Gradually, more and more people followed behind Aiden's Patronus. Some knowledgeable young wizards had already recognized it as a Patronus, but fortunately, it did not cause too much commotion. Aiden, riding his Patronus Express, floated all the way to the headmaster's office. Dumbledore, who was, as usual, slacking off, saw the dragon-shaped Patronus flying in, stopped what he was doing, and prepared to listen to Aiden's message. Then he saw Aiden slowly emerge from the Patronus. A stunned Dumbledore. It hasn't even been half a day, Aiden, Dumbledore sighed. What new trick have you come up with? Professor, this might be my unique ability, Aiden explained slightly. I put the Patronus into a sleepwalking state, and then I hide in its dream. Would you like to try casting a spell at me? Aiden suggested. Then, a sudden stunner struck Aiden. His chest shattered from the spell, turning into a cloud of butterflies that scattered, leaving a large hole. Dumbledore, once again silent. All right, Aiden, Dumbledore said, looking utterly exhausted. I've been surprised enough for today. Let's just leave it at that. He didn't ask anything else, directly issuing an order to leave. Aiden, satisfied with showing off to Dumbledore, left the headmaster's office. In the afternoon, Dumbledore notified Aiden to come to an empty classroom on the 4th floor. The desks and chairs in the classroom had been moved away, and a huge round table was placed in the middle. Aiden could smell the mixture of wood and stale air. When he entered, many people were already waiting. They were all Hogwarts school board members. Dumbledore, seeing Aiden's arrival, nodded to him. Aiden casually found a place to sit. After waiting for a while, the focus of the meeting walked in with his cane. It was Lucius Malfoy. He raised his head and looked around at the people at the round table, finally locking his gaze on Dumbledore in the main seat. Lucius frowned, knowing that the visitors were ill-intentioned, but he did not show timidity, striding to an empty seat and sitting down. All right, everyone is here, Dumbledore announced at the start of the meeting. So let's start discussing today's agenda. The reflection from his half-moon spectacles made it impossible to see what he was thinking. Should I also get a pair of double-sided glasses? Aiden mused from his seat. It's cooler when they reflect the light. Lucius, sensing the increasingly somber atmosphere, frowned. Let's get straight to the point, Dumbledore. I believe the board members are all very busy, especially a certain board member, who also has heavy schoolwork to deal with, isn't that right? Lucius tried to shift the strange attention of the crowd away from himself. Some schoolwork is nothing compared to the active performance of a certain board member recently. Aiden didn't humor him, directly exposing his secrets. Has the family's industry already started to shrink, prompting you to reach into Hogwarts? You. Just as Lucius was about to say something, Aiden took off his hat. He immediately shut up. The other board members, looking at the sharp horns on Aiden's head, also fell into contemplation. Hee, Dumbledore chuckled, his voice taking on a warm, rambling tone that seemed entirely harmless. It was only then that he dropped the bombshell. The board members are all so full of energy. Unlike an old man like me. Let's start the agenda, shall we? Regarding the issue of board member Lucius Malfoy's retention. What? Lucius sputtered, looking absurd. That's ridiculous. You can't fire me. He scanned the other board members with a threatening gaze, but this time, for some reason, his threat was ineffective. Lucius, Overy Lestrange stood up. In view of your threatening behavior some time ago, the other board members have unanimously reached an agreement to remove you from the ranks of the Hogwarts Board of Directors. For the equity you vacated, the directors will subscribe according to their existing shareholding ratio. After Aiden and the Lestrange family reached an agreement, they had fully sided with Aiden, now acting as Dumbledore's bridgehead. "You, aren't you afraid of?" Lucius threatened. A swarm of butterflies suddenly fluttered into the classroom, condensing behind Lucius into a silvery white, illusory dragon. It revealed sharp, ethereal teeth, hanging over Lucius's head. The eyes of the crowd immediately focused on the figure who was propping his legs on the table and playing with a black walnut wand. "What's wrong?" "Continue," Aiden said with a nonchalant attitude. But the people present were shrouded in the dual deterrence of his mind and magic. Although there was no movement, it made it impossible to ignore the figure sitting in the chair. "Ahem, all right, Aiden," Dumbledore spoke, a gentle magical and mental force sweeping over, relieving the pressure on the board members, but stalemating with Aiden's power. "Don't interfere with the order of the board's discussion." Not wanting to go against the old headmaster's wishes, Aiden took the initiative to withdraw his magic. Alas, Dumbledore sighed, seeming to apologize for Aiden, though the corners of his mouth were almost unable to suppress a smile. "Young people are impatient. I hope the board members can be more tolerant." Chapter complete. Advanced chapters of all my stories. Exclusive novels and fanfics. Flexed Biceps community goal, 500 Power Stones unlocks a bonus chapter. Thanks for reading and supporting the story. Chapter 132, Dismissal and Course Selection. Inside the grand boardroom, the governor sat upright, their eyes occasionally flicking toward the boy who had his feet casually propped up on the round table. "Well, let us continue with the agenda," Dumbledore's voice rang out, tapping the table to command attention. "Shall we now vote on whether to retain Mr. Lucius Malfoy as a member of the board?" A chorus of voices rose. "Oh, certainly, he should be removed," agree, oppose. Poor Lucius. His reckless actions had clearly alienated the other governors. The only dissenting vote was his own. The result is 11 in favor and 1 against. "The motion passes," Dumbledore declared, hammering the decision down with finality, leaving Lucius no room to protest. "Humph," Lucius sneered, rising to his feet. "Remember this day, all of you. The House of Malfoy will return to this seat." With a final glare, he turned and left, his pride wounded but his resolve unbroken. Now that the troublemaker is gone, Dumbledore continued, "Let us discuss the redistribution of shares and the new voting system." Aiden rose, tossing the prepared motion papers onto the desks with a casual flick, like autumn leaves drifting to rest. The room erupted into a heated debate. After much deliberation, the shareholders received their desired shares. Yet, amidst their power struggles, they failed to notice the subtle reform attached to the motion. From this moment forward, resolutions in the Hogwarts Board of Governors would be decided not by one vote per person, but by the proportion of shares held. To pass a resolution, directors holding more than 2/3 of the shares must approve it. In other words, no resolution would pass without the nod of the headmaster, the Prewett family, and the Lestrange family, the major shareholders. The naive shareholders had been mercilessly played by two masters of the mind. Aiden had secretly modified their focus with his abilities, while Dumbledore, as the focus of resistance for superficially fighting for shares, worked in tandem to complete the change in voting rights. With the adults' affairs settled, Aiden could finally return to his campus life, though he knew such peaceful days were fleeting. The next day, as Aiden stepped out of the academy, Professor Flitwick gathered the second-year students. The young wizards, nearing the end of their second year, were about to select their elective courses. Professor Flitwick distributed the course schedules, and the students buzzed with excitement. "Let's see what our great genius will choose," Edmund and Ethan teased, reaching out to hook Aiden's shoulders. But their hands passed right through him, turning into butterflies that scattered away. Sorry," Aiden said, a faint smile playing on his lips. "I was just lost in thought." The butterflies flew back and filled in the missing parts of his form. Oliver cautiously reached out, confirming Aiden's physical presence, then helped his two roommates to their feet. Merlin's spiral staff, Ethan and Edmund exclaimed, their faces a mix of shock and awe. "What was that just now?" "It's a variation of the Patronus charm," Aiden explained calmly, his eyes never leaving the course schedule. "Developed in combination with my own abilities." He was thinking about the courses he wanted to choose, unable to pay attention to the clamor of his roommates. As someone with a certain understanding of the plot, Aiden knew that by selecting all the elective courses, he could gain access to the most mysterious of artifacts, the Time Turner. However, as a lazy dragon with ideals, he had no desire to study useless courses, Muggle studies, for instance. Aiden couldn't understand why wizards, whose impression of Muggles was still stuck centuries in the past, would want to open such a subject. Sighing, Aiden asked his roommates, "What courses are you planning to choose?" "Me. Runes, divination, and Muggle studies," Ethan said with anticipation. "I want to know how you wizards view Muggles." "Okay, let's congratulate this child for choosing 2/3 of the useless courses," Aiden sighed silently. Then he turned his attention to Edmund. "Me. Arithmancy, runes, and care of magical creatures," Edmund said, his choices practical and well-reasoned, as expected of a child from a governor's family. Afterward, Oliver opened his mouth. All of them, he declared. As soon as the Liver Emperor spoke, an aura called involution began to spread. Aiden quickly pinched his nose, fearing that he might accidentally inhale it. Finally, all eyes focused on Aiden. Me. Divination, runes, and care of magical creatures, I guess, he shrugged. Something's wrong. This guy is not involuting anymore. Boring. The three roommates expressed their respective views. Hey, this is the result of comprehensive consideration, Aiden defended himself. First of all, Edmund said sternly, you should know what divination is like. You just want to slack off. Also, do you need to specifically go to class to learn your runes? Oliver condemned, and Ethan nodded in agreement. Before long, the young wizards had chosen their courses, and Professor Flitwick took back the schedules. Seeing that things were over, Aiden wanted to slip away, but was caught by a certain professor who was itching to do something. Ahem, Aiden, come with me, Professor Flitwick said, stopping him just as he was about to slip away. The three roommates gave him a look of good luck and ran away without any loyalty. Helping Professor Flitwick with the course schedule, he came to his office all the way. That just now, Flitwick began, clearly having discovered Aiden's charm earlier. Do it again. The corners of Aiden's mouth curled up slightly, and he said to Professor Flitwick, if Professor is so curious, why not try it yourself? Oh, can I? Professor Flitwick raised an eyebrow, and an Expelliarmus flew directly from behind Aiden. This method of casting spells outside the body really made Aiden envious. At the same time, Flitwick's attack did not work on Aiden. The charm passed straight through Aiden's body and flew towards Professor Flitwick in front of Aiden. Professor Flitwick cut off the magic supply, and the Expelliarmus dissipated before reaching his body. How did you do it? Professor Flitwick asked excitedly. This is the Patronus charm, Professor, Aiden said. Then a swarm of butterflies flew out from his robe, filling Professor Flitwick's office. Under Aiden's will, the swarm of butterflies condensed and eventually formed a silver-white dragon. Your Patronus is also a magical creature, Flitwick observed carefully. I thought Dumbledore was a special case. He always told me that it was innate back then. I thought he was lying to me. Well, the knowledgeable Professor Flitwick recognized the uniqueness of Aiden's Patronus. The magic power and casting methods are the same as ours. As for the butterflies, you use transfiguration. This should be Dumbledore's improved Patronus. But I can't figure out how you manage to avoid attacks with it, this field puzzled Professor Flitwick. This is really talent, Professor, Aiden said with a trickster smile. Do you want me to take you to see it together? Of course, Professor Flitwick said, his eyes gleaming with excitement. I couldn't ask for more. Chapter complete. Advanced chapters of all my stories. Exclusive novels and fanfics. Flexed Biceps community goal, 500 Power Stones unlocks a bonus chapter. Thanks for reading and supporting the story. Chapter 133, Chapter 133, The Echoes of Avalon. Then, Professor, Aiden said, his voice low, don't resist. A cluster of flames ignited at Aiden's fingertips, flashing before Professor Flitwick's eyes. The power of the mind slowly seeped in, and the charm's master, trusting his student, did not resist. Aiden led him into the dream. Then, Aiden's own body became ethereal as he prepared to enter Professor Flitwick's island of consciousness. He submerged into the professor's mind, expecting to find a familiar island, but as usual, the unexpected happened. Aiden felt a psychic storm surge toward him. He pushed his ability to its limit, increasing the intensity of his dive. Finally, after passing through a shimmering membrane, Aiden arrived at a strange and ancient place. He was floating in midair. Before him, an endless continent stretched as far as the eye could see, dotted with countless mountains and vast, lush forests. Looking closely, he could see the small figures of goblins shuttling through the woods below. Following Professor Flitwick's aura, Aiden found him surrounded. Phileas, you traitor, the leading goblin shouted, his voice thick with anger. How could you bring an outsider here? No, wait. Flitwick tried desperately to explain, his small frame looking even smaller surrounded by the snarling goblins. I'll leave as soon as I find my student. But they ignored his pleas, closing in with bared teeth. Seeing the situation, Aiden spread his wings. He transformed into a dragonman and crashed down from the sky like a silver meteor striking the earth. The violent shockwave dispersed the goblins, and the dragon who dominated the mind once again set foot on this ancient land. In the smoke and dust, his heterochromatic eyes lit up with anger. The gaze swept over the surrounding goblins, forcing them all to take a step back. When the dust settled, a handsome dragonman stood in their midst. A dragon. Someone in the crowd whispered in horror. A dragon that can travel through consciousness. It's a Prewett. They're here again. Aiden glared fiercely at the goblins, a deep, rumbling growl emanating from his throat, a result of his draconic blood transforming his lungs. He was like a beast, coiled and ready to pounce. Get out. Aiden unleashed a wave of pure psychic deterrence. His powerful mental force materialized in the dream, outlining the colossal silhouette of a gray-white dragon looming over them. Finally, unable to withstand the immense pressure, the goblins scattered and fled. Aiden stepped forward and helped Professor Flitwick to his feet, patting the dust off his robes. What's going on, Professor? Aiden asked, puzzled. Why is your consciousness connected to this place? Alas, Flitwick sighed, I didn't expect you to be brought here as well. The two sat down casually on the ground and began to talk. Child, you should know that I am a half-blood, of wizard and goblin, Flitwick began, recalling his past. Aiden's mouth twitched. He knew the words wizard and goblin separately, but together they were complicated. My half-blood status made me unwelcome on both sides. Oh, but let's get to the point. The goblin bloodline in me allows my consciousness to enter this goblin reservation, Avalon. He pointed to the continent under their feet. So this is the legendary Avalon? Aiden asked curiously. Is the story of King Arthur true, then? Oh no, that was fabricated by the Muggles, Flitwick explained. But Merlin truly existed. He was a figure during the first war between wizards and magical creatures. The professor's voice seemed to take Aiden back to a distant, war-torn past. At that time, wizards, having suddenly made great progress in the exploration of the mind, became dissatisfied with their small habitats and launched a war against other creatures. Aiden touched his chin, a brief thought of the house elves flashing through his mind before he refocused on the professor's story. The wizards of that era possessed a power they did not fully understand. The magical creatures were defeated, step by step. Some were wiped out, some were enslaved, and in the end, only the goblins remained. Flitwick paused and pointed to the sky above them. Do you know what lies beyond Avalon? The collective unconscious sea, Aiden answered. Professor Flitwick, who had clearly wanted to show off, was momentarily speechless. Ahem, yes. As the war reached its peak, both sides were fighting inextricably. The goblins intensified their own exploration of the Sea of Consciousness until they found and occupied this land. So that's why the war didn't completely wipe out the goblins? Aiden asked. Flitwick nodded. The goblins occupied this place and deployed something on it. The wizards feared that forcing them into a corner would lead to a mutually assured destruction, so the chaotic war ended in a muddled, uneasy truce. A stalemate born of mutually assured destruction, Aiden mused. How very human. Hee hee, isn't that how the Muggles achieved their peace as well? Flitwick winked. All right, I've told you my story. Let's talk about yours. He narrowed his eyes, looking as if he were all ears. Haha, Professor, don't you already know? Aiden chuckled. The unique ability of the Prewett family. We were the vanguards in the Goblin War back then. Indeed, Flitwick said, looking at Aiden's lingering draconic features. Seeing you now, I have a much better idea of why your family name has been circulating here for so long. Aiden looked down at himself, realizing he was still in his dragonman form, and quickly retracted his wings and tail. Okay, Professor, let me take you out. You go on ahead, Flitwick said, pulling out his wand and tapping himself lightly. He began to slowly fade away. I can get out myself. Seeing this, Aiden also activated his ability and returned to the real world. Back in his office, Professor Flitwick woke from the dream first. He then watched in amazement as Aiden's ethereal form floated out of his own body and solidified. Tsk tisk, he said, shaking his head. Your family is truly blessed. He had, of course, mistaken the Dreamwalker's ability for a Prewett family trait. Ahem, yes, Aiden said, following the convenient path Flitwick had laid out. That's also why I can merge with my Patronus. Wait, you mean? Flitwick's eyes widened in sudden understanding. Yes, Professor. The Patronus, after the fusion of transfiguration, has its own consciousness, Aiden confirmed. Well, this is truly an amazing discovery. Do you want to write a paper on it? Addicted to the topic, Flitwick's eyes lit up, tempting Aiden as if another groundbreaking headline awaited Ravenclaw. No thanks, Professor, Aiden said, a headache beginning to form. This technology was invented by Professor Dumbledore. You can ask him to write it. Him? Forget it, Flitwick said, instantly losing all interest. After a few more pleasantries, Aiden left the professor's office, leaving the charms master to contemplate the day's incredible revelations. Chapter complete. Advanced chapters of all my stories. Exclusive novels and fanfics. Flexed Biceps community goal, 500 Power Stones unlocks a bonus chapter. Thanks for reading and supporting the story. Chapter 134, A Hero's Welcome and a Fond Farewell. Before long, the school term was nearing its end. One day, Arcece sought out Aiden. "Aiden," she said, her eyes bright with anticipation, "I think I've completed my acting. "I know," Aiden nodded, a proud smile on his face. "But the new potion can't be brewed until the holidays. You'll have to be patient for a little while longer." He then leaned in, his voice dropping slightly. "By the way, Arcece, during the holidays, I need you to take over a subordinate organization of the Twilight Hermit Society." "What?" she asked, surprised. "We have a subordinate organization. A group of dark wizards in Nocturn Alley," he explained with a mysterious smile. "They will handle the tasks our organization cannot perform in the light. To put it simply, they are our white gloves." Aiden then changed the subject. "What about members within the school?" "There aren't any suitable candidates at the moment," she mused. "Why don't you consider your roommates?" "Oliver and Ethan might be possible," Aiden replied thoughtfully, "but Edmund would likely be constrained by his family, so let's forget him for now." "Aren't you afraid I'll be constrained by my family, too?" Arcece teased. "The Greengrass family?" Aiden chuckled. "That's too easy for you, Arcece. You're a talented person. Your powerful mind ensures you won't be easily controlled by anyone." He looked at the vast magical power that seemed to emanate from her very being. "Humph," she said, though a pleased smile touched her lips. "Remember to bring me the potion during the holidays. Don't stand me up again this time. It's ungentlemanly to keep a lady waiting, you know." With that, she turned and left, her lingering voice echoing off the stone walls. In the afternoon, Aiden went to Hagrid's hut. "Hi, Aiden." Hagrid greeted him warmly, his voice booming. "Professor Dumbledore told me you helped a lot in clearing my name." "Thank you so much." "It was nothing," Aiden said politely. "We're friends, Hagrid." "Oh, what brings you here today?" Hagrid asked. "Well," Aiden began, a bit sheepishly, "I need some materials. I've run out of my alchemy solution, so—" "Oh, is that all?" Hagrid bellowed with a hearty laugh. "What do you need? Just go and pick whatever you want. There are often fights between magical creatures in the Forbidden Forest, and I've picked up a lot of good stuff over the years." As he spoke, he stood up and led Aiden to his storeroom. The dazzling array of rare and valuable magical ingredients inside nearly blinded Aiden. "Go on," Hagrid said grandly, patting his chest. "As thanks, from now on, I'll cover any materials you need." With that one generous offer, he had casually saved Aiden hundreds, if not thousands, of galleons. He truly was the richest man in Hogwarts. Aiden left Hagrid's hut with a small, packed leather case and returned to his dormitory. That evening, Dumbledore held a grand feast on the grounds that all who had been petrified had now recovered. "Good evening," Sir Nicholas was saying, greeting the young witches and wizards as they entered the Great Hall. As he floated toward the entrance, a small witch with an explosion of bushy brown hair walked in. "Good evening, Hermione, welcome back," Sir Nicholas said with a graceful bow. "Hello, Sir Nicholas." "Thank you," Hermione replied, her face beaming. At the Gryffindor table, Neville saw her enter and shouted to Harry. "Harry, look. Hermione's back." Harry and Ron turned around. Seeing their long-missed friend, both were overcome with excitement. Hermione ran toward them, throwing her arms around Harry in a tight hug before pulling away and shaking hands somewhat formally with Ron. From his own vantage point, Aiden watched the scene with a wry internal smile. "Go for it, Ronnie," he thought. Sincerity is the ultimate weapon. Unfortunately, Ron couldn't hear a thing. Next, Professor McGonagall tapped her glass with a spoon. "Your attention, please. Our headmaster has an announcement to make." Dumbledore stood up and cast a sonorous charm on himself. "Before the feast begins," he announced, his voice echoing through the hall, "let us first thank Professor Sprout and Madame Pomfrey for their hard work. It is their efforts that have allowed the petrified to return to us so quickly." The crowd below applauded enthusiastically. When the noise died down, Dumbledore continued. "Furthermore, I must also announce that, based on recent events, as a gesture of goodwill, we will be canceling all exams this year." As soon as Dumbledore finished speaking, the young witches and wizards below erupted in a deafening roar of cheers and pandemonium. Then the main doors were suddenly pushed open, and a tall, burly figure walked in. The hall instantly fell silent. Dumbledore spoke again, his timing perfect. "Finally, our groundskeeper has been cleared of all wrongdoing and has returned to Hogwarts." Harry ran up the aisle and hugged Hagrid tightly. Hagrid winked his left eye at Aiden, who raised his cup from across the hall in a distant toast. The whole of Hogwarts was immersed in a sea of joy. Only the Slytherin table seemed a bit subdued, for reasons not worth mentioning. While the other students stood up to cheer, Aiden grabbed a pork chop and started gnawing on it. "Why do you always look like you haven't eaten in a week?" Edmund said, looking at his friend with exasperation. "Hunger is a great enemy," Aiden's gaze sharpened suddenly. "Where did you get that strange idea?" Ethan laughed. Oh, is it not? Aiden said, a mischievous glint in his eyes. I thought it was the famous catchphrase of a certain legendary king from another story. Oliver offered no comment on the matter. The feast concluded amidst cheers and laughter. The next day, it was once again time for the long-awaited departure. The Hogwarts Express's chimney puffed great clouds of steam as it slowly pulled into the station. A gentle breeze brushed against Aiden's cheek, bringing with it a bittersweet mix of joy for the summer holidays and the quiet melancholy of parting. Chapter complete. Advanced chapters of all my stories. Exclusive novels and fanfics. Flexed Biceps community goal, 500 Power Stones unlocks a bonus chapter. Thanks for reading and supporting the story. Chapter 135, Ancestral Home. A silver-white dragon flew into the old Prewett mansion, and Aiden's figure emerged from the Patronus. Having returned to his home after a long absence, Aiden sat down on the sofa and let out a long breath. The affairs of this school year have been truly colorful, Aiden said, rubbing his temples. In the afternoon, Aiden went to Diagon Alley to purchase materials. Back home, he prepared a potion and sent Ophelia with a message in the potion to help Astoria advance. Returning to his room, he closed the door and dove onto the bed, sincerely hoping he could spend the summer holidays at home studying magic. Unfortunately, fate had other plans. A black owl carrying a letter completely shattered his hopes. Knock, knock. The sound of an owl tapping on the window came from outside. Aiden took the letter from the unknown owl. He fed it some nuts, stroked it a few times, and then unfolded the letter. A line of elegant, cursive script met his eyes. My dear dragon, greetings. Do you remember our chance encounter on the streets of London? It's truly rare to see a dragon on a London street. After reading the first paragraph, a vein popped on Aiden's forehead. He threw the letter to the ground. The back of the paper was revealed, and his sharp eyes caught the writing on it. I was wrong, dear dragon, don't be angry. Do you remember what I told you about the goblins? We now have a lead. I formally invite the head of the Prewett family to work with my department to handle a potential goblin rebellion. Seeing this, Aiden's heart skipped a beat. This person can see me throwing the letter, so it's most likely. It's a prophecy, the system decisively confirmed Aiden's guess. And %** and UN %, %UN hashtag it, Aiden then prepared some choice words for the director. Watching this letter, filled with expressive language, being sent off, Aiden sighed. So, host, are you still going? The system asked. What choice do I have? The source of my funds is the Prewett family. Whether it's to reclaim the Prewett family's assets or deal with these damn goblins, something has to be settled. Aiden's eyes gazed into the distance, lost in thought. In July, a gloomy rain covered London. Ophelia arrived at the Department of Mysteries with a letter, signaling the start of a new round of turmoil. On the second day of the summer holidays, a silver-white butterfly gracefully entered the Ministry of Magic along with a visitor. The butterfly danced leisurely, yet no one seemed to notice it. Passing through the floor, the butterfly arrived at the circular hall of the Department of Mysteries. In the center of the hall, a man in a white robe was already waiting. He extended a finger, and the butterfly gently landed on it. Dragon, why have you taken this form? The director asked. Then the butterfly began to slowly disperse, its number suddenly multiplying, and a human figure emerged from the center of the butterflies, stepping onto the hall floor. You damn. Aiden had a bellyful of choice words ready to greet the director. Unfortunately, he was interrupted by a report the director shoved at him. Here, a report on the assets misappropriated by the goblins over the years. It seems the goblins are secretly preparing something big. The director smiled. Following his gaze, the greedy dragon was stunned by the astronomical figures in the report. Ahem, you can't have all their gains. The Department of Mysteries will take a portion, but the commercialized parts can be entirely handed over to the Prewetts for operation. The director made a very tempting offer. The director turned around in confusion, wondering why the dragon behind him wasn't reacting. When he looked back, he saw someone with gleaming eyes. What are we waiting for? Let's go, Aiden urged. But there's a problem now, the director said, pouring cold water on Aiden's enthusiasm. What? Aiden asked, puzzled. We have no direct reason to intervene in goblin affairs, the director said, clasping his hands, a cunning glint in his eyes. Are you kidding me? With the power you've shown, don't tell me those insects above can stop you. Having dealt with the director for a while, Aiden's manner of speaking had changed. No, you don't understand. When these weapons were built, everyone signed a contract. We, the administrators, cannot arbitrarily interfere in the internal affairs of the builders, the director explained. Ah, what if the builders defect to the enemy? Aiden asked, confused. So you haven't read the Unspeakable's contract carefully, have you? The director gave Aiden a dead fish stare. Aiden's face flushed. I'm not an Unspeakable. If a builder defects, we administrators will conduct an assessment. If the stone tablet detects the enemy's power on you, then you will face a lightning strike. The director shrugged, took out a bone-like wand, and with a wave, a water mirror appeared, showing an image. One half showed the scene of Aiden's last encounter with the director on a London street, while the other half, from the Hall of Time, showed a giant clock locked onto Aiden's image. Aiden swallowed and said, "That's not right. How come I couldn't sense you locking onto me with a weapon? That thing is called the retracing pendulum. It aims at the past. It was originally designed to hunt down someone who could escape into the past," the director said in a calm yet domineering tone. "TSK, we're not sitting on some kind of magical particle collider right now, are we? And if you confirm I've defected, you'll just push me in to be blown up." Aiden clicked his tongue. The director gave a mysterious smile. "Forget it, no time for jokes. Let's lay out the plan." The director didn't continue the topic, and the two tacitly avoided going deeper. "So, what does the Department of Mysteries want to do?" Aiden asked. "First, we can't alert the goblins. Second, we need you to help us create a pretext to intervene. Third, the whole process must be swift, or it will lead to unforeseen consequences." The director laid out 3 requirements, but each one seemed extremely difficult. I have to handle all this by myself. I can't do it." A certain dragon threw himself onto the sofa and started playing difficult. "You'll get a 10% cut of the confiscated income." The director knew what he wanted without even looking. "Deal." Looking back at the sofa, he saw Aiden sitting up straight and proper. Just as Aiden was about to speak again, a knock on the door interrupted him. A young woman in a black and gold robe walked in, holding some documents. "Director, we've confirmed the movements of that group," she said, handing a report on a clipboard to the director. "Oh ho, this is interesting," the director smiled. He handed the report to Aiden. The cover of the report was clearly written with the words, "Bibbery Village." My home." Aiden was stunned. Chapter complete. Advanced chapters of all my stories. Exclusive novels and fanfics. Flexed Biceps community goal, 500 Power Stones unlocks a bonus chapter. Thanks for reading and supporting the story. Chapter 136, Chapter 136, A Minister's Folly. You attend to your own affairs. Leave the matter of Bibbery Village to the unspeakables, the director decided, his tone leaving no room for argument. Just don't let it become another Kingsport, Aiden quipped dryly. Kingsport was a purely Muggle incident, the director explained, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Beings without magic cannot actively connect to the astral plane, which makes our monitoring exceedingly difficult. Furthermore, he added, his expression turning grave, I suspect the goblins were involved in that affair. They may have developed a technology that allows mundane creatures to breach the veil. He paused for effect. To that end, I have found you an assistant. With a sharp clap of his hands, a figure robed in the same black and gold as the unspeakable stepped into the room. Oliver. Aiden's eyes widened in genuine surprise. What, surprised to see me? Oliver asked, a rare smile gracing his features. You joined the unspeakables. What about your studies at Hogwarts? Such a narrow view, the director chimed in from the side. As if the Department of Mysteries couldn't provide a far superior education to a single young wizard. Besides, he gave Aiden a conspiratorial wink, as an employment benefit, certain relevant parties will temporarily forget about his association with us. A tempting offer, is it not? No, thank you, Aiden refused decisively. Then, a thought struck him, and a slow, cunning grin spread across his face. Wait a moment. You're assigning an unspeakable as my assistant. Are you trying to get your hands in my pockets, director? The director's demeanor shifted, his formal air replaced by a playful grin. Our two families share a long and storied history, Aiden. What's a little cooperation between old allies? In that case, Aiden said, interlocking his fingers and leveling his striking heterochromatic eyes at the men, we have terms to discuss. Ah, you greedy dragons, the director sighed, though the smile never left his face. A 50-50 split. The department provides the manpower, he proposed. The distribution channels, the alchemical materials, and the storefronts are all mine, and they are already established. 80-20, Aiden countered, lounging back on the sofa like a king on his throne. 80-20. You might as well rob me, the director scoffed, knocking on the table. Don't forget, young Master Prewett, you haven't fully consolidated your family's assets yet. I'll be generous. 40-60. But I have a contract, Aiden stated coolly, hinting at his forces in Nocturn Alley. If I find myself lacking goblin workers, I can simply have them replaced. My final offer is 70-30. Deal, the director agreed instantly. Aiden blinked. He'd been had. Heh, a familiar, silent chime echoed in his mind. Shut up, Aiden thought back irritably. After the official agreement between the Prewett family and the Department of Mysteries was signed, the director was practically giddy. "All right, Oliver, quickly now. Time waits for no one, and our department hasn't seen an influx of funds this large in a very long time." His voice was filled with the glee of a man who had just secured a major victory. "Come, you will lead the operational team. You can select your personnel from the brain room." As he eagerly pulled Oliver from the room, he shot Aiden a final, provocative look that clearly said, "The one you trained is truly excellent." Aiden's fist clenched. He deeply regretted not leaving a permanent mark on that sly fox's face. Exiting the Department of Mysteries, Aiden found himself at the head of a formidable entourage. A full contingent of wizards in black and gold unspeakable robes packed into the ministry elevator, their severe presence causing anyone waiting on the floors above to hastily back away. To complete the image, Aiden transmuted his own robes into a sweeping black trench coat. Under the perpetually gloomy London sky, the wind caught the hem, making it crackle with authority. He certainly looked the part, the young Lord Prewett, leading his enforcers on a mission. Their destination, Prewett's alchemical wonders in Diagon Alley. When the intimidating group descended upon the shop, the atmosphere shifted instantly. Even the most oblivious customers sensed the tension and fled, scattering like startled birds. A few opportunistic shoppers even made off with goods in the confusion, but Aiden had more pressing concerns. "Seal the premises," he commanded. The unspeakables behind him drew their wands in unison. Wisps of silvery white light streamed from the tips, weaving together to form a shimmering, semi-opaque sphere of energy that completely enveloped the shop. "Two of you remain on guard," Aiden ordered, his voice as cold and clear as a mountain spring. "The rest of you, enter with Oliver and begin a full audit of the accounts. Arrest any goblin who resists. Execute any who attempt to send a message." The team moved with chilling efficiency. Aiden calmly unwrapped a piece of candy and popped it into his mouth. The foil wrapper fluttered from his fingers, but instead of hitting the ground, it twisted and expanded, the metallic sheen resolving into the plush velvet of a high-backed armchair. He sat down directly in front of the sealed shop, content to wait for the inevitable unwanted guests. The two unspeakables flanking him stood like statues, their eyes scanning the gathering crowd for threats. After a few minutes of silence, Aiden felt their gazes lingering on him. He turned his head. "Is there a problem?" The two female unspeakables exchanged a glance, their professional facades finally cracking. "Mr. Prewett, please." One began hesitantly. "Could we have your autograph?" the other finished, holding out a small notebook. "Huh?" Aiden blinked, taken aback. "Of course." He took the notebook, tore out 2 fresh pages, and signed his name with a flourish. The two unspeakables beamed for a split second before their expressions reverted to stone-cold indifference, the precious autographs quickly hidden away. A sudden tear in space signaled an arrival by apparition. A portly, balding man appeared in the middle of Diagon Alley, accompanied by a delegation of furious-looking goblins. It was Cornelius Fudge, the Minister for Magic. He spent the short walk to the shop profusely apologizing to the goblins beside him. The surrounding wizards, sensing high drama, abandoned their shopping to watch the spectacle unfold. "What is the meaning of this?" Fudge demanded, puffing out his chest and adopting his most official tone. "Who authorized you unspeakables to take action in Diagon Alley without consulting the minister's office?" He waved his arms about dramatically. "Do you have any idea how much commerce you are disrupting for these fine merchants?" The unspeakables ignored him completely. Fudge, flustered, turned to the lead goblin. "My deepest apologies, Mr. Urs," he said with a low bow. "A terrible misunderstanding. I will have them dispersed at once and ensure your kinsmen are released unharmed." An old acquaintance, Aiden's voice cut through the minister's groveling, drawing all eyes to him. "Prewett," Urs the goblin snarled, his eyes burning with hatred. "What is the meaning of this? Are you trying to incite a war between our peoples?" "Humph," Aiden scoffed. "The initiative is no longer in your hands, Urs. Did you truly believe that with only one Prewett left, the goblin nation would go unchecked?" He casually removed his top hat, revealing the 2 sharp, pearlescent dragon horns curling from his hairline. The eyes of the 2 female unspeakables lit up with stars. "Ah," Fudge sneered, turning his indignation on Aiden. "So it's just a half-breed, stirring up trouble." While weak and sycophantic towards outsiders, the minister was always bold when it came to cracking down on his fellow wizards. As Fudge began to puff himself up for another tirade, Aiden subtly unleashed his power. The irresistible influence of a dreamwalker seeped into the minister's mind. Fudge's eyes went vacant, his body twitched once, and then, to the astonishment of the gathered crowd, he began to tap dance. Chapter complete. Advanced chapters of all my stories. Exclusive novels and fanfics. Flexed Biceps community goal, 500 Power Stones unlocks a bonus chapter. Thanks for reading and supporting the story. Chapter 137, Old Debts and New Deals. Alright, the nuisance is quiet. Now, let's talk business, goblins. Aiden remained seated in his conjured armchair, casually pushing up his monocle. A wave of raw magical power, laced with the intimidating pressure of his draconic heritage, washed over Diagon Alley. The very air seemed to shimmer and warp. The Aurors and the goblin delegation that Fudge had brought with him instinctively recoiled. What is this nonsense? The lead goblin, snarled from the ground where he was still bound. For generations, we goblins have faithfully managed the Prewett shops. Our hard work may not have earned us praise, but it has certainly earned us the right to be treated with dignity. Really? Aiden's beautiful heterochromatic eyes narrowed to slits. As I recall, the goblins signed an agreement of indefinite servitude and compensation with the Prewett family as the defeated party in the last Goblin Rebellion. Or has your memory failed you? The oppressive aura intensified. The remaining goblins, already on their knees, groaned as they were forced flat against the cobblestones. Seeing that defiance was futile, switched tactics. He began to writhe on the ground, his voice taking on a pathetic, pleading tone as he cried out to the watching crowd. Wizards of Diagon Alley. See the cruelty of this man. The hateful Prewett uses us until we are no longer convenient, then casts us aside like refuse. His ambition is clear. Today, he drives us out. Tomorrow, he will come for your businesses. Aiden held his wand to his own throat, casting a sonorous charm. His voice, clear and powerful, echoed through the alley. Let everyone here be a witness. You have seen how the goblins have managed my family's affairs. Do you believe I am casting them aside after they've served their purpose? Or do you believe that these greedy creatures, thinking me weak and alone, have been systematically embezzling my family's fortune for years? His words, combined with the notoriously poor reputation the goblins had cultivated for the Prewett name, swayed the crowd. No one spoke up in their defense. Damn you, Prewett. This is not over. Spat, struggling to his feet against the crushing pressure. He didn't get far. The two unspeakables behind Aiden raised their wands. Petrificus totalis. Twin jets of light shot out, freezing the entire goblin delegation in place. Kingsley Shacklebolt, the senior Auror on the scene, could no longer stand by. He stepped forward, his deep voice calm but firm. Mr. Prewett, we understand the need to audit your assets, but detaining these goblins without charge is irregular. As a former member of the Order of the Phoenix, Kingsley was doing his best to de-escalate the situation while giving Aiden a measure of professional respect. This is no longer my affair, Mr. Shacklebolt, Aiden replied, offering the Auror a slight, respectful bow. One of the female unspeakables stepped forward, her voice crisp and devoid of emotion. The Department of Mysteries is now assuming jurisdiction over this matter. In accordance with Articles 12 and 13 of the Wartime Magical Law Provisions, all affairs pertaining to the Goblin Nation are hereby under the direct control of the Department of Mysteries. Kingsley frowned. Is there truly such a clause? I have been an Auror for many years and have never heard of it. He pulled out his official law book, preparing to challenge her on the spot. To his astonishment, as he opened the book, dozens of previously invisible clauses materialized on the final pages, glowing with a faint, ancient light. Kingsley, a veteran of the Auror office, immediately understood. The half-forgotten legends his predecessor spoke of were true, dormant wartime protocols, embedded deep within wizarding law, had been activated. His gaze shifted from the glowing text to Aiden, then to the minister still blissfully tap-dancing nearby. He sighed and shook his head. Aiden caught his meaning and released the magical pressure suppressing the Aurors. Kingsley walked over, grabbed the still-dancing Fudge by the arm, and addressed his subordinates. We're leaving. This is above our pay grade. With a series of sharp cracks, the Aurors disapparated. Inside the shop, shattered glass and overturned shelves told of a fierce, albeit one-sided, battle. Oliver stood with his wand held ready, pointing at a circle of defeated goblin warriors. Several who had resisted lay unconscious on the floor. Sir, the accounts have been checked, an unspeakable reported, handing a thick stack of ledgers to Oliver. Every discrepancy was marked in crimson ink. The sums involved were staggering. Oliver took one look and wisely decided to pass the hot potato to his friend. The shimmering barrier around the shop dissolved. Oliver stepped out. How bad is it? Aiden asked. Oliver didn't say a word. He simply clapped Aiden on the shoulder, handed him the stack of damning ledgers, and led his team away. The remaining unspeakables moved in seamlessly, beginning to clean and restock the store, filling the vacancies left by the goblins. The entire takeover, from start to finish, had taken less than an hour. Prewett's Alchemical Wonders was open for business once more. Aiden stood in the alley, flipping through the account books. After a few moments, he had to take several deep breaths to calm himself. Looking at this is bad for one's heart, he muttered. His form dissolved into a swirl of silver-white butterflies that scattered into the air. He rematerialized in the director's office within the Department of Mysteries. The director, who had been writing at his desk, put down his quill and looked up into Aiden's piercing gaze. You planned this from the start, didn't you? Aiden accused, his voice low and dangerous. Whatever do you mean, the director replied, his expression one of perfect innocence as he steepled his fingers beneath his chin. The Department of Mysteries always operates with mutual consent. We would never stoop to plotting. Right, Aiden deadpanned, rolling his eyes. The ever-efficient Ministry of Magic, the war-hungry Wisengamot, and the mutually agreeable unspeakables. Truly, a bright and beautiful future for all. Oh, my dear dragon, don't be so cross, the director said, his tone shifting to one of shared grievance. Our department is perpetually underfunded, you know. The stress of research, the constant interference from the political insects upstairs, it's all quite taxing. Aiden was too tired to argue. The director had cunningly changed the subject. Forget it. My part is done. What about the cultists in Bibbery? The muggles with their brains gnawed by trolls, as you put it. Most were apprehended. Their leader, however, escaped. The director slid a file across the desk. Aiden opened it. It contained a detailed dossier on one man. Name, Aldred Cassiuslock. Age. Profile, graduated with a Master of Laws from Oxford University at 25. Elected as a Member of Parliament at 30. Politically exiled at 34 after attempting to champion the rights of lower-class residents in the Rust Belt, losing the support of his financial backers. Became a proponent of anti-intellectualism at 38. Last known activity, founded an organization called the Servant Council 11 years ago with funding from an unknown source. His life story is certainly eventful, Aiden mused, tapping the file. Is he one of the chosen ones? Perhaps, the director conceded. But you, my dear dragon, have been quite brave yourself. You directly detained one of the key spokespersons for the Goblin sovereignty movement. He handed over a second file. This one detailed the life of Urs, a powerful goblin and the leader of the most aggressive hardline faction within their society. So, the goblins aren't a monolith either, Aiden observed, handing both files back. Is any intelligent species, the director countered. Individual differences guarantee conflicting interests. It is the nature of things. He clapped his hands, and the two files floated back over to Aiden. What now? You're leaving, I presume. The director clasped his own hands together, his eyes flashing with a look of pure, pleading innocence. Would you be a dear and drop these off at the Goblin Liaison office on your way out? Aiden stared at him, utterly speechless. Chapter complete. Advanced chapters of all my stories. Exclusive novels and fanfics. Flexed Biceps community goal, 500 Power Stones unlocks a bonus chapter. Thanks for reading and supporting the story. Chapter 138, Chapter 138, The Goblins' Counterattack. Aiden took the elevator to the 4th floor, the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, and made his way to the Goblin Liaison office. The hallway was already packed. Hundreds of goblins had gathered, waving signs and chanting slogans, vowing to defend their freedom to the death. Friend, what's going on? Aiden asked, casually catching the arm of a passing ministry staffer. Who are you? The man asked, looking at Aiden with confusion. Aiden's eyes flashed for a fraction of a second. He layered a subtle hypnotic suggestion over the man's mind, smoothing away his suspicion. Oh, it's you, the staffer said, his expression clearing. Fancy seeing you here. What was your name again? He scratched his head, struggling to recall. Gilderoy Lockhart, Aiden supplied smoothly. Right, Lockhart. It's been a while since you got that Order of Merlin, hasn't it? The man beamed with a dopey smile. It has, Aiden agreed, his voice taking on a slightly hazy, distant quality. So, what's all this about? The staffer leaned in conspiratorially. The goblins. The ministry arrested some of their people, so now they're protesting. I heard they're even threatening to shut down Gringotts. Is that so? Aiden feigned concern. If Gringotts shuts down, wouldn't that cause massive problems for everyone? Nah, not really, the men said with a dismissive wave. Most wizards don't need to exchange currency that often, and there's plenty of cash flowing outside the bank. I see. Thank you. Aiden released the men from his hypnotic state and pressed the file from the director into his hands. Give this to your department head. The staffer took the document, rubbed his neck with a puzzled frown, and wandered off toward his superior's office. Inside, an energetic old wizard was meticulously reviewing a stack of reports. The staffer Aiden had just spoken to walked in. Director, sir. An urgent delivery for you. A delivery? Who from? The director asked, taking the file. He glanced at the seal and immediately knew its origin. It was, well, I'm not sure who gave it to me, the staffer admitted, looking confused again. The Department of Mysteries, the director of magical creatures scoffed. Always hiding in the shadows, that lot. So, what's our move, Director? The staffer asked cautiously. We cooperate. Stall the goblins, the director muttered, before cursing someone under his breath, the name lost in a frustrated sigh. Meanwhile, Aiden returned to Diagon Alley to assess the situation firsthand. The great bronze doors of Gringotts were shut tight. The goblins had hung a large, crudely painted banner across the entrance. Aiden read the words aloud, a slow smile spreading across his face. Damn Prewett, stole our gold, locked up our kin. Until House Prewett is gone, Gringotts stays shut. He threw his head back and laughed. The sound, clear and sharp as a mountain spring, echoed through the strangely empty alley. For a moment, it seemed as if no one was there to hear it. Then, his form dissolved into a swirl of silver-white butterflies that danced in front of the bank before dispersing into nothing. The next day, the closure of Gringotts sent shockwaves through the wizarding community. Just as Aiden anticipated, an angry mob of wizards who didn't know the full story had surrounded the Prewett family shop. A line of unspeakables stood guard, wands at the ready, creating a tense standoff. Whoa, hold on now. What's all this? Aiden materialized from a shimmering swarm of butterflies. His sharp, draconic eyes swept over the crowd, and several of the more vocal wizards immediately lowered their heads, unable to meet his gaze. He gave a subtle nod to the two dark wizards he'd put in charge of the shop's finances, and they quietly slipped back inside. The Prewett family owes us an explanation, a wizard at the front of the mob shouted impatiently. A chorus of agreement rose from the crowd. That's right. The bank is closed. Who's going to cover our losses? Everyone, please, calm down and listen to me, Aiden said. His voice was like a gentle rain, imbued with a subtle magic that soothed the raw anger in the air. I want you all to think carefully. Do I, a single wizard, truly have the power to shut down Gringotts? He paused, letting the question sink in. For thousands of years, he continued, his voice weaving a captivating spell, we have handed our entire economic lifeline over to another race. The goblins have grown rich and powerful by controlling our money. His words, infused with the power of his will, resonated deep within the crowd's collective consciousness. Fists began to clench. Now, with a simple act, they can bring our entire society to a grinding halt. I ask you, is that a position we should be in? A low murmur of anger began to build, a rising tide of resentment. Can you stand by while the goblins, sitting comfortably in their marble halls, hold your hard-earned gold hostage? Aiden's eyebrows arched, and he tapped a finger against his cheek, the picture of a devilish tempter. Can you tolerate this? No. We won't stand for it. Take back our wealth. The mob, its anger now redirected, turned as one and marched on Gringotts. Trill. A familiar phoenix cry echoed through the alley as a pillar of flame erupted nearby. From the fire stepped Albus Dumbledore. Is this wise, my dear student? He asked, his eyes twinkling but laced with concern. Headmaster, Aiden said, his tone serious, do you know what those creatures, driven by nothing but greed, are planning? He handed Dumbledore the file the director had given him. Dumbledore's expression grew increasingly grave as he read. Is this information reliable? He finally asked. Do you doubt the Department of Mysteries? Aiden countered. Alas, Dumbledore sighed, handing the file back. You handle this. I will not interfere directly, but I will manage the response from the International Confederation of Wizards. With another flash of fire, Fawkes took him away. No sooner had Dumbledore vanished than Mr. and Mrs. Weasley bustled into the now empty storefront. Molly immediately rushed forward and pulled Aiden into a bone-crushing hug. Aiden, my child, are you all right? Let's go home. You don't need to be involved in this dreadful business. She tried to pull him toward the fireplace. Aiden, are you hurt? Arthur asked, stepping forward. For the first time, Aiden saw a flicker of genuine ruthlessness in the normally gentle man's eyes. I heard the goblins came after you. Just say the word. No, uncle, aunt, it's all right now, Aiden reassured them. Look, the other wizards have already gone to Gringotts to sort things out. He pulled back the curtain from the shop window. The street outside was now clear. Explain what's happening right now, Molly demanded, her relief giving way to motherly sternness. Aunt Molly, Aiden said, his expression sobering, the goblins are planning another rebellion. How dare they, she gasped. They thought the Prewetts. Her voice trailed off, a flicker of old sorrow in her eyes. Arthur's face, however, lit up with a fierce, joyful grin. So, how are we going to handle this? A long overdue alliance between House Prewett and House Weasley. Chapter complete. Advanced chapters of all my stories. Exclusive novels and fanfics. Flexed Biceps community goal, 500 Power Stones unlocks a bonus chapter. Thanks for reading and supporting the story. Chapter 139, The Weasley Trump Card. Molly Weasley's hand shot out and clamped onto Arthur's waist, twisting fiercely. The joyful, ambitious expression on his face instantly contorted into a grimace of pain. The speed of the change was truly something to behold. Don't you even think about it, she threatened through gritted teeth. You will not be doing dangerous things. Not on my watch. But Molly, Aiden interjected gently, if we let the goblins do as they please, won't that threaten us all in the end? Think about Ron and Ginny. The mention of her children made Molly's resolve waver, her eyes welling with tears. This is a matter for the entire wizarding world. Why should it be my husband and my children who have to bear this burden? Oh, those blasted goblins. Molly, Arthur said, his voice soft as he pulled his wife into a tight embrace. Remember what we promised each other when we married? When our destiny calls, we will not hide from it. The couple, who had weathered decades of turmoil together, stood silently for a moment, their love a tangible force in the room. Go on then, get out of here, Molly finally said, wiping her tears away with the back of her hand and giving them both a gentle shove. It was my great misfortune to fall in love with a man who chases destiny. The man and the boy, one large and one small, shared a knowing smile. With the blessing of their family, they stepped out of the shop and onto the path of rebellion. Once outside, Aiden turned to Arthur with a curious look. Uncle, what was the Weasley family's role in the last Goblin War? The Prewetts could enter the Goblin strongholds and fight them head-on. What did your family do? Arthur didn't answer directly. With a wave of his hand, he said, come. I'll show you. He led Aiden back to the Ministry of Magic and into his cluttered office in the Misuse of Muggle Artifacts department. Arthur began to rummage through the chaotic piles of junk, finally unearthing a worn leather suitcase from beneath a mountain of oddities. Remember that box with the undetectable extension charm I asked you to help me with last year? Arthur asked, a twinkle in his eye. I remember, Aiden said, tilting his head. You said you needed a suitcase that could hold the entire burrow. Come on, child, Arthur said, his voice filled with pride. Let me show you the Weasley family's trump card. He opened the suitcase and led Aiden inside. The space within was vast and cavernous. In the very center stood a magnificent, brand-new furnace, its metal gleaming with dormant power. A furnace? Aiden asked, looking at Arthur in confusion. This, Aiden, is the secret to how House Weasley stood against the goblins, Arthur announced grandly. This is the culmination of generations of Weasley alchemy. An automated, self-sustaining crucible. Aiden drew a sharp breath. You're telling me your ancestors created an automated device 1,000 years ago with a smelting quality that could rival goblin-forged steel? Of course, Arthur said, puffing out his chest. Where do you think the mithril in our family vault came from? We certainly couldn't expect the goblins, a race that covets the very sword of Gryffindor, to simply hand over their secrets, could we? So, what's the plan? Aiden asked. We bring back the old alliance, of course. Arthur's ambition, long dormant, began to burn brightly. The Weasleys will handle mass production, and the Prewetts will assist with sales and conquest. We will recreate the greatness of our ancestors. This sounds absolutely wonderful. An unwelcome voice echoed through the space. The two turned to see a man in a pristine white robe standing behind them as if he had been there all along. TSK. You again, Aiden clicked his tongue in annoyance. Now, my dear dragon, the director said in a playful, almost childish tone. Can't we all be friends? Aiden, who is this? Arthur asked, looking warily at the newcomer. Oh, where are my manners? Director Weasley, a pleasure. I am the director of the Department of Mysteries, the man said, extending a hand, which Arthur shook automatically. As for my age and name, those are secrets I cannot tell. He gave Arthur a mischievous wink. Ah, hello, Director. It's an honor, Arthur replied with polite formality. Please, don't be so formal. The Department of Mysteries has already struck a deal with House Prewett. Since House Weasley is re-entering the fray, might my humble department participate as well? The director blinked, his expression one of pure innocence. Are you some kind of goblin yourself? Aiden complained. Why must you have a hand in everything? Alas, what can I do? The director sighed dramatically, pulling out a handkerchief to dab at non-existent tears. When you eventually take over my position, you will understand the immense pressures of leading a department. Arthur nodded with heartfelt understanding. Don't fall for it, Uncle, Aiden reminded him sharply. We're not on the same side. Arthur blinked, shaking off the director's spell, and quickly stood beside Aiden with a look of shared solidarity. Fine, the director said, holding up his hands. But your shops are already operating with our assistance. What difference does it make if this is a partnership between two families or three? All right, you're in, Aiden conceded, a plan already forming in his mind. But when the time comes to act, we'll be borrowing your department's good name. That, I cannot allow, the director replied smoothly. However, I am here to offer you something in return for my inclusion. A secret channel for distribution. Oh. Arthur's interest was piqued. Do tell. We recently uncovered a certain network operating out of Nocturn Alley. The director began, but was cut off. Ahem. Ahem. Aiden coughed loudly, shooting the director a look that clearly said, "Are you really trying to sell me my own network?" The director's eyes shone with the unmistakable light of a man who adores getting something for nothing. Yes, his gaze replied. Soon, the plan was finalized. Arthur and the Department of Mysteries began their covert operation, while Aiden remained in the Prewett shop, masterfully guiding the wizards of Diagon Alley against the goblins. Over the next week, Arthur's crucible worked tirelessly, producing over 100,000 counterfeit galleons, along with countless sickles and nuts. This flood of fake currency poured into the market through the shadowed channels of Nocturn Alley, quickly passing through the hands of unsuspecting wizards. The crisis began on a sunny morning. A young wizard, having just bought more candy than he could carry, was handed a silver sickle in change. The coin slipped from his fingers and fell to the cobblestones. Instead of a metallic clink, there was a sharp crack. The sickle shattered, revealing the worthless, compacted dirt within its thin silver plating. That one, insignificant sound was the spark that lit the fuse. Wizards everywhere began to check their money, smashing coins on the ground only to see them crumble into dust. Panic erupted. With Gringotts being the sole issuer of currency, and with its doors still shut, a full-blown bank run began. A furious mob stormed Gringotts, demanding their real gold. When the goblins refused to open, the wizards blew the massive bronze doors off their hinges. The director of Gringotts rushed out to quell the riot, simultaneously sending urgent requests for aid to Gringotts branches across the globe. But what he received was not support from his brethren, but their scornful ridicule. The great run was on. The wizarding economy imploded overnight, the monetary system collapsing so completely that society regressed to a primitive state of bartering. The turmoil in the British wizarding world finally forced the International Confederation of Wizards to act. To their horror, they discovered that the financial pillar of their world had been rotted from within. On July 14th, an emergency session of the Confederation was held. For the first time in centuries, the global wizarding community was united. They put overwhelming pressure on the Goblin Nation. Faced with the threat of all-out war, the goblins had no choice but to compromise. On July 16th, history was made. The first Wizarding Financial Anti-Monopoly Act was born. Witnessed by wizards from every nation, a new, unbreakable contract was forged, forever changing the balance of power between the two races. Chapter complete. Advanced chapters of all my stories. Exclusive novels and fanfics. Flexed Biceps community goal, 500 Power Stones unlocks a bonus chapter. Thanks for reading and supporting the story. Chapter 140, Rust Belt and Revelation. The Gringotts Crisis had finally subsided. By July 20th, the bank had resumed normal operations, with the goblins having paid a massive sum to cover the incident. The goblin leader, had even been released on bail by the Department of Mysteries. On the surface, it seemed as if the whole affair was concluded. Hull, an industrial city in the northeast of England, had once been a powerhouse of shipbuilding, automotive, steel, and energy production. But like many such places, the relentless encroachment of financial capital on manufacturing had turned it into a rust belt, a shadow of its former glory. Aiden, disguised in a simple black and white striped shirt, its collar casually open to reveal the subtle curve of his collarbone, fitted jeans, and white sneakers, strolled through Hull's desolate streets. He used a touch of magic to conceal his dragon horns, blending in with the grim reality around him. The city teemed with the telltale signs of decline, addicts slumped in doorways, homeless individuals scattered across the pavements, their desperation a palpable stench in the air. As Aiden prepared to continue his journey, a gaunt, desperate figure lunged from the shadows, a glint of metal at his throat. "Money, give me your money," the addict stammered, his hand trembling as he pressed the knife closer. Aiden calmly met his gaze. In the addict's dilated pupils, a pair of beautiful heterochromatic eyes stared back. "Eek!" the man shrieked, collapsing onto the grimy pavement. Aiden recoiled from the foul odor emanating from the men. A look of profound disgust crossed his face. His form shimmered, dissolving into a swarm of butterflies that scattered into the air, leaving only the confused addict wondering why he had fallen. Using his Patronus form to traverse the labyrinthine streets, Aiden continued his search for the escaped cult leader. He was here because Oliver had practically begged him to help, and Aiden, surprisingly, hadn't been able to refuse. Just as he was about to leave the neighborhood, a familiar face came into view. Aiden instantly materialized from nothingness, appearing silently behind the person. He grabbed him firmly and pulled him into a spatial blind spot, a small pocket of awareness shielded from the outside world. "Ha!" Aiden let out a soft, eerie sound. "Ah!" The person he'd grabbed yelped, instinctively pulling out his wand and spinning around. "Aiden." The shadows dissipated, revealing Ethan, his eyes wide with surprise. "What are you doing here?" Ethan asked, still looking shocked. "Do you know about the Kingsport incident?" Aiden countered. Edmund mentioned it. Something about a cult sacrifice." Ethan paused, a sudden realization dawning on his face. "Are you saying the cult is nearby?" "Very close," Aiden confirmed, carefully choosing his words. "The ministry launched a raid, but their leader escaped. Now everyone's hunting him down." He then shifted the topic. "Since you live here, do you know anything about the local cults or strange religious groups?" A complicated expression crossed Ethan's face. Sigh. "Come with me. Let's go to my place first." Ethan led Aiden through several blocks until they arrived at an unassuming small house. He pushed open the door and called out, "Mom. I met a classmate on the street and brought him over." A clatter of tableware came from the kitchen. Moments later, a kind-faced woman appeared. "Oh, Ethan, honey, is this your classmate? He's so charming." Mrs. Beckett extended her hand to Aiden. "Hello, I'm Rennie Beckett, Ethan's mother." "It's a pleasure to meet you, Lady Beckett," Aiden replied, offering a polite, ancient wizarding bow. My, your classmate seems to come from a very distinguished background," Rennie teased Ethan. "Stay at my house tonight, Aiden," Ethan suggested. "You can ask my father about anything you want to know." Aiden, who found himself without a clear lead, agreed to the offer. Just then, the air shimmered, and Oliver, clad in a hooded black and gold robe, materialized beside Aiden. "Aiden, who's this?" Ethan asked, frowning at the hooded figure. The face under the hood seemed familiar, but he couldn't place it. "This is an unspeakable," Aiden introduced. "Our mission originated from the Department of Mysteries." "What? The Department of Mysteries?" Rennie's interest was instantly piqued. She walked over to Oliver, scrutinizing him, but could discern nothing. She sighed in mild disappointment. "Does the Department of Mysteries recruit such young people now?" "Not at all, madam," Oliver replied mysteriously. "The Department of Mysteries recruits based solely on suitability, nothing else." "Well, all right, one more won't hurt," Rennie said cheerfully. "It's not every day I host an unspeakable." Ethan's mother was clearly a very welcoming person. That evening, Ethan's father, Bowen, arrived home to find two unfamiliar young men sitting on his sofa. "Rennie, dear," he called out, leaning cautiously against the doorframe. "What is it, Bowen?" "I told you not to be alarmed at home." Rennie emerged from another room. Seeing her husband shrinking against the wall in fear, she burst out laughing. "Oh, Bowen, honestly, there aren't so many dangerous wizards around these days." She went up and gave her husband a warm kiss, completely disregarding the three young wizards present. Aiden cast a teasing glance at Ethan, who lowered his head, blushing furiously. At dinner, Mr. Bowen, still wary of Oliver's presence as an unspeakable, directed most of his questions to Aiden. "So, tell me, my boy, what's a wizard's life really like? Do you fly to school on magic carpets every day?" Aiden, after confirming to himself that this man's tone genuinely mirrored his kind, if somewhat eccentric, uncles, nodded. There was a time when flying carpets were quite popular, but the Ministry of Magic banned them. Said they were unsafe. "Oh, that's a shame. I always dreamed of riding a magic carpet to school," Bowen Beckett laughed heartily. "Mr. Beckett," Aiden said, his expression turning serious. "We have some questions for you." "Oh, all right, ask away." Bowen picked up a sandwich and took a large bite. "Are there any cults around here?" Aiden inquired. Bowen choked on his sandwich. Cough, cough. "A cult, you say?" "Yes," Aiden continued, a mix of truth and careful deception in his words. "A group of dangerous individuals, connected to the wizarding world, have formed a cult and are now operating in this area." He subtly used his ability to gauge Bowen's reactions. "If you're talking about anything newly arrived, probably not much," Mr. Bowen mused, recalling for a moment. "But about 2 years ago, there was this wave of anti-intellectualism that just swept through the place." "Anti-intellectualism?" Aiden felt a prickle of unease. "Yes, you see, oh, sorry, you're a wizard, you wouldn't know, it's like this, we're a Rust Belt city, lots of unemployment after the factories closed." Bowen seemed ready to launch into a lengthy explanation, but Aiden cut him off. "No need to explain that part, Mr. Bowen. I'm quite familiar with Muggle economics. I understand the situation." Aiden adjusted his monocle, radiating the aura of a diligent scholar. Mr. Bowen, somewhat overwhelmed by the sudden academic air, clicked his tongue softly and continued, "In short, there are plenty of addicts, homeless people, and criminals here. A cult could easily manipulate them by just offering food. They could build a massive following. Do you know where their base might be?" Aiden pressed. "Well, probably in the northern suburbs," Mr. Bowen mused, stroking his chin. Around Pearson Park, I'd guess. Oliver suddenly stood up and walked swiftly out the door. What's wrong with him? Mr. Bowen asked, puzzled. Oh, an emergency at home, Aiden replied smoothly, standing up as well. Well, you two enjoy your dinner. I need to go keep an eye on him. And please, be sure to stay home for the next 2 days. Don't go anywhere. Aiden's instruction was earnest, his gaze unwavering. Chapter complete. Advanced chapters of all my stories. Exclusive novels and fanfics. Flexed Biceps community goal, 500 Power Stones unlocks a bonus chapter. Thanks for reading and supporting the story. Chapter 141, Escape and First Encounter. Oliver arrived in the northern suburbs of Hull, his black robes blending with the twilight shadows of Pearson Park. He found what he was looking for in a secluded clearing, a large crowd of homeless people and addicts, all kneeling on the damp earth, their bodies swaying as they prayed to some unseen entity. The sight of the ritual sent a surge of fury through him. He rushed forward, his boots lashing out, knocking several of the worshippers to the ground. But they simply staggered back to their feet, their movements jerky and unnatural, and resumed their kneeling positions. Frustrated, Oliver grabbed one of the men by the collar. Stand up. Stop kneeling, he snarled, pressing his wand to the man's throat. The man's eyes were vacant, his soul seemingly hollowed out. Saliva trickled from the corner of his mouth as he continued to mumble the same unknown prayer, oblivious to the threat. So, what's your plan? A calm voice asked. Kill him because you can't save him. A swarm of butterflies coalesced behind Oliver, forming Aiden's solid figure. It would be better than watching them like this, watching them. Oliver's voice choked, thick with emotion. Oliver, don't project what happened to your father onto these people, Aiden said, his gaze unusually sharp. Don't try to be a savior. That is not a path for humans. Oliver's hand fell away. The men he was holding collapsed to the ground and scrambled back to his spot among the others. Well. What a moving display of faith. A man's voice, smooth and mocking, drifted from the shadows of the surrounding trees. Aiden and Oliver turned to see a man in his 40s leaning against a tree, watching them with an amused expression. Aldred Cassiuslock, Aiden said, his tone dripping with sarcasm. A name associated with wisdom seems rather ill-suited for a man embracing anti-intellectualism. Aldred laughed, drawing a wand and pointing it at them. How can you call the world's truth anti-intellectual? Look at you. Wizards. Such an enviable existence. Aren't you yourselves the greatest blasphemy against so-called science? Aiden sensed a deep, festering malice in Aldred's voice, which was odd. According to his file, Aldred had no prior contact with the wizarding world. Aiden decided to probe with his own abilities. Who's to say our existence isn't part of science? Aiden countered smoothly. A man as educated as you must know that science is merely a practical method for understanding the universe. Save your ridiculous mind games, wizard, Aldred retorted. Behold. With my lord's gift, I can perceive the true nature of this universe. His gaze fixed on Aiden, his eyes burning with a fanatical, focused light. He stared, and stared, and stared. Then his eyes exploded. What in the world are you? He shrieked, collapsing to the ground. Stay away from me. He clawed at his ruined sockets with one hand while flailing wildly with the other. As Aiden and Oliver moved in to apprehend him, a thin, black thread shot from the void and attached itself to Aldred. In an instant, his body was sucked dry, leaving behind a shriveled, desiccated corpse. Aiden knelt to inspect the body and was surprised to find it was the corpse of a woman. Interesting, he muttered. He turned his attention to the remaining cultists, preparing to wipe their memories, but the black threads reappeared. They shot through the crowd, draining the worshippers one by one at incredible speed. Sectum Sempra. Aiden slashed his wand through the air. A blade of invisible energy severed one of the threads. A pained, unearthly howl echoed from the void before quickly fading away. Oliver, call for backup. Full memory wipe, Aiden ordered. He levitated the severed piece of thread, which writhed like a living thing, and sealed it in a glass bottle. Oliver pulled a small black box from his robes, removed a shard of dark glass, and shattered it on the ground. The crisp sound seemed to travel for miles. Moments later, a team of unspeakables operated onto the scene. At Oliver's command, they began performing a top-level memory cleanse, their movements swift and silent. Soon, a long line of blank-faced individuals was being led out of the park. Aiden returned to the Department of Mysteries. The director was waiting for him, lounging on a sofa in the center of the main hall. So, you let him get away, didn't you, you careless dragon, the director teased. How is this my fault? Aiden shot back. You knew what he was capable of and didn't tell me. I never expected you to catch him anyway, the director said, sipping a bottle of Coca-Cola. He explained that the real purpose of the mission was to let the new kid, Oliver, experience their corporate culture and get a taste of revenge. He hadn't anticipated that the muggle, Aldred, would be bold enough to try and perceive Aiden's true nature. The director clapped his hands, and a projector rose silently from the floor. First, he said, as the projector displayed an image of a familiar, continent-sized island of consciousness, we have confirmed that those scoundrels have uploaded their true selves to Avalon. Then, this second-rate pawn used the power of his master to travel freely between both worlds. The image changed to a large, pulsating purple crystal. Behold, the director announced gravely. The Deep Realm King, registered on the unspeakable tablets as the Foolish. As he spoke the name, the space around them rippled. Inky black threads began to emerge from the cracks. A powerful neigh echoed through the hall as a silver unicorn burst into existence, its horn glowing with pure white light. It galloped in a wide circle, and wherever it passed, the threads dissolved and the spatial distortion smoothed over. A Patronus charm? Aiden asked, watching the magnificent creature. Of course, the director confirmed. The Patronus is our remedy against madness, an ancient and powerful form of white magic. Without it, we would have long ago become their playthings. It has also served as our beachhead for attack, as you well know. He patted the unicorn's neck, and it dissolved into silver mist. Aiden silently tossed the bottle containing the severed thread to the director. Fresh, the director said, catching it with a grin. We might be able to learn something from this. He turned and opened one of the many doors lining the circular hall. For a brief instant, Aiden saw what was inside, a vast, sterile room filled with countless brains floating in glowing jars. Before he could get a better look, the door slammed shut. Chapter complete. Advanced chapters of all my stories. Exclusive novels and fanfics. Flexed Biceps community goal, 500 Power Stones unlocks a bonus chapter. Thanks for reading and supporting the story. Chapter 142, Chapter 142, An Unexpected Ally. Aiden groggily opened his eyes in his designated quarters within the Department of Mysteries. A shimmering silver unicorn stood over him, its gaze radiating a peculiar sense of playful intelligence. He threw off the covers and sat up. The unicorn spoke, its voice a pleasant, melodic chime. Did you sleep well? Not at all, Aiden grumbled, rubbing his temples. Well, you can't blame us for the poor accommodations. Blame the ministry for not giving us a proper budget, the unicorn replied conversationally. I give up, Aiden sighed, swinging his legs out of bed. Do you really have to use a Patronus just to send a message? The Patronus seemed oblivious to the fact that he was changing. We analyzed the thread you brought back, it continued. Based on our research, it's a creation resulting from a partial integration between the Deep Realm King and Avalon. And? Aiden asked, pulling on a shirt and heading for the door. The unicorn trotted behind him. We've invited an outside helper. I believe you'll get along quite well with him. With that, its magical supply was cut off, and the unicorn dissolved into silver mist. Knock, knock. Aiden knocked on the director's office door, which swung open automatically. Ah, Dragon, you're here, the director greeted him, perched on the edge of his desk. You seem to be adapting well to the unspeakable life. Why not make it official and join us? He flashed a bright smile, but with his foxy eyes, it looked incredibly cunning. No, thank you, Aiden replied flatly. So, where is this external help you mentioned? The director glanced at a sleek, mechanical watch on his wrist. By my reckoning, he should be arriving right about now. As if on cue, another knock came from the door. It opened to reveal a short, white-bearded half-goblin. Professor Flitwick. Aiden exclaimed, recognizing his head of house. Oh, Aiden. Why are you here as well? Professor Flitwick asked, looking just as surprised. Professor Flitwick has already been put on the slate, so you can speak freely, the director added helpfully. Well then, my dear student, Flitwick said, his eyes twinkling as he scrutinized Aiden. Shouldn't you let your professor in on what you've been up to? He leaned closer. Does that spell of yours have some miraculous effect on a wizard's lower anatomy? Aiden's face flushed. It felt exactly like being caught sneaking out after curfew. My head hurts, he groaned, slumping onto the sofa. You explain it to him. Of course, the director said, seeing that his dragon was throwing a tantrum and deciding it was best to smooth his scales. Professor Flitwick, you're aware that House Prewett once served as the vanguard against the goblins, correct? Yes, I've heard the stories, Flitwick replied, his gaze softening with concern for his student. But Aiden is just a boy. Surely we can't send a child to the battlefield. Ah, but that's where you're missing the details, the director said, clasping his hands. For Aiden to be a vanguard, he must possess extraordinary qualities, wouldn't you agree? Besides, our primary objective is to seize control of Avalon. There's no need to clash head-on with an unkillable entity like the Deep Realm King. After a moment of hesitation, Professor Flitwick finally nodded. All right. Let's discuss the battle plan. The director beamed. First, we need Professor Flitwick to serve as our conduit to Avalon. Then, the Unspeakables will establish a bridgehead on Avalon's outer layer. Finally, an elite squad will move in to retrieve control of the core. He made it sound as simple as grabbing a soda from the fridge. Very well, Professor Flitwick sighed. Let's proceed according to your plan. With the strategy set, the director led them to the brain chamber. A large contingent of Unspeakables in their signature black and gold robes were already assembled, checking their gear. Among them was Oliver. You're Oliver, from Ravenclaw. Professor Flitwick exclaimed, his memory suddenly returning now that they were both on the slate. Wait, why had I forgotten about you? Professor. It's an honor to fight alongside you, Oliver said with a small smile. But if you've joined the Unspeakables, what about your studies? As an educator, that was Flitwick's immediate concern. Professor, besides us, no one else remembers Oliver anymore, Aiden explained gently. This is preposterous. Flitwick suddenly roared, his face turning red with anger. It was the first time Aiden had ever seen the usually amiable professor so enraged. How can you let a child join this place? Are the Unspeakables nothing more than an organization that sends children to the battlefield? Professor Flitwick, you must understand, we never force anyone to join, the director said calmly. His wand slid from his sleeve, and with a wave, a translucent blue list materialized in the air, filled with countless names. Look at this roster of sacrifices. Every Unspeakable leaves an imprint of their magic before departing on a final mission. The list floated before Professor Flitwick. He didn't need to inspect it closely to feel the overwhelming resolve radiating from it. How long has this been going on? His voice trembled. Since wizards established civilization, sir, the director replied quietly. And this list only records the fallen from Britain. Professor Flitwick fell silent, staring at the endless scroll of names. I must apologize to you, sir, the director continued, bowing deeply. It is our incompetence that has led to your student having to join us on this battlefield. I am truly sorry. The atmosphere in the room grew heavy and solemn. Okay, enough of the heavy topics, the director suddenly chirped, his demeanor changing in an instant. Now, let's move on to the pleasant preparation time. Does he often act like this? Professor Flitwick whispered to Oliver. Yes, Oliver whispered back, leaning in conspiratorially. The elders in the department say he's from the same era as Dumbledore. Hey, you two over there, are you talking bad about me? The director called out, his erratic behavior vanishing as quickly as it had appeared. Stop playing around, Aiden cut in, unable to watch any longer. Tell me how you plan to send so many people to Avalon. An excellent question, the director said with a grin. Why, through the exquisite brains of our finest wizards, of course. He pointed toward the brain chamber. Inside, hundreds of brains floated in green, glowing tanks, some of them twitching and moving as if still alive. The scene was utterly sanity-shredding. Aiden and Professor Flitwick swallowed hard in unison. Chapter complete. Advanced chapters of all my stories. Exclusive novels and fanfics. Flexed Biceps community goal, 500 Power Stones unlocks a bonus chapter. Thanks for reading and supporting the story. Chapter 143, The Infiltration. Inside the brain chamber, a massive tank brimmed with white brains suspended in a luminous green fluid. Atop the tank, a seat had been specially adjusted for Professor Flitwick's small stature. Once Flitwick was settled, the Unspeakables took their positions around the chamber. Is everyone ready? The director asked, his voice echoing in the high-ceilinged hall. A chorus of nods answered him. Then, let's begin. At his command, the Unspeakables split into two groups. One group raised their wands and cast the Patronus charm. Ethereal patronuses of every shape and size soared through the air, merging into the brains floating in the tank. The brains began to glow with a stark white light, pulsing in time with the magic. On the other side, the alchemical circle at the top of the tank hummed to life. Guided by Professor Flitwick's thoughts, the runes and sigils traced a path through the collective unconscious, seeking the entrance to Avalon. Finally, the alchemical matrix stabilized, and a shimmering passage opened in the center of the room. The Unspeakables entered the portal in an orderly line. Aiden and Oliver stepped through together, with the director following close behind. Wait, why are you coming with us? Aiden asked, glancing over his shoulder at the director. The director's tone was grave. The head of the Department of Mysteries must be present for matters like this. Aiden nodded, understanding dawning. No wonder you showed up in the Deep Realm last time. They emerged into the collective unconscious sea, the goblins' hidden paradise, Avalon. This continent of the mind had once been peaceful and still, but that tranquility was now shattered by the ambitions of those who dwelled within. Above Avalon, silver-white islands descended from the sky, floating in midair. Wizards began to materialize on these islands, their presence impossible to ignore. The goblins below, stunned by the sudden invasion, scrambled to regroup. Are you wizards declaring war on us? The hardliner among the goblins, stepped forward, seizing his moment of glory. War, that's all you ever talk about, the director sneered, his voice dripping with contempt. You goblins have been living off wizard gold for generations. How much fight do you really have left? Urs trembled, his bravado faltering. He knew all too well that his people, softened by years of comfort, were no longer the warriors they once were. You did this on purpose. Urs accused, his voice shaking. The director's fox-like eyes glinted with malicious satisfaction. Did you really think holding Avalon over our heads would make us compromise? It's just a few deaths. When have humans ever feared sacrifice? I'll fight you all to the end. Urs roared, drawing his weapon and charging, leading the goblins in a desperate assault. But this was no heroic last stand. The director raised his hand, unleashing a blasting curse that obliterated a swath of goblins. The unspeakables joined in, casting spells with cold precision. It was a massacre. A group of goblins rushed at Aiden, swords raised. He snapped his fingers, and their blades twisted in their hands, turning on their wielders. Feeling the restraint, Aiden removed his hat, revealing a pair of gleaming dragon horns. The sight broke the goblins' morale. Some dropped their weapons and fled in terror. Wow, so this is a Prewett. Love it, the director called from behind, his voice laced with admiration and mischief. Aiden glanced back. What did our ancestors do to make them so afraid? The director smirked. Your ancestors were ruthless. They didn't leave any records behind, didn't want to tarnish the family's glorious image. Aiden rolled his eyes and turned away, ignoring the director's bait for more questions. Soon, the goblins' resistance collapsed. Those who survived lay face down on the ground, defeated. Urs was bound tightly and thrown into the center of the clearing. Aren't you going to finish him? Aiden asked. No. We need to make an example for the other magical races, the director replied, but a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Besides, killing them here only destroys their minds. The real trouble is what comes after. He clapped his hands, gathering the unspeakables. Some of you stay and guard the goblins. The rest, follow me, we need to find Avalon's control center. Urs, still trapped, laughed bitterly. You think you can find Avalon's core? Impossible. The director's hand shot out, gripping Urs by the throat. He forced his way into Urs's mind with legitimacy, extracting the information he needed. When he was done, he tossed Urs aside like a broken doll. TSK, that was a rough read, muttered a nearby little dragon. No time for finesse, the director replied, glancing at Aiden. We might be in trouble. What's wrong? Aiden asked. They hid Avalon's control center inside the Deep Realm King, the director said, his voice heavy. The unspeakables fell silent, stunned. No way. Aren't the goblins afraid of being assimilated? Could anyone really be foolish enough to side with foolishness? The team broke into anxious whispers. So what do we do? Aiden pressed. The director's face hardened. All goblins are to be executed on the spot. The situation has deteriorated, we can't afford to split our forces. At his order, the unspeakables raised their wands. Beams of colored light filled the air, and in seconds, not a single goblin remained. The director turned to Aiden, his expression serious. Aiden Prewett, you haven't joined the unspeakables. Please leave. If we don't return, I want you to become the next director of the Department of Mysteries. Take over my duties. Please. Aiden rolled his eyes, but there was a hint of respect in his voice. You really think I'm the type to run away and save myself? No, but we need to keep hope alive, the director replied. Hope, huh? Aiden murmured. He drew his staff and summoned a silver-white dragon, which swept down, picked up Oliver, and soared away. Aiden Prewett, I'll get you for this. Oliver's voice echoed as he vanished into the sky. There, hope is safe, Aiden said with a shrug. The director watched him go, a complicated expression on his face. Why go to such lengths, he wondered aloud. Aiden's lips curled into a fierce, ambitious smile. Because what the goblins created could be the cornerstone of my blueprint. The director gave a short, wry laugh. You people, truly are hopeless. At 3 p.m. on July 20th, the Department of Mysteries operation against the Deep Realm King officially began. Chapter complete. Advanced chapters of all my stories. Exclusive novels and fanfics. Flexed Biceps community goal, 500 Power Stones unlocks a bonus chapter. Thanks for reading and supporting the story. Chapter 144, Chapter 144, The Crusade and its Aftermath. Department of Mysteries, official record, Crusade against the Deep Realm King. 15 hours and 1 minute, the director of the Department of Mysteries, together with, name redacted, leads the strike team into the deepest part of Avalon and makes formal contact with the Deep Realm King. 15 hours 2 minutes and 4 seconds, the Deep Realm King completes its integration with Avalon. The pathway to the Sea of Embers, the second layer of the Deep Realm, opens. The Deep Realm begins to ascend. 15 hours 2 minutes and 24 seconds, Unspeakable Tulls Barnett, confirmed killed in action. The Deep Realm pathway is destroyed. 15 hours 3 minutes and 13 seconds, the Director and, name redacted, together severely wound the Deep Realm King. 15 hours 3 minutes and 17 seconds, the Deep Realm King completes regeneration. 15 hours 4 minutes and 12 seconds, Unspeakable Keto Alfred, confirmed killed in action. The passage between Avalon and the real world is breached. 15 hours 4 minutes and 35 seconds, Alchemical Ritual, redacted, overloads, successfully launching massive material into Avalon. 15 hours and 5 minutes, Director severely wounded. Unspeakable Hudson Gregg, confirmed killed in action. The Deep Realm King is severely wounded again. 15 hours 5 minutes and 20 seconds, the Deep Realm King regenerates. Alchemical Ritual, redacted, is utterly destroyed. 15 hours 5 minutes and 32 seconds, the Department of Mysteries emergency protocol is activated. The pendulum of reversal is engaged, the ritual, redacted, is restored, and the Deep Realm King is weakened once more. 15 hours 5 minutes and 50 seconds, name redacted, shatters the Deep Realm King's core for the third time. The Star Hull Star Annihilation Matrix is activated, obliterating the majority of the Deep Realm King's remains. 15 hours 6 minutes and 20 seconds, the Deep Realm King and Avalon are forcibly separated. The core is contained. The remnant, altered Cassius Locke, escapes with a fragment of the Deep Realm King. 15 hours and 7 minutes, name redacted, retrieves Avalon's control core from the Deep Realm King's remains. The crusade concludes. In the underground infirmary of the Department of Mysteries, the so-called victors looked anything but triumphant. Aiden lay on a cot, his dragon horn and one wing each broken on one side, vision doubled, and head throbbing, likely a concussion. The other unspeakables were battered and bloodied, the Director's limbs looked like shriveled sticks of jerky, and it had been Aiden who had carried him back. The mood was heavy, the air thick with pain and exhaustion. The Director, ever the optimist, forced a smile and tried to rally the survivors. Chin up, everyone. At least we're alive. As long as we live, there's a tomorrow, and we can remember those who fell today. Aiden ignored him, focusing on the slow, agonizing process of regrowing his broken parts after downing a healing potion. The stumps of his wing and horn prickled with the sensation of ants crawling and needles stabbing, painful and maddeningly itchy. He reached to scratch more than once, but managed to restrain himself. Trying to distract himself, Aiden turned to the Director. What about Aldred? Did he get away? We've already notified the higher-ups and the Muggle government. They'll hunt him down. He shouldn't get far, the Director replied, trying to scratch his face, only to remember he had no usable limbs. Could you scratch this itch for me? Please, the Director asked, looking at Aiden with pleading eyes. Aiden pretended not to hear and rolled over, going to sleep. The next morning, Aiden woke to find his wing and horn fully regrown. He stretched, feeling a rare sense of relief, until he sensed a resentful gaze from his left. The Director, still lying in bed, was recovering slowly, perhaps a side effect of age. Hey, don't go spreading rumors about me out there, the Director grumbled, for once looking genuinely vulnerable. Aiden let him be, choosing not to tease, and left the ward. No sooner had he stepped into the corridor than he felt another, even more intense glare. He froze. He knew that feeling. My dear roommate, congratulations on your recovery, the words sounded sweet, but there was no warmth in them. Ah. Oliver, you're done with your work. Aiden flashed his brightest, most innocent smile, hoping to defuse the situation. Not even close. The goblin fallout is enormous. The Ministry's going to question us soon, and you're coming with me, Oliver said, his eyes sharp as daggers. Of course. We're partners in life and death now, Aiden replied quickly. Oh, life and death partners. Funny, I seem to recall someone not giving me that chance, Oliver shot back, his gaze cutting sideways. Aiden instantly straightened up. Enough joking. Come on. The higher-ups will be here any minute, Oliver said, tilting his head for Aiden to follow. They crossed the circular hall and arrived at the Director's office. Moments later, the door was kicked open and Cornelius Fudge stormed in, his face red with self-importance. Humph. Your Department of Mysteries is finished. You dared to bypass the Ministry. I'll see you all in Azkaban. Fudge declared, flopping onto the sofa as if he owned the place. Behind him trailed several Aurors, including a long-suffering Kingsley, who was already rolling his eyes. Aiden shot Kingsley a look. Didn't you tell him about the claws? Kingsley's look said it all, I told him. He didn't listen. Fudge, growing impatient, barked, Where's your Director? Why isn't he here? Are you unspeakable so obsessed with research you've lost your minds? Not even a cup of tea for your minister. Finally, Fudge noticed the two young men he'd mistaken for staff. Then his eyes widened as he recognized Aiden's heterochromatic gaze, the same eyes that haunted his nightmares. Aiden Prewett, what are you doing here? Fudge sputtered. Who knows? Maybe dealing with someone whose brain's been licked by a troll, Oliver answered for him. And who are you? Just a clerk, how dare you speak to me that way? Fudge snapped. Go ahead and fire me, Minister, Oliver replied, utterly unfazed. I will. Kingsley, arrest him and throw him in Azkaban. Fudge barked. Kingsley replied calmly, as if speaking to a child, Minister, we have no authority to interfere with the Department of Mysteries operations. What? Are you saying I have no right to deal with my own departments? Fudge blustered. No, sir. According to the hidden clause in the magical decree, the Department of Mysteries operates independently and is protected by law, not subject to any outside interference, Kingsley recited, quoting the clause he'd recently discovered. Fudge's face twisted in disbelief. How can this be? A department under my rule, out of control. But then his eyes narrowed with cunning. Well, but the department's funding is still under our control, isn't it? Yes, Minister, Kingsley replied dutifully. Good. Kingsley, make this my top priority, completely stop the Department of Mysteries funding, Fudge ordered, shooting a smug glance at Aiden as he left, flicking his suit jacket dramatically. Oliver's hand tightened on his wand, but Aiden stopped him with a gentle touch. Now you know what happens when you disobey orders, Fudge called over his shoulder as he swept out, Oris in tow. As soon as the door closed, the tension in the office evaporated. Aiden and Oliver exchanged a look, then high-fived, grinning in exhausted relief. The crusade was over, but the real battles, political and personal, were only just beginning. Chapter complete. Advanced chapters of all my stories. Exclusive novels and fanfics. Flexed Biceps community goal, 500 Power Stones unlocks a bonus chapter. Thanks for reading and supporting the story. Chapter 145, The End of Aldred. After sending Fudge away, Oliver finally found a rare moment of peace. But the more one seeks quiet, the more likely trouble is to come knocking. They'd barely begun to enjoy the stillness of the director's office when a knock sounded at the door. An unspeakable entered, carrying a report. Acting Director, the Hall of Prophecy has detected lingering traces of Aldred's corruption, the unspeakable announced, handing the report to Oliver before departing. Acting Director. Aiden raised an eyebrow at Oliver. What? Is that a problem? Oliver replied, feigning nonchalance. No, it's fine. You're impressive, Aiden said, at a loss for words. If you were willing to join, we probably wouldn't even need the word acting anymore, Oliver teased, a faint smile on his lips. Aiden cleared his throat, changing the subject. Anyway, let's see where Aldred has run off to. Oliver opened the report. The location was clear, Ethan's hometown, Hull. He's gone back there again. What's Southwest special about that place? Aiden frowned. I don't know, Oliver said, drawing his wand, but I do know my wand is itching for action. He looked at Aiden, his eyes cold. Cover me. I want to finish this myself. All right, Aiden agreed without hesitation. With a flash of apparition, they followed the residual traces of the Deep Realm King's power to Hull. The unassuming house before them was Ethan's home. Oliver's eyes flashed red as he rushed in, nearly colliding with Ethan, who was just coming out. Ow. Who's so rude? Ethan grumbled, picking himself up off the floor. Ethan, are you all right? Oliver asked, concern breaking through his intensity. I'm fine. Wait, aren't you the unspeakable who came to my house with Aiden last time? Ethan blinked in surprise. Aiden stepped in to help Oliver recover his composure. Ethan, we're chasing a dangerous person. The report says he's in your house. Huh? A dangerous person? No way. The only visitor today was a friend of my dad's, Ethan replied, still skeptical. It's all right, Ethan. Just let us check. If we're wrong, we'll leave quietly, Aiden assured him. All right, come in, Ethan said, opening the door. Inside, the house was neat, with no sign of a struggle. Ethan led them upstairs to a room at the back. There, Ethan's father, Bowen Beckett, was tending to a frail, middle-aged man. Aiden and Oliver instantly recognized him, Aldred Cassiuslock. Oliver's wand was out in a flash, pressing against Aldred's neck. Bowen recoiled, startled by the sudden aggression. Hey! This is trespassing. I have every right to throw you out, Bowen protested. Mr. Beckett, you should know your friend is a wanted criminal, Aiden said, trying to keep things calm. But Locke's a good man. He's always helped the children here in the Rust Belt. There must be some mistake, Bowen insisted, though his voice trembled. A good man. Oliver's voice was raw. The kind who sacrificed 2,000 people in Kingsport. Or the kind who led others to ruin. Aldred coughed, the wand at his throat forcing him awake. Don't worry about me, Bowen. This is something I have to face, he said weakly, stopping Bowen from intervening. So, Aldred, do you have any last words? Oliver asked, offering a final courtesy out of respect for Ethan's father. Aldred struggled to sit up, grabbing Oliver's collar. I don't regret what I've done. It's you, wizards like you, who shouldn't exist in this world, he spat. Aiden's voice turned hypnotic, gentle but insistent. Let's talk, Mr. Locke. How did you end up like this? He wanted to give Oliver time to calm down, and perhaps, let Aldred's story serve as a warning to them all. Aldred's eyes glazed over as the hypnosis took hold. I grew up here, orphaned. The Rust Belt raised me, I was its hope. I got into Oxford, became an MP, fought for my people. What did I do wrong? His voice started small, but grew louder, more desperate. So you turned to monsters for power? Oliver sneered. You wizards, born with everything, could never understand our suffering. Aldred's voice shook with anger. What was your plan? Aiden pressed, deepening the hypnosis. To use the Lord's power to plunge everyone into foolishness. To re-regulate and redistribute society's resources, Aldred answered, his tone flat. But if everyone is foolish, wouldn't civilization stagnate? Aiden asked, genuinely curious. No. The Lord's power is infinite. If we reach for infinity, the world will be absolutely fair, Aldred replied, his face full of hope. Aiden snapped his fingers, breaking the trance. You fool. You've been brainwashed by those things below. No wonder your actions never matched your past, he said, shaking his head. I can't be brainwashed. This is my ideal, this is, Aldred's voice faltered. As the Deep Realm King's core was contained by the Department of Mysteries, its power faded. Around the world, those who had been under its influence began to return to themselves. Aldred's eyes cleared. What have I done, what have I done? Finally, he broke free from the Deep Realm King's control, clarity and horror dawning on his face. Don't pretend to repent just to escape punishment, you piece of trash, Oliver said, his anger rising again. No. This is my sin. I won't run from it, Aldred replied, voice steady for the first time. Oliver, it's real. Let him have a moment to repent, Aiden said quietly. Thank you. And I hid the Deep Realm King's fragment in the home of my old financial backer. You should have already found it. The attendant council still has hidden branches, be careful, Aldred said, his voice fading. He struggled to his feet, knelt, and made the sign of the cross. He looked at Oliver, pleading for release. Seeing Aldred's wish for death, Oliver's anger finally ebbed. He looked at Aldred with a complicated expression. Petrificus totalis. Reducto. 2 spells flashed. Aldred Cassius Locke vanished from the world. Oliver collapsed to the floor, all strength gone, his eyes empty. Aiden quietly sent a message to the Department of Mysteries to collect their acting director. He warned Ethan and Bowen Beckett one last time, stay away from strange cults. Then, with a heavy heart, he turned to his final tasks. Chapter complete. Advanced chapters of all my stories. Exclusive novels and fanfics. Flexed Biceps community goal, 500 Power Stones unlocks a bonus chapter. Thanks for reading and supporting the story. Chapter 146, The Last Job, Goblins. Aiden operated into the wealthy district of Hull. As expected, there were hardly any survivors left. These were the people who had hollowed out Hull's real economy through speculation and bribery, profiting wildly during the financial frenzy, but leaving this once prosperous industrial city rusted and ruined. Now, their fate was nothing short of karmic retribution. Aiden walked through the neighborhood. Twisted, severed limbs crawled along the ground, but to a dreamwalker like him, they were nothing more than background noise. He moved through blood-stained streets until he reached the central mansion, the epicenter of all the psychic disturbances in the area. Raising his staff, Aiden unleashed a blast of brute magical force, reducing the mansion to rubble. In the center of the crater, a black egg wrapped in silk threads hung in midair. At the bottom of the pit, a number of living people were piled up, seemingly prepared as a feast for whatever was about to hatch from the egg. TSK, not all of them got eaten. Aiden clicked his tongue in annoyance. With a few casual attack spells, he burned away the threads surrounding the egg. The egg tumbled to the ground, bouncing a few times. Aiden stripped the clothes from one of the survivors and transfigured them into a heavy lead container. With a flick of his wand, he levitated the egg and sealed it inside. With a flash, he vanished from the scene. Only after Aiden had finished his work did members of the Office for the Prohibition of Improper Use of Magic arrive, drawn by the magical disturbance. Merlin's beard. One of them gasped, staring at the carnage. The other could only sigh. By the time Aiden delivered the egg to the Department of Mysteries and returned, every department in the Ministry of Magic was working overtime to the breaking point. Given that this was the second major incident of Muggles abusing magic, the Ministry finally took it seriously and established a joint regulatory office with the British government. Fudge, in a fit of bureaucratic malice, appointed Arthur Weasley as the head, leaving Arthur so busy he hadn't been home in days. Aiden, meanwhile, was finally free to return to the burrow. The next morning, Aiden woke in his bed at the burrow. Outside, Errol the owl flapped in with the morning paper, hooting at the window. Just as Errol was about to ruin Mrs. Weasley's freshly made breakfast, a fair hand intercepted him. Aiden took the newspaper, spread it open, and read the headline. Gas explosion strikes again, is Britain's public service management failing? Aiden silently mourned for the poor, nameless gas company and enjoyed his breakfast. After eating his fill, he stepped outside to digest. The warm sunlight made him drowsy. Summer truly was the perfect season for sleeping. Spring drowsiness, summer fatigue, autumn lethargy, winter hibernation, you really do live the dream all year round, the system teased. Oh, you're here. Everything handled? Aiden asked. It's all taken care of, the system replied. Aiden activated Dream Traverse, using the system as a channel, and returned to Avalon. During the last battle with the Deep Realm King, the Department of Mysteries had projected a massive amount of material into Avalon using alchemical rituals. This provided the foundation for Aiden's next plan. Building on the technology left by the goblins, Aiden made his own improvements. After a year of studying alchemy, Aiden could now embed multiple concepts into a single rune, information/communication, and SUS, exchange/generosity, Gibo, self/other, manaz, and fertility/growth, ingwaz. Combining these with the ritual he constructed in Avalon, he finally created the first psychic cloud server. The most powerful aspect of this server was that it could provide a connection for beings without magic, allowing those linked to receive a mental boost and reach a state where the mind took precedence over the soul. In short, ordinary people connected to this server would enjoy accelerated thinking, computational support, and even the potential to wield magic. At last, I can fulfill my promise to Filch, Aiden thought. After finishing up in Avalon, Aiden returned to reality, only to find a goblin kneeling before him. Aiden. Oh great master, the goblin said in a strange accent, speaking in human language. Hearing those words, Aiden's PTSD kicked in, and he reflexively kicked the goblin away. The goblins are your followers, and you treat them like that, the system chided. Huh. Aiden blinked, then suddenly remembered the group of goblins in the mountains. Guilt washed over him, and he helped the goblin up, casting a healing spell. Oh, my lord is so merciful, thinking of us so much, the goblin said, bowing deeply. I'm sorry for treating you like that. You startled me. So, what brings you here? Oh, I actually startled my lord, such disrespect. But my lord, I am here to report on the development of the faith. The goblin dusted himself off and began to pray. Oh sunlike, most holy lord, our footsteps have already covered the island. Do you have any further instructions? The goblin danced and prayed, performing a ritual they'd clearly practiced hard. As the object of worship and the only audience, Aiden felt so awkward he wished he could dig a hole and disappear. Suppressing his urge to flee, he forced a smile. You've all done very well. Next, you'll join the organization I've created. Aiden waved his wand. Lotta, come here. The little cat, Lotta, who'd been playing on Aiden's bed, was magically summoned outside. Hey, what are you doing, you litter box attendant? Lotta protested. Aiden ignored her and addressed the goblin. From now on, this will be your leader, the president of the Curly Baboon Protection Association, Lotta Prewett. Aiden held Lotta up high. The goblin immediately knelt. So this is the angel at my lord's side. I understand now, the angel who rules over all beasts. Goblin Grimble greets you with utmost respect. Hey, what's he saying? I don't understand a word, Lotta complained. Very good. Now, I have an order for you. I need you to keep a close watch on an organization called the Attendant Council, Aiden instructed. Your will, the goblin replied, bowed, and left. Lotta, from now on, you'll be in charge of communicating with Grimble. He'll pass information to you, and you'll pass it to me, Aiden told her. 5 fish snacks a day, Lotta bargained, scratching her ear. 5 every 3 days, Aiden countered. Every day, Lotta insisted, turning her little head. No way. If Aunt Molly sees you getting fat, she'll put you on a diet, Aiden threatened. Sigh, fine, I'll take a loss, 2 a day, Lotta relented, thinking of Mrs. Weasley. Their happy deal ended with this haggling, and Aiden smiled, feeling that, for now, peace had returned. Chapter complete. Advanced chapters of all my stories. Exclusive novels and fanfics. Flexed Biceps community goal, 500 Power Stones unlocks a bonus chapter. Thanks for reading and supporting the story. Chapter 147, Memorial Service and Departure. The next day, Aiden received an invitation from the Department of Mysteries to attend their memorial service. He used Arthur's fireplace to travel to the Ministry of Magic, parted ways with Arthur, and made his way to the department. In the Grand Hall, everyone was dressed in black. For the first time, Aiden saw the faces of all the unspeakables. The director was no exception. When he saw Aiden arrive, he nodded and gestured for him to take a seat. Dumbledore was the last to arrive. Including him, only 2 outsiders had been invited to the memorial. The director stepped to the center of the hall and began to speak, his voice hoarse but resolute. Today, we gather to remember our fallen comrades. May their journey onward be peaceful. His voice echoed through the hall as he read out every name of the fallen, each syllable weighted with meaning. The unspeakables were not silent. Those who died in Avalon could not even have their bodies returned. All that the living could do was remember their names. Aiden found himself drifting, lost in thought, barely listening to the rest. He was brought back by a gentle tap on the shoulder. Turning, he found Dumbledore beside him. There's no need to be too sad. Believe that these unspeakables are ready to begin a new adventure, Dumbledore said softly. But Professor, they left nothing behind. I didn't even know them. These people, who should have been celebrated, just vanished, no recognition, no applause, Aiden replied, his voice heavy. That is why the Silent Slate exists. One day, when we have defeated our enemies, those whose names are carved on the slate will receive the honor they deserve, Dumbledore said, a trace of nostalgia in his eyes. But by then, it will be too late, Professor. Aiden shook his head and turned to leave. Some time after the memorial, Arthur's hard work finally paid off. Haha, kids, I got a raise. Arthur cheered, bursting into the house and scooping up Mrs. Weasley in a hug. And guess who won the Daily Prophet's annual Golden Galleon Award? Arthur spread his arms wide, grinning. What, are we rich now? Ron perked up instantly. No, it's just a prize of 1,000 galleons, Aiden said, lounging on the sofa. Doesn't that mean? George looked at Fred, who finished the thought. We'll be living comfortably for a while. But don't you already have income from the alchemy shop and the photo stones? Aiden asked, puzzled. We have to save, my child. Think about all my sons, how will they get married in the future? Mrs. Weasley tapped Aiden on the head, explaining that the money would be saved for the children's futures. Okay, as you wish, Aiden shrugged. So, how are we going to spend this windfall? Percy asked. I'm planning to take the whole family on a trip to Egypt. Arthur's eyebrows danced with pride. Egypt. Ginny's sleepy voice piped up. Great. The twins high-fived. Ron and Percy's faces lit up with excitement. After packing, the whole family prepared for a relaxing vacation. But reality was never so simple. When Aiden arrived in Egypt, he was greeted by the local Ministry of Magic, warmly, but with a hint of caution. Egypt, one of the world's ancient magical civilizations, had also explored the deep realm. With their research, it wasn't hard to notice a dragon with a massive psychic presence wandering around. The Egyptian ministry staff registered the wands of the Weasley family. When it was Aiden's turn, the staff compared his photo, and both parties' faces turned grim, one side afraid, the other confused. Not wanting to spoil the Weasleys' trip, Aiden sent them off to enjoy their tour first. Soon, a staff member from the Department of International Affairs arrived and escorted Aiden to the Egyptian Ministry of Magic. They descended into the underground of a pyramid, and Aiden had the chance to chat with his guide. My name is Amir Nasser, the man introduced himself. Welcome to the Egyptian Ministry's Special Department, the Solar Boat. Thank you for your company. By the way, what did the British Ministry say about me? Aiden asked, noticing Amir's respectful tone. They said you are Britain's most accomplished wizard in the study of the mind, Amir replied, eyes full of admiration. And the person with you is probably your descendant, right? I've heard that seniors like you tend to be eccentric, but you seem quite easygoing. Aiden imagined a certain platinum-robed jerk giving him a peace sign and grinned bitterly. Amir didn't notice the Dreamwalker's subtle disguise and continued, a long time ago, Egyptians also recognized the infinite power hidden in the mind and began to explore it. But things went wrong, and our ancestors who reached the deep realm thought they'd arrived in the underworld. Amir led the way as he spoke. Over centuries, all the explorers gathered together and, taking the name of the mythical ship that sailed between two worlds, founded this department. He stopped at a stone wall, drew a few characters with his wand, and the wall faded away. So you built your research department at the base of a pyramid? Aiden asked, curious. Yes, we believe this way we can receive the blessings of our ancestors, Amir replied, revealing a bit about his background. If something goes wrong, it's the ancestors' graves that get blown up, Aiden thought wryly. Amir led Aiden through a corridor into the heart of the pyramid. This pyramid isn't open to the public, so both the ministry and the solar boat are based here, he pointed out. Inside, the contrast was striking. The harsh desert outside couldn't touch the lush, idyllic landscape within. When it was built, Eastern wizards were invited, so the style is a bit unique, Amir admitted, a little embarrassed. It's fine. The scenery here is wonderful, Aiden said, even though it felt odd to compliment the inside of a pharaoh's tomb. Please follow me. Our captain has been waiting for you for a long time, Amir said, leading the way deeper into the pyramid. Chapter complete. Advanced chapters of all my stories. Exclusive novels and fanfics. Flexed Biceps community goal, 500 Power Stones unlocks a bonus chapter. Thanks for reading and supporting the story. Chapter 148, Chapter 148, Egypt, the Solar Boat. Aiden entered the underground of the pyramid, and what greeted him was astonishing, a massive ship docked in a cavernous hall. It really is a ship. Aiden breathed, wide-eyed. Yes, Amir replied with pride. We're probably one of the few civilizations to have ever conducted true deep realm navigation. As they boarded, a spirited old man awaited them at the gangway. Without a word, the captain released a wave of invisible mental pressure, strong enough to make a lesser wizard burst into tears. Trying to intimidate me, huh? Aiden thought, his pupils narrowing to slits. He let the dragon's might ripple out, meeting the captain's pressure head-on and suppressing it with ease. The old man grinned and clapped his hands. As expected from someone recommended by that old fox. You really are something. You're not bad yourself, Aiden replied, a hint of a smile on his lips. No need for formalities, just call me captain, the old man said, waving off the pleasantries. Why do all you leaders like to be called by titles? What would my title be? Aiden grumbled inwardly. President of the Curly Baboon Protection Association, the system chimed in. Shut up. Heh. The captain noticed Aiden's momentary distraction and coughed to get his attention. Ahem. May I ask what brings Britain's top mindwalker to Egypt? The captain probed, eyes sharp. Ah. I'm just here on a family vacation, Aiden replied innocently. The captain blinked, caught off guard. No urgent business. No secret mission. Yes, Captain, Amir confirmed. Mr. Aiden is traveling with his descendant. All the paperwork is in order. It really looks like a holiday. Just here for fun. The captain was still skeptical. Come on, don't overthink it. My family just got lucky in a lottery, so we're traveling. And Amir, please stop calling him my descendant, I'm only 12, Aiden said, shaking his head. This time, it was Amir's turn to be stunned. 12 years old. Amir looked devastated. I'm not even as good as a kid. Hey, don't look so defeated. If your skills aren't enough, just work harder to catch up. The captain knocked Amir on the head and shooed him away, then turned to Aiden with an apologetic smile. Sorry you had to see that. It's fine. You just wanted to use me to teach him a lesson, right? Aiden saw through the captain's intentions. When I got the message from that old fox in Britain, I was surprised. Didn't think someone like you would actually show up, the captain admitted. Amir is my chosen successor. He's got talent, but he's too proud. Since I heard you be coming, I thought I'd use your reputation to humble him a bit. The captain's mischievous grin reminded Aiden of his own director. You old-timers really are sly, Aiden said, sticking out his tongue. Since you're here, let's talk about the two big events in Britain, the captain said, suddenly serious. It's the Deep Realm Kings. They've been causing trouble, reaching out to ordinary people and creating two disasters, Aiden explained. The captain's gaze grew thoughtful. I have a question, maybe you can answer it. Go ahead, Aiden replied. Why you? Or rather, why did this happen in Britain, the captain asked. Aiden rolled his eyes. Because we have a genius here who's been swept up by prophecy. There are lots of geniuses swept up by prophecy. Or rather, anyone who can be swept up by prophecy is a genius, right, the captain mused. But what if the genius goes astray and tries to change the world in his own way? Aiden countered. That would be terrifying, the captain agreed, shaking his head. Well, thanks for your honesty. As a thank you, let me give you a tour of our solar boat, the captain said, his eyes twinkling with mischief. Without further ado, he led Aiden up to the deck. The deck was lined with seats. The captain gestured for Aiden to sit beside him. Feels like I'm about to watch a movie, Aiden muttered. What? The captain asked, confused. Ah, it's a muggle form of entertainment, Aiden explained. The captain shook his head. Well, I guarantee the solar boat is far more interesting than any movie. As he spoke, the surrounding wizards activated the solar boat. The massive ship shuddered, then dove into the sea of the collective unconscious. The wizard's method of mental navigation was completely different from Aiden's. Aiden would transform himself into a dreamed spirit and dive into individual islands of consciousness. When he was strong enough, he'd be able to sail the sea itself. But the wizards, relying on the omnipotent power of magic, forcibly altered the ship's very nature, transforming it from a material object into a concept, allowing it to carry them as they explored the sea of thought. If you had to compare the two methods, it was individual strength versus collective effort. No wonder Professor McGonagall says transfiguration is the most soul-like magic, Aiden said in awe, watching the solar boat constantly shift its own concept to navigate. That's not all. The materials used to build this ship are extremely rare, the captain added. Oh. What materials? Aiden asked, genuinely curious. Wizards, the captain said, his voice suddenly cold. Aiden's hand went to his wand, ready for a fight. The captain burst out laughing. Haha, scared you, didn't I? That familiar rascal energy, are you the author, writing this scene? Aiden thought. The main body of the ship, thanks to the wizards who sacrificed themselves in the past. They gave their souls and bodies to this ship. Only after years of accumulation did this miracle become possible. The captain's tone was full of respect for his predecessors, and Aiden relaxed, putting away his wand. After a while, the ship reached its destination, the second layer of the Deep Realm, the Sea of Embers. This part of the Deep Realm was raging not long ago, but now it's suddenly calm. Any idea why? The captain asked. Maybe because human minds have been liberated, and the power of foolishness has greatly weakened. Aiden offered, making it up as he went. Humph, sly kid, the captain snorted, but didn't press further. The ship started moving again, plowing through reefs as if they were nothing. Aren't these wooden structures? How can they just plow through? Aiden asked, amazed. No, the ship's structure has changed. Strictly speaking, it's not wood anymore, the captain replied. The solar boat carried the group through the second layer of the Deep Realm. Along the way, Aiden saw many things he'd never encountered in the real world, gaining new insights into the Deep Realm's environment. No wonder the Egyptians are so advanced in their study of the mind, Aiden said, running his hand along the ship's railing. All ancient civilizations are like this, the captain said proudly, raising an eyebrow. With the Deep Realm King now locked up in the Brain Hall, the journey through the Deep Realm was smooth and uneventful. After returning to the real world, Aiden bid farewell to the Egyptian Ministry of Magic and set off to rejoin the Weasley family. Chapter complete. Advanced chapters of all my stories. Exclusive novels and fanfics. Flexed Biceps community goal, 500 Power Stones unlocks a bonus chapter. Thanks for reading and supporting the story. Chapter 149, Stolen, Teasing. After leaving the pyramid, Aiden followed the flow of magic and quickly found Mrs. Weasley. Aiden, you've been released. Mrs. Weasley greeted him with relief. Aunt, don't make it sound like I was in prison. Where is everyone else? Aiden replied, shaking his head. They went to find the photographer. I'm waiting here for them to come back, Mrs. Weasley explained. Not long after, Arthur arrived with the rest of the noisy Weasley clan. Aiden, you've been released. Arthur echoed. That's the second time I've heard that today. I really wasn't in jail, Aiden replied, a sweat drop forming on his forehead. Never mind, you're back just in time. Let's take a family photo. Mr. Weasley declared. The family hurried to pose. Just as the photographer was about to snap the picture, George and Fred tickled Ron, causing Scabbers the rat to leap out of his pocket. The image of a plump, startled rat was immortalized in the newspaper. After the photo, the family set off to explore Cairo. Ron and the twins wanted to visit the magical market to buy gifts for their friends, while Aiden decided to stroll through downtown Cairo on his own. They agreed to meet later at the entrance of the Khan el-Khalili market. Aiden wandered through the ancient city, the city of 1,000 minarets, where the past and present mingled. Ancient mosques stood beside modern skyscrapers, and the air was thick with the scents of spices from colorful street stalls. Vendors called out, hawking their wares with enthusiasm. Suddenly, a small, skinny boy, no more than 10, bumped into Aiden, apologized quickly, and darted away. Aiden smiled faintly and checked his jacket pocket. The wand hidden in the lining was gone. That kid's pretty good, Aiden said, amused. Didn't you let him steal it on purpose? The system retorted. Let's follow and see. Ordinary people can't use a wand, but I don't want him to break it, Aiden replied. Meanwhile, the boy who'd stolen Aiden's wand ran into a slum, where a girl about his age was waiting. Amin, you went stealing again, the girl scolded, grabbing his ear. Noura, let go. Those tourists are so rich, what's wrong with taking a little from them? Call it robbing the rich to help the poor, Amin protested. Noura sighed. So, what did you get? Amin shrugged. Just a broken stick. He looked rich, but all he had was this. He waved the wand carelessly, and a jet of flame shot from the tip. Both kids froze, and Amin dropped the wand in shock. Watching from his consciousness, Aiden felt his heart clench. He quickly smoothed out the magical disturbance to keep the Egyptian Ministry of Magic from tracking it. Nura picked up the little stick and gave it a wave. A breeze swept up from the ground. These two both have magical talent. Aiden stroked his chin. They're about your age, the system pointed out. If they're younger than me, they're kids. Is that a problem? Aiden replied dryly. The system fell silent. Aiden walked over and raised his hand. The wand flew straight back to him. Thank you both for taking such good care of my wand, Aiden said through gritted teeth. Ah, you're that guy from before. Amin yelped, grabbing Nura and trying to run. But as he ran, the stone tiles beneath his feet began sliding backward, and the houses around them collapsed row by row. In an instant, the entire slum turned into a vast plaza. Realizing escape was impossible, Amin pushed Nura forward. You run first, he whispered, then charged at Aiden, determined to sacrifice himself. Aiden simply flipped him over his shoulder and pinned him to the ground. Amin lay there, stunned. Seeing his expression, Aiden couldn't help but laugh. Seeing there was no danger, Nura approached. Great priest, please forgive our ignorance. If you must bring disaster, let it fall on me instead, Nura pleaded earnestly. No, it's my fault. Punish me if you must, Amin said, pulling Nura behind him. Kid, do you like her? Aiden teased, raising an eyebrow. And no. Amin stammered, face red. Great priest, as long as you spare Amin, I'm willing to give up everything, Nura said, her face the picture of sincerity. Northwest wonder these street kids survive. If Aiden couldn't read their thoughts, he'd probably be fooled. All right, I'll just take your life then. Aiden's hand passed through Nura's chest, pulling out her heart. Nura. You bastard, I'll fight you. Amin charged at Aiden with all his might. Aiden flicked his wand, sending Amin into darkness. Amin. In endless darkness, Amin heard someone calling him. He forced his eyes open. Nura's face appeared before him, they were still in the same place. Amin hugged Nura and burst into tears. Hey, someone help, he's bullying kids, the system added a dramatic voiceover. Shut up. It's okay, Amin, you're fine now, Nura soothed, gently patting his back. Through teary eyes, Amin saw Aiden sitting on a box. He jumped up, glaring at Aiden. You evil priest, what do you want? Amin shouted. Hey, of course, I'm going to eat little thieves, Aiden replied with a wicked grin, though his aura felt oddly familiar. All right, Mr. Prewett, stop bullying Amin, Nura said, pulling Amin back. Humph, but this brat stole my wand and dropped it. You know how carefully I take care of it, Aiden complained. Amin was confused by their familiarity. Nura, since when did you know that pretty boy so well? Pretty boy. Aiden glared at Amin, but, seeing he'd just woken up, let it slide. Amin, this is Mr. Aiden Prewett, a wizard. While you were unconscious, we talked. He told me we're both wizards, Nura explained. Wizards? But aren't we just two ordinary slum kids? Amin asked. Think about it, have you ever had anything unexplainable happen when you were extremely emotional? Aiden prompted. Amin remembered a time during a theft when everyone blocking him suddenly flew away. I thought I just ran into them, he muttered. All right, enough talk. I'm going to notify the Ministry of Magic. It's too dangerous for two young wizards to be left in a place like this, Aiden said. He raised his wand and fired a signal flare into the sky. Soon, a team of aurors arrived. What's going on? The lead witch asked, eyeing Aiden. Ma'am, I'm a foreign wizard. While traveling, I found these two young wizards living in the slums. It seems they haven't entered the magical world yet, Aiden explained. The auror checked Amin and Nura, confirming the magical fluctuations, and nodded. The improper use of magic office has really been slacking lately, letting young wizards end up in the slums, she muttered. She thanked Aiden, then took the two children away. Aiden watched them go, a thoughtful look in his eyes, before heading back to meet the Weasleys at the market. Chapter complete. Advanced chapters of all my stories. Exclusive novels and fanfics. Flexed Biceps community goal, 500 Power Stones unlocks a bonus chapter. Thanks for reading and supporting the story. Chapter 150, Return and Surprise. After reuniting with his family at the Con El Khalili market, Arthur's hands were already overflowing with shopping bags, while Mrs. Weasley was still busy, seemingly intent on buying out the entire stall. Aiden browsed the stalls and picked out some local trinkets, perfect souvenirs for friends back home. Of course, he planned to enchant each one with protective charms, so he could later claim that every blade of grass and tree in Egypt possessed magical power. The thought made little devilish shadows dance around his head. At last, the happy trip to Egypt came to an end, with Arthur's hard work carrying everything home. On the way back, Aiden asked, "Uncle, why didn't you use the undetectable extension charm trunks? I should have left plenty for you." The whole car fell silent. The twins and Ron exchanged glances. Ginny and Percy looked down at their laps. Mrs. Weasley fixed Arthur with a look that clearly said, "You explain." Aiden, due to local customs, those trunks." Arthur began, looking unusually embarrassed. Mrs. Weasley cut in, hands on her hips. "Because your genius uncle performed a storage magic trick in front of Muggles, all the extension charm trunks were confiscated." "All of them?" Aiden was incredulous. "All of them. Because your uncle nested the trunks inside each other, once one was confiscated, all were lost," Mrs. Weasley said, spreading her hands. "Haha, I bet the Egyptian Ministry of Magic made a fortune off that," Aiden said, helping Arthur out of his embarrassment. Exactly, Arthur agreed, hoping to move on. Mrs. Weasley shot him a glare, and he fell silent. Soon, Arthur parked the car beside the burrow, finally returning home after a long journey. Aiden looked around, suddenly finding that everything seemed especially pleasing to the eye. "Maybe this is what they mean by, there's no place like home," he murmured. "Doghouse. You want to keep a dog?" "But you already have Lotta," Ron said, glancing at the little cat. Lotta, left alone at home for a week, was now glaring at Aiden with a look of pure feline reproach. "You know what I mean," Aiden said, smiling as he tried to placate her. Lotta turned her head away with a huff, refusing to acknowledge him. After settling in, Aiden began to organize his thoughts about the second layer of the Deep Realm. Why is it that wizards, who aren't even the most powerful beings, can so easily explore the depths of the mind? "So, host, do you think collective power is stronger, or individual power?" the system asked. "Of course, collective." Aiden started, then paused as realization struck. "So, I've gone off track," he murmured. "You've been using the power of a dreamwalker more than actually playing your role," the system pointed out. "But isn't this stage of the dreamwalker just about traversing and observing dreams?" Aiden protested. "And after traversing dreams, what then? Are you content to be a spectator outside of history?" the system pressed. "So you mean I lack guidance," Aiden realized. "Not too dumb, kid. Your Psychic Cloud server project is excellent. Once it's officially put into use, your progress will soar," the system said, then went silent, leaving Aiden to ponder. The next day, Astoria sent Aiden a letter, inviting him to visit the Greengrass family. After letting Mrs. Weasley know, Aiden was picked up by a house elf and whisked away to the Greengrass family's old castle. Astoria greeted him at the door. It seemed no one else was home. "Aiden, I want to show you something cool," Astoria said, her eyes sparkling with mischief. She led him down to the basement, boldly entering first, with Aiden close behind. Astoria drew her wand and cast lumos, illuminating the darkness. A strong smell of iron filled the air. It was clearly an armory. Every wall was stacked with firearms, and in the center of the room sat an actual tank. Astoria stood with a grin, gesturing as if to say, "See this? I even got my hands on a PPSH. Where did you get all this?" Aiden was dumbfounded. "Didn't a Muggle country collapse recently? Their people have been selling stuff everywhere." "I bought these from a Russian wizard," Astoria replied, raising her eyebrows with pride. "But Astoria, owning these things is illegal." Aiden's surprise finally peaked. "Didn't you tell me as long as the ownership isn't in my name, it's fine?" Astoria said, thinking Aiden was overreacting. "Oops, am I on her turf now?" Aiden thought helplessly. "All right, never mind that. Help me modify these weapons. Muggle stuff isn't reliable, this thing called bullets runs out too fast," Astoria grumbled. "But why do you need so much firepower?" Aiden asked, still confused. "To arm people, of course. I've developed a group of underlings among the Muggles. Now, I control a big gang in London through weapons," Astoria said, nearly bouncing with excitement. Impressive. Give this girl some time, and she'll have you sitting on the British throne," the system praised. Aiden thought, that's not the point, she's way too proactive. "How do I slow her down?" "Why slow her down? Wouldn't it be great to use these gangs as your test subjects?" the system suggested. That actually makes sense, Aiden realized. "So, let's do it." With his plan set, Aiden said to Astoria. "Nicely done, Astoria. But we don't actually need these weapons anymore." "Why? Aren't we going to arm the Muggles?" Astoria asked, puzzled. "Well, after the Goblin incident, thanks to their contribution, my research made a little progress," Aiden said, rubbing his fingers together. "So?" Astoria tilted her head. "So, we now have the technology to turn ordinary people into wizards," Aiden revealed. We have it." Astoria was so shocked she could barely speak. Aiden nodded seriously. A moment later, Astoria regained her composure, using her mind-reading ability. In that case, I'll have to scrap my previous plan, she said, stroking her chin. May I know your plan? Aiden asked cautiously. I was going to arm gangs with guns that had unlimited ammo, control the underworld, gather huge amounts of muggle money, bribe their politicians, and finally push for top-down reforms, Astoria explained. Aiden swallowed hard. But now that you have this technology, I'll follow your lead, Astoria said. Let's run both plans in parallel. Don't stop your side. I'll assign you a team of black wizards from Diagon Alley to keep you safe and teach magic to the new converts. Also, we'll tweak your plan a bit, while bribing politicians, we'll also encourage them to undergo conversion. Once everything's ready, we'll start mass magical empowerment. Astoria nodded, her eyes shining. And so, a plan that would change the course of the world was quietly decided by these two. Chapter complete. Advanced chapters of all my stories. Exclusive novels and fanfics. Flexed Biceps community goal, 500 Power Stones unlocks a bonus chapter. Thanks for reading and supporting the story. Chapter 151, Maintenance and Prison Break. In the second to last week of August, with the new school year approaching, Aiden had to shift his attention away from his research. That morning, Aiden opened his eyes and turned over on his pillow, only to find a silver unicorn resting its head beside him. Following me all the way to my house, really? Aiden thought. The unicorn said nothing, but Aiden already knew why it had come. After getting up, washing, and eating breakfast, one second Aiden was still at home, the next, he appeared in the familiar circular hall of the Department of Mysteries. He walked through the corridors with practiced ease, young witches greeting him familiarly along the way. Reaching the office door, he kicked it open without hesitation. So, what earth-shattering matter concerning wizard life and death has prompted you to specially stuff a Patronus by my bedside? Aiden began with his usual mockery. Nothing so dramatic. I just remembered our dividend deadline has arrived, so I'm notifying our shareholder to come collect, the director said with a smile. Ah, you're being too polite. How could such a small matter require your personal notification? Aiden immediately changed his attitude, showing a mercenary grin. After all, who would have a problem with galleons? Oh, by the way, there's another matter. We received Hogwart's application for time turner usage. The director tossed a stack of reports to Aiden. If you received it, you received it. Why give it to me? Aiden was puzzled. A certain unnamed headmaster instructed that this matter be handled by you. Before the handover, we also need an alchemy master to maintain the time turners in our department. The director looked at Aiden, his expectation obvious. Wait, doesn't the Department of Mysteries have its own alchemists? Aiden asked. But they've all been assigned to handle Prewett's shops, haven't they? The director's intention to freeload was blatantly obvious. Devils, you're all devils, Aiden muttered. His protests were ineffective. Passing through one of the doors in the circular hall and down a long corridor, the director brought Aiden to the time room. The walls were fitted with countless shelves. The left side displayed various clocks, while the right side showed animals continuously repeating the same actions in endless loops. In the center stood a massive pendulum, one of the weapons the director had previously revealed to Aiden, the reversal pendulum. Speak up. Since you want me to maintain them, shouldn't you reveal some specific details? Aiden looked at the director expectantly. The director took out a book and handed it to him. This is the record of the hour reversal charm. The method for making time turners is to add time sand produced when the reversal pendulum is on standby, and attach the hour reversal charm to each grain of time sand. He'd simply and clearly revealed the secrets of the time room. Each grain. That's, Aiden started, but the director interrupted. Yes, an extremely massive workload that could drive any alchemy master bald. Otherwise, why do you think we publicly claim this is lost technology? The director shrugged. Can't the hour reversal charm directly bring wizards to the past? Aiden asked. No, at least we can't manage it. The essence of this spell is to locate one's past self in the mind, then fold time and project the future wizard's consciousness back to the past. Combined with time sand, it can transfer the wizard's physical body as well. The combination of both creates the time turner you see. The director's explanation was surprisingly thorough. He clearly had deep research into this magic. What about the time sand? Aiden pressed. Dragon, are you going to join us? The director's fox-like eyes swept over Aiden, making his hair stand on end. Forget it. If you won't say, you won't say. I'll research it myself, Aiden snorted, grabbing the book and walking out. He sent a message to Mrs. Weasley using his Patronus, then began a new period of intensive study. Time is undoubtedly the most precious thing. A week slipped away like fine sand through his fingers. During this time, Aiden successfully learned the hour reversal charm and could inscribe it onto time sand. According to the director's materials, creating a single time turner required 3,000 grains of modified time sand. Even with Aiden's ability to conjure alchemy laboratories from thin air, working in a fully equipped lab, it would take 2 weeks to complete one. That's why I gave you the maintenance work. Use spells to absorb failed time sand and reinscribe the hour reversal charm. The workload is much less than making a new one. The director claimed he was completely thinking of Aiden's hairline. Come on, you just need someone to work for free who can guard Hogwarts 24 hours a day as an alchemist. Aiden rolled his eyes. Since you all know how precious this thing is, why lend it to young wizards? Aiden asked curiously. Because young wizards are the future. No matter how precious something is, if it's not made to help wizards live better, wouldn't creating it be a waste? The director spread his hands. Hearing this, Aiden didn't press further, he just gave the director a mental thumbs up. The Weasley family had made it onto the Daily Prophet. After the newspaper was printed, it was sent throughout the British wizarding world. Coincidentally, a prisoner in Azkaban had subscribed to this newspaper. A Daily Prophet with a fat rat printed on the cover was delivered to Azkaban. That night, an event caused a massive uproar in the magical world. The supposedly impregnable Azkaban had been breached from within. The next morning, the Ministry of Magic's wanted notice spread throughout Britain via the Daily Prophet. Sirius Black had escaped from prison. Coinciding with late August, Britain entered the rainy season, and the climate became cold and damp. Fudge, leaning on his walking stick, arrived at the joint office. Arthur sat inside, questioning someone from MI6. Fudge walked in, smiled at the agent, then said, "Sir, we need to contact the Muggle Prime Minister." The agent stood up, saluted, took out a satellite phone, and began reporting to his superiors. Soon, the phone at the British Prime Minister's office rang. The famous Muggle Prime Minister was John Major. John answered and learned that the Minister for Magic was about to visit. Hanging up, John calmly picked up a cup of tea. Then, with a spatial flicker, Fudge appeared on Downing Street with 2 oars. "Hello, Prime Minister," Fudge bowed slightly. "Oh, this is really... I never imagined wizards actually exist. Why did my predecessor never tell me?" The Prime Minister was somewhat surprised. Perhaps because dealing with wizards isn't easy, Fudge explained with a smile. He casually sat on the sofa, waved his wand, and tea sets danced over to prepare him a hot cup. "Well, what do you wizards want with me?" John, being an old politician, cut straight to the point. "We have a dangerous prisoner who escaped, and now he's fled to your world. I hope we can issue a joint warrant for him," Fudge said. "Just an escaped prisoner, is it worth making such a big fuss?" John was somewhat reluctant. "Because he's a wizard. He can easily blow up an entire street. You wouldn't want public safety disrupted, would you?" Fudge picked up his tea and took a sip, as if victory was assured. "Oh, that's terrible. Isn't that just a living terrorist?" John's words carried a double meaning. Only these dangerous, mentally deranged wizards would do such things. After all, there are mentally unstable people among muggles too, aren't there? Fudge lightly brushed the issue aside. All right, I'll cooperate with you wizards in issuing the warrant. Is there anything else?" John agreed and subtly indicated they should leave. "Nothing else. Have a pleasant day, Prime Minister." Fudge nodded, space flickered, and he left the Prime Minister's office. After leaving, Fudge and the Prime Minister, in their different locations, simultaneously showed expressions of disgust. But this didn't prevent a fresh warrant from being scattered throughout Britain. Chapter complete. Advanced chapters of all my stories. Exclusive novels and fanfics. Flexed Biceps community goal, 500 Power Stones unlocks a bonus chapter. Thanks for reading and supporting the story. Chapter 152, Phone Call and Gifts. When Aiden returned to the burrow, he found workers installing a telephone. Arthur had decided to get one after asking about it countless times at the office. But honestly, Aiden always felt this contraption wasn't as useful as a Patronus. "It seems I've been influenced by wizards all these years," Aiden thought to himself. "Yes, the wizards have raised you very well. You've become a beauty who stands like a peony and sits like a peony." The system popped up to tease him, then immediately went silent. "Hey, you garbage system, speak up, don't go silent." The system's words made Aiden almost want to rip the gem from around his neck and smash it on the ground, but he held back, there were too many people at home. Finally, through the workers' tireless efforts, Muggle technology had officially entered a wizard household. It was truly cause for celebration, and it would be even more perfect if the 2 workers still had their memories of this one-day tour of the magical world. After the phone was installed, Ron was the first to try it. He excitedly turned the dial, preparing to call his long-missed friend Harry. As the waiting tone came through, the phone was answered. Not knowing the correct way to use it, Ron held the receiver like a microphone. "I'm looking for Harry Potter," he said. "Who? Speak up." A gruff, middle-aged voice came from the other end. It sounded like Vernon. "You're holding it backwards," Aiden said, going over to turn the receiver around for Ron. Then Ron shouted into the phone at maximum volume, "I want Harry Potter." On the other end, Vernon had put his ear close to the receiver because no sound had been coming through. Ron's enormous voice rushed into his ear, making his eardrums dance with joy. "Enough. It's you freaks again," Vernon snarled into the phone and hung up. Realizing he'd caused trouble, Ron looked at Aiden with puppy dog eyes. "Don't look at me like that." "I can't help you," Aiden said, stepping back 2 paces. "My lovely Aiden, my dear brother, please help me," Ron pleaded, hanging on Aiden like a sloth. Unable to shake off Ron's pestering, Aiden finally agreed to help. Grabbing Ron, Aiden operated with him to Privet Drive. At number 4 Privet Drive, Vernon was angrily scolding Harry in the living room. "Look at those freak friends of yours. Do they only know how to play pranks on us?" Vernon's small eyes blazed with fury. "I don't know, I'm sorry, I don't think it was their intention," Harry replied with his usual triple denial. "Humph. Go wash the dishes," Vernon snapped, his anger coming and going like a summer storm. The Dursley family sat together admiring the summer gifts they'd bought for Dudley, leaving Harry alone to toil in the kitchen. Then this little house was invaded by a certain dragon. Snap. A finger snap passed before Harry's eyes, and the Dursley family fell into a deep sleep. Aiden brought Ron through the living room into the house. The rain hadn't touched the 2 wizards, but the damp moisture added a bit of dishevelment to them both. "Aiden. Ron." Harry looked overjoyed to see his friends arrive. "Harry, I'm very sorry for causing you trouble," Ron apologized immediately. "It's fine. I'm just glad you could come see me," Harry said, still grinning foolishly. "All right, today is your birthday, don't think about these disappointing things," Aiden said. He took out a small Egyptian-style ornament and gave it to Harry, while Ron handed over a sneakoscope he'd bought in Egypt. "Happy birthday," they said in unison. "Thank you," Harry beamed. Then Aiden snapped his fingers, and the dishes and the entire kitchen became spotless. "Oh, Aiden, you used magic." "I'll get a warning from the ministry," Harry said worriedly. "It's fine. I analyzed the traces transmission principle, the magical signal can't get out now." If someone looked at the Dursley house from outside with magical vision, they would see a huge crystal barrier with multiple hexagonal facets covering it. The barrier blocked the rain, creating a rain-free zone around the house. "Oh, right. You guys sit down, I'll get some snacks," Harry said, snapping out of his joy to remember his hosting duties. "Hey, buddy, don't we know your situation? How would the Dursleys have anything like that for you?" Ron said, casually finding a sofa to sit on, then immediately sinking deep into the cushions. "This sofa, did it transform?" "That's where Dudley usually sits," Harry laughed. When Ron was about to share his summer experiences with Harry, 2 owls flew over and crashed into Aiden's protective barrier with a loud bang. Aiden opened a small gap for the owls, and they squeezed through. The 2 owls flew toward Harry. One was from Hermione, bringing a set of broomstick maintenance tools and a care manual. "It's a gift from Hermione," Harry said, immediately sharing the letter with Ron. Then another beautiful brown owl squeezed over, and Harry removed the envelope and book from it. It was a gift from Hagrid, along with Harry's school notice, his Hogsmeade permission form, and a brief letter from Dumbledore. Hagrid's gift was a book called The Monster Book of Monsters. Harry looked at the book with interest, preparing to open it. "Stop." Aiden quickly intervened. "What's wrong?" Harry looked at him in confusion. "This thing is alive, it bites people. You have to stroke its spine before you can open it." Aiden demonstrated the correct method for Harry, then quickly closed the book again. The group read through the other letters one by one. Interestingly, Dumbledore actually knew about Aiden's arrival. He wrote at the end of his letter, "Let's not interfere too much with Muggle life, Aiden." He really is all-knowing, Harry sighed after reading this passage. "Well, since our headmaster has spoken, we'll take our leave," Aiden said, pulling Ron to his feet. "Oh, right, their hypnosis will be lifted tomorrow. I hope you can have a pleasant birthday tonight." Aiden winked at Harry, then with a spatial flicker, the 2 disappeared. The departure of his friends left the previously lively house in silence, but Harry had never felt such freedom in the Dursley house before. He showed a mischievous smile, ignored the 3 people sleeping at the dining table, and ran back to his room. When Aiden returned to the burrow, he saw Mrs. Weasley with her hands on her hips, never a good sign. "Aunt, it was all Ron's idea. He said he wanted to see Harry," Aiden immediately deflected. "Ron Weasley." Mrs. Weasley called out as Ron, who had just recovered from apparition dizziness, spotted his mother. Ron turned and glared viciously at Aiden before being dragged away by his ear. You went to see Harry, is he all right? Ginny came over to ask. Ginny, my sister. Listen, girls should be a bit more reserved, Aiden said, looking at her seriously. But Mom also actively pursued Dad back then, and she told me that when you meet someone you like, you should grab them first, Ginny replied, her little thoughts completely obvious. Aiden stared at her in disbelief. My dear aunt, is this really your own daughter? Chapter complete. Advanced chapters of all my stories. Exclusive novels and fanfics. Flexed Biceps community goal, 500 Power Stones unlocks a bonus chapter. Thanks for reading and supporting the story. Chapter 153, Running Away. That night, the Dursley family remained under hypnosis, and Harry's belongings were locked away in the cupboard once more. But for Harry, who had already learned to pick locks, retrieving his homework wasn't difficult. With rare peace and quiet, Harry sat in his room writing his History of Magic essay. After thinking for a while, he titled his paper, The Burning of Witches in the 14th Century Was Complete Nonsense. The pleasant evening quickly passed with Harry's diligent studying. The next morning, Harry woke to violent knocking on his door. Vernon, who had slept at the dining table all night, looked somewhat pale. He suspected this was related to Harry, but couldn't remember due to Aiden's hypnosis. In a foul mood, Vernon took it out on Harry. Get up, boy. You're coming with me to pick up Marge, Vernon kicked open the door and demanded without explanation. Why should I? Harry looked at Vernon resentfully. Because we need someone to carry things, and you need to hide your freak identity in front of Marge, Vernon bent down, glaring at Harry. Oh really? Maybe I'll consider it if you sign this permission form, Harry said with a mischievous smile. Don't even think about it, Vernon refused. Then maybe I'll let something slip in front of Aunt Marge, Harry raised an eyebrow. Fine. But remember, your school is called St. Brutus's Secure Center for Incurably Criminal Boys, Vernon's face turned red as he compromised. St. What? Harry couldn't remember it all at once. St. Brutus's Secure Center for Incurably Criminal Boys. Listen, boy, if you dare show any sign of being a freak in front of Marge, don't expect me to sign anything for you, Vernon threatened. Vernon grabbed Harry and got in his car. Due to Britain's miserable weather, it was raining heavily that day. Harry looked out the car window and noticed a man wearing a newsboy cap and black trench coat watching him from the street. The man held an umbrella, standing under a streetlight, emanating an aura that said, "Don't mess with me." Harry recognized the style, they were from London's biggest gang, the Peaky Blinders. Dudley had once bragged that his classmates all considered it an honor to join them. Soon, Vernon drove to the suburbs where Aunt Marge had already prepared all her luggage. Oh, Vernon, my baby, you look like you've lost weight, Marge said, patting Vernon's belly and giving him a hug. Then she turned to look at Harry, her expression suddenly souring. Oh, it's you. I really don't know where my brother got such a big heart, not sending you to an orphanage, Marge said, refusing to give Harry a proper look. Load Marge's luggage into the car, Vernon tilted his head toward the vehicle. Throughout the journey, Marge maintained a high-intensity verbal assault on Harry. Harry could only counter by recalling Hermione's broomstick care manual in his mind to distract himself. Soon Marge noticed his wandering gaze and turned to tell Vernon, this child has mental problems. Vernon, focused on driving, didn't respond to Marge, and the car soon fell silent. That evening, Vernon brought them both back home. Marge snapped her fingers at Harry, commanding him to carry luggage like a servant. Entering the Dursley house, Dudley was watching TV intently. Marge screamed and rushed to hug and kiss Dudley, slipping him 20 pounds while Petunia cast disgusted looks at Marge's dog. That evening, the family enjoyed themselves at the dinner table, though family might not include Harry. Marge deliberately made things difficult for Harry in the dining room, making him clean up food scraps that fell on the floor. For the sake of the Hogsmeade permission form, Harry suppressed his anger and played the part of a normal muggle boy. Oh, Petunia, what did this child's father do? Marge asked deliberately. Nothing much. Unemployed vagrant, no job, Petunia replied dismissively. Oh, must have been a drunk, Marge glanced at Harry sideways, casually mocking. He was not, Harry retorted. Seeing Harry react, Marge knew her offensive was working. Maybe it wasn't the father's problem, but the mother's. If the bitch has problems, then the puppy will have problems too, Marge gestured with both hands. Shut up. Shut up. Harry was furious. Seeing Harry in this state, Marge showed a satisfied smile. She pointed her finger at Harry, then discovered her body was beginning to swell. Unusual magic emanated from Harry, and the surrounding electricity flickered. Sure enough, Marge inflated like a balloon. If Aiden had been there, he would have applauded this display of wandless magic. Seeing Marge float away, Harry could no longer suppress his inner torment. He ran back to his room, packed his belongings, and prepared to leave the Dursley house forever. When he came downstairs with his luggage, Vernon grabbed his shoulders. "Bring Marge back." "No, she deserved it." "And stay away from me." Harry pulled out his wand and pointed it at Vernon. "You can't use magic outside school." Vernon stepped back, still bluffing. "Really? Shall we test that?" Harry took a small step forward. "You have nowhere to go," Vernon said stubbornly. "Anywhere is better than staying here." Harry kicked the door open forcefully and walked into the rain. In the wind and rain, Harry dragged his luggage down the street, thinking he would be expelled this time. So he planned to go to Gringotts first to withdraw his money, then wander the world. Serious, that's just like me. Then the trench coatman he had seen that afternoon walked over and handed Harry an umbrella. "Thank you," Harry said politely. "Apart from being a bit handsome, why are you so famous?" the man asked. "Sorry, what did you say? Are you also a wizard?" Harry asked in confusion. "No, we're just strangers passing by, but you can call me Tommy Shelby. Perhaps one day, you'll need our help, Mr. Potter." Tommy handed Harry a business card, turned and left, disappearing into the darkness. Harry found this person inexplicable, but for the sake of the umbrella, he kept the card. Then Harry saw a large black dog in the roadside bushes. Harry was startled, fell to the ground, and unconsciously raised his wand. A horn sounded from the street, and a 3-story bus pulled up in front of Harry. "Welcome to the night bus, emergency transport for the stranded witch or wizard. I'm Stan Shunpike, the conductor." The young man with a thick Cockney accent introduced himself, then helped Harry carry his luggage onto the bus. 11 sickles, but for 13 you get OT chocolate, and for 15 you get an OT water bottle and a toothbrush in the color of your choice, Stan explained. Harry pulled out 13 sickles and handed them to Stan. "I want to go to the Leaky Cauldron, in London, and I'll have the hot chocolate," Harry said. Stan knocked on the glass and called to the driver, "Did you hear that? The Leaky Cauldron, in London." Driver Ernie pulled the lever, and the bus began speeding through the night. Stan handed Harry hot chocolate and started chatting with him. "What's your name? Where are you from? What are you going to the Leaky Cauldron for? Do you have friends there? Are you still at Hogwarts?" Stunned by this series of census-like questions, Harry gave a false name. "I'm Neville Longbottom." "Oh, Longbottom, sounds like an old wizarding family. Don't know why they'd let a young wizard like you wander the streets." Saying this, Stan spread out his newspaper and continued reading where he'd left off. Harry stared at the Daily Prophet's headline, which read, "Sirius Black escapes." "Who's that?" Harry asked. Stan looked up, noticing Harry was looking at his newspaper. He leaned closer to Harry and said, "That's Sirius Black. He's a murderer." Soon the night bus arrived at the Leaky Cauldron, where the owner, Tom, had been waiting for some time. Chapter complete. Advanced chapters of all my stories. Exclusive novels and fanfics. Flexed Biceps community goal, 500 Power Stones unlocks a bonus chapter. Thanks for reading and supporting the story. Chapter 154, Chapter 154, Handling and Shopping. Tom handled Harry's luggage and brought him before Fudge in the back room of the Leaky Cauldron. "Oh, Mr. Potter, pleased to meet you," Fudge said warmly, treating Harry like a generous uncle would. I'm very sorry, Minister. When are you planning to expel me, and can I take my property with me?" Harry asked nervously. "Expel you? Why would we do that? How could anyone be expelled for inflating their ant?" Fudge chuckled, casting a meaningful glance at the hunchback Tom. "Right, Tom." Yes, Tom echoed repeatedly, nodding vigorously. "About your aunt's situation, don't worry, Dumbledore has already sent someone to handle it. As for your property, Gringotts is now very safe under wizard supervision, so it's better to keep it there, isn't it?" Fudge's kindness made Harry feel surprisingly comfortable. "Then, Minister, could you help me sign my Hogsmeade permission form?" Harry asked hopefully, treating Fudge like a benevolent guardian. "I'm very sorry, Mr. Potter, but this form only works if signed by a legal guardian," Fudge deflected smoothly. "Well then, you should rest well here and try not to wander around outside the Leaky Cauldron during this time." After speaking, Fudge picked up his hat and walked out. Meanwhile, on a chimney south of Sheffield, an old man and a delicate-featured young man stood on the rooftop, watching the inflated Marge floating in the air. Aiden summoned a gentle breeze with his wand, and Marge was blown around like a balloon, occasionally bumping into nearby chimneys with loud thunk sounds. "Ha ha ha." Finally, Aiden couldn't help but laugh out loud, his clear, boyish voice echoing through the air. Although he had been quite annoyed by Dumbledore's unexpected visit just moments ago, the scene before him made him feel this trip was worthwhile. "All right, stop playing, Aiden," Dumbledore said gently. His magic dispersed the breeze, rescuing Marge from her aerial adventure. A phoenix swooped down, grabbed all three of them, and returned to the Desley house in a flash of flames. Clear their memories, Aiden. Your methods are the most refined I've ever seen, they shouldn't cause any after-effects, Dumbledore requested. Snap. A finger snap echoed, and Marge fell unconscious. So you do know about after-effects, Aiden raised an eyebrow. Dumbledore said nothing, simply using a spell to float Marge back to her bed. You're Dumbledore. The Desley family, hearing the commotion, rushed out from inside the house. Sharp-eyed Petunia easily recognized the old man who had once visited her home decades ago. It's been 20 years, Petunia, Dumbledore said slowly. It's you. Are you here to take away my family again? Petunia protectively pushed Dudley behind her. Petunia, your son is too old now, and I'm sorry about what happened back then, but I was powerless to change it, Dumbledore spoke with hidden meaning. It has nothing to do with you. It was my own wishful thinking. But now please leave and don't interfere with our lives anymore, Petunia issued a firm eviction order. Dumbledore sighed and disappeared with Aiden, leaving Petunia to collapse to the ground as if all her strength had been drained. Professor Dumbledore, you seem to have something more to say, Aiden observed. Aiden, let me ask you something. If there's a Muggle family with two sisters, one a Muggle and one a witch, and they have disagreements because of this difference, what should we do? Dumbledore's eye seemed to be looking into the past, his voice distant and thoughtful. Find a way to make the other one a wizard too, Aiden shrugged. But no one can do that. The conflict between Muggles and wizards seems irreconcilable, Dumbledore said, somewhat dejected. But Professor, why do we always think about confronting ordinary people? Aiden asked in return. Because of magic. Whether one can use magic has almost made us into two different species, Dumbledore revealed the essence of the matter. But what if there's a way to let ordinary people join the wizards? Just imagine, which ordinary person could resist the charm of magic? We habitually resort to force for everything. I admit force is convenient, but what if one day, the target of that force is ourselves? Aiden frowned. Aiden, don't step onto a dangerous path, Dumbledore warned. No, we need to coexist with ordinary people. Professor, you might not believe it, but in just a few decades, perhaps they'll be able to make wizards have nowhere to hide. Aiden's tone was serious, but from Dumbledore's expression, he clearly didn't believe it. Then I'll look forward to your path of coexistence, Dumbledore said. As he finished speaking, the Phoenix took him away from the Desley house, and Aiden returned to the burrow. For the next few weeks, Harry's life had been quite wonderful. At the Leaky Cauldron, he could not only sleep until he woke up naturally every day but also freely stroll around Diagon Alley. Harry would visit Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor daily to do his homework. The owner, Florian Fortescue, would not only help Harry with his assignments but also treat him to ice cream. Since Gringotts had been regulated by wizards through new legislation, its management had become very standardized. Many wizards visiting from the Muggle world brought advanced financial concepts. At the same time, lending services began to appear, and large amounts of capital flowed into the market, making business in Diagon Alley increasingly prosperous. As the third school year approached, Harry entered Diagon Alley to shop for his school supplies. At the crystal ball shop, he learned that third-year students had divination class, which required him to buy a crystal ball. Harry immediately fell in love with the pure gold gobstones and crystal galaxy model on the shelf, but he resisted the urge to splurge. He only selected the necessary robes and textbooks before leaving. Passing by Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions, Harry made his way to Flourish and Blot's. Because of last year's disastrous launch event for Lockhart, Flourish and Blot's brand image had been severely damaged. This allowed many second-hand bookstores to rise and quickly seize the market share that Flourish and Blot's had vacated. Welcome, said shop assistant Vincent wearily. This was his third part-time job, and it showed. The exhausted Vincent didn't give Harry a particularly warm look. Judging by Harry's height, he could guess this was another young wizard who needed the monster book of monsters. Who on earth made these books required textbooks? Vincent's complaint was interrupted by Harry. Sorry, sir, I don't need that book. Hearing Harry's words, Vincent's expression immediately brightened completely. He quickly packed Harry's other textbooks and thoughtfully tied them with ribbon. Under Vincent's suddenly affectionate gaze, Harry left the bookstore. Returning to the Leaky Cauldron, Harry spotted a familiar scene, a cat chasing a rat through the common room. Seeing two very familiar figures, Harry showed a knowing smile. Chapter complete. Advanced chapters of all my stories. Exclusive novels and fanfics. Flexed Biceps community goal, 500 Power Stones unlocks a bonus chapter. Thanks for reading and supporting the story. Chapter 155, Revelation and Boarding. Don't let that beast get near Scabbers, or I'll turn it into a tea cozy, Ron threatened. She's a cat, what can I do? It's her nature, Hermione retorted. Is that a cat? It looks like a hairy pig, Ron said, holding Scabbers in his arms and nuzzling him affectionately. Your own rat looks like a shoe brush, and you have the nerve to criticize others, Hermione defended her cat without hesitation. Ron was about to respond when he saw Harry walking through the door. Harry! Ron called out in delight. Hermione also turned around, and Harry was surprised to see her sun-darkened skin. Oh, Harry, Hermione smiled at him warmly. Hermione, how did you get so tan? Harry asked curiously. I went on vacation to Paris with my parents during the summer. You know, it was really like a furnace, Hermione said, somewhat embarrassed. I suggested she buy some whitening potions, but she actually said this was healthier, Ron said, clearly baffled. So this is why you two knew Harry was at the Leaky Cauldron but still abandoned him to go shopping together like a couple, came a pleasant young voice. The three looked up to see Aiden standing on the stairs, clearly enjoying himself. Aiden, they chorused. The four sat down together in the Leaky Cauldron's main hall. How was the Egypt trip? Harry asked curiously. Fantastic. Antiques everywhere, mummies and pyramids, and Aiden even got arrested by the Egyptian Ministry of Magic, Ron spoke with animated gestures. You know Egyptians used to worship cats, right? Hermione said, holding Crookshanks and giving Ron a pointed look. Worship cats. They also worshipped dung beetles, Ron replied, nuzzling Scabbers. Even Scabbers had a great time on this Egypt trip, though he's been a bit listless since we got back. I got him some rat tonic. I can see how much you love Scabbers. Just now so many other rats were reaching out for you to hold them, and you didn't even glance at them, Aiden teased. Poor Ron couldn't see the mischief constantly bubbling up behind the dragon. He held up Scabbers and said earnestly, Scabbers is my best friend. This was too much, happiness was about to overflow. White butterflies began faintly emerging from Aiden's body. Aiden, are you all right? Hermione looked at him with concern. No, it's fine. This is the Patronus charm, Aiden said, controlling the butterflies to land gently on the three of them. Looking at the white butterflies, the trio felt it was quite magical. You're showing off again, George said, walking in and grabbing Ron's newspaper. I am not, Ron protested. Yes, you're not, except to Tom, the day shift maid, and the night shift maid, Fred added, joining his twin. The cook, and the toilet repair guy, they finished in unison. The entire Weasley family had arrived, and Mrs. Weasley pulled Harry aside for a proper family chat. Percy walked in, proudly displaying the badge on his chest, though strangely it seemed to read, Big Head Baby. Oh, it's my dear brother Aiden. Remember, don't call me brother at school, remember to address me as head boy, Percy said, full of official airs. Aiden looked at the twins, his eyes conveying a clear signal, who is this? The twins both returned synchronized eye rolls. Mr. Arthur called Harry aside and asked, looking forward to the new term. Of course, it's going to be great, Harry replied energetically. Harry, there's something I need to tell you, Arthur said, looking around before leaning against the wall. Many people in the ministry opposed me telling you this, but I think you really need to know the truth. You're in danger, mortal danger. Arthur pushed Harry into a corner for privacy. Is this related to Sirius Black? Harry asked. How much do you know about Sirius, Harry? Arthur asked in return. Only that he escaped from Azkaban, Harry answered. Do you know why? 13 years ago, when you stopped. Arthur paused. He couldn't say the name that had been cursed, having lived through that era, he had become part of the ritual. Voldemort, a clear young voice completed what Arthur wanted to say. Don't say that name, Arthur said, glancing at Aiden but not sending him away. When you stopped the Dark Lord, he lost everything, but time passed, and Black remained loyal to Voldemort. Arthur paused, then continued, and in his mind, you are the only one who can prevent his master from regaining power. So his purpose in escaping Azkaban is this, to find you. And kill me, Harry understood Arthur's meaning. Aiden's right hand brushed across the monocle on his face. Recording finished. Aiden, what did you do? Arthur asked, puzzled. Nothing, just recording, yes, recording life, Aiden replied casually. Aiden, do you know about Sirius Black? Harry asked. He comes from a wizarding family, the Black family, which values bloodline purity above all else. Back then, most of this family's members turned to Voldemort and charged into battle for him. Aiden took out a notebook and handed it to Harry. Later, the Black family suffered heavy casualties and was nearly extinct. One of their few remaining heirs is Sirius Black. In short, Harry, listen to me, you must never try to seek out Sirius Black, Arthur warned. Then he turned to Aiden. Aiden, help me watch him. If necessary, take him and run. I know your escape abilities. Arthur unhesitatingly revealed Aiden's capabilities. Uncle, that makes it sound like I really love running away. Actually, I'm quite good at fighting, Aiden said, adjusting his glasses. You can fight, but can you fight while protecting Harry at the same time? Arthur rolled his eyes. That's not impossible, Aiden said mischievously. No negotiation, or I'll tell Molly, Arthur threatened. Of course Aiden wouldn't fall for that trick. The group packed their luggage, and Arthur drove them to King's Cross Station in his new car. Here we are. This time you can't drive off with my car again, Arthur said, pulling out the keys with emphasis. Passing through the barrier between platforms 9 and 3/4, the Weasley parents saw the group onto the Hogwarts Express. But Ron's fat rat, which had been given the tonic, suddenly leaped from the train window. Mum, Scabbers jumped out. Ron called urgently. Molly waved her wand, and the family's signature Petrificus Totalis spell froze Scabbers in midair. Then she grabbed the petrified rat and threw him forcefully back onto the train. Scabbers flew through the train window and hit the wall with a heavy thud that seemed to strike Ron's heart. Ron hurriedly picked up the rat to check on him. After confirming he was fine, he took out his newly bought willow wand and released Scabbers from the petrification. In the shadows, unknown to them both, a pair of beautiful heterochromatic eyes watched intently. Chapter complete. Advanced chapters of all my stories. Exclusive novels and fanfics. Flexed Biceps community goal, 500 Power Stones unlocks a bonus chapter. Thanks for reading and supporting the story. Chapter 156, Chapter 156, Reunion and Dementors. It's all your fault, bad Scabbers, Ron said gently, tapping the rat's head. Oh, because your cute rat ran away, now every compartment is full of people, Hermione complained. This one's still empty, Harry said, finding an unoccupied compartment and calling to his companions. The four settled into the compartment, with Harry sitting beside them and slumped in the corner seat. Hermione, Ron, and Aiden squeezed together on the opposite bench, with Ron sandwiched between the other two. Is this guy dead? Ron asked, eyeing the sickly man. Ron, show some respect. This is our professor, Remus John Lupin, Hermione explained. How does she know everything? And isn't it a bit cramped in here? Ron complained. Perhaps there's something we can do about the space, Aiden said thoughtfully. He drew his black walnut wand and pointed it at the wall. The compartment expanded smoothly, the space doubling without even disturbing the sleeping men nearby. Cool, Ron praised. And Harry, you did great too with your aunt. I really didn't mean to inflate her, I just couldn't control it, Harry defended himself. Ron, this isn't a joke. Harry almost got expelled, Hermione scolded. It doesn't matter. Their memories have all been wiped anyway. I did it myself, and it's technology that even Dumbledore praised, Aiden said with a wink. Is he asleep? Harry asked, nodding toward Lupin. Should be, Ron replied. I have something to tell you guys, Harry said, standing up to close the compartment door. Aiden casually tapped the wall, covering the entire carriage with a silencing charm. Harry told his friends about Sirius Black, sharing all the intelligence Aiden had given him. You mean Sirius Black escaped from Azkaban specifically for you? Ron's voice rose in surprise. But he'll be caught, right? I mean, everyone's looking for him, Hermione said. Of course, but no one has ever escaped from Azkaban before, and he's completely mad, Ron said grimly. Thanks, Ron, Harry said dryly. All right, let's not talk about these heavy things. Let me share some of your aunt's memories with you, Aiden said, changing the subject. Harry's aunt. Wasn't she just inflated? What else happened? Hermione asked, confused. You don't know this, but Harry, your aunt likes to deliberately buy expensive gifts for Dudley and then watch your reaction. Also, although she claims to love dogs, she throws weak ones into the river to drown them. Now you know how to deal with her next time you meet her. Aiden gave Harry a knowing wink, and Harry's eyes lit up with understanding. Looks like I can really give her a hard time when I see her again. Thank. Harry was cut off as the train lurched violently, the sound of wheels grinding against tracks filling the air. Why did the train stop? We haven't reached the station yet, Hermione said, looking out the window in confusion. Aiden, what's wrong with you? Ron asked in horror. Aiden had removed his hat, and anger and disgust were clearly visible in his heterochromatic eyes. System, this is. Aiden's voice echoed in his mind. Yes, this is the product of dead souls being forcibly detained in the world, the system answered. No wonder they're called dark creatures. I can't imagine what kind of torture could make creatures degenerate into this state, Aiden thought furiously. Outside the door, Ginny and Neville appeared, drawn by the train's sudden stop. The train shook violently again, Ginny fell into Harry's arms, and Neville sat down hard on Crookshanks. What happened? Did something get on the train? Ron asked, staring at the frost-covered windows in terror. Yes. Dead souls. What a disgusting smell, Aiden said, making a nauseated expression. Accompanied by bone-chilling cold and suffocating despair, a tall shadow with a vaguely human outline, wrapped in tattered black robes, floated into the compartment. Harry felt his emotions draining away while hearing a woman scream in his ears. Like Ginny, he fainted. Get out. There's nothing you're looking for here. If you don't leave, I'll make you disappear completely, Aiden said in a language the others couldn't understand. Heh 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 heh. The Dementor ignored Aiden's threat. Days of hunger had made it lose all reason, and it squeezed completely into the carriage, wanting to devour the happiness of the young wizards present. Expecto Patronum. Endless swarms of butterflies erupted from the compartment, and the Dementor faced the Patronus's impact head-on. The butterfly swarm gathered in the air, forming a magnificent silver-white dragon outside the carriage. The dragon opened its mouth and swallowed the Dementor whole. The creature dissolved continuously in the dragon's belly, emitting sharp, agonized shrieks. The powerful Patronus magic also drove away all the other Dementors that had boarded the train. Those outside, hearing their companions' miserable cries, scattered and fled. With such a commotion, Lupin couldn't pretend to sleep anymore. He stood up, watching the dragon chase the remaining Dementors outside the window, momentarily speechless. Aiden saw his embarrassment and gave him a warm hug. Long time no see, Uncle Lupin, Aiden said, a bright smile blooming on his face. Oh, wait, you are. Lupin's memory carried him back to that night 13 years ago. You're the Prewett child. You've grown so big already. Lupin finally recognized Aiden, his voice filled with emotion. Wait, how do you still remember me? Weren't you only 1 year old then? Lupin asked, puzzled. Perhaps I'm naturally gifted, Aiden said mysteriously. Oh, this is really. Well, child, I need to go to the front of the train to check the situation. Please help me look after these young wizards. Lupin took out a bar of chocolate and handed it to Aiden. When Harry wakes up, feed him some. It will make him feel much better. After speaking, Lupin headed toward the front of the train. Harry, are you all right? In the darkness, Harry heard Hermione calling him. Harry opened his eyes and sat up. His friends were sitting around him, concern written on their faces. Eat this, it will help, Aiden said, handing him the chocolate. What was that just now? Harry asked, putting the chocolate in his mouth. Dementors. Guards of Azkaban. Disgusting, filthy, nauseating dead souls, Aiden said with venom. This was the first time Harry had seen such enormous hostility from his friend, who rarely revealed strong emotions. You went completely rigid. We thought you were having convulsions, Ron said. How are you guys? Did you faint? I thought I heard someone screaming, Harry said, holding his head. Ron and Hermione exchanged glances. Harry, no one was screaming, Hermione said carefully. We didn't faint, but it was really strange. It felt like all the happiness was being drained from our bodies. Fortunately, Aiden used the Patronus charm, Ron said with lingering fear. What charm? Harry asked. The most ancient, powerful white magic, the weapon that ancient wizards used to protect themselves in the Age of Madness, Aiden said, his eyes distant and deep. Can you teach me? Harry asked eagerly. There will be a chance. Aiden didn't elaborate further and went outside the compartment to patrol, leaving the three conscious friends to watch over Ginny and Neville, who were still unconscious. Chapter complete. Advanced chapters of all my stories. Exclusive novels and fanfics. Flexed Biceps community goal, 500 Power Stones unlocks a bonus chapter. Thanks for reading and supporting the story. Want more? Check out my other stories. Chapter 157, Accountability and Banquet. The train slowly pulled into the platform, and Lupin led the group off onto the station. Draco had heard on the train that Harry had fainted and was preparing to bring Crabbe and Goyle over to humiliate him. But seeing them escorted by a professor, Draco made a disgusted tch sound and left with his two lackeys. Everyone walked through the path toward the Thestral carriages, but a silver phoenix intercepted Aiden. Aiden's beautiful heterochromatic eyes turned into a dead fish stare, and he turned to the others. You go ahead and get in the carriage. I have some business to handle. The others nodded and left by carriage. Aiden merged into his Patronus and was led by the phoenix toward the castle. Inside the castle, a classroom had been temporarily cleared out. Dumbledore stood inside, along with two unfamiliar men in official robes. Seeing butterflies gathering in the classroom, Dumbledore spoke, Aiden, you're here. So, Professor, what's the matter? Our head of house still needs to organize the choir later, Aiden said, his figure materializing from the center of the butterfly swarm. These two are hit wizards from the Ministry of Magic, responsible for coordinating the affairs of Hogwarts' new guards, the Dementors, Dumbledore introduced. And then. Aiden heard the indignation in Dumbledore's tone and deliberately raised his nose, acting arrogant. Ahem, Mr. Prewett, do you realize how much trouble your actions have caused the Ministry of Magic? The lead hit wizard immediately tried to put him on the defensive. Oh, I haven't yet learned your name, sir. Aiden conjured himself a plush sofa, sat down, and crossed his legs. He produced a thin stick and began picking at his nails with deliberate nonchalance. Richards Bennett. Please be serious. We're discussing the problem of you causing harm to ministry employees, Richards said with righteous indignation, while Aiden acted completely indifferent. So what? Are you sure you want to consider that trash as your employees? Think about what kind of people were on that train. Aiden stood up, his heterochromatic dragon eyes penetrating Richard's heart, another greedy and rash fool. Use that brain of yours that's been licked by a troll. What if the savior Harry Potter had died? Or what if a whole trainload of the wizarding world's future had been lost? Dumbledore watched the show from the side, even taking out candy to pop in his mouth. At that time, you would be directly responsible. Do you think a political creature like Fudge would mourn for you? Aiden showed a strange smile, like a mandrake dancing in the wind. Richards was intimidated by Aiden's aura and stumbled to the ground, pointing at him with a trembling finger. You. All right, Professor, there's no need to waste time on such people. If you still have doubts, I don't mind spending a whole night with you going through the magical decree to see which article states that Dementors are members of our wizarding community. Aiden's words were cutting. Extremely xenophobic wizards would never consider dark creatures as compatriots under any circumstances. If Richard's statements were exploited by interested parties, the ministry would probably face a vicious assault from conservatives. Of course, at this moment, a certain dragon harboring ill intentions secretly brushed his monocle, recording finished. Well, Aiden, you go to the banquet first. I'll escort these two gentlemen out, the old headmaster said, deciding to assert his authority. Dumbledore took out his elder wand and waved it, using tremendous magical power to teleport the two men out of the castle. In the Ravenclaw common room, Aiden looked at the clothes in front of him with visible distress. Professor Flitwick, do I really have to wear this? Every cell in Aiden's body was resisting. Yes, you're the lead singer after all. You should at least dress conspicuously. But isn't this bright red wizard robe a bit too conspicuous? Aiden tried to decline. No, red looks wonderful, and it really complements your delicate features, Professor Flitwick said with a wink. After some mental preparation, Aiden reluctantly put on the wizard robe. At the banquet, Professor Flitwick stood in front conducting. 4 rows of young Ravenclaw wizards stood on the steps behind him. Professor Flitwick had revised the school song, adding proper rhythm and harmony, finally making it no longer sound like wailing ghosts and howling wolves. It seemed Aiden wasn't the only one dissatisfied with Dumbledore letting everyone improvise freely. Aiden's melodious voice echoed in the Great Hall, and using his abilities to complement his singing seemed to emanate a special, almost hypnotic charm. He sings that well. Ron said, somewhat surprised. You didn't know? Harry asked. Aiden has never sung at home, Ron replied. Well, you're really learning something new now, Hermione observed. Soon, the song performance finished, and everyone applauded enthusiastically for the choir. The choir dispersed, and Dumbledore walked to the high platform, beginning his new term address. New term, welcome back to Hogwarts. I must announce these messages before you're stuffed to the point of dizziness. Dumbledore pressed his palm down, and the applause stopped. First, Professor R.J. Lupin has agreed to serve as our defense against the dark arts teacher. He gestured backward, and Lupin stood up and bowed. Second, our care of magical creatures teacher has decided to retire due to health issues, and replacing him is our gamekeeper, Rubius Hagrid. Professor McGonagall nudged Hagrid, and he immediately stood up, but knocked over the table in his enthusiasm. Enthusiastic applause rang out from the Gryffindor table. Professor McGonagall looked at her former student, sighed, and pulled Hagrid back down. Finally, at the Ministry of Magic's request, Dementors will guard every entrance to Hogwarts until Sirius Black is captured. You should note that Dementors are evil creatures. They cannot distinguish between prey and obstacles in their way. No concealment can hide from them, including invisibility cloaks. At this point, Dumbledore looked specifically at Harry. Therefore, I warn you not to give them reason to harm you. Dumbledore finished his speech, and Professor Flitwick came up to host the sorting ceremony. This was already the 3rd year of sorting, and there were no new young wizards that Aiden recognized. The only thing worth noting was that Astoria was also sorted into Slytherin. This year, Slytherin unusually had 3 Greengrass siblings. After the sorting was complete, Dumbledore clapped his hands, and various delicious foods began appearing on the dining tables. Oh, Aiden, I heard you used the Patronus charm on the train, Edmund said, coming over and putting his arm around Aiden's shoulder. I heard it was even a dragon-shaped Patronus. Let us see it, Ethan chimed in. We haven't even started eating yet, and you two are already full. Aiden rolled his eyes. Casting a Patronus here, do you want to cause a huge commotion? By the way, Aiden, there's something I want to ask you. I've been feeling lately like there's someone I've forgotten. Do you have this feeling? Edmund inquired. Me too, Ethan raised his hand to indicate agreement. No, Aiden said, not looking at either of them, just focusing intently on eating his food. TCH, no fun, the two muttered. The banquet ended in the pleasant atmosphere of the three friends, though the lingering question of forgotten memories hung in the air like an unspoken mystery. Chapter complete. Advanced chapters of all my stories. Exclusive novels and fanfics. Flexed Biceps community goal, 500 Power Stones unlocks a bonus chapter. Thanks for reading and supporting the story. Want more? Check out my other stories. Chapter 158, Chapter 158, Atop the Tower. After the banquet ended, the young wizards gradually returned to their respective houses. Aiden distributed the gifts he had brought back from Egypt to his friends, claiming these were magical items with mystical properties from the ancient land. Outside the Gryffindor common room, the fat lady insisted on showing off her singing voice to everyone, causing a massive traffic jam in the corridor. "Hey, what are you all blocking the way for?" Ethan called out from behind the crowd. Ernie, a Gryffindor in the front row, turned around to explain, "It's the fat lady, she insists on singing for everyone." "Oh, these people are really unreliable," Ethan said with exasperation. "Perhaps we don't need to take the stairs. After all, when Lady Rowena designed this castle, she left us other pathways," Aiden suddenly spoke up. "Other pathways?" Edmund asked in confusion. "Want to come along?" Aiden's staff had already materialized in his hand. "Let's go," his roommates chorused. Then magical power lifted the two of them high into the air. "Ah!" they screamed in unison. The young wizards who arrived later looked up at the flying trio with amazement. Some members of the dueling club reacted quickly, pulling out their special rings and taking flight as well. On the 5th floor, Aiden brought his two roommates to a steady landing in the corridor. "My God, you could at least give us time to react," Edmund complained, steadying himself against the wall. "It's clearly because you two don't know how to adapt. Didn't I already teach you this magic last semester?" Aiden shrugged. Without further banter with his roommates, Aiden approached the bronze eagle knocker to answer its riddle, while Edmund and Ethan made faces behind him. Opening the door, they returned to their long-missed dormitory. The other two didn't notice that what was originally a 4-person room was now missing one occupant. Edmund and Ethan seemed exhausted and went to sleep after washing up. But Aiden obviously had other plans. He took off his robes, put on a thin white shirt, and began his nocturnal wandering. Nighttime Hogwarts was as dark and mysterious as ever. The dragon of the mind wandered through the corridors, and not a single professor could detect his presence. Aiden passed through the spiral staircase and emerged onto the top of the tower. Outside the castle, torrential rain cast a gloomy shadow over the surrounding landscape. Looking into the distance, he could see a group of black phantoms floating outside Hogwarts grounds. Aiden emerged from invisibility, his dragon's might spreading across the entire rooftop. "May I ask if this lovely young wizard intends to demolish the top of Hogwarts Tower?" A gentle voice soothed the violent draconic aura. "Professor Dumbledore," Aiden greeted the newcomer. "It seems my excellent student has some troubles. I wonder if this old man has the honor of being a listener." Dumbledore lightly tapped his wand, and the vines on the wall danced over to them, transforming into an elegant table and 2 comfortable sofas. He clapped his hands again, and refreshments, a cup of hot chocolate, and a cup of lemon juice appeared on the table. Dumbledore casually sat down and began sampling the treats. "Eating such sweet things late at night, be careful of getting diabetes," Aiden said, taking a seat and sipping his lemon juice. "I vaguely remember when we first met, you were only 6 years old. So small, not even reaching the height of this sofa." Dumbledore gestured with his hand, as if little Aiden was standing beneath his palm. "But now you've grown up, and your magical achievements are probably on par with this old man, aren't they?" Dumbledore winked at Aiden. "No, I'm still far behind," Aiden said modestly. "Oh, then it's not a magical problem. Have you met a girl you fancy? This is the age when spring feelings awaken. Back in my day, I was." Dumbledore looked certain, like a kind elder preparing to share wisdom with a junior. "No, and your lover back then wasn't a girl either," Aiden teased. "Cough, spare this old man," Dumbledore said with embarrassment. "Tell me about you. You've had many moments of losing composure since arriving at school this afternoon." His blue eyes sparkled with wisdom and concern. "It's the Dementors, Professor," Aiden said, shaking his head. "You're afraid of those things?" Dumbledore feigned shock. "Could you please be serious?" Aiden held his forehead helplessly. "I can sense that they are remnants left by tortured souls." "Remnants left by dead souls, interesting. No wonder the director told me you could already be called the foremost person in Britain on the path of the mind. So you can indeed sense things we cannot." Dumbledore stroked his beard thoughtfully. "Do you still have contact with that man?" "Ah, this sounds familiar." Aiden was about to complain, but past memories began assaulting him, so he decided to continue the previous topic. Professor, you should have heard the saying that the greatest sorrow is when the heart dies. But I really can't stand it. These remnants surround me, crying out to me constantly. Aiden's last sentence carried multiple voice lines, as if he were speaking to Dumbledore from a very distant place. Crying out about what? Dumbledore asked gently. Crying out about their tortured past, Aiden's voice returned to normal. Oh, that's truly terrible. Dumbledore thought for a while before making a suggestion. Child, we cannot feel these voices, but I can only give you one piece of advice: try to refuse external interference. Focusing on your inner self is the path forward in magic. But Professor, what if one's mastery of the inner self has reached its peak and one begins to explore outward? Aiden spoke with hidden meaning. Then this old man cannot give you advice, you should be giving this old man advice. Dumbledore became cryptic, then stood up, preparing to leave. It's already very late. Young wizards should rest early, or they won't grow tall. Dumbledore gestured at his own considerable height, and Aiden's fists clenched. The mischievous old headmaster immediately made himself scarce and disappeared. Only Aiden remained on the tower, watching the distant scenery through the rain. After staying for a while longer, Aiden restrained his perception, left the tower, and prepared to return to his dormitory. Passing through the 6th floor, he discovered a large black dog chasing an orange cat. Aiden paused. Crookshanks saw Aiden like a drowning man seeing salvation. The cat sped up and ran to Aiden, hissing defiantly at the black dog. The large black dog, seeing the suddenly appearing young wizard, was momentarily stunned. Aiden pretended not to understand what was happening. Someone actually keeps a large black dog in the school. He scooped Crookshanks into his arms and addressed the dog. Go on, Shoo. This is my friend's pet. You go back and find your owner. The black dog looked at Aiden's height, clearly not a first year, and no longer bothered with Crookshanks. It quickly ran away into the shadows. Aiden carried Crookshanks back toward the Gryffindor common room, watching the cat climb in through a nearby skylight. Afterward, Aiden quickly returned to the Ravenclaw dormitory. After all, a rather remarkable character had just entered the castle. TL note, unfortunately, my LOTR, Playing Minecraft in Middle-earth book was mistakenly flagged as spam on Webnovel and removed. I'll re-upload it under a different title by tomorrow at the latest. Thank you for your patience. Chapter 159, Chapter 159, Ravenclaw Morning and Request. The next day, Aiden woke up in his own bed. Of course, he didn't transform like some werewolf because he had already grown dragon horns permanently. His 2 roommates groggily finished washing up, and they were about to begin Ravenclaw's first third-year classes. This year, Ravenclaw's Monday was particularly packed, with 3 classes crammed into the morning. The first class was Ancient Runes. Aiden dragged his 2 reluctant roommates to the classroom. Since it was an elective course, only Ravenclaw students were present. The Ancient Runes professor, Bath's Hada Babbling, was a stern middle-aged witch who seemed quite intimidating. I don't know how much you understand about ancient runes, but I must tell you that the runes in your textbooks are basically just decorative pictures, Professor Babbling said, tapping the blackboard with her pointer. Since you're just being introduced to ancient runes at your age, this stage of teaching will mainly focus on memorizing the meanings of the runes clearly. Hearing this, Aiden began to slack off with a clear conscience. He took out a book on mind research and started reading. Professor Babbling was speaking enthusiastically at the podium. Actually, aside from the boring character and meaning lessons, this professor was quite good at telling stories. Then, Aiden's behavior of listening to stories while reading was discovered. Mr. Prewett, please answer what this symbol means, Professor Babbling said, her stern gaze locking onto Aiden. A large rune was written in the center of the blackboard, and Professor Babbling pointed at it with her pointer. Professor, this rune has meanings of water, emotion, intuition, and flow, Aiden replied, ignoring Ethan beside him, who was frantically writing the interpretation on paper. Oh, then tell us what scenarios this rune is generally used in, Professor Babbling pressed further. Well, Professor, this rune is generally used in alchemical matrices where magical power needs to be purified and magical connections made. Of course, sometimes we can also rely on this rune to sense or intercept foreign magical power. Aiden was very skilled in using runes and easily gave practical examples. Wait, the surname Prewett, alchemy. I see. A flash of understanding appeared in Professor Babbling's eyes. It seems you already have your own research in alchemy, so why waste time attending such basic courses? Oh, I know, you want to earn easy credits. That's not a problem, but correspondingly, your final exam difficulty will be significantly higher than others. Professor Babbling made her decision with a slight smile. Of course, Professor, Aiden said, bowing slightly. Sit down, Mr. Prewett, Professor Babbling nodded approvingly. Ravenclaw's first class of the term passed under the curious stares of other young wizards. Next was Transfiguration. Since there were no exams last year due to the Chamber of Secrets incident, Professor McGonagall required students to demonstrate what they'd learned the previous year in the first class. She asked the young wizards to perform partial transfiguration of objects and transformation of living things into inanimate objects. The Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff students completed these tasks competently. After class, Aiden approached Professor McGonagall in her office. "Aiden, what can I do for you?" Professor McGonagall asked, looking up from her papers. "Professor, I want to try becoming an animagus," Aiden stated his request directly. "Aiden, are you really sure you're prepared for this?" Professor McGonagall removed her glasses and looked at him seriously. "Yes, Professor," Aiden said with conviction. "Well, Aiden, regarding this matter, we need to consult the headmaster." Professor McGonagall thought for a while, clearly uncertain. She explained, "I previously received a letter from Remus. He told me he saw your Patronus was a dragon on the train." "Yes, Professor, but what's the problem with that?" Aiden asked in confusion. "Legend says that Patronuses are closely connected to our animagus forms. We can't be completely certain of this claim, but if it's true, this means you want to attempt magical creature transformation." Professor McGonagall stood up and pulled an ancient, leather-bound book from the bookshelf, handing it to Aiden. "You can learn about this knowledge in advance, but you are absolutely forbidden from conducting experiments privately. Otherwise, you won't learn animagus knowledge from me." Her warning was firm and serious. "Of course, Professor," Aiden said, bowing his head in promise. "All right, go to your next class." "I need to contact the headmaster," Professor McGonagall said, dismissing him. Leaving Professor McGonagall's office, Aiden headed to the third class, Hagrid's Care of Magical Creatures. As the first students in the school to experience the new professor's inaugural lesson, the young wizards were full of anticipation for the course. "It seems everyone is quite enthusiastic about magical creatures, right, Professor Hagrid?" Aiden said, emphasizing the title with a teasing grin. "Oh, don't do that, Aiden. You're making me uncomfortable," Hagrid said, shivering despite his massive frame. "Ha ha ha." Aiden laughed loudly and casually opened the Monster Book of Monsters. "Oh, Aiden, don't." Hagrid saw Aiden open it directly without stroking the spine and hurried to stop him. The monster book was about to open its mouth to bite when its small eyes met a pair of beautiful heterochromatic eyes, and then it immediately quieted down. "This book is quite interesting," Aiden observed calmly. Can it be done like that?" Hagrid was stunned. Soon other young wizards wanted to imitate Aiden's method, but Hagrid hurried to stop them. All the young wizards opened their books correctly under Hagrid's careful guidance. "Good children, please don't imitate Aiden." "All right, for your first class, I'll teach you about hippogriffs," Hagrid announced, clapping his hands. As if providing entrance music, more than a dozen hippogriffs of various colors walked majestically into the clearing. "You should know that these beautiful creatures are very proud. Please don't be rude to them," Hagrid said, turning back expectantly. "Who's first?" Everyone stepped back in unison, leaving Ethan exposed at the front. "Brave lad. I remember you're Aiden's roommate. What's your name again?" Hagrid asked with an encouraging smile. Ethan turned back and found everyone had already retreated behind him, then shot Aiden a look that clearly said, "You're dead." "I'm Ethan Beckett, Professor," Ethan introduced himself reluctantly. "Well, good, Ethan. You need to let it act first. Out of politeness, bow to it. If it bows back, you can touch it. If not, please wait a bit longer," Hagrid instructed in his booming voice. Ethan carefully bowed to a brown hippogriff. After a tense moment, the hippogriff also lowered its head gracefully. "Well done. Now you can ride it," Hagrid said, lifting Ethan onto the creature's back. With a gentle pat on the hippogriff's rump, it took flight with Ethan clinging to its neck. Other young wizards watched with obvious envy, especially the Hufflepuff students, whose eyes were practically shining with excitement. "All right, everyone try it." Hagrid began guiding other young wizards to interact with the hippogriffs. When it was Aiden's turn, however, the surrounding hippogriffs refused to approach him no matter what he did. "Oh, what's happening? Aiden, did you use some kind of animal repellent?" Hagrid asked, scratching his head in confusion. "Maybe they just don't like me." "It's fine, Hagrid," Aiden said with a casual shrug. Soon the class ended, and the young wizards returning to the castle excitedly discussed the day's experiences. "Oh, isn't this our Mr. Prewett who couldn't ride the hippogriff?" Ethan teased, still glowing from his successful flight. "Oh, isn't this our brave gentleman of Ravenclaw?" Aiden retorted smoothly. "Aiden, you're done for. I helped you so much in Ancient Runes class, and this is how you repay me," Ethan said, pouncing with mock claws extended. "Hey, you can't catch me." Aiden laughed, dodging away. The two chased and played in the corridor, their laughter echoing through the stone halls as other students watched with amusement. TL note, unfortunately, my LOTR, playing Minecraft in Middle-earth book was mistakenly flagged as spam on Webnovel and removed. I'll re-upload it under a different title by tomorrow at the latest. Thank you for your patience. Chapter 160, Chapter 160, Fear. In the afternoon, since Aiden hadn't chosen arithmancy, it was already 4 o'clock when he met up with Edmund and the others again. Ravenclaw's Monday afternoon mandatory class was Defense Against the Dark Arts. Lupin hadn't secured a classroom, so he brought the young wizards to the staff lounge for the lesson. Ah, this damn relaxed feeling, Aiden thought as he walked into the lounge and saw Snape sitting with his legs crossed, casually drinking coffee. Well, if it isn't the famous R.J. Lupin, wandering around with a group of young wizards because he doesn't know where to hold class, Snape said, crossing his arms with obvious disdain. I think it's better not to stick your nose into other people's business, isn't it, Severus? Lupin replied, raising an eyebrow. Umph. Snape snorted coldly and swept out of the staff lounge. Wow, this is the first time I've seen a professor so directly confront Professor Snape, Ethan whispered, moving closer to his friends. Perhaps you'll see more in the future, Edmund replied knowingly. As a member of the Lestrange family, known for their gossip, it seemed Edmund was privy to many scandalous stories. Lupin positioned himself in front of the group, with a cabinet behind him that seemed to be trembling slightly. All right, children, who can guess what's inside? Lupin asked with a slight smile. A boggart, Aiden answered immediately. Then who can tell me what a boggart looks like? Lupin continued. No one knows. Boggarts turn into what people fear most, so no one knows their true appearance, Ethan jumped in to answer. Very good answer, 5 points to Ravenclaw, Professor Lupin awarded. Fortunately, we have a simple spell to deal with boggarts. The incantation is ridiculous. Come, repeat after me. The young wizards followed Lupin in reciting the spell. Seeing that everyone's pronunciation was acceptable, Lupin showed a mischievous smile. Very good, but you must remember, the ultimate weapon against boggarts is laughter. Try your best to turn it into the funniest thing possible. Come on, I need someone to try first. Ethan's eyes glinted with mischief. Taking advantage of Aiden's momentary distraction, he gestured for everyone behind him to step back. Lupin turned around at that moment and found Aiden standing alone at the front. Very good, Aiden, come forward, Lupin beckoned. Aiden looked back and saw Ethan's smirking face, then walked forward with resignation. Come on, child, tell me what you fear most in your heart, Professor Lupin encouraged gently. Can I say I don't know? Aiden tilted his head with feigned innocence. Ahem, well, perhaps sometimes we ourselves don't know what we fear, but it's all right, the boggart will tell you, Professor Lupin, being experienced, quickly recovered his composure. Come on, child, stand in front. Lupin beckoned to Aiden, drew his wand, pointed it at the cabinet, and opened it with a countdown. Accompanied by a surge of black mist, nothing happened. You're afraid of a cloud of black mist? Lupin asked, somewhat surprised. No, I'm simply blocking the boggart's psychic perception, Aiden explained calmly. The moment he'd stepped into the lounge, Aiden had sensed that the magical creature in the cabinet was slowly emitting psychic disturbances. These fluctuations were slight and harmless to wizards, but when the waves touched other minds, they would bounce back. This way, the boggart could harvest the strongest emotion from the returning waves, fear. Sensing the psychic fluctuations, Aiden had directly smoothed out the waves, preventing the boggart from reading any young wizard's fear. Well, teaching still needs to continue, so please cooperate, Professor Lupin said, clearly at a loss. Of course, as you wish, Aiden replied, releasing his suppression of the boggart. He was genuinely curious about what his own fear might be. As the boggart's fluctuations reached Aiden's mind, he allowed his consciousness to ripple. Reading the emotion, the boggart began to transform. A string of glowing Norse runes appeared in the air. What is this? Edmund questioned from the crowd behind. Ord, the goddess of fate, representing the weaving of personal destiny and its irreversibility, Professor Lupin said, his extensive knowledge evident. He looked at Aiden with complex eyes. Child, are you a seer? No, Aiden gave a firm negative answer, though his eyebrows drooped thoughtfully. Then Aiden raised his wand. Ridiculous. Powerful magic struck the boggart, and the text in the air twisted and transformed. A huge Perthro rune appeared in the air, the rune of mystery and hidden things. Yes, by now Aiden had long possessed the inner strength to resist fate. Very good spell casting, 5 points to Ravenclaw, Professor Lupin said, awarding points generously. He then started a gramophone and invited the young wizards to try it one by one. Next, Ethan. Professor Lupin immediately selected the person who had orchestrated the prank. It seemed the entire lounge was under his watchful perception. Ethan stepped forward, and the boggart transformed into a mummy wrapped in decaying bandages. Didn't expect this guy to be afraid of that, Aiden thought, stroking his chin with a mischievous smile. Next, Professor Lupin called. The young wizards went up one by one, and the boggart transformed into various monsters and fears. Until Edmund approached. His boggart began to change, and suddenly Bellatrix Lestrange appeared, wild-haired, mad-eyed, and terrifying. Lupin's eyes widened in alarm, and he rushed forward to protect Edmund. The boggart, sensing Lupin's intervention, immediately transformed into a full moon. Ridiculous. Lupin cast the spell quickly. The moon turned into a colorful balloon that floated around harmlessly. Lupin then used a spell to open the cabinet and shut the boggart back inside. Sorry, my apologies, let's end here for today. Everyone pack up your textbooks, class is dismissed, Professor Lupin said, clearly shaken. Ah, the young wizards made disappointed sounds but began packing their things. Sorry, we can't let entertainment interfere with education, Professor Lupin said, then walked forward and handed Edmund a piece of chocolate. All right, it's okay now, child, he said, patting Edmund's shoulder firmly. Let's go, Edmund, Aiden said, coming forward to guide his stunned friend away. That evening, the three sat at the Ravenclaw table, eating the carefully prepared house feast. News of Malfoy's brave confrontation with the hippogriff spread throughout the hall, while Edmund mechanically stuffed mashed potatoes into his mouth. Edmund, are you all right? Ethan asked with concern. Is it because of Bellatrix Lestrange? Aiden asked, his eyes narrowing perceptively. Oh, Aiden, don't mention that name, Edmund shuddered, finally reacting. It seems you're quite afraid of her. Aiden raised an eyebrow. She's my aunt, the former head of the Lestrange family, a complete madwoman, Edmund said, lowering his voice. Isn't she just a follower of Voldemort? Is it really that serious? Aiden said casually. No, you don't understand. Back then, the Dark Lord held a grand ceremony, and the initial victims of this ritual's trial phase were us, Edmund revealed, his voice barely above a whisper. What do you mean? Tell us more, Ethan said, leaning in with obvious curiosity. Back then, the Dark Lord used our family's channels to spread his ideology and gather followers. His power once reached its peak, Edmund said quietly, slowly telling his story. Soon, he became dissatisfied that his name could be spoken freely, and he also feared that someone might use his name to curse him. So he began spreading terror, using fear to build consensus, and held a mysterious magical ritual. Edmund paused, his hands trembling slightly. This ritual automatically included all who knew his name and feared him, and the first to have their fear harvested were the people of our Lestrange family. Edmund took a deep breath, grabbed his sickeningly sweet tea, and drank it all in one gulp, then exhaled deeply. So, you mean? Ethan began, realization dawning. Voldemort is still alive, Aiden finished for them, his voice carrying the weight of terrible certainty. TL note, unfortunately, my LOTR, playing Minecraft in Middle-earth book was mistakenly flagged as spam on Webnovel and removed. I'll re-upload it under a different title by today at the latest. Thank you for your patience. Chapter 161, Divination. The next day, Aiden woke up very early because today there was an important class, Divination. Edmund was half hanging off his bed, still fast asleep. Since he had no classes in the morning, Ethan and Aiden didn't wake him up. The Divination classroom was in the North Tower, which none of them had visited in the previous 2 years. Aiden and Ethan climbed the winding stairs together. Pushing open the door, they entered a rather peculiar room. Around it were more than 10 small round tables, each surrounded by armchairs with printed cushions. All the curtains were drawn, and the candles were covered with thick lampshades. In the dimness, many objects seemed to be emitting a faint red glow. In the center stood a huge fireplace, with a large copper teapot heating over the flames. Around the walls were many shelves displaying dusty feathers, piles of crystal balls, and countless teacups. The thick incense smell rushed straight into Aiden's nostrils, making the dragon furrow his brows in distaste. I wonder if using incense to suffocate people could help wizards better connect to the collective unconscious. Aiden thought, stroking his chin and filing the idea away as a potential experiment. Welcome, a voice emerged from the thick shadows. I was still wondering when I might meet you in the material world, Professor Sybil Trelawney said, walking out from behind the students. Come, sit down, children. Professor Trelawney moved to greet everyone but promptly bumped into the table in front of her. Ethan was already beginning to doubt this clumsy professor. He leaned close to Aiden's ear and whispered, can this professor really do it? Isn't she supposed to teach prophecy? How can she not even see her own disasters coming? Perhaps this is, physician, heal thyself, Aiden replied mysteriously. TCH. Ethan didn't fall for the cryptic response. Welcome to divination class. I am your professor, Sybil Trelawney, she announced, settling in front of the fireplace. I don't often appear in the main building because I believe the noise there might interfere with my inner eye. No one responded to this strange declaration. Trelawney continued undeterred. Since you have chosen divination, the most difficult of the magical arts, I must warn you in advance that if you do not have the vision to see through the future, then I can only teach you very limited content based on textbooks. Now, let us walk toward the future together. This semester we will mainly study tea leaf reading. Please pick up your teacups. Throughout the class, Professor Trelawney tirelessly issued death prophecies to various students, using psychological tricks to mystify the young wizards. Aiden found himself quite enlightened by her methods, though not in the way she intended. After drinking the tea in his cup, Aiden examined the leaves. They had formed a dragon's head breathing fire, with two cute little horns prominently displayed. "Oh, let me see your tea leaves," Professor Trelawney said, taking Aiden's teacup. "Ah." She immediately threw the teacup back onto the table, backing away in apparent terror. "It's the Grim." Trelawney trembled as she retreated. "Wait, isn't this clearly a dragon?" Aiden thought, his forehead creasing with confusion. "The Grim, the darkest omen in the wizarding world. It symbolizes death," Ethan read from his textbook, then turned to Aiden with raised eyebrows. "Haha, Aiden, you're done for." Obviously, Ethan was deeply skeptical of this so-called Grim. Truly a child from the scientific world, Aiden thought, giving Ethan a mental thumbs up. After divination class ended, everyone returned to the main castle. Since it was the last class of the morning, they went straight to the Great Hall for lunch. Edmund was apparently still fast asleep in the dormitory, so Ethan brought him food and left early. Only Aiden sat alone at the Ravenclaw table, eating his meal. The young witches around him all looked at him with pitying eyes, as if he might crumble to dust at any moment. Oh, what a poor boy. His roommates were so scared they fled from his side. Is this what they mean by beauty being short-lived? The whispered discussions grew louder, and the veins on Aiden's forehead began to bulge. System, Aiden called in his mind. Scan complete. Confirmed that this prophecy has not connected to the collective unconscious. See, the system's voice entered his consciousness. So does she actually have the ability to connect to the collective unconscious? See? Aiden asked. Individual name, Sybil Trelawney, race, human, specialized profession, seer. Her great-great-grandmother was the great seer Cassandra Trelawney, who possessed the ability to freely connect to the collective unconscious. See? As her descendant, this ability has been significantly weakened. So? Aiden waited for a summary. She's like an old antenna TV with a somewhat damaged antenna, the system provided its characteristically sharp critique. As Ravenclaw's most celebrated student, Aiden's popularity was quite high. This originally unremarkable incident was actually discussed by people from Tuesday through Friday. In Transfiguration class, Professor McGonagall taught the young wizards about animagus knowledge. To recapture the students' attention, she even performed her cat transformation. However, her demonstration didn't generate much interest, which left her visibly irritated. Professor McGonagall looked at the pitying expressions of the young witches, and her serious face twitched slightly. Another one. Professor McGonagall couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Yes, Professor, such a beautiful person, a Ravenclaw witch answered sympathetically. Listen, children, I want to emphasize to you once again that prophecy itself is not a rigorous discipline, Professor McGonagall said, clearly angry at Professor Trelawney's dramatics. So I hope you won't let some nonsense affect your mood and cause you to fall behind in other subjects. Harry, sitting nearby, ignored Professor McGonagall's advice and looked at Aiden with sympathetic eyes. Aiden didn't know how to respond and could only give him an awkward smile. After class, Ron pulled Harry and Hermione over to find Aiden. So, you're both cursed by the Grim now. Perhaps you need to stick together for warmth, Ron said, his intermittent cleverness making an appearance. Really, Brother Ronnie? Why don't we write a letter home to ask Aunt Molly's opinion? Aiden replied sarcastically in a high-pitched voice. Ugh, Harry and Hermione both shivered after hearing this. All right, Ron, don't be so superstitious. Professor McGonagall also said that prophecy isn't a reliable discipline, Hermione advised. Oh really? Professor Trelawney said you have no talent. You wouldn't be so used to being first that you're unwilling to admit you're not good at this, would you? Ron hit a nerve with precision. Hermione kicked Ron hard in the shin and stormed off. Ron immediately clutched his leg, hopping around in place. Sigh, I really don't know how these two ended up together, Aiden thought. He and Harry looked at each other and both saw the helplessness in the other's eyes. Harry shrugged, Aiden shrugged back, and the two linked arms and left, abandoning Ron where he stood. Hey, you two, wait for me. Ron's voice echoed in the corridor behind them. Because a certain dragon was feeling playful, he followed Harry into the Gryffindor common room. Harry didn't even react and led Aiden all the way to his dormitory. Wow, you actually have a 5-person dorm, Aiden exclaimed, looking around. Aiden. Oh right, it was you I was pulling along, Harry said, slapping his forehead in realization. Then noise came from outside, and Harry's other roommates entered. The door opened, several pairs of eyes met, and everyone froze in place. Oh, hello everyone, Aiden began to introduce himself when Dean Thomas recognized him. I know, you're Ron's brother, the Rose of Ravenclaw. The second half doesn't need to be said, and who the hell gave me that ridiculous nickname? Aiden said, black lines appearing on his forehead. I heard it's from a recently famous organization in school called the Mutual Aid Society. I heard the founder is from Slytherin, Seamus said, leaning in conspiratorially. Want some snacks, Aiden? I still have some voice-changing candy left from last time, Neville offered, pulling out treats. Oh, this looks fun, let me try, Aiden said, casually grabbing one and popping it in his mouth. Screech. The cry of an eagle came from Aiden's mouth. Soon, this dreamwalker had hit it off with everyone present. How about Aiden replaces Ron as our roommate? Seamus suggested with a brain fart. Just then Ron pushed the door open and heard Seamus's treacherous statement. You guys, this is too much. Ron's wail echoed through the entire Gryffindor Tower. TL note, unfortunately, my LOTR, playing Minecraft in Middle-earth book was mistakenly flagged as spam on Webnovel and removed. I'll re-upload it under a different title by today at the latest. Thank you for your patience. Chapter 162, The Anointed One. On Friday night, Filch was patrolling the castle corridors as usual when a pleasant young voice called out to him. Argus. Oh, Mr. Prewett, what can I do for you? Filch raised his oil lamp to see the visitor's face clearly. Do you remember what I promised you before? Aiden's figure was somewhat ethereal, his voice floating and uncertain like mist. Yes, I remember, of course. Oh no sir, Filch began to speak incoherently, his excitement making him stumble over words. Follow me, Argus, Aiden instructed gently. He led Filch through the winding corridors to the 8th floor, their footsteps echoing softly in the darkness. Entering the room of requirement, they found an intricate alchemical matrix with multiple layers stacked together, emitting a faint, otherworldly glow. This was an alchemical matrix that Aiden had learned from, borrowed from, the Department of Mysteries. In the previous campaign against the Deep Realm King, the weapon from the Brain Hall, the alchemical ritual called the Mind Corridor, had demonstrated unparalleled connectivity. It had even transported massive amounts of material into Avalon, laying the foundation for victory in their crusade. The entire alchemical matrix consisted of 3 layers stacked together, with a huge crystal ball at the center to absorb and emit energy. 4 directions were anchored with runes as nodes by Aiden: Inner Perthro, Rebirth Bracano, Breakthrough Dagas, Continuation Othala. The second layer was inscribed with symbols of the sun, moon, wind, and earth, with sulfur, mercury, and salt placed around the edges to represent the transformation of matter and spirit. The topmost layer used threads cut from the Deep Realm King's body as connection pathways, writhing, alien things that seemed to pulse with their own malevolent life. Looking at the writhing threads on the top layer, Filch swallowed hard. Mr. Prewett, could you tell me honestly, will I die here? Of course not. What are you thinking, Argus? This technology is already quite mature, Aiden said calmly. After all, the serial killers recruited by the Peaky Blinders in London had given positive reviews. Come on, Argus, don't be afraid. Think of your lifelong wish. The devil's voice gently brushed across Filch's cheek, stirring his greatest desire in life. Come on, Filch said, preparing to remove his clothes and enter the matrix. Aiden blinked. Stop, Argus, you don't need to take off your clothes, Aiden said hurriedly, very worried about whether this chapter would pass content review. Oh, sorry, Mr. Prewett, I was too eager, Filch said, calming his emotions and approaching the matrix again. Stepping into the alchemical matrix, Filch felt like he was entering a swamp. Though there was nothing visible in the air, every step forward was extremely difficult, as if reality itself was resisting his presence. Finally, after considerable effort, Filch reached the center of the matrix. Are you ready, Argus? Aiden called out. Ready, sir. As Filch's words fell, he felt his head being struck by an invisible hammer. His mental body was directly pulled out of his physical form, floating in the air like a ghost. Am I dead? Filch murmured, staring down at his own body. Not yet, Aiden replied, moving to grab Filch's spirit form. He transformed into a dream spirit and traveled to Avalon through the Remnant's connection. Inside Avalon, the Psychic Cloud server had been debugged for months, waiting patiently to welcome its first user. A flash of white light signaled the server's activation, and soon a shimmering cable connected to Filch's mental body. As above, so below, thus the miracle of the One is accomplished, Aiden softly recited verses from the Emerald Tablet, watching the ancient ritual unfold. By what power does God grant anointing oil to the people? This you know, the system suddenly interjected. System, are you trying to hint that granting miracles to people is the work of divinity? Aiden teased. Ding, no. Sigh, why did you ding again? No wait, you almost changed the subject. Are you being tsundere? Aiden joked. Soon, the connection was complete, and Filch awakened from his confusion, his consciousness returning to clarity. "Mr. Prewett, did I succeed?" Filch asked anxiously. "Let's go out and try," Aiden suggested. He guided Filch's spirit back to reality, where the caretaker's body awaited. "Try it," Aiden said, handing him a homemade wand. Filch raised his trembling right hand and took the wand, his unsteady grip betraying his nervous heart. "Lumos." Filch waved the wand and spoke the incantation. This simple action had been repeated countless times in his dreams throughout his life. Receiving the server's enhancement, Filch finally achieved mental priority over soul. Magic operated according to Filch's will under the control of his enhanced mind. Finally, the miracle responded to him. The tip of the wand glowed with soft, warm light. "Oh, Merlin above, did you see that?" "Woo woo woo," Filch cried, first whimpering, then kneeling on the ground and wailing with decades of suppressed emotion. The moment Filch successfully cast the spell, Aiden also felt his potion acting progress improve significantly. Indeed, the advancement from Sequence 5 to Sequence 4 is essentially a process of development from individual to collective. Although I can enter the collective unconscious in advance, I clearly haven't worked toward influencing groups. No wonder the acting progress was so slow before, Aiden thought to himself. Filch had finally vented enough emotion. He stood up and approached Aiden with reverent eyes. "Sir, I am willing to give this life to you," Filch said, bowing his head deeply. Aiden snapped back to attention. "That's not necessary, Argus. So, would you like to join my organization?" "I'm willing to dedicate everything to you," Filch replied, lowering his head. "Come on, Argus, repeat after me, outsider who does not belong to this world, great ruler of the Sea of Consciousness, gray-white dragon who controls the mind, I voluntarily join the Twilight Hermit Society, uphold truth, and strive tirelessly for the coexistence of wizards and ordinary people." Filch followed Aiden in reciting the sacred oath, feeling himself being marked by tremendous, otherworldly power. "All right, Argus, I have a task for you," Aiden said, taking out a magic book and a wooden ring and handing them to him. "Of course, please give your orders," Filch said, bending respectfully. "Learn the magic in this book when you have time. Your task is to contact other squibs as much as possible and get them to join this experiment," Aiden ordered. "Oh, are you planning to make this secret public?" Filch inquired. That is a problem. How about this, you screen squibs who agree with our organization's ideals, then guide them to join. Spellcasting ability will be their gift for joining the organization, Aiden decided. "Your will is my command, sir," Filch said, bowing again before leaving the room of requirement. "Are you sure you want to transform people on a large scale?" the system asked. "It's fine. With the oath constraining them, there shouldn't be a big problem," Aiden replied after thinking for a moment. "But you don't have enough Deep Realm King fragments on hand," the system pointed out a critical flaw in the plan. "Heh, have you forgotten where the core of foolishness is?" Aiden showed a smug smile. "The Department of Mysteries. I see, you want to cooperate with them. Otherwise, I can't carry such a big responsibility by myself. The director and I are good friends, I enjoy the benefits, and he takes the blame." Aiden's smugness turned decidedly evil, with dark aura rising behind him like smoke. The system was rendered speechless. Chapter 163, Cat and Dog. As dawn broke over Hogwarts, a cat with beautiful fur stretched lazily in the early morning light. As a Sequence 7 psychologist and also a transformed magical creature, Lotta could indeed be considered the most formidable pet at Hogwarts. Running briskly out of the castle tower, Lotta's day was about to begin. First, she would patrol the castle, inspecting her territory. Although Lotta was quite petty-minded. Lotta, TCH. She still magnanimously tolerated many creatures living within her domain. Recently, Lotta's little sisterhood had gained another member, Crookshanks, the pet of her litter box attendant's good friend. Lotta took care of Crookshanks at Hogwarts, often taking her out for their daily territorial disputes. Outside Gryffindor Tower, Lotta came as usual to collect her little sister for their morning activities. But soon, the protective mother cat discovered something alarming, a large, black, furry thing near her precious ward. Crookshanks was actually playing with a big black dog. Lotta's heart completely rejected this development, so she ran forward to drive away the intruder. But what Lotta least expected was that Crookshanks actually stepped protectively in front of the black dog. Lotta looked at Crookshanks with deep disappointment, activating feline encrypted communication. "Oh my, Crookshanks, you're a lady, you need to be more reserved. And no matter what, you can't choose a big black dog. You're not even the same species," Lotta earnestly advised. "You've misunderstood, big sister. It's not like that. Black is a good person. My bloodline tells me he can be trusted," Crookshanks replied confidently. "No, you can't. Wait, what did you say his name was?" Lotta suddenly froze. As a cat who enjoyed reading books and newspapers, Lotta naturally knew about the famous fugitive currently plastered across every front page. He's a wanted criminal. I need to inform the litter box attendant immediately. This thought flashed through Lotta's mind. Lotta immediately prepared to bolt, but Crookshanks blocked her path. Wait, big sister, I'm serious. You have to trust me, Crookshanks said anxiously. Lotta paused, considering. After all, Crookshanks was a wizard's pet, and their loyalty to their masters was guaranteed by magical contract. So Lotta decided to agree to Crookshanks' request. After all, she was a dignified Sequence 7, she shouldn't fail at something this simple. The 2 cats and 1 dog took advantage of young wizards coming and going to sneak into the Gryffindor common room. Once inside, the black dog immediately ran toward the dormitories above. Lotta could read anxious and angry emotions radiating from the creature. She shot Crookshanks a look, I'll settle accounts with you later. The black dog ran to Harry's dormitory, searched frantically around the room, but didn't find whatever he was looking for. He sat down dejectedly. Lotta approached leisurely, with many pets greeting her along the way. It turned out that Lotta, as the undisputed boss of the school's pets, not only engaged in daily territorial battles but also mediated disputes between various animals. When necessary, she provided psychological counseling to complete her potion acting requirements. All right, now can you tell me what's going on? Lotta spoke directly. The big black dog's eyes widened in shock when he realized Lotta could talk. Still hiding your identity, Sirius Black. Lotta called out his true name. The black dog slowly stood up and transformed back into human form, a gaunt, wild-haired man with haunted eyes. Who are you? How do you know it's me? Sirius spoke somewhat incoherently. It seemed life in Azkaban had caused him tremendous psychological damage. Lotta used her soothing ability on him, and Sirius gradually calmed down. Over the next period, Sirius explained to Lotta the complex past grievances of the 4 Marauders, James Potter, Sirius Black, Remus Lupin, and Peter Pettigrew. Mind reading combined with suggestion allowed Lotta to confirm that everything Sirius said was true. This revelation sparked new questions in the little cat's mind. Since Scabbers was actually Peter Pettigrew in animagus form, there was no reason her litter box attendant wouldn't already know this. Just then, Lotta had a flash of insight and understood the key point. Anyway, I'm just a little cat. The litter box attendant will definitely handle this troublesome matter. Yes, the key realization Lotta reached was, I don't care anymore, strategic surrender. Well, okay, since I've confirmed you're a good person, I won't stop my little sister from being with you, Lotta said, using her abilities to appear perfectly calm, though internally her feline curiosity was clawing at her heart. Thank you, Sirius said gratefully, then transformed back into his dog form. Just like that, Sirius was led away from the Gryffindor dormitory by Lotta. You don't have anywhere to stay, do you? Lotta asked. Sirius nodded to indicate yes. Then I have a suggestion. As she turned around, Lotta's pupils shifted to become heterochromatic, 1 amber, 1 sapphire, both gleaming with otherworldly intelligence. You can disguise yourself as a pet and temporarily live with me. Then I'll have the litter box attendant bring you food, the possessed Lotta suggested. Sirius showed her a grateful smile, completely failing to notice the supernatural change in Lotta before him. And so, this harbinger of Harry's supposed doom was cleverly lured by the cat to Ravenclaw Tower. Inside Ravenclaw Tower, Aiden was casually reading in bed, wearing comfortable pajamas. Hearing movement outside, he looked up to see Lotta entering with a large black dog in tow. Litter box attendant, look. Prisoner, alive. Lotta announced proudly using their private communication pathway. Aiden, who already knew everything that had transpired, pretended to praise her while using his abilities to make his tone incredibly sincere. Oh, poor big black dog. I don't know who was so cruel as to make you so thin and bedraggled. Aiden petted Sirius's head, the fur was surprisingly soft despite his ordeal. Come on, big guy. Let me give you a proper bath first, then we'll get some food in you. Aiden gently grasped Sirius by the scruff and headed toward the washroom, humming cheerfully as he walked. And you all right, can you hear me? Clear singing echoed through Ravenclaw's washroom, occasionally punctuated by the black dog's confused whimpers. After considerable splashing and scrubbing, a clean and remarkably handsome black dog emerged before the dormitory residence. Oh, Aiden, are you getting another new pet? If you don't want Lotta anymore, you can give her to me, Edmund said, having coveted the remarkable cat for ages. Not a chance, Aiden and Lotta replied in perfect synchronization, rolling their eyes in identical fashion. This display made Edmund's eyes practically burn with envy. Then what's the story with this dog? Ethan asked curiously. Lotta found him wandering around. Probably someone's lost pet in the castle. I saw he was filthy, so I grabbed him for a proper wash, Aiden replied with a mischievous smile, his cleanliness-loving dragon nature showing through. Oh, how thoughtful of you, Edmund said admiringly. Without further conversation with his roommates, Aiden took Sirius down to the kitchens for a hearty meal. What? You say Aiden had already eaten dinner? As a growing mind dragon, he needed proper nutrition. After they had both eaten and drunk their fill, Aiden brought Sirius to the room of requirement on the 8th floor. He deliberately demonstrated the method of entering the magical room in front of Sirius, then settled the escaped prisoner comfortably inside, knowing full well that this was exactly where Sirius needed to be. Chapter 164, Examination. Emerging from the room of requirement, Aiden found two familiar figures waiting for him in the corridor. Aiden paused, his expression carefully neutral. Have you made new friends, Aiden? Dumbledore asked, his eyes twinkling with amusement. Aiden is at just the right age for making friends, isn't he? Professor Lupin added, wearing a worn cardigan with numerous pockets that gave him a distinctly homely appearance. So, are the headmaster and professor here to catch randomly spawning delinquent students? I don't recall it being curfew time yet, Aiden replied with mock innocence. As if summoned by his words, the curfew bell began to toll across the castle. The smiles on both teachers' faces grew even more pronounced. All right, Aiden, enough games. I mentioned before that I wanted you to meet someone, Dumbledore said, steering the conversation back on track. So the person you wanted me to meet is Professor Lupin. I see, a werewolf, Aiden observed, his tone matter of fact. How did you know? Lupin asked, genuine surprise flickering across his weathered features. I can sense it. Your magic carries the scent of moonlight, Aiden replied, offering a half-truth wrapped in mystique. Have you studied werewolves before? Dumbledore asked, catching the deeper implications in Aiden's words. Some insights from my trip to Egypt, Aiden said with a slight smile. Though are we really going to discuss this standing in a corridor? Let's adjourn to my office, Dumbledore suggested, leading them toward the spiral staircase. After ascending Dumbledore's favorite gargoyle elevator, the trio entered the headmaster's circular office. Aiden immediately collapsed onto the plush sofa, arching his back against the cushions like a contented cat. He snapped his fingers with casual authority. Lemon juice, if you please. Aiden's complete ease in the headmaster's private sanctum made Lupin glance at him sideways. Noticing the professor's discomfort, Dumbledore smoothly intervened. Remus, would you care for something? Butterbeer, perhaps, Lupin replied, still adjusting to the surreal situation. Drinks and an assortment of sweets materialized before them. Without ceremony, Aiden began sampling the treats as if he owned the place. Tell us about your discoveries in Egypt, Aiden, Dumbledore prompted, settling back with his hot chocolate. Aiden swallowed a sip of his lemon juice before beginning. Professor, Egypt, as one of the world's ancient magical civilizations, maintains some of the most comprehensive werewolf records in existence. He paused to organize his thoughts. Thanks to a certain individual's intervention, I gained access to ancient texts that most scholars never see. Many contain detailed accounts of lycanthropic transformation. Continue, Dumbledore encouraged. I suspect you hoped I could replicate the Greengrass family's success, using silencing charms combined with alchemical matrices to dispel the werewolf curse. Unfortunately, I must inform you that lycanthropy isn't actually a curse. Not a curse. Lupin leaned forward intently. Could you elaborate? Uncle Remus, think carefully. After each transformation, have you ever experienced any loss of life force? Any weakening of your magical core? Lupin's brow furrowed as he considered. No. No, I haven't. The werewolf curse, strictly speaking, represents a failed attempt by ancient wizards to achieve controlled magical creature transformation, Aiden explained. It's an incomplete metamorphosis, not a malevolent enchantment. But what about the infectious nature? Dumbledore interjected. Professor, both you and I come from old wizarding bloodlines. Our family records should confirm that early magical creature transformations weren't hereditary, they required direct intervention. Aiden's voice took on a darker tone. Yes, through blood fusion or, in modern terms, external injection. Ancient wizards, seeking to eliminate the need for such dangerous procedures, developed two approaches. First, genetic modification to make the transformation hereditary. Second. He let the sentence hang, and Lupin completed it with growing understanding. Infection. Viral transmission is swift and efficient, but when they combine both methods. Aiden's words carried the weight of ancient tragedy. The results became catastrophically uncontrollable. Drawing upon his experiences from the Deep Realm's second layer, Aiden extracted silvery memories and deposited them into Dumbledore's pensieve. The basin drew all three into a vivid recreation of that brutal era, witnessing the birth, proliferation, and eventual massacre of the first werewolves. Dear God, Lupin gasped as they emerged from the memory, his face pale and drawn. Truly a dark chapter in our history, Dumbledore said solemnly, while Aiden appeared remarkably unaffected. Their gazes toward Lupin seemed to ask, how are you more shaken than an elderly wizard and a teenager? Now that we understand the past, we must consider how to address the future, Dumbledore declared. We'll need specialized instruments for analysis. I have access to such equipment, though I'm uncertain whether Professor Lupin can withstand the process, Aiden said meaningfully. Take him, Dumbledore replied without hesitation. Anyone who survived Tom's ritual yet can still speak his name aloud possesses extraordinary inner strength. Very well, you're the authority here, Aiden conceded. While two master strategists conversed in riddles, Lupin remained thoroughly lost. Aiden withdrew a vial of alchemical solution and began inscribing complex patterns on the office floor. Careful with those etchings, Dumbledore complained mildly. Do you have any idea how difficult these tiles are to repair? Humph, the irritated dragon muttered, intensifying his carving motions out of spite. Soon, an intricate alchemical matrix with otherworldly geometries was complete. Both of you, step into the circle, Aiden instructed. As Dumbledore and Lupin positioned themselves within the pattern, Aiden activated the matrix. Brilliant white light erupted, and both men collapsed unconscious onto the office floor. The collective unconscious sea, Avalon. Dumbledore and Lupin opened their eyes to find themselves in a realm of impossible beauty, where crystalline streams sang and flowers bloomed in colors that had no earthly names. This is the Goblin Refuge, Avalon? Dumbledore asked, his vast knowledge immediately placing their location. Indeed, though it's my private domain now, Aiden replied, his delicate features wearing a satisfied expression. Why bring us here? Lupin asked, still marveling at their surroundings. Didn't the Department of Mysteries claim Avalon's control core was lost? Both men asked simultaneously. I'll address your questions in order, Aiden said, extending his palm. A staff materialized in his grip. First, the control core is in my possession. Second, the psychic cloud server that the department and I developed requires that core to properly analyze Professor Lupin's condition. With a graceful wave of his staff, two luminous clouds rose from the ground, carrying the trio toward Avalon's heart. They soon arrived before a magnificent stone array carved with intricate pathways and glowing with inner light. This is... Dumbledore breathed, clearly awed by the alchemical masterpiece. Lupin was equally transfixed. Welcome to our Phase 1 project, the Psychic Cloud Server, Aiden announced proudly. Though that director insists on calling it a virtual particle computer, despite my objections. After the brief tour, Aiden guided them to the central matrix. Professor, if you would lie down here, Aiden instructed. Once Lupin complied, Dumbledore raised a practical concern. Remus's physical body remains in my office. Can this scan provide meaningful results? What do you think that alchemical matrix was for? Aiden replied with exasperation. If I merely wanted to show you the sights, I wouldn't have needed such elaborate preparations. The server hummed to life, exchanging data through the matrix connection. Within moments, results materialized in streams of glowing text. What's the verdict? Lupin asked anxiously. As expected, lunar magic is the culprit, deeply embedded in your magical signature, Aiden summarized, studying the readout. Can it be removed? Dumbledore's expression was grave. He understood how notoriously difficult moon aspect magic could be to counter. Perhaps we should reconsider our approach entirely, Aiden suggested thoughtfully. Since the lunar magic cannot be completely eliminated, why not complete the transformation instead? How confident are you in such a procedure? Dumbledore asked carefully. With your assistance and Professor McGonagall's expertise, combined with my research, I believe our chances are quite favorable, Aiden replied. I'll do it, Lupin declared before Dumbledore could respond. Remus, you should consider, Dumbledore began. Thank you, Professor Dumbledore, but I've endured enough of this loss of control, Lupin interrupted, rare excitement brightening his features. If there's a chance to master this condition rather than be mastered by it, I must take it. Dumbledore could only sigh deeply, recognizing the determination in his former student's voice. Chapter 165, Teaching and Expanding Influence. Time flew by, and finally came the day when Hogwarts allowed students their first visit to Hogsmeade. Professor McGonagall collected the Hogsmeade permission forms with her usual efficiency. Harry's desperate request for her to sign his form was firmly refused, leaving him standing there with slumped shoulders. Come on, Harry, forget about that damn permission form, let's just sneak into Hogsmeade, Ron suggested with characteristic recklessness. No, Ron. School rules aside, you have to remember that Sirius Black is still out there, Hermione warned, her voice tight with concern. All right, I'll wait for you guys in the castle, Harry said, his voice barely above a whisper. Meanwhile, in the bustling village of Hogsmeade, Aiden had a mission, helping his two perpetually grumbling roommates satisfy their sweet tooth at Honeydukes. Stepping into the legendary candy shop, Aiden was immediately overwhelmed by an assault of sweetness so intense he could barely choose where to look first. Extra-large chunks of creamy almond candy, pink coconut ice, brown honey toffee, Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, jelly slugs, fizzing whizbees, strawberry ice, creamy chocolate balls, blow-your-mind lollipops. The shopkeeper's voice seemed to float through what felt like a paradise of confections, making Aiden momentarily dizzy with possibilities. "Oh, child, and of course there are hundreds of types of chocolate too," the elderly shopkeeper beamed at him. "Give me one of everything you just mentioned, with extra coconut ice, please," Aiden said, pulling out a handful of galleons. Carrying a magically expanded suitcase filled with sweets, Aiden returned to the castle with a satisfied smile, already anticipating the delighted sounds his roommates would make. The Hogsmeade episode passed quickly, and these third-year veterans soon became indifferent to the novelty after a few visits. On Monday morning, Aiden gathered his books and a carefully preserved vial of Professor Lupin's blood, preparing to head to the room of requirement to test his latest hypothesis. Turning a corner in one of the castle's more remote corridors, he collided with Hermione, who had seemingly materialized out of thin air. Ow! Hermione tumbled to the stone floor. "Who's there? Are there really people even in such a remote place?" "Hermione," Aiden said, having witnessed her entire time-traveling process with his enhanced perception. "Oh, Aiden. Hello, I just came here too." Hermione scrambled to her feet, preparing to explain. "I know, you used a time-turner," Aiden said, his lips curving into a knowing smile. "How did you know?" Hermione asked, her eyes widening in surprise. "Because I'm the time-turner maintenance technician. When you need yours serviced, Professor McGonagall always hands them over to me," Aiden explained casually. "Wow, could you possibly?" Hermione's thirst for knowledge immediately stirred. "No," Aiden refused with ruthless efficiency. Turning toward the room of requirement, Aiden spotted another figure lurking in the shadows, a sneaky mind reader he knew all too well. "Astoria," Aiden sighed, holding his forehead. Astoria said nothing, simply lifting the time-turner hanging around her neck and giving it a meaningful shake. As a higher sequence being, Aiden immediately understood what she was implying. He shook his head firmly. Abusing that thing will definitely interfere with the natural order of time. If time-turners were really so useful, the Department of Mysteries wouldn't limit them to being learning tools for young wizards. "Oh," came Astoria's disappointed voice. "Come on, little miss, let me test your recent progress instead," Aiden said, pushing open the door to reveal a fully equipped dueling room. "I couldn't ask for more," Astoria replied, revealing the metal ring on her finger with a confident smile. Aiden raised his hand, and 3 beams of light shot out in rapid succession. Astoria darted left, dodging 2 and blocking the third with a hastily cast defensive spell. "Your defensive magic is too loose, and what would you do against a saturation attack?" Aiden critiqued. His magical power swept out like a hurricane, sending the practice dummies scattered around the room flying in all directions. In the air above, more than a dozen magic circles opened simultaneously, each one flickering with an ominous blue-black glow at its center. The next moment, dense beams of light covered Astoria's position completely. The saturation attack stirred up massive clouds of dust, punctuated by the sharp sounds of offensive and defensive magic colliding and canceling each other out. When the dust finally settled, Astoria was hunched over in a defensive crouch, having minimized her attack surface while surrounding herself with the smallest possible defensive shield. "Are you trying to kill me?" Astoria complained, coughing from the dust. "I did reduce the power," Aiden said, spreading his hands with mock innocence. "So, do you understand where your problems lie?" he asked. "Too dependent on defensive magic," Astoria reflected, brushing dust from her robes. What else?" Aiden raised an eyebrow expectantly. "Comprehensive defense wastes too much magical power. I should use my ability to predict attacks and concentrate my magic in the specific areas being targeted," Astoria said, pouting slightly. "But your sequence is higher than mine, I can't read your attacks at all," she added with frustration. "Come here," Aiden beckoned. "What's wrong?" Astoria asked, leaning her head closer. Without warning, Aiden flicked her forehead with his finger. "Ow. What are you doing?" Astoria crouched defensively, holding her head. "The feeling you have facing me now is actually similar to what I experience when facing the Deep Realm King. I also can't predict the opponent's movements. So please, clever Miss Greengrass, think about what we can do in such situations," Aiden said, his eyes narrowing with teaching intent. "You mean, intuition?" Astoria had a flash of inspiration. "Yes, little miss. This is the most powerful weapon belonging to us wizards, the incredible intuition derived from our pure minds." Aiden nodded approvingly, his expression showing that his student was finally getting it. "As extraordinary beings, we feel and use the power of the mind like fish swimming in water. All we need is a little gentle guidance." Aiden's voice became ethereal, and under his direction, Astoria began to feel her own mental power flowing. Astoria closed her eyes, and in the darkness behind her eyelids, she sensed a trace of light flowing through her consciousness. While Astoria was immersed in exploring her inner mind, Aiden quietly raised his staff. A thin beam of light shot out toward her. Without opening her eyes, Astoria gently tilted her head. The beam passed harmlessly by her cheek. "I did it." Astoria's face lit up with pure joy. Then she felt a coolness on her cheek, followed by a sharp sting of pain. She reached up and touched the spot, her fingers came away with a smear of red. Aiden Prewett. Astoria charged forward, foolishly preparing to engage in hand-to-hand combat with the Dreamwalker. She was immediately suppressed by Aiden's single hand. Don't struggle. Let me cast a healing spell on you, otherwise how can you go out and see people looking like this? Aiden held down the squirming Astoria with one hand while using his wand to cast Episki with the other. The magical repair was instantaneous, the wound on Astoria's face disappeared completely. Exhausted from struggling, Astoria sat directly on the dusty floor, no longer caring about maintaining her ladylike appearance. Look at you, not acting like a proper young lady at all, Aiden complained. You think whose fault this is? Astoria glared fiercely at him. All right, enough playing around. Report on the situation with the Twilight Hermit Society, Aiden said, settling down beside her. We've gathered many neutral wizarding families and scattered dark wizards. I won't list the specifics since you're too lazy to remember them anyway, Astoria began, giving him a pointed look. Your innovative ideas from before have been handed over to the Department of Mysteries and implemented in Prewett's shops. In some industries, your reputation probably rivals James Watt's contribution to the steam engine. The slacking dragon lowered his head sheepishly at her assessment. And on the Muggle side, the Peaky Blinders have basically controlled London's underground world and have already established connections with quite a few political families. After briefly summarizing the situation, Astoria looked at Aiden expectantly, waiting for his next instructions. Continue lying low while expanding the organization's influence as much as possible, Aiden decided. Aiden, what's the point of gathering dark wizards? Their burned-out brains can't do anything except bring chaos, Astoria asked, genuinely confused. What if I need exactly that, chaos? Aiden said meaningfully. You want to? Astoria's eyes widened as understanding dawned. Senior Tom's influence is far too small. Using just Britain as a stage, isn't that unworthy of the title Dark Lord? Aiden spread his arms wide, and his dragon's shadow seemed to cover the entire dueling room, dark and imposing. You people. Astoria looked at Aiden with a mixture of reverence and concern, finally understanding the true scope of his ambitions. Chapter 166, Harry's Ordeal Day. When Aiden and Astoria emerged from the castle, troubling news was already spreading like wildfire throughout Hogwarts. Sirius Black had broken into the school. Aiden paused mid-step. Astoria glanced at him, their unspoken understanding allowing her to sense the truth immediately. You helped him, she asked quietly. Aiden remained silent, which only confirmed her suspicions. Astoria's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you insane? Do you have some grudge against Harry Potter that you'd endanger him like this? Her tone carried perfectly simulated shock and concern. I just taught you not to show off in front of high-sequence beings of the same pathway, Aiden said gently, flicking her forehead with his finger. Sirius Black's situation is complicated. Here, see for yourself. As he spoke, Aiden extracted a silvery strand of memory from his mind and passed it to Astoria. The beauty of the spectator pathway was that one could use oneself as a living pensieve. After several minutes, Astoria finished absorbing the memory, her expression cycling through confusion, shock, and understanding. Professor Snape. Sirius. Professor Lupin. She stammered, struggling to process the interconnected web of secrets and betrayals. Finally, having digested the information, she found her voice again. How are you going to deal with that rat? Deal with him. Aiden's smile turned predatory, the expression both seductive and dangerous on his delicate features. Little miss, you realize he's been living peacefully beside a spectator for 12 years, don't you? Astoria looked at Aiden's expression and shivered involuntarily, silently sending her condolences to a certain doomed rat. Due to the security breach, Dumbledore ordered the castle sealed. All students were required to spend the night in the Great Hall under the watchful eyes of professors and ghosts. Oh, Aiden, my dear student, Dumbledore approached with his characteristic twinkle, do you have any insights about Sirius Black's intrusion? No, Professor, Aiden replied with the practiced innocence of a skilled performer. How unfortunate. The young wizards will be sleeping together in the Great Hall tonight. Anyone caught wandering after hours will lose quite a few house points. Dumbledore's tone carried mock regret as he delivered this warning, then turned and walked away. This meddlesome old fool, Aiden thought, sending cordial mental greetings to his headmaster. The presence of Sirius had drawn the Dementors closer to Hogwarts, making Aiden increasingly uncomfortable. He felt like a volcano that had been building pressure for too long, ready to explode at any moment. On Thursday morning, Harry was carrying his textbooks to Defense Against the Dark Arts when he overheard what sounded like Snape and Dumbledore conversing around a corridor corner. Sirius Black, quite impressive, breaking into Hogwarts single-handedly without leaving a trace, Snape's voice carried pointed meaning. Indeed, Dumbledore replied neutrally. Do you remember that before the term started, I expressed concerns about the professor you appointed? That he might. No professor would allow serious black entry, Dumbledore interrupted firmly. I trust them completely. The headmaster departed quickly, leaving only Snape's cold snort echoing in the empty corridor. Not wanting to be caught eavesdropping, Harry hurried into the classroom to wait for the lesson to begin. But instead of Professor Lupin, the students found themselves facing a familiar black-robed figure. Slam. The classroom door shut with finality as Snape entered, his wand already moving to close the windows with sharp, decisive gestures. Turn to page 394, his cold voice cut through the classroom like a blade. Professor, where is Professor Lupin? Harry ventured. Excellent question. 10 points from Gryffindor, but it's none of your concern, Snape replied, descending from the podium with predatory grace. Did something happen to Professor Lupin? Harry persisted. Mind your studies, Mr. Potter. 5 more points from Gryffindor. A slight smile curved Snape's lips as he activated the magical projector. Werewolves, he announced, are among the most repulsive creatures in existence. But sir, we haven't covered werewolves yet, Hermione interjected from beside Harry. Silence. Snape ignored her completely, continuing his impromptu lesson. Now, who can tell me the difference between werewolves and animagi? He paused at the podium. No one. Then I. Animagi transform voluntarily, werewolves are forced to transform during full moons. They lose control, harm friends and family, and can be summoned by the calls of their pack, Hermione recited. Thank you, Miss Granger. That's the second time you've spoken without permission. Can't you control yourself, or do you simply enjoy being an insufferable know-it-all? The cruel words struck Hermione like physical blows, tears springing to her eyes despite her efforts to contain them. Oh, come on. Ron exploded. You asked a question, she knew the answer, so she answered it. If you don't want responses, why ask in the first place? The classroom fell silent. Everyone knew Ron had crossed a line. Snape approached with deliberate slowness, bending down to study Ron's defiant face. Detention, Weasley. After class, the Golden Trio became a duo as Ron was dispatched to scrub bedpans in the hospital wing. The afternoon brought potions class, forcing Harry and Hermione to face their least favorite person, Draco Malfoy. As the injured party, Draco spent the entire period cradling his arm and whimpering dramatically. To accommodate the wounded student, Professor Snape assigned Harry and Ron to prepare Draco's potion ingredients. Keep pretending, Ron muttered under his breath. Oh really? Draco's voice dripped with satisfaction. My father is already filing complaints with the ministry. Soon that oaf Hagrid and his dangerous beast will be expelled from Hogwarts together. You, Ron's face flushed with anger. Suddenly inspired by malicious creativity, Ron began deliberately cutting Draco's ingredients into wildly uneven pieces. Unfortunately, Draco noticed immediately. Professor Weasley is deliberately sabotaging my materials. Snape glided over to inspect the damage. These materials will end up in your cauldron, won't they, Weasley? Under Professor Snape's withering glare, poor Neville's nerves finally snapped, causing him to ruin his own potion spectacularly. Snape ordered the terrified boy to feed the failed brew to his toad, but Hermione's quick intervention saved both Neville and Trevor from disaster. After class, Ron and Harry shared Lucius Malfoy's threats with Hermione. Hermione, Malfoy said his father is already taking action. They're going after Hagrid, Harry said, anxiety clear in his voice. We should warn Hagrid immediately, Hermione suggested. The three friends hurried to Hagrid's hut, where they found the groundskeeper in unusually low spirits. Hagrid. Malfoy is planning something against you. Ron announced without preamble. Oh, it's you three. I already know, Hagrid's voice was heavy with resignation. They're arranging a hearing for me. A hearing? Harry asked. Before the Wizengamot. To investigate magical creatures causing harm to wizards, Hagrid explained. What can we do to help? Harry pressed. We should research relevant laws and help Hagrid prepare his defense, Hermione said, her mind already working. But where can we find someone with that kind of legal knowledge? Wait, a hearing. Ron's face lit up with sudden inspiration. Last year, Aiden and Dad went through one too. Remember all that trouble? Of course. Harry exclaimed. Let's go ask the brilliant Aiden for help. The trio set off with renewed purpose, hoping their resourceful friend could provide the expertise Hagrid desperately needed. Chapter 167, Methods and Regulations. There was a magical legend circulating in Ravenclaw. When you wanted to encounter the Rose of Ravenclaw, you could go to the rooftop or the 8th floor. Now, the Golden Trio followed Ravenclaw's ancient and mystical legend, beginning their quest. Pushing open the rooftop door, they indeed found that beautiful figure lounging in the afternoon sunlight. Why are you always here every time we come to the rooftop to find you? Ron complained, though his tone held more fondness than irritation. Is it possible that to grow taller, one needs more sunlight? Aiden replied, looking at Ron, who was already a head taller than him, with infinite regret. Umph. Ron proudly raised his head, feeling his elder brother's dignity expanding. All right, enough of this. Aiden, we have something important to ask you, Hermione said, pushing Ron aside with practiced efficiency. About Hagrid's situation, right? Aiden asked, leisurely turning over on his makeshift rooftop lounge. How did you know? Harry's face showed genuine confusion. Because I've already intervened. Otherwise, do you think Hagrid could still remain at Hogwarts unharmed? Aiden said, rolling his eyes with characteristic dramatic flair. What do you mean? Ron's elder brother's dignity didn't last 5 seconds as he showed a completely dumbfounded expression. Through my connections, I submitted an appeal to the Department of Magical Law Enforcement at the Ministry. This incident was ultimately classified as a teaching accident, not a dangerous creature attack caused by negligent supervision, Aiden explained, adjusting his monocle with practiced precision. Malfoy actually planned to send Hagrid to Azkaban too, Hermione said, her voice rising with indignation as the full scope of the plot became clear. What else did you expect? Ever since last semester when he was kicked out of the Board of Governors by Dumbledore and me working together, his retaliatory strikes against anything connected to Dumbledore have been relentless, Aiden said, sitting up with elegant grace. So what should we do now? Ron asked, his earlier bravado replaced by genuine concern. What else is there to do? The rest depends on how many tribunal members Hagrid can convince at the hearing, Aiden replied, interlocking his fingers in a gesture that somehow managed to look both casual and calculating. Then isn't Buckbeak doomed? Harry asked, recalling Hagrid's usual bumbling manner of speaking with growing dread. My dear friends, with Malfoy watching like a hawk and the political machinery already in motion, being able to save Hagrid is already extremely difficult, Aiden said, his eyebrows drooping as his face showed genuine regret. His beautiful heterochromatic eyes were remarkably expressive, and the melancholy emotion seemed to infect all 3 visitors. It's okay, Aiden has already done so much. Leave the rest to us. We'll prepare Hagrid's defense, Hermione stepped forward first, her voice filled with determination. Right. As long as we work together, we can definitely save Buckbeak, Harry declared, greatly encouraged by Hermione's resolve. The 3, having given themselves a proper pep talk, left the rooftop with renewed excitement and purpose. I feel like this scene is very familiar, Headmaster, Aiden said without turning around. Perhaps our memories are playing tricks on us, Dumbledore replied, materializing from behind him with his characteristic fondness for dramatic entrances. Sigh, why do you bother with this elaborate charade? Wouldn't it be simpler to just rescue both Hagrid and the Hippogriff together? Why save half and abandon half? Aiden asked, genuine frustration creeping into his voice. We need to let young people experience how power truly operates in our world, Dumbledore said, his expression growing unusually grave. So you let them struggle against impossible odds, watch them fail, and hope they'll emerge with a healthy understanding of political reality. I'd say your educational model has some serious flaws, Aiden replied helplessly. But only through direct experience can we stimulate their inner resistance to injustice, though it might also awaken their desire for power, Dumbledore mused, his eyes seeming to look into the distant past. Aiden shook his head. The 2 could never agree on this fundamental issue. So you're planning to let them start a doomed rebellion? Aiden asked, taking out a bottle of ice-cold cola from his robes. How could that be? Perhaps they'll succeed, Dumbledore said, extending his hand with shameless expectation. Aiden tossed him a bottle and continued, having already extracted Hagrid from the situation, all parties' interests have been carefully balanced. The outcome is completely predetermined. Even if something unexpected happens, there will be convenient accidents to maintain the status quo. Aiden rolled his beautiful eyes with practiced disdain. Speaking of modern innovations, I heard the Daily Prophet described firearms as a type of metal wand, Dumbledore said, clearly attempting to change the subject. Too tired to deal with Dumbledore's deflection tactics, Aiden turned and left the rooftop. On the other side, the passionate trio's rescue plan immediately went from 3 people to 1 person at the very start. Harry and Ron were completely absorbed in their own concerns and activities. Meanwhile, Hermione already had to face Hogwarts' increasingly complex curriculum alone. Her 2 supposedly supportive friends couldn't help with the legal research, leaving Hermione to face Hagrid's lawsuit entirely by herself. Sitting in a quiet grove near the castle, Hermione felt tears of frustration threatening to fall. Then, a pair of slender hands gently touched her head in comfort. Hermione turned to see a blonde girl standing behind her. Astoria? What are you doing here? Hermione asked, recognizing the Slytherin. Witnessing the hard worker's fate stuck with companions who don't truly care, Astoria sighed with genuine sympathy. Thinking of her 2 absent friends, Hermione sighed as well. The 2 girls reached an understanding beneath the ancient tree. So, how's your lawsuit preparation progressing? Astoria asked with genuine interest. Still searching for relevant provisions in the magical decree, Hermione answered wearily. Aiden suggested I might be able to help you. Here, take this, Astoria said with a conspiratorial wink, handing Hermione a leather-bound book. Hermione opened the volume to find detailed notes on various unwritten rules and precedents within the magical decree that Astoria had carefully documented. If this were a game, Astoria might have just unlocked the aiding the enemy achievement. The two girls gathered their materials and headed to the library, where Hogwarts housed the complete magical decree in all its bureaucratic glory. After claiming a table and organizing all the necessary reference books, they began their systematic search. After what felt like hours of tedious legal research, Astoria suddenly found what they needed. Hermione, look here, Article 1245 of the magical decree, Astoria said excitedly, pointing to a specific passage. Let me see, Hermione said, taking the book and reading aloud. Those who keep magical creatures that cause harm to others shall bear full responsibility for said harm. However, if it can be proven that the damage was caused by the victim's intentional provocation or gross negligence, responsibility may be reduced or entirely waived. That's it. Astoria exclaimed, punching the air in triumph. Come on, let's go tell Harry and Ron, Hermione said, pulling Astoria toward Gryffindor Tower with renewed energy. In her excitement, Hermione actually dragged Astoria all the way into Gryffindor territory. By the time Hermione realized what she'd done, they had already reached the boys' dormitory entrance. Every young wizard they'd passed had stared at Astoria with curious expressions. The mind reader's abilities activated rapidly as she processed their thoughts, and her acting progress advanced accordingly. Oh, look who this is, George said with theatrical surprise. Isn't this our youngest brother's special friend? Fred added, emphasizing the word special with obvious implication. What's wrong? If you're looking for Aiden, you should head to Ravenclaw, Percy said, being unusually helpful for once. Good day, gentlemen of the Weasley family. I haven't come looking for anyone in particular today, just accidentally brought along by a friend, Astoria replied smoothly, gesturing toward Hermione. Ah, I see, the other said, not pursuing the matter further. Hermione and Astoria shared their legal discovery with Harry and Ron. After a brief discussion, they decided that Hagrid would need intensive coaching before his hearing. Afterward, Astoria left Gryffindor under Hermione's careful escort, both girls feeling they'd made significant progress toward saving an innocent hippogriff. Chapter 168, Attack and Annihilation. The next day, Aiden cheerfully carried his beloved textbook, heading to class with a spring in his step. But at a corridor corner, a pair of slender hands grabbed him. Recognizing his captor, Aiden didn't resist as he was pressed against the stone wall. Do all Slytherins prefer to chat this way? Aiden laughed, his eyes sparkling with mischief. I know who you're referring to, but I don't have time for games. Why did you have to drag me into this mess? Astoria looked at him with serious intensity. But this involves the savior, little miss, Aiden replied with feigned helplessness. Stop deflecting. Tell me about your arrangements, Astoria sighed, studying his mischievous expression. Because of prophecy, little miss. As people whose names are written in the misty realm, we're naturally drawn into prophetic events. Aiden twisted his neck, silently requesting his release. Astoria's grip remained firm, her expression clearly saying, I'll let you go when I'm satisfied with your answer. If we don't make a choice, we'll be forced to join one side anyway, and we'll have to bear the consequences of backing the wrong horse, Aiden said, his tone turning serious. But didn't many people before manage to play both sides successfully? Astoria asked, genuinely puzzled. Because I joined the game, little miss. Aiden raised his beautiful heterochromatic eyes to meet hers. Astoria found herself momentarily distracted by his striking gaze. Her grip loosened just enough for Aiden to slip free. The director of the Department of Mysteries once told me that my mass is too enormous. When I become involved in a prophecy, the intensity and scope of its influence become immeasurable. Then you really are a walking disaster, Astoria teased, though her tone carried genuine concern. I'll take that as a compliment, Aiden replied, reaching out to pat her head affectionately. On Thursday, the Quidditch match officially began. Gryffindor and Slytherin, as eternal rivals, were destined to clash once again. But for mysterious reasons, a violent storm erupted that morning. To avoid the harsh weather, Slytherin captain Flint used Draco's injury as an excuse to postpone their match. The first game became a competition between Gryffindor and Hufflepuff instead. This year, Hufflepuff had changed both their captain and seeker. Their new leader was none other than the charismatic Cedric Diggory. Before the match began, Cedric shook hands with Wood in a display of good sportsmanship, even offering a genuine smile. Wood's response was considerably less warm. The match commenced with fierce competition on the rain-soaked pitch. Ah, how disappointing that it's Hufflepuff instead, Astoria complained from the stands. You enjoy Quidditch? Aiden asked, raising an eyebrow. Of course, our entire family are devoted fans, Astoria replied enthusiastically. Oh, what a pity. There won't be much of a match today, Aiden said with ominous undertones. What do you mean? Astoria asked, confusion creeping into her voice. Don't you sense them? Those things floating in the sky, dead souls. Anger seemed to drift from Aiden's words, making Astoria suddenly aware of something deeply wrong in the atmosphere. She drew her wand and cast a perception-enhancing charm on herself. Soon she felt something terrible gathering in the storm clouds above. Dementors. Astoria gasped. Yes, my lady. Carefully sense what lurks beneath their rotting forms, those wailing, twisted remnants of minds. Aiden's draconic aura spread outward, causing discomfort among the young wizards nearby. Ugh, Astoria sensed what Aiden described and couldn't suppress her nausea. What are those things? Why do I feel such overwhelming revulsion when I perceive them? She asked after recovering. I'm not certain, but the death of consciousness should correspond to final extinction. Yet Dementors can somehow be born from it. Dumbledore and I speculate this might be the result of someone attempting to touch eternity, Aiden said, clenching his fists. What do we do? Should we call for them to stop the match? Astoria asked anxiously. It's too late. Aiden released his grip, his staff materializing in his hand. From the canopy of storm clouds, countless Dementors began their descent, diving toward the stadium to feast on the young wizard's happiness and hope. Simultaneously, Harry was falling from his broomstick, his body limp and unconscious. Dumbledore raised his hand, catching Harry with wandless magic before he could hit the ground. Beside the headmaster, butterflies began gathering in a shimmering swarm, and Aiden emerged from their center. Headmaster, how should we handle this? Aiden inquired, his voice deadly calm. Leave none alive, Dumbledore replied, his aged voice carrying righteous fury. I've been waiting for you to say that, Aiden smiled with wild anticipation. Expecto Patronum, they cast in unison. Two voices rang out with devastating power. The panicked young wizards looked up in awe. In the sky above, a magnificent silver phoenix danced through the air, constructing a massive dome that trapped all the Dementors within its boundaries. Inside the luminous prison, a silver dragon carried unstoppable beams of pure light, systematically annihilating every Dementor caught within. Under the combined might of Aiden and Dumbledore, every single Dementor that had dared invade Hogwarts was utterly destroyed. So Dementors can be killed, Professor Flitwick murmured in amazement. With the field cleared of the dark creatures, the unnatural storm they had brought quickly dissipated. Sunlight fell upon Hogwarts after what felt like an eternity of shadow. Take good care of the teachers and students, Dumbledore instructed Aiden before departing, apparently to have words with certain ministry officials. Aiden signaled to Edmund, who nodded and tied a crystal communication stone to an owl before releasing it into the clearing sky. The remaining professors began organizing the young wizard's orderly departure while cleaning up the pitch. Cedric, who had been struck by lightning during the chaos, had somehow managed to catch the golden snitch in his confusion, technically winning the match. Afterward, he approached the professor's platform to request a rematch. Aiden patted his shoulder reassuringly. No need, Honorable Hufflepuff. It's over. Congratulations on your victory. Oh, you're the president of the dueling club. Hello, I'm Cedric Diggory, Cedric said, extending his hand. Hello, I'm Aiden Prewett, Aiden replied, shaking it firmly. Well, I need to return and check on my team. I'll take my leave now. Cedric bid farewell and departed the field with dignity intact. Meanwhile, in the hospital wing, Harry awakened from unconsciousness to find his friends gathered around his bed, their faces etched with concern. Several injured Quidditch players occupied nearby beds. How did it go? Harry asked groggily. You fell off your broomstick, Ron explained gently. I meant the match result, Harry said, propping himself up against the headboard. None of us blame you, really. Dementors aren't supposed to enter the school grounds. Dumbledore was absolutely furious, he and Aiden destroyed every single one of them, Hermione said, trying to comfort him. There are going to be consequences for someone, Aiden's voice interrupted as he entered the ward. Strangely, the large black dog beside him seemed extremely excited, preparing to bound toward Harry before Aiden caught him by the scruff. Look who's here, George said, draping an arm around Aiden's shoulders. It's our powerful little brother, Fred continued seamlessly. Aiden, your Patronus is actually a magical creature like the headmasters, Ron said with obvious envy. All right, everyone, give Harry some space to rest, Aiden advised diplomatically. As if summoned by his words, Madame Pomfrey appeared, using her legendary death glare to efficiently clear everyone from the hospital wing. Chapter 169, Transformation. 2 days later, Harry left the hospital wing in perfect health. After being discharged, he immediately went to find Lupin, wanting to learn how to fight against Dementors. Harry walked toward the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, preparing to visit the professor's office. He pushed open the door and froze. Oh, hiss, Aiden, be gentle. Harry saw Aiden suspending his beloved Professor Lupin in midair, the tip of his wand emitting an unknown, pulsing glow. Aiden, what are you doing? Let go of Professor Lupin. Harry lunged forward, preparing to rescue his teacher. He found himself clinging to Aiden's arm like a desperate sloth. A dreamwalker's physical capabilities were far beyond what a young wizard could challenge. Looking down at the boy hanging from his arm, Aiden spoke with mild exasperation. Don't worry, we're not going to hurt your Professor Lupin. We're conducting some medical examinations. Aiden gestured with his right hand, and Lupin was gently lowered to the ground. Examinations? Harry asked, still confused. Yes, regarding my condition, Lupin said quickly, eager to change the subject. Harry, did you come to see me about something? Professor, I have some questions I'd like to ask you, Harry said urgently. All right, let's sit down and talk properly. Professor Lupin waved his wand, and several chairs floated over to them. Do you need me here too? Aiden asked, pointing to himself. Of course. Perhaps we can provide Harry with some assistance, Professor Lupin said, looking at Aiden meaningfully. Aiden raised his hand, and several butterflies danced between his fingers, occasionally sprinkling silver light like tiny stars. Professor, why didn't you let me face the boggart directly? Harry asked. Because I thought your boggart might turn into Voldemort. Lupin's gaze was firm, as if resisting some invisible force. Harry was stunned. This was the first time he'd heard a wizard of this generation speak you-know-who's name directly. But I initially thought it would be Voldemort too, except it turned out to be a Dementor. And this is the second time I've been affected by them, Harry said, his tone low and dejected by his Quidditch failure. That's actually very good. It shows you fear itself, a wise choice, Lupin encouraged. Then Lupin turned his gaze to Aiden. Seeing you two today, I feel like I'm looking at your parents. My parents? Harry asked, confused. Harry, your eyes are just like your mother's, and Aiden's face is as beautiful as his mother's. Professor Lupin smiled, seeing the past through the two young men before him. But you're boys after all, so personality-wise you're more like your fathers. James loved causing trouble, and Gideon was brilliant at fighting. He pointed at each of them with his index finger. This was the first time Harry had heard someone speak personally about his parents, while Aiden remained largely unmoved by the revelation. Let's focus on Harry, Professor. He probably wants you to teach him a method to fight Dementors, Aiden said meaningfully. Yes, Professor, why do Dementors affect me so strongly? Harry pressed. Dementors are among the most evil creatures in existence. They feed on all positive emotions and memories. You have such a strong reaction probably because you've experienced more trauma than most, Lupin explained gently. Professor, can you teach me how to fight them? Harry's eyes filled with hope. Since Dementors seem particularly interested in you, I'll teach you. But it will have to wait until after winter break. I need to rest and recover recently, Lupin said. Knock, knock. Just as Lupin finished speaking, someone rapped on the door. Professor Snape kicked the door open and strode in, carrying a cup of steaming, strange-looking liquid. Humph. Are Ravenclaws studies so easy that they allow you to socialize everywhere, Mr. Prewett? Snape saw Aiden in Lupin's office. He wanted to warn the boy to stay away from Lupin, but unfortunately his words of concern immediately soured when spoken aloud. As an extraordinary being specializing in the mind, Aiden naturally understood what Snape really meant. Yes, Professor. I'll immediately return and devote all my energy to studying, Aiden replied diplomatically. That's not necessary. Have you learned how to brew this potion? Snape inquired, gesturing to the cup. Aiden didn't answer verbally, just nodded. Good. Then the task of brewing medicine for this individual is also handed over to you. Professor Snape crossed his arms with satisfaction. My pleasure, Aiden said, bowing slightly. Harry, watching the potion Snape had placed on the desk, was convinced it was poisoned and desperately wanted to knock it over. Unfortunately, his rebellious thought was immediately suppressed by Aiden's stern glare. Humph. The Thunderabat turned and swept from the room. Aiden, I'll be troubling you for the next period, Professor Lupin said with some apology. It's nothing, Aiden replied, waving his hand as he dispersed into butterflies throughout the office. On the other side of the wizarding world, for reasons unknown, the suddenly wealthy Department of Mysteries was living quite comfortably despite the Ministry of Magic cutting off their funding. In contrast, Fudge was deeply mired in the Dementor scandal, which had kept him unusually quiet for weeks. Meanwhile, Filch had completed all the tasks Aiden had assigned him, successfully gathering a substantial group of squibs who yearned for magical ability. To provide these people with a proper activity space, Aiden had purchased property in expensive Hogsmeade. Fortunately, after the Department of Mysteries moved into Prewett's shops, the profits had normalized, making this expense merely a drop in the bucket. On Friday evening, Aiden passed through a secret passage and arrived at the Hogsmeade base. Inside, a group of people who had been shut out of the magical world for their entire lives waited eagerly. Aiden pushed open the door and walked in, his heterochromatic pupils and dragon horns making him particularly striking among the assembled crowd. "Mr. Prewett, these are the squibs you asked me to gather," Filch said, bowing respectfully. "Sir. Greetings to you. Thank you very much." A chorus of grateful voices rose from the crowd, their excitement palpable. "Have they all sworn the oath?" Aiden asked. "All of them," Filch confirmed. A spatial flicker occurred, and a man in platinum robes materialized in the room. "Hey, Dragon, long time no see," the director greeted Aiden with his characteristic lack of seriousness. "Where are the materials?" Aiden glanced at him and cut straight to the point, hoping to prevent any theatrical nonsense. The director said nothing and stepped aside. Oliver entered, carrying a container sealed with multiple layers of protective spells. "These are the threads the Department of Mysteries has collected during this time," Oliver said, tossing the container to Aiden. Aiden caught it and began setting up the ritual site with practiced efficiency. After completing the complex preparations, Aiden looked up. Within his line of sight, the two officials standing around watching the proceedings showed no intention of leaving. "Why haven't you two left yet?" Aiden asked, confused. "Wah, is this how you treat people? When you need us, you call us director, and when you don't, you call us slackers," the director complained dramatically, even pulling out a pink handkerchief to dab at non-existent tears. Small crosses began appearing on Aiden's forehead as his patience wore thin. "Please stop fooling around," Oliver said, blocking the troublemaking director and turning to Aiden. "The Department of Mysteries needs to confirm the safety of this ritual. You should understand the significance behind this." Aiden nodded and didn't drive away the two observers. He activated the alchemical matrix, having the squibs approach one by one to connect to Avalon's psychic network. Soon, a large batch of fresh wizards had been created, and Aiden felt his acting progress rapidly improving with each successful transformation. The director explained basic wizard rules to the newly empowered individuals while leaving a silver-white bracelet on each person's wrist. "Is that really necessary?" Aiden raised an eyebrow. "Regulations," the director replied dismissively. "I'm clearly the first person in thousands of years to successfully create artificial wizards, so tell me where these regulations come from." Aiden pressed, genuinely confused. "Made them up on the spot," the director called back cheerfully. He had already departed with Oliver, leaving only his voice echoing in the transformed space.